I got the best hole. This is my hole. It's the best hole for me to put my head in, and everything else just la la la. I'm not going to listen.
That's a good point, though, because whenever they do their angles, right, to try to do the orthographic view, they never have I seen them take into account the propagation angles from the source. They just assume all the light's going to ideally reach the angle of the optic. Like you got the Rayleigh criterion at the optic, right? But you also have the light spreading out from the source. It's not like all the light's coming straight at you.
Yeah, I pointed that out to Zanuck a few years back, and like he was just like not having it. Like the only thing that
Yep.
could cause something to disappear from the bottom up has to be curvature. It has to be.
Yeah, so to defeat the Rayleigh criterion at range in regards to the wavelength of light, if you measure it as a physical distance, right, within the Rayleigh criterion, you need off angles coming in, right, that are greater than the separation of the Rayleigh criterion. How are you going to get that if the light's coming in essentially parallel? You're not. It's that simple. The star would have to be, like almost infinity in diameter.
Well, here's another thing. Here's another food for thought, right? They say that rays are curved. This is what they're saying because of refraction. That means you can stand at a spot where the ray curves over your head, right? Ray doesn't reach your eye. It curves. You're underneath the hump of the ray, the arc. So even though you have a so-called clear line of sight, you're not going to be able to see it because the ray just jumped over your head.
Right. And that means the person behind you will be able to see further than you.
Oh, yeah. Then did you hear me bring this up? I don't know, like a month ago. They say that there's more refraction the lower you go. So that would mean the lower you go, the farther you can see.
Yeah.
Which is the opposite of reality.
Yeah, isn't that kind of nutty?
Yeah.
Here's another thing that will bludgeon their refraction more than it already has been. They're speaking refraction based on a flat horizontal plane of incidence of their light. Unfortunately, in their worldview, they don't have a flat horizontal plane for light to bounce off of. What they do have is they have a reflective surface, the ocean water, right? That's reflective. But the light that they're saying is coming to our eye is coming from a place that is below our line of sight on an angled surface, angled away from the viewer. So below the line of sight and angled away from the viewer. Tell me how their light does what they're saying it does. Let's just take the black swan, for instance.
Well, Sonny, there used to be this theory about light called emission theory, which, short story is essentially light comes out of your eye, goes out and touches the object, and then comes back.
Mm-hmm.
So this is like reverse. Yeah, this is kind of like reverse emission theory. It's kind of like suck it theory, where your eyes just suck light in.
Yeah.
Like a vacuum. It's like, I'm just sucking light up.
Yeah, I don't know. These people are retarded. So just when I say refraction, say, just bring them to okay, so your plane of incidence is a flat horizontal plane, like in all cases of refraction. It is. I've never seen any model of refraction where it shows a curved surface. Ever. Doesn't exist. Unless a glober out there, from Gem Pandas, drew one up themselves. But then they got light doing all kinds of things that it cannot possibly do. For one, if it bounces at an angle of, say, 45 degrees, while on a curved surface that's facing away from you, where's that going to go? Straight up in the air, basically. So why aren't we seeing the black swan like 500 feet above the surface then? Where it should be, according to their refraction. It's just retarded. It's like talking to kindergartner.
According to the way that they think, the concept that the horizon rises to eye level. Obviously, it doesn't render at exactly eye level, even though Globers will try to use that as a straw man to defeat flat Earth arguments. They just don't understand what was meant by rises to eye level.
Yeah.
Obviously, it's a perspective field that appears to be ramping up to the center, right?
Mm-hmm.
So if their refraction is true, that center line, right, that the horizon never goes above, should be probabilistically rendered at above 50%. It should be at 60% some days. It should be at 70% some days, right? Maybe even 90% some days.
Well,
You guys, it's
Yeah, think about it. Think about it.
So, okay, we'd like to start Precious Metal Takeover. So, do you guys want a minute to wrap up your
you're
conversation?
you're super duper low, Redford.
Am I? What?
Yeah. I got you to 120, 130, and I
How
still
do
couldn't
I
hear you.
fix that?
She started slow. You're good now.
Oh, I
Pretty
moved
good.
the mic closer to my face. Usually I leave it that way, but I guess I'll just have to have it closer to me too.
There, that's better.
Is that better? Yeah, my Discord,
That's
I don't
it.
know. My settings are kind of messed up. I don't even get like notifications popping up on my screen lately. I don't know. Everything's a little wonky. But do you guys want a minute to wrap up your conversation, or do you want us to start PMT?
Yeah, I'll finish it in one statement, which is when you take a camera and you tilt it, you can get the horizon to render at the very top of the camera, so you only see like a very small portion of sky. Now the reason that is because the angle of incidence into the lens has changed. Now they claim all this magic refraction that makes the angle of incidence follow these arced paths. So probabilistically, you should see that effect while maintaining perfect level with your optic on random days, but you never do. I rest my case.
All right. Well, we'll start Precious Metal Takeover. Thanks for everybody for joining us. We'll ask moderators and admins to stay muted while the silvers and golds take over the live stream. I'll be your host for the next 2 hours along with Nathan. Hi, Nathan. How are you?
Hey, Redford. I'm doing well. What about you?
I'm doing okay, thanks. Would you like to answer the question today, Nathan?
Sure. Go right ahead.
All right, so our question today is, what have you found to be an effective strategy to speak to other people about FE and other truther topics?
I'd like some time to formulate a good response, but essentially, you don't want to bring up you want to start with the facts and not really get to the ending point. So, for instance, if you mention flat Earth straight off the bat, most likely nothing's going to get through to them. But if you just talk about things like level water or things that's demonstrable, then you can kind of hold their hand and walk them along until you reach that point, and hopefully they can come to the conclusion themselves. That what it means is Earth's flat or whatever topic in particular you're speaking about, rather than just saying it straight off the bat. That's just what I would say, because a lot of people disregard anything you've got to say if they think it's quote conspiracy theory, right? So it's smarter to kind of leave that out of the way and just talk about the main points and let them figure out what that infers for themselves rather than you telling them directly. That's my tactic.
Nice. Have you found it to be effective?
Yeah, I pretty much use it in the lobby all the time, and especially in the voice chats when people join the check-in. I have a lot of experience talking with individuals that come in here and they come to troll, but after speaking with me, they usually change their mind. Another user, Creation Bear, me and him were always trying to get the cognitive and detention people in the voice chats, because it's just a little bit more successful when you're able to talk with someone through voice rather than text, because again, they just tend to ignore the majority of what you say, but they behave differently when you can kind of relate to them a little bit more in voice and just work better angles. That's my advice. Just try to get the people in a voice chat rather than text. It goes a lot better.
Yeah, I agree that definitely having a conversation Because it's hard to, take tone, obviously, from text chats and stuff like that. And yeah, it's easier, I find, to communicate through voice. That's for sure. We have Hawkeye, who is a globe skeptic. I'm not sure if you're able to unmute.
I was here earlier for
Is
a
he
brief
there?
moment when he was speaking.
Yeah, I'm here. I said poo poo or something, and he thought that's why I was muted in the past, but it's not. I think I left my mic open one day by accident.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, welcome back to the server. How are you today?
Pretty good. I'm more on the side of not being skeptical, but like it's like kind of obvious. You know what I mean?
What
It's
is
considering
obvious?
the Antarctic Treaty and all that stuff, and how you're just not independently allowed to explore that area and really definitively say. And then they put up hit pieces if you type in flat Earth on YouTube and stuff. It's kind of obvious, dude. Like if it's so ridiculous, why can't we like openly discuss it? Why do you got to take down the videos? Like it's kind of obvious that they're hiding something.
Okay, so you're saying you're not really so skeptical about it being a globe?
I'm leaning more towards on the side that we're being lied to about the shape and size of the Earth. Yes.
Oh, okay. So just basically because you're looking at their actions versus doing experiments, or how are you coming
No,
to that?
no, everything.
Oh, everything? Okay.
Just everything that I've experienced in my journey of looking at the information. Just everything. It's kind of obvious, you know what I mean?
Well, yes. I mean, once you kind of see it, it is very obvious, but not for everybody. So yes.
Well, I feel like if more people were able to get that information, it wasn't like hit pieces that you have to search for, have exact links to find the videos, that more people would be like, huh.
For me, I wouldn't say it's so much the access to the information. It's just people don't want to believe it. They don't want to accept it, and they go in self-denial, and they're
Yeah.
just not interested. It affects their way of life. It's so much easier to just go with the flow and, go with the mainstream narrative and then don't have to question it. You just, it's a lot smoother ride, and lots of people prefer that. So each to their own. Doesn't really concern me.
It's a smorgasbord of different things, different variables, and, limiting the information is definitely a huge part of that. Just like people all being told the same thing their entire, it's a big part of it, and then being deprived of the other information. And then being ridiculed for looking at it too, like it doesn't help.
So when did you first start looking into the topic and all of the truths?
That's a good question. I'm not exactly sure when I fell into the flat Earth thing. I think it might have been like four years ago
Oh, okay.
that I like stumbled on that because I learned about a bunch of other deceptions in the world. So I was like, holy crap. They lied about this and that and this and that and that and this. You start looking at other information. It's like, holy shit.
Yes. Okay, so it's been a couple of years, so it's just you've kind of come across
On that
them.
subject, yeah.
Yeah.
Like the more stuff, like I just was in the server seeing like other videos people linked up that are easier to see here than just searching for on YouTube, You have to dig
Yeah.
and dig and dig and dig and dig and dig. But I seeing it on there and it's like, holy shit, man. Yeah. I think, wow. Like, fuck. It's a lot of information. It's like, so when you're trying to explain that to some person that doesn't know anything about anything, it's difficult. And then I just get re-reminded and re-shown and have it presented in that way again. And then think about more experiences I've had. You know what I mean? It's just like, holy shit. So I'm back on it again because of the server. So kudos to the server. Thank you.
Oh, that's awesome. Well, it's good that you found the server. And yeah, it's hard to not come back to it, and you can't really unsee and
Yeah.
unlearn the things that you come across, and yeah, put in your life experience. And yep.
Especially gravity, man. Like, what the fuck? And I just seen like this thing of like they have like these huge balloons that like are carrying like satellite looking things, like high altitude, like what the fuck is that? Like I didn't even see that until like maybe 15 minutes ago. I was like, Jesus.
Oh, what? You're talking about which high
They're
altitude?
like these high altitude balloons that carry like thousands of pounds of like equipment up, and they're like basically satellites, but they're not
Yeah,
orbiting.
the satelloons. Are you talking about the satelloons?
I think so. Yeah.
and then they fall down sometimes. People find them.
Satelloons. Yeah, that's interesting. $50 million a day for NASA.
Yeah.
It's actually a lot more than
Is
that.
it more than that? I think it's like 60 something now, isn't it?
I imagine now, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, if anyone's interested, I'll post the citation from their own website in the live stream voice text. Yeah, there you go. So it's 67, almost 68 million.
Oh, wow. Yeah, it's even gone up since I looked at it a year or two ago because it was like 62, I think, or 63. But yeah, that's interesting, hey? But nope, they have no motivation to lie. None at all. So
Yeah, I had to add that little bit at the bottom.
you should link the song too. But yeah. So was there anything that you wanted to discuss, Hawkeye, or is there anything else that you were interested in?
Not at the present time. I was honestly about to walk out, and then I heard my name mentioned, so I sat down, and I was like, "Oh my god!" Started talking real quick. I was actually on my way out the door, but
All right. Okay. Well, thanks for coming back and chatting with us for a few minutes. Appreciate it.
yeah, cool. I'll talk to you guys later. Do you mind if I keep my guy in here though? I'll keep myself
Yeah,
in here.
that's totally fine. Just mute yourself, and then
Yep.
you'll be good.
That's
Okay.
what I didn't do once, and I think someone server muted me because of that
Yeah,
reason.
you'll probably start hot micing stuff. That sounds good. Thank you. I don't know if there's anybody else new. I'm just checking.
We got someone from Ireland, I think, or at least they have Ireland in their name. And they're deaf, and I don't remember if they were when I first mentioned them.
Oh, yeah, that's right. I think they were actually, but I'm not sure. We'll wait and see if, yeah, they undeafen and see if they want to talk with us. Keith FX has no roles. If you would like to join the conversation, you can go up into the VC check-in and somebody can check you in to give you permission to speak in the live stream. All right. Who wants to answer the question next? Anybody?
I guess I could kind of fix my answer because I found no, because I actually wrote just a very short paragraph thing a while ago called "How to." I don't like the word "convert" that I used. It sounds pretty bad, but basically how to help people realize or come to the conclusion. So I'll just read what I wrote, and I said, "Present the information and let it show for what it is, and then after that, you can tell them what it infers, or let them naturally realize what it infers." Let's imagine I go to a person and say flat Earth before I'd spent an hour talking with them. They would probably never have conceded on anything I said, but instead they went on to concede about 50 points before flat Earth was mentioned, and that's because by the time it was mentioned, I hadn't given them the ability to presuppose any position I was taking, why I was saying it, what I was trying to infer, and by doing so, when that inference eventually came, they were stuck in a position where they couldn't straw at me and they couldn't be intellectually dishonest to do any of that. So that's what I wrote, and I tried to go off memory, but I think I failed originally.
No, that's fine. But I think that's a good point because it's a trigger word for so many people because it's been so, spoken poorly about it in mainstream media, and like you're just crazy if you think that and say those flat Earth, right? They lump you in with a bunch of other weird conspiracy quote unquote theories. So yeah, I think that's a good tip. Don't necessarily talk about that unless obviously they come into the flat Earth server, but yeah.
Yeah, it doesn't just go for the flat Earth topic, but every topic, right?
Yes.
That's classed as a quote conspiracy theory, which is so ironic because it's always the other way around. The globe's a conspiracy, and I'm sure you all know what I'm talking about when I say the other events are conspiracies. At least the official narratives are, but that's how they play it, right? They always reverse it backwards. So
Yeah, everything's inverted.
it's good that they do that though, because if you want the truth, you just 180 whatever they say, and there's the truth. Because how far away from the truth can you get? The furthest away is the exact opposite direction, 180 degrees, right? You can't get any further away than 180, so it's the complete opposite all the time. Just flip around the official narrative and you got the truth. That's how easy it is.
Yeah, because I watched this documentary the other day, and it was pretty interesting because it was about a clothing company actually, and how the progression of that, and that seemed to be like a natural progression of, the culture and the style, right? And we see how style has evolved, but I think that I don't know if there was any like quote unquote like influence behind the scenes. So sometimes I think, I don't know, does this stuff just, happen naturally as well? And that's just like a bonus for, you know, the whole narrative and what they're trying to push. I don't know. It's just interesting. Because I don't know if everything's as planned as maybe we think. I don't know. I like to think the other way sometimes. So that just made me think differently.
Yeah, well, some of the official narrative stories we are given, they're so awful and like absolutely terribly written. You tend to think that maybe they weren't planned and it was do the event first and then spin a story instead of, come out with a story beforehand, then do the event, because the scripts are terrible that they give us for all the recent events. I'm sure you all know what I'm talking about, but I just can't mention them here, so. That's okay, Flatty. You can answer it in the text chat if you would like.
Yeah. Yes, please do, Fadi. I'd like to hear your answer. I'd like to hear Glad's answer. Is Glad there? He's putting things in the text chat, but maybe he's not able to unmute.
Yes. Hey, sorry. Hold on a second.
Okay.
Okay, I'm here. I got to do 40 different things to go from having you guys over my speakers and me muted to having you guys having everything in my Logitech headphones and blah. Anyway, so when someone calls my name, it's like, if I'm across the room, I'm like, hey God, it like as if you could hear me. But anyway.
Yeah, you sound like you got some static compared to normal.
Well, why don't you guys ask somebody else and I'll try to fix that. I'll be right back.
Oh, it's not that bad.
Oh yeah, he
he
didn't.
dipped.
I didn't know what happened to his mic. Usually he's super clear.
We made him feel insecure about his audio, so he dipped. He'll be back.
Oh, he takes
There he is.
pride in it. You should know.
Is that better?
No, but it's not that bad. Like, it's fine. We can hear you. I just usually like you're so clear, and I just don't know what's going on.
No, it's pretty good. That sounds
you're
good on
fine.
my end.
We
It's
can
okay.
understand you. Everything.
Okay, if you can understand me, that's fine. I don't care if I sound sexy or whatever. I don't care. Okay, so the question. I gotta scroll back. Well, you might as well ask it for the audience. Yeah.
So, what have you found to be an effective strategy to speak to other people about FE and other truther topics? I hate that word truther, but I didn't know what else to put.
Okay, so my favorite. Gosh, I don't like the word strategy, but it is what it is. Because we're combating against either willful ignorance or otherwise. So, but yeah, okay. So what I do is I try to let them get there first. Like, I won't say the word flat Earth, but I'll say something like, yeah. And speaking of that, when you're up in a plane, right? You ever been up in a plane? And they'll say yes or no, and I'll say, oh, okay. If they say no, then change the subject to something different, maybe like top of a building or something, or anyway. But if they say they've been in a plane, most people have. I say, yeah, and it's crazy. Like, no matter how high I go, I can see. Like, if I go up, the further I go up, the farther I can see, and then that horizon line just never seems to really drop or bend. Isn't that crazy? And then, depending on what their answer is, we can start talking about how and why the horizon doesn't bend or drop anywhere. And then, I can ease into certain other things. And that's just the flat Earth one. The moon landing always helps too, starting with, because a lot of people are willing to admit something's fishy about the moon landing. And a lot of people, like to talk about fringe subjects too. So that's a neat one to kind of corner people with. Not corner, but I guess pigeonhole the conversation until it opens up with stuff like the moon landing being fake. Like, oh my God, can you believe it? Once I saw a harness. Yeah, check it out. And then you get your phone out and look at this. That kind of deal. But basically my point is that I want it to be an organic conversation. I don't want it to be a conspiracy guy talking to a non-conspiracy person. The more organic and human I can make the conversation, just like anything. If I can make it sound like me talking about someone's favorite style of music, right, and we're just laughing, having a good time, learning about each other, learning about stuff, that's the way I try to keep it. And then if they want to say things like, wait, so do you think the Earth's flat? They'll say the FLAT word first, and then it's on. And then it's like, well, you still got to be careful. So, well, you know, I mean, do you see a bend and curve anywhere? You know, that kind of thing. And no, I don't. And so I guess I don't know if that explains it well, but I don't know. I try to make it fun. I try to make it not preachy at all. Just like a nice back and forth. Get people to open their minds to truths, whether or not it's something that they've been lied to about. I mean, maybe it's some information they just didn't know yet. It doesn't have anything to do with conspiracies, and then you can eventually kind of get down to that. You know, another one, I could stop here. Another one is politics. Everybody out there likes to talk about politics, even though they say you don't talk about politics or religion at the dinner table. Well, guess what's being discussed the most? Politics and religion. And not only that, people out there love to talk about it, especially now. It doesn't matter. Anyway, so politics. If we start with politics and how much they clearly lie to us there, you know, you can branch off and do a lot of things, flat earth or whatever else you think is worthy of letting somebody know. So anyway, yep, that's all I got. And thanks for asking me the question. It's an honor to say that stuff. I don't think I've ever told anybody that. So thanks.
I like that answer. I think that that's important as well because you're no pun intended, you're leveling with the person, right? You're
Right.
taking their experiences and pointing things out, which instead of just lecturing them or trying to state facts, right? That depending on the age group, right? And what their interests are and attention span wise, they don't necessarily relate to it and it just goes above their head. So I think that's a good tactic. So
Totally. Yeah.
yeah,
For sure.
I think, and that's kind of that was why I thought of this question because I know that, you know, sometimes it can be a pretty aggressive
Yeah.
topic to talk
And it
about.
doesn't have to be.
Right, because that's not, I don't think, like, well, depending on, like, the person, are they coming in specifically to troll? I mean, there's a bunch of things, right? But
Sure.
attacking somebody because, you know, they're not getting it, or maybe that's not, quote unquote, the language, you know, words that you're using to describe it to them, it's not clicking in their brain. So that was why I thought this might be an interesting question, so we can kind of get other people's approaches and maybe, you know, tweak our approaches and learn something.
I totally agree. I think it's
people.
about finesse, honestly. I think the more the less hashtag feelings we can assign to it, and I'm so guilty, by the way, you know, but the less of that we can involve, and the more patience and the more I don't know. You're right, there's trolls and then there's like people who troll. And the people want to learn, the trolls don't. So anyway, I got you. Oh, the last thing I wanted to say in that vein is I want to be respectful more and more and more and more as much as I can. When I see myself getting to a point where I'm getting sarcastic and I'm getting mad at the person and not at the fact that they don't have the right information. More and more, every time that happens, I'm like, all right, dude, all right, man, just fucking cool it, you know, that kind of thing. And I think the more that I'll just speak for me, the more I can do that, the more effective I can be, the more people are going to be willing to talk with me about anything, let alone these subjects. So, thank you.
Well, thank you. Glad that was really a good answer. Thank you for sharing that with everybody.
Totally.
Is anybody interested in learning what strategy the globe earthers use? Because I have their official strategy guide from space.com, if you want me to share that.
Yeah, go for it.
Okay, so if you direct people over to Livestream voice text, this is the official strategy guide that all the globe earthers use. It's just a masterpiece. I guess I'll read it out in case people aren't seeing it, but it says, if you find yourself talking to a flat earther, skip the evidence and arguments and ask yourself how you can build trust. So yeah, that's very, that's an incredible strategy guide, a compelling argument, and would definitely convince me that I live on a spinning ball. I highly recommend that all globe earthers follow that.
That was so fast. Could you repeat that? Sorry, I was reading the text chat as well.
Sure, yeah, I think you should read the entire blog
Do you
from
want
the
to drop
guy.
the link then, or where did you find it?
Yeah, it's in the live stream voice text. The link's underneath it. It's just a citation from
there. Okay.
the actual blog. But you should probably read the whole blog because it's full of all kinds of funny stuff. I just got the best quote out of it. And it says, if you find yourself talking to a flat earther, skip the arguments and ask yourself how you can build trust.
Skip the evidence because the globe can't be proven with evidence.
Exactly. Honestly, Sonny, you should read the whole blog. It's like a 5-minute read max, but there's so many good pieces in it that you should definitely pull out as citations. That's just the killer citation. It's brilliant.
Yeah, I've heard this. I've read this before, part of it. Yeah, I'll look at the whole thing.
How to kill a citation.
Yeah, that's why they're like curvature. Oh, I don't want to talk about curvature. Let's talk about the stars. Yeah.
Right.
I don't want to talk about the horizon. No, let's talk about the moon. I liked Glatt's answer. I like everybody's answer, actually. It kind of sways my what my response might be. But honestly, I'd like to hear Miggy's answer.
Oh, is Miggy? Oh, hey Miggy, are you there? Did you want to answer the question today?
Yeah, sure. I'll take a stab at it. But you guys know me in the way I work in here. I take a look at it like basically the answer to that would be simple for me. I look at it like truth is on trial. From the beginning of time up until today, truth has always been on trial. And how do you handle a court case if you're on trial, right? If truth is on trial, how would you build a case or be able to stand in court if somebody's drawing a false claim against you? Well, it's easy. Evidence. That's the one word that you need, right? To stand up in court and to win the case. And often at times I think that gets lost in like a back and forth of like, I think, you think, kind of a back and forth, and it doesn't need that. All you need is one word. It's simple. Evidence. So beginning when you have a conversation with someone, it doesn't matter what topic it is, and for this reference, we're talking about the flat earth. So when I'm engaging somebody, I need to know how they know what they know. So if we're going to talk about any subject, and specifically flat earth, then they're going to know, because they have a bias coming in here and they want to know about flat earth. I need to know what they know about their globe earth. So if they do know information about their globe earth, please tell me. And it doesn't have to come across like strongly or anything, but you can just tell them, hey, okay, we'll talk about flat earth and I'll tell you what I know. But you need to first tell me how you know the very first thing that everybody needs to know, right? The question on everyone's mind. Who has measured the curvature of the earth? How, when, and where? So if we discover this, if there's any evidence that supports the case, then we can move forward and we can talk about anything on the globe side of why you feel that it's a globe. But if building this case you can't support the claim because it's a claim, So if it's not able to be supported by evidence, then I'm going to have to dismiss it like any good judge would, or anybody listening that is hearing a court case out that has no evidence to support the case. It gets tossed out. So one thing you have to remember when engaging with somebody is you need to hear them explain how they know what they know. And if it's just an idea of a theory or some kind of revelation they had in their mind, then you need to have them explain what it is that makes them really engaged into this idea. So with everybody here, we all need to hear and demonstrate the reason why they think the Earth has curvature. So it always falls back to me from the because I had the 3 points, as you guys know, but as of recently, like about a month or so, I've been really on about the point of like I'm stopping at the very first one, which is curvature. I'm like, if they can't even get past that one, I'm not even going to go to the other two. Because honestly, the very first question for the demonstration, right? For them to provide the evidence for me and for everybody that Earth does have curvature and it's measured, then we can talk about the other things. But if they can't provide that, well, the metrics would say that the radius, circumference, and diameter would tell us that there's measurements, right? So obviously, we supposedly know this somehow, yet there's no way to demonstrate that. So for me, it's easy, right? I need to know what you know about the globe Earth. Now, if you can tell me because you know that the Earth is indeed, a globe of a certain size and dimensions, then we can have Coriolis talks, we can have gravity talks, we can whatever, we can go into all that stuff. But if you can't even get past telling me how that is, that's where it stops. Like a complete screeching halt conversation will stop. We're not going to go and indulge the globe fantasy. We're going to need evidence to support the claim. Because this is what I feel here, what's happening is the truth is on trial, right? It's on trial, and we have the ability to be ambassadors for truth. I use that word because you're standing up for truth when you debate somebody or you engage in a discussion where you want them to realize what they know is just a belief. Now you can't get them to do that if they're scattergunning you questions and you're not able to bring them to the realization. So how can you make somebody realize, right? Well, you don't let them in a good court case, you don't let them get away with the idea that they can just give you an idea or a belief or just because. You would have to say, I'm sorry, but we're going to have to figure out why you can't demonstrate this evidence that we need to support the claim. So, and it's like, you got to get it. It's not like you're pushy. It's not like you're forcing, because number one, I heard this in this forum. Somebody came in and said, I like talking to them, but I just like sweetening the pot. I like to make it feel, I don't want to feel like I'm pushing them. I'm like, listen, when it comes to truth, you can't be moved as a part of somebody who's actually standing for truth. And in doing that, you have to present to somebody, okay, we're going to talk about this. You're ready to engage in this conversation. I didn't force the people to come into this server. I'm not forcing them to be engaged in this conversation, but curiosity, because they want to know, is going to lead them to the fact that either when you present the truth to them, they're going to accept or they're going to reject. So, and that's the thing. You want them to get to the realization that there is no evidence. And at which point, once they say, well, I don't know, then we have a ground to work with. You can work with somebody that admittedly says they don't know. It's a concession. And it's also the beginning of an open mind. Because when somebody has that bias, it's a really strong one, by the way, and says, you know what, I know, and they don't give up that ground, then everything preceding that is you're just going to be fighting the bias. Coriolis, fighting the bias. It doesn't matter what they bring up in gravity, fighting the bias. You're never going to get past that wall. And you're going to wind up at the end of that very frustrated, kind of like, oh man, why aren't they agreeing with it? I could tell you why. Because you let them get away with not demonstrating why they know or don't know that the Earth has curvature. You're not even addressing that. You're letting them continue to talk about Coriolis or the sextant or whatever, because their whole foundation is built on the presupposition that the Earth is a globe, and it's been a foregone conclusion. They don't have to even think about it. They're working off that presupposition and then going to the sextant or going to Coriolis or going to gravity. You know what I mean? So it's a complete halt of everything until the evidence is brought forward, and then we can continue. And so you do it in a very tactful way. It's very tactful. Okay, you can't provide the evidence. That's great. But because of that fact, you're going to either have to admit that you don't know, or you're going to have to provide the evidence. And then upon admitting that you don't know, we can continue the discussion of what I know, which is I can talk about, how large bodies of waters don't show convexity over distance, and so that other stuff that we can talk about, it will become apparent to you because now you say you don't know and your mind is open. So that is my approach. I think it's very effective. It's worked with the 3 questions, but also like I said, I shortened it down to 1 now, which is just simply the curvature. And at that point, when I can see that there's nothing to provide, it's like the curvature. If you don't have radius, then you can't tell me how they went to the moon, distances to the sun, the moon, the star. None of it. Nothing works. Your whole cosmology unravels when I tug on that little one thread on your sweater and I make it all come undone. So it's one and done. I don't need to, you know what I mean? It's the knockdown punch that I know sometimes doesn't give flat earthers the satisfaction of dragging them through the mud and having them explain their ideas of like all these other things. And I know it's a bit like, what's this microwave flat earth knockout punch thing? Like I want to hear this guy, on the grill, sizzling. I don't need that. I just need the demonstration of them telling me how we can figure out the earth has curvature. If not, anyway, that's a bit monologue, but sorry about that, Redford. That's what I view as how you can do it, Anyway.
No, that was a great answer. I like it, like the thought process of like the court and everything. That was really, because it's true. Like that's why I like this question. No, that was an awesome answer. Thank you, Miggy.
Yeah, no problem. Yeah, just I appreciate it, man, because like everybody in here is very intellectual, and then we've like I can say this: we've taken the globe apart in every area. There really isn't any conversation that we can't debate somebody who's of the globe mindset. Like none. There isn't not one, and doesn't matter where we go. But for me personally, if I engage somebody, it will be that one question, the curvature question. I'm gonna really kind of get it pointed to just that one. It'll be, if they can't get past that, then I wouldn't even have to talk to them about. I'm not gonna indulge them on them telling me, okay, I'll give you curvature and now tell me how you think gravity. I'm not gonna do that. I think that's a waste of time, wasting everybody's time, wasting the court's time, so to speak. Yeah, I don't know.
No, that's awesome. I think that well, that was helpful for me to hear. Hopefully other people got something from it as well.
Yeah, it was great. I mean, in summary, he just says if there is no surface curvature, it can't be a sphere, and all of our arguments become immediately irrelevant. That's the summary.
Irrelevant. Yeah, that's it. And also, I was saying, I know it gives people the dissatisfaction of having to dismantle their entire view, the worldview, but it is what it is, right? Like without that, they don't have anything. It's you take the complete cosmology away from them with one fell swoop. It's what it is. I was listening to the yesterday, it was yesterday. It was like I got the Flat Earth music bot, and it was playing like this guy kind of give you like pointers or tips on how to address, like how to talk to a glober. And it was kind of funny to me because it's like he was saying things that was like outside of the norm. He's like, and it had like real nice music in the background. He's like, if you find like you don't know how to approach somebody who's a glober and you want to have them listen to you, instead of talking to them, buy them a pizza, sit down, just tell them to come over and watch some flat earth videos. Like he made it sound like let's just share a beer and you watch a video and I won't say nothing, just see what you think, kind of thing. And it's like, there's certain approaches that I think, I don't know if like, it's just, maybe that's how people got there in the first place, but if they don't understand that the whole concept is completely, it's false, then they're going to continue to still have that little idea in the back of their mind, like, well, yeah, this might be true and that might be true, but I still think it's the cosmology. We might be floating in space still or something, like, you're certainly not going to make them realize it buying them an Xbox, which was suggested by that guy, or bribing them. I don't know. Yeah, I've been doing this for a while, so I kind of see the end results of different avenues.
Definitely. And I guess the one that what you just explained, obviously you found to be the most effective at reaching people, or would you say?
Yeah. I mean, it's hard because some people say you got to be careful because you're destroying paradigms, and doing that, it sends the mind kind of reeling a little bit. And it's not that they're prideful about it. It's the mind trying to reconcile the information and saving a little bit of sanity in their own mind as to like not going crazy kind of thing. If that's even makes sense. Like,
yeah, it's like your brain's way of protecting itself in a way.
yeah.
Yeah.
Not that they're doing it on purpose, like
No.
purposely fighting back at you and disagreeing, but they're doing it so they feel like they can keep a shred of like sanity of what they think is real. Because if there's no rebuttal to the things that you're saying, in effect, you're really shattering their perspective, their perspective on the world. So that you mean.
Oh, exactly. And it can be, that's where it's sometimes like I notice with people, well, back when I was in the live stream more and listening more, like it would just keep going, right? And like you could tell like these people were like, they couldn't really handle it. It was like too much, but they wouldn't leave. And it's almost like, well, maybe we need to be like, okay, that was a lot. Like, do you need time to go and like, because like their brain, like you say, is just like in overdrive, like freaking out basically.
Well, that was demonstrated with Zanuck the other day when India was in here talking to him.
Oh, okay. Nice.
He's well, that's like a really good case for saying that he goes into overdrive. He goes into overdrive so much that he starts arguing with himself. Like,
yeah.
He starts. He actually starts saying the same points Indio was saying to himself, and it's like, whoa! You just really now at this point, Indio can step out of there, and you can back and forth with yourself because you're agreeing with what he's saying. Like it's crazy. So it's like, and I told Indio, I was like, Indio, you know what it's like? It's like you're playing chess with him. And all of a sudden, he just shoves you out the way and say, "Move! I got this." And he goes to the other side and plays against himself. So it's like, because the same points that India was telling him, he was like, at the beginning he was disagreeing, and then towards the end he's like, "Yeah, I know, I'm agreeing with you." And he was like, "Yeah, of course." Like now you're agreeing. Like it's weird, but it's what happens because he's trying to realize that there's no way you can refute this. It's
yeah.
And my understanding, like he's coming before, right? So it's probably like this progression of now he's kind of hit that point where how can he reason or give evidence and try to get out of it. So
yeah, well, I tell you,
arguing against himself.
Yeah, it's weird because like he does, and now he's like even some of the Globers, on the servers, they don't like him either sometimes, because he does I don't think he agrees with climate change and that. So there's a few things he doesn't agree with, like with the narrative and stuff. But he came in and told us Sonny, you were there. He was saying like one part of the Indian Ocean is flat, like it's really flat.
Yeah.
I said that, and I'm like, Zanuck, but
Oh dear.
We just happen to find the parts of the water that are flat, you guys.
Yeah, yeah,
According to Zanuck.
It's the parts of the, oh gosh, like how do
Yeah,
yeah,
that all
yeah.
the rest of it's curved, but you guys.
I'm not kidding you. He did say that, like
What?
in the Indian Ocean.
How do you even reason that in your mind? Like that's a
Mhm.
whole nother
Mm,
level. But
Yeah, and
anyway.
that's why, like Elijah, has brought up, why are we even talking to these people? Like you said, they're playing both sides of the field. Like
yep,
we're not even playing a part of this little
yeah.
mind game they're playing. It's really odd.
But
Well,
I think,
Mhm.
yeah. No, go ahead, Red for Bear. Go ahead.
I was just gonna say, like, if they're that torn, maybe again, take a break and go and like think about it on yourself and actually figure
Yeah.
that out instead of like having somebody tell you. Like that's kind of like the right. You have to come to that realization on your own. Nobody can make you do that. And what were you gonna say, Mickey?
No,
When I
because I feel. Yeah, go ahead.
sorry,
No, go ahead.
sometimes we need to hear that things what Zanik and Rumpus and because when you hear that things like a listener, then you can realize what Then you can ask yourself what, why this guy is saying this, like a normies, That's good to hear.
Yeah, I was gonna say that he doesn't relent. So it would be good that if you would say, this is kind of a lot, and then it would be different if somebody from Flat Earth was still engaging him. But he doesn't. He's like he wants more. And what happens is he's already bitten off more than he can chew. So as he keeps going forward, it's just like foot in the mouth style. Like he can't escape the vortex that's taking him in, and so now he starts arguing against himself, and it's like it's what happens. If somebody's in this conversation long enough, they'll start to agree with us, unbeknownst to their own. Their own mind is like it's kind of like a mind warp, I guess you can call it. Like they can see the truth and they can agree with it. They don't want to admittedly say they want to agree with it, but they start arguing our points for us. I've heard it. It's happened before. Not just with Zanuck, but other people. They argue our own points, and they're like, "Yeah, I know it's locally flat." They'll say things like this: "Locally flat, yeah, of course, locally flat."
Mm-hmm. Then you ask them, where can somebody operate out in this larger, out in the larger, let's say, whatever they're saying. Like they say, there's a small scale, right? So in the large scale, where can you operate? Oh, you can't do that.
You can't do that, yeah.
Can't do that, and they admitted that themselves. So lots of them, like you can't do that. Oh, so you can't do that in reality, but you can say it still. Okay, I gotcha.
Yeah. I was it's easy like when I get to the point where they can't demonstrate the Earth's curvature, because I was talking to the guy that came in here. I don't remember his name. It was a Glober guy, and he was talking about like some guy invited him because he was from a server that was a debate server. So the guy came in here and he really wanted to talk about how he could demonstrate to us that the Earth has curvature. And I was like, all right, Sunny was in here, and I was like, okay, that's fine, but I need to know how everybody found out that the Earth has curvature. Like, obviously, we're not just going to go off the idea that we go out into reality and see the Earth looking like a globe. Like, somebody figured something out and they put something together, and now we know that the Earth is a globe. And be it that you make your own ways that you could figure something out or whatever, but the story or the idea originated from a source. And I was telling him, I need to know where that source came from. And he started getting into like, well, I'm not really sure. He's like, well, what does that have to do with anything if I can figure it out from? I was like, because it's not just the fact that you can go out somewhere and say that you could see Earth curvature by boats or going over the curve. I don't care. Like that information comes after the fact that somebody told you that you learned somewhere that the Earth has curvature. So somebody somewhere in a book or a teacher or someone told you that the Earth has curvature. And now you know, so you can go out and, like, because he wanted to talk about horizons and how that is a evidence of curvature. But I didn't let him go there because to me it's more important as to how he can tell me from the point where we started to learn, because for at least 1,000 years, according to them, we've known that the Earth is a globe and so on and so forth. And I needed for him to tell me the origin and how it all came to be, and now he knows, and on and on. But he couldn't do it. So I'm like, okay, so now you're telling me things off of a belief that you think, because the demonstration that you're going to tell me right now has nothing to do with how you just thought of it by yourself, because you see the world as a globe, so you're going to provide evidence to me that it is. Because that thought didn't originate from you. So, I kind of tried to put it to him so that he understood the origin of that information of the Earth being a globe didn't come from him. He's not the person who said, hey guys, the Earth's a globe, I can go to the beach and see the horizon. It wasn't him. So that's why I told him, if you can't provide that evidence, then you just have a belief that the Earth is a globe, and that's it. I mean, we really can't go anywhere from there. So it stumped him that he was like, but you don't want to hear my evidence? I was like, dude, I'm telling you, it's not evidence if it didn't come from you. You know what I mean? Like, that's important, I guess, in the conversation. It's like, if you didn't create this information and then hand it out to everybody, then we need to know where this information came from, so that we can get that source of information, and then and figure out how they done it, and then maybe do it like they did it, and then, you know what I mean, figure it out for ourselves. So I was holding him to that, and of course, when you're asking for that demonstration, or the way they can demonstrate to us that it definitely is curved, he can't do it because he borrowed that from his belief. So anyway,
Right, and I think that that's a hard thing for people to really understand. It's like, okay, well, there's so many levels with that too, right? So you have to have faith in that person that's telling you that they don't have any, other outside influence that be influencing that, and you have to just believe them. And it's just, believing in these authoritative figures that it's a hard one. I think that one's a little bit hard for people to come to the realization, especially when it comes to like science and all of this stuff, because it is so brainwashed into everybody.
What throws me for a loop is that they don't tell you how it was done, and that, I think, to me, wouldn't anybody take that to the highest? That would be the gold standard, right? How it was done, how they figured it out. That would be measured as like, okay, how they did it is now the gold standard. That's how we know the Earth has curvature, right here, because they figured it out. And so therefore, I know it's a globe, and I can show you because they taught us how to do it. But that's the information that they don't know. So because they don't know that, they're saying, I can do this other test. And I'm like, no. You're saying that nothing of theirs is valid then, and only your thing is valid? Like, what happened to how they figured it out? Like, that's kind of like, to me, it's so important. It's like, because if you can derive the information that they've given you as to the example or the demonstration, then we can move on to like how using that, or some kind of combination of that plus what you're doing to figure it out. Like, but that's never said, right? As you know, like, it's nobody ever who says like, oh, they figured it out a long time ago, duh, and let me show you how. And like, they don't do that. It's, well, I believe that some guy figured it out, but I can show you by looking at the horizon. Like, no, it's not gonna work.
Yeah,
Unfortunately.
exactly. No, it's true. That's a very good point.
Yeah, they there's a lot of them that come in here too. So everybody, some guy will come in asking about the edge of the Earth. Well, what's at the edge? The two of them, like 2 days ago, 3 days ago, came in and asked that question. One was actually sounded like he was a glober, or a flat earther, I should say, or somebody that didn't think the Earth was a globe.
And then again, like, because we run into those problems. It's like, well, where did you even come up with that concept? Who told you that there was an edge, right? So again, is it the same people that are telling you that there's curvature that you're just believing them? It's hard for some of them. That's for sure.
But it seems like that's really high on their questions list. But like I said, Redford, like when they step foot in the server, they don't realize that the real question is, how do you know the Earth's a globe? And because they're coming in here, they think that we're a bunch of crazy people thinking that the Earth is not a globe. And it's like, duh, like
flat madness.
Why would everybody think that it's like it's crazy? Schools teach it. The major NASA. Come on, we got NASA. Like,
oh, they got Bill Nye.
Yeah, Bill Nye.
Yeah, and DeGrasse Tyson there. So yeah.
I don't know. It's crazy. It's like mass delusion at its greatest scale.
Anyway, I'll go on mute.
No, that's great. Thanks.
Absolutely.
Thanks for joining and for answering the question for us. And who did I cut off? Oh, Sunny, go for it.
Yeah, I was just going to go ahead and answer so I can get kind of busy, but I've been listening. Like anything we've learned, or let's see. I'll just keep it on my side of the street. So anything I've learned throughout this whole process for the last 5 years, which wasn't the beginning of my truth-seeking experience, it was the end of it, actually. So 5 years ago, Flat Earth, I used to come across as like the town crier, and people thought I was absolutely batshit crazy. It probably appeared that way because I would dump out every conspiracy. Boom. So we find through experience that some things are effective, some methods are effective, and we don't live in a vacuum. So I'm sure Miggy and the rest of you would agree with this, that how we deal with people here on the Discord server is quite a bit different than if we're talking to somebody out in real life and outside. I really rarely have had a chance to sit down and discuss some of the more fundamental premises that the globe Earth makes, and to go through this process slowly, other than my brother, which didn't seem to be that effective. He agrees with me, but then he just goes back and does the same thing that he was doing before. So, like what I find here in the server, I find Miggy's method, as you know, like I took the 3 points and I pretty much took it on and made it my own as well and have my own style with it. I found it very effective. And then we passed that along through the rest of the ranks here. And a lot of people get this idea of the 3 points and how effective it is. I think that's awesome, though. You talk about like, we do pretty much have to stop at point one. If they can't get past point one, what's the point? So how I talk to people, what I find most effective is like I'm sitting outside in the evening, let's say with a really beautiful moon or something, and a couple is walking by. And I just say, hey, have you guys ever, I go, isn't this beautiful? Look at this. I go, have you ever thought about the nature of water? They go like, what do you mean? See, as soon as you get them asking you a question, that's priceless. Well, water's always flat and horizontal, like horizontal on the top, as long as it's contained, right? And then I just go, and you see that moon over there? That's impossible on a globe. And I could just leave it right there. I'm like, yeah, have a good night, you guys. See, like sometimes just getting people to question things and to think about things themselves is enough. Or even just riding by like I do on my bike and go, Happy Flat Earth Day. Happy Flat Earth Day. Like those people walking with those kids know what I'm talking about already. If they're in school, this information has gotten passed around in all the schools now. All the kids know. The kids know much more about Flat Earth than their parents could have even imagined. So it just depends on what the conditions, the situation, the circumstance. We don't live in a vacuum. So, we have to be aware of where this person is coming from in the first place. I like the idea of what Redford was saying about giving people a break after a while, especially if they're appearing to be genuine. They're still stuck in this paradigm. It's really not all their fault. At the end, it is their fault if they're clinging to this bias. and they won't let go for anything, including actual irrefutable evidence. So it just depends on where they're at. What I find here on the server is the ones that are clinging to it the most tightly, like the ones with the bigger ego attached to it, they get like, that's when we get really focused and they just get bombarded with flat earth. They don't know they're receiving because of their own inability to suspend their bias for just a moment. The stronger they hold on to it, the more focus we get. And then they could just get a barrage of like, 4 to 6 of us, boom, 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 and like they get the deluxe flat smacking because they have this ego attached. So that's what I find here. It just depends on who the person is and what the situation is. Thanks for letting me share.
Thank you for sharing. Greatly appreciate it. Is Flat Earth dude there? I'd like to hear his answer if he's around.
Are you talking to me?
Yeah. Who was that?
It's me, Ricky.
Oh, hey, Ricky. No, but
You on it,
you are
man?
more than welcome to answer the question. I just, I saw a Flat Earth dude, and I know that he's been here for a while, so and he doesn't always speak up during PMT, so I thought I'd call it him, but it doesn't seem like he's around. So, would you like to answer the question today, Ricky?
I've been listening, but for some reason I don't remember the question. Could you repeat it one more time?
Of course, yes. What have you found to be an effective strategy to speak to other people about FE and other truther topics?
That's a good question. I like that one because I actually been thinking about that actually. I think honestly, bringing someone up, like talking about basic facts and getting people to agree with basic facts and basic understandings, and then working your way into the different topics about FE is probably the best way to do it. Because anytime I ever just bring up flat Earth, all I do is get rejection and anger. But whenever I bring it up as like talking about science and bring up some other subject and then get them to agree with science in general and, the things that we all know about science that we all agree on, and then work my way from there into it, that seems to be the best, most effective way that I've found.
Do you want to give us like some examples of some of the facts that you would give to somebody to kind of segue into that?
Well, I mean, there's probably 1,000 I could think of, but you caught me on the spot
Well, then
here.
just
But
pick one or two, Ricky. I know, right? It's
I'm
on
thinking,
the spot.
okay,
I know.
okay. So one of them is we'll talk about gas pressure, right? We'll talk about how you put gas into a cylinder and you use it for your barbecue grill, and how you put soda pop in there, and there's carbon dioxide gas that's trapped inside the soda pop, right? And so when you open that up, it releases that kind of thing. And then I'll bring them into, okay, well, how does that work? And what are the details of it? And then once I have them on a solid understanding of exactly what gas pressure is in the real world, then I'll start asking them questions about it beyond that. And like, well, what if there wasn't a container? How would that work? And then suddenly, now that they've already agreed that these things are the same, and that they agree, that these are scientific facts, then they can't just go and try to backlash on you and say, oh, no, that's not the same thing, and blah, 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 blah. Then they're kind of stuck with it. That seems to be more effective. Of course, the second thing I would say next to that would be once they start to go into cog dis, to back off. That's another one of the biggest things. I hope that answers the question. I'm sorry if I sound vague. You kind of caught me off guard.
Oh, he apologized. You gotta stop apologizing, Ricky. It's all good. But yeah.
Okay, I'm not sorry, Dan.
There you go. There you go. All right. No, that's a good answer. Thank you for sharing. Did you want to add anything else?
Yeah, I guess I could add a few things, but just like treating someone like a human being. Treat them like you're trying to be their friend. Don't come at them with an attitude or this ego that you're smarter than them, better than them, or that you know more than them. It's better to come at them with more a concerned thing. Be like, ask them what they believe and why they believe it, Sometimes that's a better way of approaching a person rather than saying, well, I believe in flat, the Earth's flat, and I think you're all crazy, like,
Right.
but that's about it.
Well, that's good. Thank you. Thank you for sharing. I actually gotta step away for a second. Nathan, are you there? I don't know if anybody else wants to answer the question. I'll be right back.
Sure, I'll take over.
Alrighty then. Thanks for asking me that.
Yeah, of course, Ricky. I always appreciate hearing your answer. Quite a few people in here, so if anyone wants to answer the question, just let me know, or I'll just pick people at random. Flat Earth Solar, are you here? Are you able to answer the question for today?
Yeah, good evening, everyone.
Hey, good evening, bro.
Hello. What's up, my friend?
Yeah, I'm great. I think it's a really good question because you have to know your audience. You have to know who you're talking to. A lot of people just go out drumming the same topic over and over as hard as they can, and they get the same result and keep being puzzled as to why they get the same result. And like the previous guy was saying, starting off building up to the crescendo. So start off with the point that you're trying to get and make sure that they wrap their head around the point before you link it to anything. I personally avoid the FE word because I find it a trigger word like gravity. And then when you say gravity, people suddenly become triggered. The magic is sort of, the spell is cast, and then gravity can do anything. So the same with FE, as soon as you bring it up, people shut down. So just don't even link that subject. Work on a person. Your understanding of flat Earth took time. It wasn't a sudden realization all at once and everything was solved and you understood flat Earth. But yet we kind of expect that the other person is going to get it that way. So build them up and then plant the seed and then water it over time. If you really want someone to see flat Earth, take time with them. Don't try and bash it all at once. So I would say just work on people slowly, plant the seed, and then water it over time by sending them little bits of information or inviting them over to come and watch something with you, or, doing it in a more personal way rather than trying to kill your opponent so that you get a 1 and a 0 to them.
That's fantastic, man. It's just like the answer Ricky gave, and also my answer at the start. I absolutely agree. I think it's important to just present the information and let it show for what it is, rather than, tell them what it's inferring. And it's best to just let them come to that conclusion on their own. So great tactics. Know your audience as well. Like Leflo said, it's true. That was a very important part that you mentioned. Everybody's different. Sometimes you got to formulate your approach and behave differently around them. Some people get triggered, like you said, very easily. Other people, they have a better resolve about them. But it is important to know who it is you're talking to, and they might be very well educated, maybe they're not. So you got to think about that. Absolutely.
Precisely. And to know your audience means you need to ask questions of them so that you get their level of understanding as to where you start your discussion. So really finding out about the person and what they believe and building that rapport with them, finding some common ground as well. Why not get some definitions clear? What do you think about this? What do you think about that? You sometimes don't have to go for the jugular immediately. You kind of feel out your opponent to see who and where they are. And then you build a discussion with a meaningful intent to grow that or to grow the curiosity of that person and to almost get them to realize that they have the ability to do this, have the ability to understand and find clarity on many topics which they think are unsolvable. And normally it's because we think we just can't look into that stuff that we don't. But when we start to look into that stuff, we realize, wow, we could have done this all along. And if we'd gone to source, then we would have found the truth.
Yep, I agree. Great stuff. I guess I'll move on to Flat Earth Dude since he's next to you, if he's there. Are you there, Flat Earth Dude? Do you want to answer today's question?
What is source?
Who was that? I didn't catch it.
That was me. Move on to source. What is source?
Is there someone in here called SARS you want me to ask the question to?
It's the stuff that gets you drunk every day, P-Mac.
I'm going to shut up now. I know what's good for me.
Well, that's good.
I just don't get the source thing. What is source? Where did everything start? Chicken, egg, Adam and Eve, God, devil. What is source?
Brother, we're gonna keep going with the main question, I think, for precious metals, and then once we're done with that, we can maybe go on to source or something.
Yeah, and I personally feel like that question is something you're never going to answer, and you can believe you've got it figured out, but you never will. It's just the way it is. So I don't waste my time with that anymore. But moving on anyways, let's see who else is here. I remember Sasha was talking earlier, but did you answer the question, Sasha?
No, I didn't.
Would you like to?
Yeah. Well,
Okay.
I don't have any strategy, let's say. I did that in the past. I'm not doing that. I think that, of course, it depends on person, that we need to recognize how person is. Because you can recognize if this person is really with open mind and he wants to know. And after that, I don't know. I think that in my case, only if somebody wants to speak with me, I think that I will say, "Look, I'm nobody. I'm not scientist. I am normal person, but I have this information, and I can give him so many information like a video, so blah blah blah, and I can tell him these things. I look it into, and for me, I'm here because of these things. If you want to look into that thing, but you need time, you cannot. I cannot give you one video and you watch one video and you say, oh, okay, you need, I don't know, but it's a lot of time. You need 1 month for sure. And if you are willing to look all in all that stuff, and after that you can say, okay, this is bullshit, or this is not convincing me, this is nothing, and that's it. But I don't want to push anything else than that information, what you cannot find anymore, like so easy on the internet. And plus, I can also give him advice. Look, for example, like look some information what you can find on the internet, type like that, blah blah blah, and watch some, I don't know, whatever you want. Watch, research, and after that I will give you my information, and then you compare and see if you have your logic, your common sense, or because I feel that people who are here have the same logic, and then you hear some kind of different logic because of that bias of fear or blah blah blah. But even with that, I don't want to push anything else than it's only information, because on the end I cannot say, you need to be better. You are stupid because you didn't realize this. Yeah, sorry. My daughter is stopping me. I cannot speak. But mostly it's giving some more information. Even in the beginning, you cannot, if some new person come in a 5 minutes, you cannot explain him anything about flat Earth or globe Earth. But you can tell him roughly something, and then you can ask him, are you willing to look into that, and I will give you some informations, and that's it. But that, from me, that information will not be 1 hour. That information are 1,000 hours. You need to watch that 1,000 hours that you can conclude.
Yeah, I think everybody's different. Maybe you'll get some people that can learn, like, are fast learners, but I think especially for the older people that's lived, I don't know, 40, 50 years believing that they live on a spinning ball, it's harder for them to realize that that's a lie rather than someone who's a lot younger and hasn't had as much indoctrination or a lifetime of believing that stuff. And, you see all kinds of fancy stuff like movies and TV shows, right? Star Trek, Star Wars come to mind, and those kind of shows. People have really, like, they love these shows and they have real emotions towards them and the characters or whatever. And as a result, right, because they have real feelings towards these shows, they believe what the shows are about must be real too, and that's the illogical conclusion they come to. So it's very difficult for them to realize simple truths when they've got such a lifetime of belief and bias behind it, right?
Or practically will be like, why I am here. I need to tell a new person why I am here, why you are here. And when we say this is the point why I am here, and I cannot go, how to say, I cannot go back. And if that's not enough for you, that's you, you know.
Yeah, I agree.
That's all. Yeah. Sorry, I need to play video game with the phone.
It's fine. Patient answer. I see Redford pinged a new person. If they have any questions for us, are they in the voice chat right now, or
Oh, it
did they
looks
leave?
like they left. Oh, that's too bad. Oh well. Hopefully they'll be back at some point.
Gleeky Gleeks joined recently, I think. If they're there, would you like to answer the question? Gleeks.
I'm sorry, what was that?
I just wondered if you wanted to answer the question for today.
Oh, probably not. I'm sorry. I think I missed the question.
Oh, that's okay. I don't know if you've joined us for Precious Metal Takeover before. Have you heard of that event before? Gleeky
Yeah.
Oh, you have? Okay. So we just have a themed question that we do. We can ask it again if you'd like.
I'm not sure. I might just listen in.
Okay. No problem.
Yeah.
If you hear
Thank
the
you
question
guys,
and
though.
you want to join in the conversation, feel free to do so. Please.
Okay. Sounds
Okay.
good.
Thank you.
Thank you.
What about Mr. Anderson? Are you there?
Hey, how's it going?
Not bad. How have you been?
Not so good, but good. And
Oh, that's too bad. Well, that's
just
good that
going.
you're good, but
Yeah.
Well, welcome to Precious Metal Takeover. We have a question today. Did you want to answer the question? You can ask
Go
it.
ahead. What's the question? I'm getting ready to leave. I gotta go pick my daughter up.
Oh, okay. What have you found to be an effective strategy to speak to other people about FE and other truther topics? Yeah, I might need a minute. It's up. I mean, if you
Like
got it, it's all good.
that would
But
that would be nothing. Like my friends and family and the people that I interact with at wherever. I mean, I've given people flyers. I've having some brief interactions, but I've not been successful with that at all. Like I'll have a conversation with one of my best friends that I grew up with, and it'll exist in that conversation, but then that's it. Like I've tried to get people to watch videos.
yeah, it's
I'm
always
not good at that, I don't think.
no. See, I struggle with that too. Like I don't like to push that, especially in real life. what I'll do is if there's like an opportunity or something, somebody mentions something, I'll try to like drop a little seed because it's just I don't want to alienate everybody because a lot of people don't want to hear it, right? That's the other part. So it's been interesting. I'm not sure how long you've been in here listening, but some people have given some interesting and good advice on kind of how to navigate through that. So
Nice. I should have
yeah.
heard that.
Well,
'Cause
it's
I've been,
always being live streamed to YouTube, so you can always go back and listen to it if that's something you're interested in.
yeah, like I almost with my parent because, well, my mom and my stepdad, they're both pastors. So when I tried to get them, I tried the biblical approach where I
Right.
showed them the best sermon I've ever seen on flat Earth by a pastor. So I started that, and like 10 minutes in, they shut down because they could see it coming. They shut the
Really?
fuck down. They were just like, no. And that was it. Haven't been able to get them to watch anything since. Because that it was one of those Hebrew Israelite type of people or whatever. So I don't agree with the theology or whatever, but the dude delivers the best biblical lecture I've seen on flat Earth.
Interesting. If you have the link handy, you can DM it to me.
I'm trying to remember. It's called Hebrew
Yeah.
Cosmology, but it's
Oh wait, Hey, I was watching something else. Okay, Hebrew.
can't remember if Dave Weiss reposted one of his videos one time a year or two ago or what, but that dude nailed that. He has a
Elijah's
whole
got that.
Sorry, what was that?
Elijah's got the link to that video, Hebrew Cosmology. We watched it the other day.
Oh, really? Okay.
There's a whole series that he does, and he knocks it out of the park.
Okay, well, if Elijah's there, if he can hear us, if he has the link handy.
As far as delivering the message to somebody who hasn't heard it, and or to somebody who has a biblical paradigm.
Yeah, and sometimes it's even harder to talk to those people about the truth. It is interesting.
Way harder.
Yeah.
Because they've already reconciled it. Because I used to be in this circle of folks that would debate and stuff. There was like some Calvinists, there were some people from different denominations that would debate over different things. And the dude booted me out over the whole dinosaur thing. Because with religious people, they've already spent time like praying and like going through whatever they go through to reconcile these things. Like, well, science says this and this. I don't believe in climate change and this and this, but some of the things seem to be true that don't line up with the Bible, but these parts seem to be true in the Bible. So they've already spent time reconciling that. So in their mind, that's already a settled thing. So when you bring this stuff up, you're bringing up something that they've already reconciled. So now you're interfering with their salvation in their mind. So they're way harder. You're better off talking to an atheist.
Almost, yeah, because they have it almost, I hate to say it, like all figured out. They've like you say, they've gone through it and yeah, they've reconciled in their mind and they're believers of this and yeah, it's
It's like the Rakia is the expanse, the atmosphere, and that's what it is. You know what I mean? Like they've just totally reconciled it and justified it. So there's no digging that back up. It's like, who are you to dig this stuff back up? I already buried this stuff.
right, and they think they have the answer, so they don't really need to hear your theory, what they would consider a theory, right? Because like you say, they've already figured it out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then they'll, if you listen, they'll say words like that. Like you're saying people go to hell and da da da. When they're saying that, they think you're interfering with their salvation. It's like, dude, I'm not here to tell anybody anything about salvation. To be totally honest, that's not my prerogative. I don't care, honestly. Everybody has their own choice of what they do with their spirituality, and that's as far as I'm concerned.
Exactly, and that's where the tricky part is, right? Because you want you want them to know the truth, but they don't want to know. And I mean, you did what you could, and then it's like that struggle of like, do we just walk away and let them live their lives? Because we can't convince anybody to change their mind; they have to do that for themselves. And I
Yeah.
think that, like, I struggle with that with people in real life and family, friends, all of that. So,
Because they have their own thing going on, and I don't know. People are weird. I have some good friends that I've known my whole life, and we can have a good conversation, but they live a matrix style lifestyle and raise their kids that way and everything. And it's just the way it is. It's just really weird. And they can hold a conversation, they can hold a thought. They understand the government's very corrupt and that, they understand the concept of rights and freedom and other things. But
I know that's the thing that always catches me. It's like, okay, we know the government's not truthful. They don't really care about you, right? But everything kind of stems from that, and people I don't know if they don't see the whole picture, or it's just easier to just agree because everybody else does. And well, what are you supposed to do? You're one person. How are you supposed to fight against them, kind of thing? But
yeah,
I don't know. I don't really know what it is. It is
they probably
interesting,
don't see the
though.
importance either.
Yeah.
It's like, what if I told you that you raise your kid in the heliocentric paradigm, that you're going to break their will? Like, what if I told you that? Would you want to know that and understand that, or would you want to just embrace that and roll with that? Because that's exactly what it does. It breaks their will. You got someone standing right next to you saying, "You don't see that. You don't feel that." Every time you don't feel something, they say you feel something. Every time vice versa. They're breaking your will, just like you're in a cult. And
Yeah.
once your will is broken, you have to trust them now. You have to trust the person that broke your will, because they're the only ones that can disseminate information to you now. So now you're not independent. But people don't see the importance of that. It's like, oh, I got to go to work tomorrow and da-da-da.
Well, yeah, and they don't have the time, right? They're so busy being occupied with other things. And that's kind of part of the whole trap, I would say, as well. Keep them busy, keep everybody busy.
Yep.
And then, make topics not as favorable to talk to or as acceptable, right? I mean, every job I've had, don't talk about politics and religion. And then you run into issues where people don't actually know how to have constructive conversations about that. So,
True.
yeah.
Should have become a nun.
Who's going to become a nun?
I said you should have become a nun. Then you could talk about religion all you want.
Yeah, I guess I don't know. I don't think I'd want to become a nun, though. Especially, well, I mean, that's a religion's a whole other thing we're not going to get into. But are you going to start making videos again, Mr. Anderson? Or what's your plan?
Maybe.
Maybe. Okay.
Well, yeah, for sure at some point.
All right.
I have no real excuse. I'm just not making videos right now.
Okay.
I'm
Well,
trying
please
not
let us know
to.
when you do.
He's just fucking lazy, bro. Get the videos out there.
I've been doing crazy amount of overtime and shit at work, but
still haven't
Yeah,
caught
we
video yet.
hear your excuses. Get the videos out, bro.
I try not. I haven't talked a lot publicly because I'll go nuts on the whole current scam, and that'll get stuff taken down and all that. Because They injected my dad.
Free speech.
He passed a couple of weeks ago because they injected him with that shit. Because I allowed him to be surrounded with a bunch of idiots that believe in the germ theory, and that's what happens.
Yes.
It's just like when a kid hangs out with gang members and shit, and dumb shit happens. People get shot. You hang around stupid people, stupid shit happens, and grown ass adults don't know how to speak the fucking truth. So you surround yourself with people that don't speak the truth. It's dangerous.
So you've been dealing with that. Sorry, man.
And I had an opportunity because they gave him one, and within days it sent him to the hospital, and he had to get a liver and kidney transplant and all that. And
you serious?
I told him once he recovered from that, got the transplant, he's still in the hospital recovering. Like, we're gonna give him shot number 2. I said, because I tried to talk him down on it.
No.
And they wouldn't listen to reason, so finally I went off because it was like a whole family group message thing with like 20-something people. So I went off finally. I said, y'all trying to kill him, and every single one of y'all involved with that shit has blood on your hands. And so I gave them an opportunity, and their first response was, "Oh, even Trump and Melania took it." And this, I said, I didn't say shit about Trump, you know, because they're NPCs with the false dichotomy.
We can't really talk about this stuff. We just had like a strike on the YouTube too. I'm sorry. Like,
no problem. But yeah, I didn't use any
about these
code
things.
words, but you're right.
No.
But you got both a liver and a kidney transplant?
Yeah.
Holy.
And those idiots
that's crazy.
Still were like, "Oh, let's give them another one." I said no, and they did anyway. And
I know I've had experiences of that with people in real life too.
Does your dad have a condition?
He didn't have good kidney before that. He wasn't some healthy young dude or anything like that. All right. So I'm not saying any,
so
I'm not making any false claims or anything. But obviously that would be the last person to give a toxin to, right?
Okay. All right. Was there anything else that you wanted to add to your answer?
No, that was it. Just the problem is grown adults not just speaking the truth. That's what happens when you're surrounded by. It's just dangerous when you're surrounded by a bunch of idiots that are sleepwalking. I mean,
Dream walking, sleepwalking, same thing.
Yeah, because I've been criticized my whole life by family, friends, all that. Like, "Oh, you're an idiot. Oh, there's no chemtrails. Oh, you're just a moron." That there was hijackers on the planes. There was, you know what I'm saying? It's like I told them this is why. This is why it's important to speak the truth, man. It's dangerous to be a fucking retard. Like, no offense, but
That's so funny, man. It's dangerous to be a retard.
It really is.
That's funny, man.
Experience.
And when we say that word for the audience, it just means people with a low IQ or not being offensive.
We don't mean any bad things by that.
There actually is on the IQ scale. But anyway,
that was funny.
Yeah.
Willful suspension and all that.
I like this guy.
But yeah, I wasn't trying to drag you down or nothing like that. I was just
not at
direct. I'm just direct. That's how I am.
No, that's great.
I might put something together. I'm just like, I'm the type of person, I don't do like Facebook posts where I'm like,
Sorry,
I feel like that cheapens it. You know what I'm saying? I don't.
What is
I don't
the
do a
YouTube
video
channel?
like, they did this to my dad, and I feel that's cheesy and shit. You know what I mean?
What is your YouTube channel, by the way?
If you scroll up, PMAC, you gotta stop interrupting. If you scroll up,
I'm sorry.
No, that's okay. I posted it at 34 minutes past the hour. If you scroll.
I can't read, bro.
Oh, well, I don't know what to help you with then.
I'm dyslexic.
Oh,
34? What the fuck's that?
1:34. I don't know what your time is, so that's why we say 34
I
minutes.
have no idea. I'm dyslexic, man.
I will ping it. I will DM it to you. Okay.
Would you do it again? No, yeah, thank you.
Yeah.
Appreciate that.
7:34.
What a darling.
Yeah, thank you. It was nice talking to you. Nice talking to you, Redford.
Yeah, it's nice, nice chatting with you. Always good to hear you, and I hope things go better for you. And let us
Yeah,
know when you
things
start making.
things are fine. Like I moved forward and all that. Got my daughter. Got a job. You know.
Yeah, I gotta focus on the things that we have and that we can be grateful for, right?
Yep. All right. Peace out, y'all.
Okay, have a good rest of your day. Thanks for
Thank you. You too.
joining us. Bye.
We could try speaking with Island again. They have unmuted and undeafened, but
Oh, yes, go for it. Let's see if they're there.
are you there, BCFC Island, or are you away again?
I'm away.
Yeah, they left the channel, so okay, rejoined.
They just came back.
Mic
Right.
check.
There you go.
Yeah, you're coming through. Hi, and welcome to the server.
No problem, thank you.
Are you new here, or is this something you've been looking into for a while?
I've been looking into it for quite a while. Started off just on YouTube, and then I was on Nathan Oakley's for a while. Then I got a link here, so I've more been listening here. I've only been here about 3 or 4 days.
Oh, okay, cool. So this is Precious Metals Takeover. It's an event that runs every Saturday, and we just kind of talk about chill topics and have a good time with the silver and golds. We also have a question if you're interested in answering that. But I have a question for you, and that is, are you a globe earther? Are you a flat earther? Where are you coming from?
I'm a flat earther.
Oh, cool stuff. So,
what's the question?
well, the question is, let me read it again because. Right. So, what have you found to be an effective strategy to speak to other people about flat Earth and other truth topics?
Super Bowl. I haven't really talked to many people, to be honest. I've only really talked in depth to 2 people, which is a brother and an uncle. Any other time, I tend to just take it as a fact. I just say it as a fact, and I don't tend to get people responding, if I just say something directly as a fact, because they probably don't want to engage. But other than the 2 that I have talked to in depth, I've shown videos to, and one's open to it, the other one is still skeptical. So,
and you probably don't care at the same time. It's all about what you're discovering.
Exactly. I mean, like, I don't claim to know everything. I do have I do have a certain level of knowledge and debating stuff because I would sit and listen to some of the Globers, the main ones like FTFE and McToon and stuff.
Fight the pressure.
Yeah, so I've had a few debates with different ones in comment sections and stuff, and yeah, I can hold my own, but I don't.
Yeah, that's cool. I mean, I think everyone's different. You gotta change your approach, based on who it is you're talking to. We've had a lot of answers with people saying, know your audience and things like that, and it's good advice. And if you want to get better at that stuff or just learn different tactics and improve, I highly recommend you hang around in Livestream. There's lots of debates going on here often, and you can learn a lot in a very short amount of time. We also have a library all the way at the bottom of the server if you're not aware of that yet. Lots of stuff to read. And
here comes the spill. I'm sorry.
Yeah, no, well, I have been listening. To me, it's like the guy Miggy, is it Miggy?
That's Miggy, yeah.
Yeah, I've listened to him, and I understand. He was saying the other day that just with curvature, you know, hold the feet to the fire and all. And I understand that. But that's at where he's at. You know, a lot of people like myself, I was going to pop on whenever he was talking about it and just say, look, you know, I want to get tools in my box first, you know. So having those debates and talking about all the different aspects is good because then you have it. And then once you get it, then you can just hold the feet to the fire with one topic that, you know, there's no rebuttal to.
Aye, that's it. Aye. Mickey makes it a lot of sense. Aye. What part of Northern Ireland are you from?
From Armagh.
Armagh, I'm in Derry, bro. Or Londonderry, whichever you prefer.
I prefer Derry.
Yeah, well, you're my kind of person then.
All right. Well, thank you for answering the question anyway, Island, and hope to see you around a lot more. You're very welcome to be in the live stream and the server. And if I do see you around again, I'll be sure to say hi.
No problem.
Thank you. Jeez, these Americans, so formal.
Yes, a lot of people say I am American, but I'm not.
Well, what are you? Canadian?
I'm from Britain.
You're from Britain?
Yep.
Fuck off.
Okay, that's.
No, wait. What do you mean, okay?
But it just seems like it's a little aggressive, right? So,
No, it doesn't. It doesn't bother me at all.
Yeah,
Don't worry.
I'm just joking, man.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think I've had anyone correctly guess where I'm from yet. Everyone that
Whoa.
especially in the voice chat check-in, like everybody thinks I'm American.
Let
Nobody.
me think. Say pina colada for me, please.
Say what?
Pina colada.
Pina colada.
You're in London.
No.
No, you're definitely in London.
Well,
maybe
so you jump from the US to Canada to London. I'm just gonna leave it at Britain, and we will leave it at that. But don't everybody says I'm American,
I'll
so
get it
really
next time.
just the way I sound.
Multiracial, that's what you're saying. Anyway. Moving on. So, anybody seen the flowers recently?
We're gonna get back to the question. Well, unless is Sunny around, he can play us out if he's.
He could play us out, couldn't he? Sunny. Nah, I think he's away. Get his teeth fixed.
Oh.
You're always catching me when my hands are wet.
There he goes.
Well, no. Did you want to play for us? You want to get your guitar? I mean, we got 13 minutes left, so we can. If you.
Yeah, I may for a second. Yeah.
Thank you.
Give me a couple minutes.
Okay, sounds good. We'll ask if there's anybody else that wants to answer the question, and then when Sunny's back, he can play for us. I'm not sure.
Guess where Sonny's from?
I'm sorry?
No, sorry. We have 2 minutes to have a little before Sonny plays. We have to guess where Sonny's from. He's from California.
Yeah, most of us know, but I wanna see if there's somebody else that wants to answer our themed question for Precious Metal Takeover. Godric, are you there?
Oh, hey, I'm here. Good afternoon. How are you?
Hey, not bad. How are you?
Good.
Good. So our question today for Precious Metal Takeover is, what have you found to be an effective strategy to speak to other people about FE and other truther topics? If you want to answer that.
Yeah, it's difficult. You have to meet people where they are, because if you believe in crazy shit, then you're an outcast, right? So, like, what I do is I try to connect them with, like, the moon landings. Like, if we've went 6 times in the 60s, why haven't we gone back? Why isn't there a hotel there by now?
Bang, bang.
And sometimes Fauci comes up. I'm anti-Fauci. If why would you need 4 if it worked? Why would you need 4 of them? And just like the fluoridic water, things like that. And then eventually come around the flat Earth. It's difficult. But I've connected with a few people, but can't say I really converted anybody. But just help people wake up a little bit.
Oh, okay. So, yeah. Is there specifically like anything? Sorry, PMAC was kind of talking over you. I missed part of it, but was there specifically anything that you do? Like you, well, yeah, you were saying at the beginning, I
Just
guess.
to connect them with like other conspiracy theories. That's really my only. I don't do videos, but I do debate. I do debates actually on Discord and on YouTube. So I have 3 or 4 debates, which I think probably reaches a few people. I could put one of them in my stream. I think that's good. If everybody can do a discussion like online about the flat Earth, I think that's very helpful. That's actually the best thing I've done probably. Basic layman discussions that go on YouTube.
All right. Okay. Well, awesome. Thank you. Thank you for answering.
You're welcome. Have a good day.
Thanks. You too. Nemo Beats is new. You don't have any roles. If you want to jump up to the VC check-in one, Mod Monkey is up there and he can check you in, and then you can get the VC verified role, which will allow you to speak in the VCs. If that's something you're interested in.
Never happened.
Oh, nothing. I can't believe how much it's raining. It's just,
It's raining.
But anyway, it's just like pouring rain. We got like 2 feet of snow last week.
Here's a song for the rain.
Yeah, here we go. Is that free? Thanks for the warning. Is that free? Free falling. Cause I'm free. Right, let's start again. Start again. Stop.
Thanks for letting me improvise.
Nice. You can keep going. You got 5 more minutes if you want.
I'm pleased that this would be a thing that happens here. And wouldn't you know it, that I could do the same shit.
Oh, yeah.
E minor pentatonic, baby. I hear you.
Repeat after me. Just sound effects. That's what I do.
Oh, shit.
Okay, I'll stop.
No, that's great. Thanks. That's perfect timing. It's 2 p.m. So no, that's awesome. Thanks, Sunny.
You're welcome.
I
I'd
know
like
we
to
all.
hear some from that other guitar player someday. We ought to get together in one of the chill rooms we could play.
Yeah, I was actually just gonna say if anybody else plays any other instruments that they want to play for us during Precious Metal Takeover, please send me a DM or just put it in the silver text. And also, if anybody has any question ideas that they want us to use for Precious Metal Takeover, obviously, like, don't make them questions that's going to encourage people to dox themselves and whatever, right? We like hypotheticals as well. Those are probably some of the best questions. So just either DM me or you can put them in the silver text chat and we'll see them. So thanks everybody for joining us for all the great answers today. And thanks for the moderators and admins for staying quiet. And yeah, thanks everybody. And Nathan, do you want to say
Yeah,
anything?
thank you. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, Redford. Always a pleasure hosting with you. Appreciate the time that I got to spend with you all during Precious Metals. And I hope to be back in the server a lot more starting next week. So be well, everybody, and I'll catch you another time.
Parting shot. Now, all of you are going to be in here and be quiet? I don't think so. Hey, Eli. What's up, man?
Hey, Senny.
Flat A.
You know that video we watched with Eli the other day? Do you have a link
Yeah.
to it?
I do. I think, yeah. I think it's in my DMs. Let me get it.
Thank you.
Hey, if you want to get a conversation going, just start talking so PMAC can interrupt you.
Wah, wah, wah.
Now that's not fair. I've had my mic on mute.
It's okay. We know you can handle it, PMAC, because you're Irish. We know you can handle it. Brah.
That hurts,
Brah.
That hurts, bro. That hurts, bro.
It doesn't hurt. Come on, man. I'll tell you when it hurts. No, I'm like,
If you want to get a conversation, we'll just fucking address me. Hey, dickhead.
just fuck with PMAC. Oh, I'm sorry.
Hello, dickhead. Otherwise known as PMAC. Yeah, what do you want, bro? Let's go.
We love you.
Someone get Arwin in you. Then it'll get going.
There you go, Flatty.
Thanks, bro.
Do you guys got sun down there in Wales now? Right now, is it
Yeah,
sunny?
it's lovely.
Is
Beautiful,
it sunnier in
sunny weather
Wales?
for a few days.
Is it sunnier than Wales and let's say closer to the Thames, like in London?
We have the same weather. It gets hotter in London. I think it's just because of the city, like the buildings or something. But
yeah. So you're east of Somerset, right?
I'm just
Southeast?
north,
Oh,
just across. Yeah, like 14 miles across the sea.
Oh, okay, I gotcha. Oh, okay. One of these days, I'd love to be able to get there.
Yeah, I'll draw a little map for you so you can see. So you can see how to get you.
Let me go ahead. Let me get back to the live stream. Still in my DM. 1 second. Shows a lot of us. 25 of us here. No, I'm looking at the live stream. You at? Oh, you probably did DM it to me. Okay. No. Lost on the Discord. Why, thank you, Cyber Blitz. Another Lone Star Republican. Oh, I didn't mean Republican. Another fellow from the Lone Star Republic. Like Larry. Oh, Larry's deaf and muted. Okay. I don't know. I can't get used to that. I'm going to have to put a note. Who can see the notes? Like if I go to someone's profile and put a note, who can see that? Just me?
I think so. I hope so. I've written some notes about some people.
Yeah. So I can tell. So when I go back, because I'll forget, I'll be like, Larry, are you new to the server? That's funny. There was a couple people in here, and as soon as the precious metal was over, they dipped. Except Slalom. Oh, you're a flat earther. Never mind.
I just honestly, this is fucking horrible. I wrote the best music I ever the best lyrics I ever wrote to something ever, and when I tried to paste it, it was something completely different. I honest to God, man, that is fucking bastard. If you ever heard this, you would have thought, man, that's pure genius. I just take my word for it. I was singing it, wherever, bam, bam, bam. Life is a cruel mistress, huh? It's kind of like a 2-word sentence, and after you heard it sputtered, you would have went, "Wow, that's pretty good, bro." It's completely lost the ether now. That's it. It's gone. It's gone. All right.
I used to have a southern drawl. I can pretend to have a southern drawl sometimes still, you know, because I came from down there, down south, sort of mid south, if you know what I'm saying. Middle south, y'all. Probably sound like a Californian trying to do a drawl. Yeah.
Well, I suppose, listen, if I can't have that, I might as well tell you something that you might like. Do you want to hear a wee story, Sonny?
Sure.
Cool.
As long as it's a wee story. Go ahead.
It's a wee story. It take me about 2.5 minutes. So the boy I'm working with, there's a couple of girls coming to the hotel. I'm thinking, if I was 20 years younger. So I actually said that out loud, and he went, 20 years younger? Fuck yeah. If I was 20 years older, I'd do it too. I laughed. And straight away I said to him, Michael or Miha, if I was 20 years older, I'd put you over my shoulder, take you up to the room and shag you like a buffalo soldier. And he lost his shit. You know, just making shit up, just funny shit. If I was 20 years older, I'd put you over my shoulder, take you up to your broom, shag you like you're a buffalo soldier. I don't know. Anyway, it was funny at the time.
You might want to put she in there somewhere.
Yeah, there's plenty of she's, like. Man, seriously, Sonny, I had the best fucking 2-line lyrics I ever wrote in my life, and I lost the bastards there now. That's unfair, man. How the fuck?
Yeah, just start writing, and I bet they'll reappear. Yep. Grab you a notebook. Just start writing. Freestyle writing. It might come back.
Nah. Trust me, these will never come back. They were that good. Well, we'll just give them a funeral and say goodbye. Bury them deep in the penny rat.
They're still in there. Information doesn't disappear.
Just you give me hope.
That's what I try to do. Pass out hope like it's candy.
I like Skittles. Yeah, it's definitely gone. It's gone. It's gone, bro. I know it's there somewhere. It'll come back in different form, but it will never be as good. Not the way them words are put together, man. That was crazy. Holy shit, I should have sang that shit.
Should have wrote them down right then.
Yep.
Well, that's okay. I have the same kind of dilemma. What I have in my head, and then I try to go play it or write it down. It always has changed. I'm like, that's this constant desire to try to achieve the music I hear in my head compared to what I actually am playing out in in whatever it is.
The big bad world.
The present moment.
Present good.
Okay, speaking of that, impromptu joke, just for Sonny. So you know how kids have their pants and then they get stains on them and then tears and the knees and all that?
Yeah.
It kind of tells a story of their activity.
Yeah.
It's called the Oshkoshik record.
The Oshkoshik record. Oh, I love it, AI. That's freaking priceless, man. Good job, bro. The Oshkoshik record.
He likes that.
That's a good joke to tell some single mom. Get her laughing. No, never mind. I had enough single moms. Forget it. I shouldn't say that. There's actually one I'd really like to get to know better, but I don't know if that's going to happen.
That's funny. There's this girl telling me that there's this guy she'd really like to know better, but she just wish he would try to get to know her better. And nothing ever happened.
What would be the chances? I know. Like
nothing.
What would be the chances?
Nothing happens at all. The needle returns to the start of the song, and we all sing along like before.
I don't know. I see. I guess it's kind of like my reserve now because, like,
you've got a reserve.
No, yeah, I put myself in reserve because I've like in my state of less awareness previously in my life, I interfered in people's lives, and I really had no I had no right to do that. So I need to be careful of that because I really need to approach things slowly because my motives, like as much as I would like to think I have good motives, sometimes I have ulterior motives and that I'm not even fully aware of. Like,
Sonny, would you get out of my life, please?
Say what?
I'm just kidding. Get out of my life now.
Get out of your life. Get out of life. Don't come back.
You don't even know you're doing it.
Now you're a pillar of society. Don't care about the things they used to be.
I got a brand new hammer drill. You guys want to hear it?
Sure. He said cautiously. Sure, Sonny.
Yeah, why is it that people want to hear your musical instrument, but they don't want to hear my power tools? Freaking discrimination, man.
Oh, I can put my power tool next to my electric guitar and it makes a really cool sound.
Oh, you ever hear the old Tool Time logo? Not Tool Time, Home Improvement.
Oh, or does it go?
All done with the power tools. It's like their whole intro song. It's done in power tools.
Yeah, go listen to what's his name. Jeez, can't remember names. Go ahead. You were going to say something. Oh, that's it.
I'm good.
Is that the hammer joke?
No.
Oh, okay, that's right. I didn't hear a hammer in there.
No, I didn't say a hammer joke.
Oh, I thought you said a hammer joke.
No, a hammer drill.
I recently lost my bereavement officer, psychiatrist. She did such a good job. I didn't give a shit. I asked my granny, where you been today? She said, I've been out weeding the garden. I says, we're releasing the shit in it. Weed. Never mind.
I think you had a chance to take that into a secondary joke, but you missed the opportunity. You guys think there's any water lines in this wall? Hmm. Hmm. Oh, that sounds smooth.
This is a horrible one. How do you get 100 Jews in the mini?
On the money?
How do you get 100 Jews in a mini? Mini, the car, mini.
Oh, in
One,
the car?
yeah, one on the driving seat and 100 in the ashtray.
Oh, man.
That's bad.
That's it. You're going to HR for some re-education training. Oh.
Yeah,
So,
somebody give PMAC a hall pass so he can go to human resources.
PMAC. People are people too.
people are people.
And as people, you should treat them like people.
I do. I love people.
You love people?
I do. They're fucking wonderful.
That's right. I knew it was you spying on the girls in the shower.
How'd you know? Well, you had a big hole cut out in the fucking thing.
Well,
You had a hole cut out. Fucking a camcorder stuck to it. Motherfucker.
all right, someone's got to keep it going.
People are people, so why should it be? You and I should get along so awfully. Dun, 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 dun.
I'm missing a bag of tools. That's about it.
I'm not impressed.
So, guys, when I put up this board, should I take account the curvature of the Earth, or should I just level it? It's a tough one. Actually, that's actually pretty funny. If you guys know construction, so a lot of boards crown, which basically means they're bent. So one side's rounded upwards. And so you want to put that side on the load bearing side. I'm going to try to prank somebody and tell them that these boards are engineered to account for the curvature of the Earth. Lou knows what I'm talking about. Those perfectly Earth curve engineered boards. Ooh. Oh man, I should have brought my stud finder. So lame.
Paradigm, was it you the other day? I went, go and fucking meet me. And you went, wish granted.
Hmm?
No? Okay, never mind.
Oh man, you're supposed to be carrying the load. Chatting up the stream, getting the conversation bumping.
Yeah.
Got three options.
Yeah, I do that most times.
Yeah, so we got three options. Angular resolution in the horizon, 5-part series, iteration 75,000. Chat or listen to me use power tools. Raise your hand so I can see them.
Can you see it? It's up there, bro. Please tell me you can see it.
Power tools it is. All right.
It's right up there. I'm actually holding my hand up. I'm actually holding my hand going. Just so you can see it. Just so I can put it down. It takes a lot to hold it up there for fucking 10 minutes, man.
You have to keep holding it.
I'm still holding it.
No.
Fuck's sake. Jesus Christ, my arm's getting tired, bro.
You're the only one who voted, so you win. What did you vote for?
Free sex for men everywhere.
No. That wasn't one of the options.
Free. What was the options? What were the three options we had?
Angular resolution in the horizon. Curious life compilation.
Curvy ball.
5-part
Sex
series.
for men everywhere.
So that was one option. The other option was start a conversation.
Start a conversation. The third one was, are you living in a spinning ball? Yeah.
No, the other one was listen to power tool.
Say it again.
Power tools.
Power tools.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah. Are you listen? Let me talk about power tools. Are you getting an erection?
What? All right, that's it. I'm sending you down to the risque section.
I'm joking. Fuck's sake, man. You asked for it. Someone's going to come in now and say, Flat Earth, you're all a bunch of retards. And what are we going to say? Prove it. Prove it.
That's perfect. Go do the other side.
Pardon, you have no mic, bro.
Yeah. Well, P-Mac, you can never have too many shares.
You can never have too many open mics. Because this is that one.
That'd actually be an interesting day, open mic day, where everyone just leaves their mics open and just goes about their regular day. And whoever's listening just tries to figure out what the heck's going on.
That is crazy. Where did you come up with that? That's fucking insane, bro. Get the fucking camera on, you bastard.
Think about it this way, though. You could probably make an entire server. That's the whole point of the server. Is just to leave your mic open the whole day, all the time.
Dogs will. Let's just walk up to the mic and go. That'd be amazing.
You could turn it into a new TikTok challenge.
Wouldn't you call that hot mic day, not open mic day?
Yeah. Exactly.
Well, I mean, kind of like a hot mic is unintentional.
Doctor, I think I have a disease. All right, what's wrong with you? I feel like my asshole is at my face. And doctor said, yes, your asshole is exaggerate. Oh, no, that doesn't work. Your face looks exactly like your arse. Didn't work. I think I have Chinese disease. What's wrong? Exactly.
No, I think the joke goes like, I can't remember if it was Sam Kinison or whatever, but he's like, I went to the proctologist to get my exam, and he stuck his finger in my mouth. That's how ugly I am.
So how bad does my mic sound now?
Dave.
Sounds horrible. I couldn't even hear what you said. What did you say?
Shit.
Shit.
I'm kidding. It was fine.
Sounds good, Dave.
Somebody seriously answer me. Is my mic working?
Yeah, it's definitely working, Dave.
Thank you.
Awesome, bro. Very
Don't
good.
you understand when you're sarcastic about something like a mic working? I don't know if it's really working or not. So that's not productive. Anyway.
Fuck you, Dave.
Let's talk some flat earth here. What y'all got?
Well, I got a couple of flat edges and a couple of curves. What you got?
P-Mac, there's some people in the check-in. Is anybody talking to them?
Well, Dave, my department.
I'm driving, so I can't really go up there. But maybe somebody can.
Well, maybe you should pull over and fucking sort it out, bro.
No, I gotta make money. Delivering a load of groceries to a young lady right now.
Do you ever stop, Dave? Do you ever stop delivering groceries?
Yes, sometimes I lay in a prone position and totally unconscious for like 8 hours at a time.
8 hours,
Like
don't lie, Dave.
I sleep about 8 hours, and I'm an old man, so I have to sleep like 8 hours.
You should go on those servers where 24 hours a day they watch you sleep and pay you.
Yeah,
I've heard that.
I have to say, Dave, it's horrible to hear from you. Wish you never spoke. What else can I say? Would you kindly shut up?
Shut up, hey man. Real quick, P-Mac, pretend that we're in a bar in Ireland or whatever, and you just met me. I never heard about flat Earth, so what are you going to tell me?
Did you ever, Dave? Do you ever hear water sticking to a spinning ball?
Yeah, the Earth, because of gravity and all that. Don't you know this?
Do you feel like you're moving, Dave?
No, but they've got all kinds of reasons, and they do math and stuff, and they done figured out why we don't feel we're not moving. So don't worry about that. What else you
All
got?
right. So, okay. So, why do you believe in that? Do you think it's because you've proved it, or because you believe in it?
Smart science has proved it, and we got pictures from NASA, and we got men went to the moon. So what's your problem?
Just do pictures prove where you are, Dave?
Sometimes they do if you take a picture. Yeah.
Well, it does if you're standing top of the mountain Kilimanjaro saying, "Look, I climb Kilimanjaro." But do pictures prove motion, Dave?
No, I guess they don't.
They don't.
Yeah.
So, okay. So, my next question would be, I haven't a fucking clue. Welcome
Man,
to
I
fire.
thought your
Welcome to
flashbacking
fire,
skills
bro.
would be a lot better than this, but they don't pay, man. Come on, man.
Come on, man. Dave, are you Joe
You're
Biden?
If you're gonna be out there representing the truth,
Are
man,
you
you
Joe
need to get
Biden?
your shit together, man.
Come on, man.
That's all I'm saying.
Come on,
That's
man.
all I'm saying.
Come on, man. I don't, Dave. I don't feel no motion.
You stick to no motion and curvature and flat water, you'll be all right.
Water.
Most people can. Once you break through their first layer, most people can at least acknowledge those things, you know.
Fair enough, Dave.
Well, that's long enough for me being a Glober. I'll shut up now.
You're a fucking horrible blower, bro. You have no proof.
I got NASA pictures and appeal to authority and why would they lie and all that stuff. So there you go. What about that?
Well, Dave, you're a full-blown Glober, and I can't help you, bro. If you believe in that, you believe in anything. I have a unicorn in my fucking garage. Pictures of it.
Refractions every time you get this and measure flatness, refraction will fix it, whatever the conditions are that we need it to be a ball that day. So there you go.
Amazing. That was great, Dave. What did you just say?
No matter what observation you guys think you're making in reality, we have this thing called refraction. We have a little scale that AI talks about where you can slide it, make it all look like a ball somehow. Smart guys figured it out. Don't ask me how. Smart guys figured it out.
Well, Dave, all I can say to you, if you're not in motion, you're not in motion, bro. And
are you saying you'd like to know where they got the motion? Oh, yes, we'd like to know where they got the motion. Prove the globe, can't prove the globe, baby. Prove the globe.
Don't
Can't
tip
prove the
the
globe,
globe.
damn it. Prove the globe. That's enough singing for me.
Say I'd like to know where you got the notion. Yeah, I'd like to know where you got the notion. Tip the boat, tip the boat, baby. Tip the boat, tip the boat over.
It's Rock the Boat, and it was by Hughes Corporation in 1980 something. So don't screw it up, hey man.
Rock the boat, Dave, man. Says Jesus. Sorry, man.
Rock the Boat.
Don't rock the boat, baby. Don't tip the boat over. Ain't that a blast? Say, I'd like to know where you got the notion. What I got from school? In effect. Rock the boat, don't rock the boat, baby. Rock the boat, don't tip the boat over. There we go, Mr. J. Doherty. Fuck you guys, I'm going home. Say, I'd like to know where you got the notion. Rock the boat, baby. Bien me. The ocean is full of devotion. You got notion. You got notion. Rock the boat. Rock the boat. Rock the boat. Sip on the ocean. Stop my devotion. You got notion. School.
Hey, Mac, you might get a copyright. Quit playing the original song.
Tip the boat,
Duh.
don't rock the boat, baby. Don't tip the boat over. Don't tip the boat,
You make
baby.
me mute you, P Mac.
There you go. Hang on. I'm here.
You're playing music that might get copyrighted. We don't know.
Wow. So are you? Are you trying to tell me that the whole thing is fucking fulali, banani, nothing, banani? It's all fucking bullshit. Maybe.
How would any of us know what the whole thing's actually about, P-Mac? You're asking a question nobody can answer.
Well, that's why I asked the question. If you can't, then you have no idea, right?
I just think it's pointless to ask questions that you know can't be answered.
But is there a question that can't be answered?
The one you just asked, like, is the whole
Well,
thing
what did I ask?
fucked up?
What I ask?
You asked something about the entirety of our existence. Like, nobody knows the answer to that. There's people that got a lot of speculation, I guess.
I have to correct you there. I think that people do.
We're in a simulation. Come on.
Hello, J. Doherty.
Who's simulating the simulator
Thank
then?
you.
If we're
Thank you.
simulating.
He just said it, bro. He just said it. That's what I asked him.
Infinite regrets all day long.
I believe in everything after life, after death, and all. He just said it.
Any new people on here yet?
Are you looking for new people, Dave? I'm talking to you, bro.
Because we want new people to be aware that the horizon is supposed to be 1.2 miles away from them from 1 foot above the ground. And there's 90% of people out there that have no idea about that fact.
Who cares?
They go out to the beach and they can look at something several miles away that should be blocked by carbon water. But the water's not carbon. Did you know that, P-Mac?
So one fact is that we're not in a spinning ball. The other fact is that everything is fucking 9 foot tall. What the fuck, bro?
Which one would you rather focus on? Things we can do something about or things we can never fix?
How are you going to do something about something that nobody can do anything about?
How do you know unless we tell them?
Unless you enlighten them.
Right. Unless they have to think for themselves. I mean, these people walking around in these zombie comas, they snap the fuck out of it. Excuse my language.
Jesus, Dave, would you calm down with the language there? I just don't appreciate that, man.
Wake up to reality. These mindless zombies walking around, paying their bills, drinking their beer, watching their TV, whatever they're doing. They're just la 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 la. Meanwhile, reality's right there. Reality's right there in their face, but they're ignoring it every day. It's amazing, ain't it?
Do you know what? Do you know what I do, Dave?
What?
I thank my God every day that I'm not like them.
Well, you were one of the lucky ones for some reason.
Yeah,
you had the ability to take a step back and say, wait a minute, what's all this bullshit I got taught? Ain't none of it
Wait
real.
a minute. Wait a minute. Who says that? Alabama?
When you take a step back and look at it, it's just a bunch of bullshit.
Yes, exactly. That's what we're talking about, Dave.
Yeah.
Dave, hello. Life is a bunch of bullshit. Exactly. It's not to be taken seriously. As soon as you take it seriously, that's what they want you to do. They want you to think of it as a fucking serious thing. But once you let it all go, once you realize it's a pile of fish, once you realize it's got nothing to do with anything really, your life is fleeting, very, very fleeting.
I can agree with you. I can agree with you in the part that it becomes like a freeing part of your.
Yes.
Once you come to the understanding that most people are living in a deception and you're not, that's kind of freeing, you know.
But yeah, exactly. At the same time,
even though you got a lot more stuff you don't know that you thought you knew now, if that makes any sense. You thought you knew it before, but now you got.
It's almost
still,
like you have to.
Feeling.
Yeah, you have to understand that it's a fugazi. It's a made up fucking thing. what we're
It
living.
is whatever it is, and there's not much you can do about it. You can only do your little part in the grand scheme of things, right?
Yeah, well, how easy are you going to fucking convince people they're living on a spinning ball when there's no proof at all?
All you gotta do is control the education system and pound it in kids' heads before they're old enough to think.
Yes.
That'd be a good way to do it.
Right. Yeah, you have to indoctrinate the bastards, right?
Yeah.
So here we are.
I was one of them. I was a indoctrinated bastard. I should know.
Bastards.
I used to love Star Trek and Star Wars and everything, man. I thought we was gonna go to Mars and all. Yeah.
Me too, Dave. Me too. I was in the back of Elon Musk, bro.
Then as the '80s passed, and all we did was blow up some teacher in space in the '80s.
Can I tell you what I think?
I lost faith after that.
Would you go to the moon?
Did you go to the moon? Mr. Doherty says something there.
Yeah, would you go to the moon?
I'd go to the moon in not in a second. But
There you go. Now you got it.
To get back there because we destroyed it.
He's got it.
That'd be the first thing you do. After you've done the greatest achievement ever of mankind, one of the first things you would do would be destroy all that technology, right? That'd be a good idea.
Well, didn't they just look like they just fucking landed on the moon? Didn't they just do it? Woo, yeah. Woo. Well, that was 1960s. 1990s, if they're not, if we left it to 1990s, people were going, woo, yeah. They'd be jumping up and down. It didn't happen. It's never happened. We know that, man. We know that. On fire.
My mic's working this long. It's rare.
Is it about? Is it a $5 mic or what?
Yeah, it's a pretty cheap mic. It's a wired headset plugged in my phone.
Your mic's
usually cuts out while I'm driving around, though. I don't know. What about Life? Have you talked to Life? Hey, mate.
To who?
Life.
Life?
Is a
Life.
skeptic.
Oh, I see him. I see him there now. Should I be talking to him? Hey, Life, what's up,
a new person. You should say hi to him.
What's up, motherfucker?
You don't have to call him after, though.
Yeah, I'll talk to Life. I'll talk to him. But I took a fucking nickel, man. What's up, bro? Life, how's it going? What's up, Life? Oh, life is bigger than you. You are not me.
You are not me.
Things
that you will go to.
Distance in your
eyes.
Oh,
now
no.
You said too much.
Too much. I haven't said enough. That's
Is that
me.
you in the corner, mate?
That's
that
me.
You in the spotlight?
That's me. What the fucking? How do you know what I'm going to say? You fucking. How do you know that? You fucking prophet, you.
Were you losing your religion? I'm
done, bro. You're just fucking too freaky. You're freaky.
That's what all these helioskeptics or heliocentrists need to do is lose their religion, because it's the biggest religious cult in the world that nobody knows they're in.
You have to have belief to believe in the spinning ball. He's at work anyway, so he works for NASA. I'm at work, bro. I work for NASA.
Let's see if there's anybody else in there on here, P-Mate. What about Yohanan? Have you talked to them? Hello, Yohanan.
Do they want to talk to me? That's the thing. A bit strange, huh?
What level of drunk are you right now, P-Mate?
40.
40 out of what?
Yeah, hungry.
You're 40% drunk only?
Yeah.
Hello.
Hello.
Hello. Who said hello? Yohanan, are you there? Hello, Yohanan?
You say what now?
Hello, Yohanan. I'm trying to talk to Yohanan. Hey, man.
You trying to fuck my hammer? What the fuck are you on about, bro?
I'm trying to talk to somebody else that can't talk while you're talking, P-Mac. Hello, Yohanan. I guess they're not going to talk. Go ahead, P-Mac.
No, I'm finished now, bro. I'm done. One sec, Johanna. 1 sec, he says. 1 sec. Let's do this. Do it. Well, I got a feeling that tonight's
Okay,
gonna
we've got another. Hold on,
Shut up,
P-Mac.
dude. I'm singing here. But tonight's gonna
We got a new person here when they say hi to. And I can't pronounce their name. It's Tech.
Get finish his job at that, bro. Have a
You can just call me Luke.
Techopecia. Hello.
You can call me Luke.
Luke. Hello, Luke. Welcome to the server.
Hi, bro.
What brings you by today?
No, just interested. I'm not flat earther, just to let you know.
That's fine. What are you interested about? What piqued your interest about this subject?
I don't know. I'm just interested about what you guys believe in exactly, you know?
Well, just to put you straight, at least from my perspective, we're giving up a belief and we're sticking to what we can prove and know. You know the difference between belief and knowledge?
Hello? Yeah.
Well, what is the difference between belief and knowledge in your opinion?
Well, one is proved, you know? Knowledge is proved or obtained through, like, you know, scientific methods. And the belief is something where you don't have proof, but, you know, you believe it anyways. Or the proof is not valid, you know?
Okay. What if I told you there's a large group of us that have accepted that we have proven that we're not on a spinning ball in a vacuum of space? How would you feel about that?
I would say you're wrong, in my opinion.
Okay. What's your number one reason why we think we'd be wrong about that?
I mean, look, besides the proofs, right? Besides that, my main thing is I wouldn't understand how there could be this global conspiracy. You know what I mean? Because there would have to be a global conspiracy for it to all this to be fake. You know what I mean?
Really? Would there have to be?
I mean, yeah, a lot of people would have to be tricked or lying. You know what I mean?
Right. I mean, could a large amount of the people simply be fooled or duped? You know what I mean by duped?
Yeah,
They just believe it. They haven't actually checked.
But that would be more impressive, more impressive than landing on the moon. To be honest.
How many
So
people
think
do you
about
think
it.
would have to be lying?
Go ahead, India.
Yeah. How many people do you think would have to be lying? Now, remember, lying is when you know the truth. So that means they know the Earth is flat, right? So they know the Earth is flat, not believe it. They know it, and they told something different.
How many people do you think it is?
Well, I know it has to be at least 24 people.
So you think it's
all
like
the Apollo astronauts are in fact the only people that even claim to have seen the entire Earth, right?
Mm-hmm.
So 24 people claim to have knowledge of the shape of the Earth by their experience. But what about everybody else? They all just believe it.
But like,
even if you take the other 600, so there's 600 other astronauts, right? People that claim they went to space. But from the International Space Station, right? If you believe it exists, you can only see 3% of the Earth.
Mm-hmm.
So they wouldn't know from their experience. They're only seeing a little teeny portion of the Earth, so they wouldn't know the Earth is a ball. People at NASA, they're on the ground. They don't know the Earth is a ball. So who, like I said, who knows?
Okay, but like you said, the ISS, if you believe it exists, you don't believe it exists.
It doesn't exist in the way they say it exists. It doesn't exist as in it's not a 300-foot long piece of hardware spinning around the Earth or orbiting the Earth at 17,000 miles per hour up at 400
I mean, but
kilometers away from the Earth. That
like,
does not
so
exist.
what is it though? Because you can't track it. You agree with this, right? You can't track it. Whatever this object is, if you don't believe in it, it's the ISS or whatever. You can't track this.
Well, yeah, you can track it, and sometimes you'll catch it, and sometimes you won't.
Yeah, and you can take photos of it, like if you have good enough equipment. I'm not saying you can clearly identify it, but you can take a photo of it somewhat.
Well, see, that's the problem. Like, that's literally the problem, is that you can take photos, and people have claimed to have taken photos and seen astronauts outside of it.
No, I don't know about that, but still.
Oh, yeah, there was one that came out like 2 weeks ago that they also have taken photos where you can see in between the panels. So we can actually do a calculation to figure out, like, if I take like an 8-inch telescope, what's the smallest space I can resolve, right? The smallest separation, right? This is called the diffraction limit. So you can do this calculation. The ISS is too far away at 400 kilometers away to see spaces like a gap in between the solar panels, which is only 4 meters. And people have taken these pictures.
I mean, but what could this object be? Like, it moves at
Could be a drone. Could be a drone.
Like, that quick?
What do you mean that quick?
I mean, I'm pretty sure. I'm not entirely sure. I could be wrong. But can you not track its speed by, like, somehow? Is it not possible?
Well, you'd have to triangulate it. So you would need 2 people to get its. Well, let's put it this way: by just simply looking at an object from a single viewpoint, you cannot know its distance, its absolute distance, or its absolute size, right? So anything will fit in that size. So the International Space Station would visually look the same as a 7-foot long airplane flying at 40,000 feet, traveling at 350 miles per hour. It would be visually identical to that.
Yeah, okay, depending.
And you could just do the math, because you just all you do is rescale everything, right? Scale everything down. Scale it down to something that's 7 feet long. Okay, what's the equivalent speed? What's the equivalent distance?
Yeah.
You apply the laws of angular resolution.
Yeah, in linear perspective. And that's it.
I mean, but for satellites and satellite TV and stuff like this, so how would we get it? Are they balloons? How do we get, like, satellite TV?
Satelloons probably, or something else floating over a flat surface.
So if you look at the history of satellites, like the history of them, they started as balloons and they were called satellites. And they slowly, there's something called the National Reconnaissance Office in America. So they're the spy. You ever hear of the U-2 spy plane?
The U-2, no, not really.
Yeah, it's an old spy plane back in the 60s. So the National Reconnaissance Office, they do exactly what they say. They spy on foreign countries by flying over them, right? And look at military facilities and all that. So back in the 50s, they had a program called the Corona Project. They put balloons up in the air. The balloons would stay up for like 6 to 8 weeks. They would float at between 80,000 and 120,000 feet. And when they ran out of film, an airplane would fly up, punch in a code, pop the balloon by radio, and they would catch the gondola for the balloon out of the air. Eventually, this program ended. Why? Because of quote-unquote satellites in space. But these people were still doing the exact same thing. The only part they weren't doing was popping the balloon. They would tell the pilots, hey, fly up in the air, something's going to fall from space, catch it out of the air. But it was still called the same thing. They were still called satellites. It was still called the Corona Project. All they did was change the story of where the balloon came from, or where the so-called gondola came from. Nothing changed.
Why add these extra elaborate steps too? If you want to, like, create this fake narrative that the Earth is, like, you don't necessarily need to add these extra steps.
What do you mean fake narrative?
It's very easy.
Like why
to
why
fake
not
it.
just keep on the balloon project and just
Inaccurate maps
say we get
have
our satellite like that and we get our
this
satellites
pushes the
like that.
narrative, but this pushes a narrative where you have a globe with less land versus, say, a flattish plain with more land. Now you have the possibility to hide huge tracts of land, huge amounts of resources, bases, people, you name it. That alone is a huge incentive if you want to hide something like, bases, land, people, resources. By pushing this inaccurate model, that pushes, a smaller map or whatever. There's a bunch of other different possibilities we want to speculate anyway, but that alone is a huge incentive.
You're asking us why is it important, right? That's what we want to know. Why is this so important?
I was saying
Because we know that listen, I'm gonna just tell you our point of view, right?
Yeah.
They say the Earth is a ball of 3,959-mile radius. Now,
yeah.
when you go out and test that, you can test this yourself. You can go out and do test over water to see if the surface of water is curving, right? So they say the Earth is 72% water. They say that water curves at a rate of 8 inches per mile squared. So this is an amount of curvature that's certainly measurable, right? But when we go out and look for this curvature by measurement or just by visual observations, or look at things like how far the radio transmissions go, or how far the microwave signals go, or how far can we see, it turns out that this curvature that they say exists isn't there. But on the other hand, right, you have people on TV saying the Earth's a ball. Anywhere you go, when you turn the news, boom, there's a globe. You walk down the street and you see on the side of a bus a globe. There's globes everywhere. You turn on Netflix, 8 of the top 10 movies, they're space movies. This shit's everywhere, right? So this globe concept, this idea, is literally everywhere you go. Now tell me, as far as practical effect in your life, astronauts, space, any of that stuff, does it really have any effect on your life whatsoever?
I mean, not really. No.
Yeah, no. But why is it everywhere? Now you got to think of it just astronauts think of astronaut. Hold on, just let me finish. Think astronauts as a profession. 600 astronauts in 70 years. This small amount of people. Have you ever seen so much media dedicated to a single profession? Now imagine there was only 600 plumbers on Earth, and everywhere you went, you saw shit about plumbers. Plumbers everywhere, right? But astronauts, you turn on the news, open up a newspaper, they're everywhere. Space is everywhere. It's on TV, it's everywhere you go. But it has no practical effect on anybody's life. Why? Why is this so important?
It's very intriguing. Why else?
It's very intriguing.
Look, let's say
it's there to capture your imagination, right?
Yeah, I find it very intriguing. Actually,
I'm sure you do. That's the point. So because you find that so intriguing, right? You're not worried about things like inflation, wars,
Well, it's
taxes.
not like it's like you can have interests, hobbies, and also think about important things.
So space is important.
I mean, no, I didn't say I said think about other important things. I said it could be like your hobby, learning about space or learning about it.
Look, what you're missing, what I'm trying to tell you, it's a distraction. It's like Santa Claus for adults. It's like this pacifier.
Many distractions in life. Like I mean, if it's simply not enough just to say it's a distraction trying to elude you from other things. I mean, yeah, it's interesting, but I
and there's one other aspect.
Are not focused on space. Majority of people don't care.
But dude, if they didn't care, their space movies wouldn't be the shit that sells like crazy, dude. People are captivated by space because fundamentally, like, if you really want to get real, globe Earth is a religion. It is a religion without a deity.
What is it? What's a religion?
It's the concept of a globe Earth, heliocentrism, is a religion without a deity.
Yeah.
Why would it be a religion?
Okay, so
because it's
why?
based on
Okay, so
blind
you
belief.
believe it. So most people believe. So most people believe it. And we've had thousands of people that are globe earthers that believe in the globe come through here.
Yeah.
And then when you ask them why they believe it, they can't give any reasons. They say TV. Someone told me so. How's that any different than religion? Oh, the Bible, it came from God. Why do you believe that? Some priest told me. Oh, the Earth's a globe. Why do you believe that? Some scientist told me.
Yeah,
but there
no
are many,
evidence
like,
for either one.
big that you
They
flat.
they have a creation story, right? The Big Bang creation story, same as
Mhm.
Adam and Eve, right? So they have all the hallmarks of religion. Everything a religion has, the globe, Earth, heliocentric modern cosmology has. They have creation stories. They have, you can go to heaven by flying in a rocket. You can go to another place, a magical land where everything is different. They have everything that a religion has is in the globe Earth except for the God part. So there's like no deity.
Yeah.
That's it. So let me ask
Faith
you,
and belief.
when you were in school, right? When you first went to school and they told you, "Hey, the Earth's a globe," what evidence did they give you for that?
Well, I don't really remember being taught it. I don't know. I just generally don't remember being taught it. You know what I mean?
Oh,
It's just
yeah,
like,
yeah. You were indoctrinated, right? You
yeah,
saw
I
it
mean,
flashed on
but it's
TV
like,
all the time.
but if you
Every
think
book.
about it, like, if you see a
I'll give
fact,
you a
right?
test. Go try and buy a children's book, right? A book for children that doesn't have space, dinosaurs, or what's the other one?
Evolution.
Yeah, evolution. Space, dinosaurs, or evolution.
Okay, can I
That
ask
is a
you?
serious challenge, dude. Like seriously, it's a
Yeah.
serious
Can
challenge.
I ask you something? So let's say you don't believe in the, of course, there's a globe. But if it were
I have
very
no
true,
evidence it's a globe. That's the problem.
whatever. But let's
My
say,
evidence is it's not whatever, dude. Listen,
no.
it's
Then I
not
want to
whatever,
talk
and I'm going
about.
to tell you why it's not whatever. We all of us, from what we experience in the real world, right? Not in our minds, not our thoughts. Like if I go out
Yeah,
into the world, I experience the Earth as flat and motionless. That's what everybody experiences. The idea that the globe is an idea. It's not anything that you experience in the physical world.
I know what you mean by experience. Of course, being flat makes more sense. It's obvious. It does make more sense in your mind, like from no teaching.
It's not just to my senses, right? Just my
Yeah, to your senses,
experiential
yeah.
senses.
I agree with that. It does. So of course, it seems more flat. It seems, you don't feel anything. You see it as flat because it's.
Yes, exactly. So there's your starting point, right? Oh, where do I live? What shape I am? Okay, what do I experience? That's like the first question you ask. It's flat and motionless. Okay, that might not be true. What's the evidence that that's not true? And if you go look for that evidence, you can't find any.
I wouldn't say you can't find any.
You find stories that people tell you on TV about people in fantastic places where they drop things and they don't fall. That's what you get. If I say, okay, we have these three questions we ask people when they come in to demonstrate to them that the globe Earth is a belief. The first question is, and I'll give it to you, when at any time, either the past to the present, by any method, has anyone measured the curvature of the surface of the Earth? Because you can't have a ball that's not curving, right? So this is a fundamental thing every ball must have. It's a logical, what AI calls a logical contingency, right? It has to exist for it to be a ball. The surface has to curve. So the first thing, hey, if the surface is curving, then there's a possibility it's a ball. But if it's not curving, we can eliminate that. We can eliminate ball. So who has measured the curvature of the Earth?
I'm not sure. I can't tell you off the top of my mind, to be honest. I'm not gonna lie to
It's
you.
been here for 5 years. Nobody can tell us.
I'm
That's
not
the
gonna lie
funny
to you.
thing. But I'm going to tell you the truth. We've been here 5 years. This is our second server. The other one had 37,000. This one has 27,000. We've had hundreds of thousands of people come through here. They all get the same treatment. And we all ask them, who even past or to the present day measured the surface of the Earth to be curving? And nobody has been able to give us an answer. But we also have experimental tests done with lasers, laser transits, right? When you actually measure the surface of water to see if it's curving, the results of that demonstrate that it's flat, right? So here we are. And I'm just telling you from our point, this is just this is actually my point of view. If you take everything into consideration, what is the evidence I have? What is the contrary evidence? The fundamental thing that needs to be proven in the contrary evidence doesn't exist. And the evidence that does exist is trust some strangers.
I mean, I'm sure you can. I'd have to search more, but I'm sure.
Trust me.
I have
Hello.
both. We've talked to PhDs in cosmology, physics, astrophysics. Okay, you name it, have been through this. Has been in this server. You name it. All levels of education, from the bottom to the top. There's a
I
guy.
can
He
tell
comes
you
in here. I
that
wish he was here right now because I chew his ass out. His name's Danny Faulkner. He's got a PhD in astronomy and physics. He doesn't do any better than you do. That's the funny thing, is that someone with a PhD has the same amount of evidence as someone that's, say, in 10th grade, 11th grade, 12th grade. Because there's no evidence.
I mean that there's clearly something wrong. I'm not saying about the evidence, because there is evidence. I'm saying I don't know about the PhD. Then if you can't say anything,
Because most people have never most people, even especially scientists, they believe it to the point where they don't think that they even have to test it.
I mean, it is to that point now, but there is past evidence, and you can find it, and I'm pretty sure you can do it yourself.
But here's the thing: if it's so self-evident that the Earth's a ball and it's above, and if it's above question, then any test to prove it should be super simple.
What's he talking about?
I mean, not necessarily super simple. It could be
Prove what?
like, of course, you can say,
Matt, you're interrupted, man.
we have photos of it, but of course you think that's fake too. I'm not.
No. It doesn't matter if they're fake or not. They're not testable.
Mhm.
Okay, so if I showed you a picture of Bigfoot, would you just believe it?
Well, of course not.
Okay, aliens.
Good point. Yeah, but
So that's the thing. Like, if I went to a scientific journal and said, "I got proof of Bigfoot," and they're like, "Great, here's a picture," they'd be like, "Get the fuck out of here."
It's not just one picture, right? It's like 1,000
they
pictures.
give you a Nobel Prize.
What does that matter? There's thousands of pictures of Santa Claus.
Right, but the 1,000 pictures of Santa Claus are not being pushed forward in science magazines and reputable
Who
science.
cares? Who cares? How does that determine truth?
I think most
How does that determine authenticity of the images?
It doesn't determine it. It's a heuristic for it.
Okay, so who cares? It doesn't matter. It could be whatever you want for it, right? So you can't test them. They're not testable by the scientific method, are they?
They absolutely are.
Okay, so tell us the method, please.
The hypothesis is the Earth is round, right?
No. The authenticity of images, whether they depict reality, right? Any image. What is the scientific test of that?
No, you're right. You're correct. There is no scientific test to test the authenticity of pictures.
Yeah,
right
or whether they depict reality.
Sure, but that doesn't mean that them being fake or not fake are equally likely.
It doesn't matter. It means they're useless as a proof of anything.
Correct.
Okay, so then why would you use them? What are we using them for?
Because if I have high confidence that something is true, then it's probably true.
That's subjective.
It's not subjective.
Your
at all.
confidence is subjective.
No, it's not subjective.
Oh, so your confidence is objective. How do we measure that? Can we, like, with a ruler?
Measure what?
Your confidence. You just said it's subjective.
It's not measurable, but just because something's not measurable doesn't mean it's not objective.
Give me for instance of something that's objective that's not measurable.
The Earth is round, for example.
But the Earth
that's not true. It's measurable. So
taking the question,
that's objective. That's not
Dude,
measurable.
listen.
Existence of
You're
love.
talking out your ass, Guy Gene. Okay, stop digging a hole. You're at rock bottom. You started digging. Listen, anything that's objective is measurable. That's nearly the definition of objective. Has to be measurable. Your confidence is subjective. Whatever your confidence is, that's your personal opinion. Your level of confidence might not be the same as my level of confidence. Might not be the same as Geppy Get's level of confidence.
Okay,
right?
Is love measurable?
No, but love is not objective either. That's subjective.
Is love not objectively real?
It's an emotion. In that sense, yeah, there's a biochemical process in your body, and you could probably measure those.
Just
that
like
feeling would be interpreted as love. It might be interpreted as another person as anxiety.
Right. So we've agreed that love is objectively real.
No, no, we haven't. Good try. No, we haven't. I said there's an emotion and it can be interpreted. There's a biochemical process that can be measured, right, by taking blood. But its interpretation by a particular human could be interpreted as love,
Right, but you're
anxiety,
saying
all
the same
sorts
thing
of
I'm saying
things.
with extra words.
No, I'm saying it's subjective. Do you know what objective and subjective is? I don't think you do.
Yeah, it doesn't look like he does.
Subjective means like one person can differ on the interpretation of whatever it is, right? So that's beautiful. That's not beautiful. Oh, this feeling's love. Oh no, this feeling's anxiety. Oh,
Sure.
I have
And
confidence in
somebody
these
could have a
pictures.
different
I don't have
definition.
confidence in these. Yes, an opinion, exactly.
Hold on.
Opinion.
Somebody
Subjective
can
is
have a different
opinions.
definition on what love is, but if we can agree on one definition of love, then it's an objective thing. Right? If we defined love as,
But we're not talking about the word definitions. We're talking about the actual physical reality of the thing, dude.
yeah, I mean, I'm
Listen,
showing you an
why are you
example.
arguing
is
this?
about
Confidence
physicality.
is subjective,
It's
dude.
not
It's not an argument. Confidence is subjective. There's no doubt about that.
I mean, something that's even more physical, right? Like the wave function in quantum mechanics is objectively real, but it's not measurable. That's another
No,
example right there.
not
Like just
objectively
something is
real. It's a
objectively real doesn't mean
probability
it has to be
amplitude.
measurable.
It's the wave function in quantum mechanics is not objectively real. It's a probability that you're going to get some experimental result.
The leading interpretation says that it's objectively real.
The leading interpretation, according to whom?
To polls of scientists who understand.
So now you're just going to make up shit.
I'm not making it
This
up.
is why I hate you. Oh, you just said polls of scientists. Give me some polls, dude. Like seriously. You guys just make shit up, dude. You don't know
I mean, I
how
can present
many
it
of
right
anybody thinks anything. You make these
Yeah.
generalized statements about stuff that. How many scientists have 50 cents in their pocket? Do you know that too? Don't make shit up. It doesn't help
I'm
your
not
point.
making it up. This is a poll that was given.
I want to, but I don't want to get into that shit. I want to get back to confidence
don't
in
call
how.
bullshit then.
Listen, okay. So I want to get back to confidence. You have confidence in the images. Why?
For several reasons, but mainly when it comes to the images, right? So what?
Yeah.
I mean, I've given this story before to you, Indio, but I will repeat it.
Yeah.
When I was a kid, right, I would read stuff from my science textbook or be taught by my science teacher, right? They would tell me something, and I was like, okay, that's probably true. It sounds about right, and I would just accept it, right? Then every once in a while, they would tell me something that just sounds unbelievable, right? And for me, I'd be like, okay, that can't be true. So then I would make it my personal quest to convince myself that it was true by proving it to myself, right? So then I would actually do the research as to whether or not the scientific claim was true, and I was like, oh shit, this totally unintuitive claim turns out to be true. That's awesome. And then I would close my book, and then I would continue learning. Then every once in a while, the same thing would happen, right? I would hear, or my teacher would tell me a claim that would be so unbelievable that I'd be like, that can't be true. And I would research it, and I'd be like, oh, holy crap, it's actually true. Now, this game became tiring to play because I don't have enough time to keep checking and checking every single claim that somebody that I respect scientifically makes. So over time, I decided, okay, I'm going to assign specific weight to people such that when they make a claim, I will assume it to be true with certain confidence. Because every single time that I've checked the separate claim that they made, it turned out to be true. And very few times that they've made a claim, it turned out to be false. That is why whenever that same person presents me a picture of the globe, right, I'm inclined to believe that it's true, and I have high confidence that it is.
Oh, it's funny. I can't believe I just wasted my life listening to that. Why don't you do this?
Yeah.
Write the journal Nature. Say that you have come up with a new form of science. It's called the guide gene, anecdotal, subjective, personal opinion, determination of confidence in scientific truth. Send it in to him with pictures of like you thinking or something about how you determine truth by your subjective personal experience. And maybe we can incorporate that into the scientific method.
My name is Guy John, by the way. And I don't think you know enough about science to be able to say anything like that.
Well, because what you're saying is a ridiculous statement. It's non-scientific. It's basically said my feelings.
No. It's heuristics, right?
No, it's your
It means that
feelings.
you have a source of statements, and you check every statement, and you it comes out that if you randomly sample them, right, then 99% of the things that they say are true. More likely,
everything written on
And
paper
you
is true,
actually
right?
did that, right? So you took, listen, so you went out, right? All your thoughts, your little confidence stuff, you took data, you marked it out, right? And you wrote it all down. And you compared it against, I don't know what, right? Something else. And your method was better than whatever other, you said random. So the random probability that some claim is true or false, you applied your method, and somehow your method was better than just randomly picking.
I don't know what you're saying.
Yeah, you're just making shit up.
Personal
I can't
compliments.
stand that shit, dude. Like literally.
I'm okay with you not standing it.
Yeah, because it's so stupid, it beggars belief. I just kicked him the fuck
Yeah, well,
out of here. I'm not even taking that shit.
Let's be
Nope.
fair.
I'm
Let's
not
be
doing
fair
it.
to the. Yeah, no problem. Get rid of him. But
I did.
let's be fair to the idea. Okay, he's mischaracterizing his own idea. He's trying to present this as some kind of arbiter of truth. No, he's just telling you his method of choosing his beliefs. That's it. He's not presenting any kind of scientific standard or even a probabilistic standard.
That's
It's
why I
just
was being
this is my
sarcastic.
method. Yeah, exactly. It's like, for example, this guy who's a molecular biologist told me 35 statements that were all true when I investigated. And therefore, when he presents a picture of the globe, which he didn't take himself, I'm going to trust him that it's an authentic picture because he believes it. Holy crap, that's retarded.
Based upon competence, which he has no method. I wanted to probe into that, but it's not worth it because it's just not worth it. It's just not worth it. I was going to probe into like where his competence in images comes from when he knows it's not testable by a scientific method. So like, if you have something that you can't test, right? So how do you like? Okay, so you have things you can test versus things you can't test, and you're like, I'm going to have competence in the things I can't test. I wanted to probe into like how that is, how he evaluates that, right? What metric does he apply to his competence? Let's call it the Gijin competence method. How does he know that method's right versus some other method?
Well, he did say that his metric is the reliance in the faith in another person who has belief in that image. So he foregoes his own metric of standard to scrutinize the evidence, and he just gives it to another person and says, I'll trust you with it.
Yeah, but how did he test it? But the thing is, I want to know how he okay, maybe his method is correct. How did he determine that? That's what I want to know. Or is it just like, yeah, my method is correct because I like my method?
I don't think he's necessarily correct as in what he was saying.
He's
it
not
makes
correct.
sense just for. I know. But
Just as a little background, he's been here a very long time.
Yeah.
He's classified as what we call an anti-flat earther. These are people that spent the last like 5 years like just running around on YouTube, Discord, Twitter, and basically harassing us like cultists.
Yeah, but
Anyway.
what I'm saying is, as in, it kind of just makes sense for one. It only makes sense for convenience. So I mean, like, if you stay checking everything and you have to stay checking checking everything to be true, it's just not convenient, But it doesn't necessarily
I don't
mean
do that anyway.
Yeah,
I don't say you have to check anything. That's first of
But-
all, it's impractical, right?
Yeah.
And it's not necessary because what you should check, right? What you should feel compelled to check. First of all, it's got to be important to you, right? Things that aren't important to me, I'm not going to bother checking. It has to be important to you. And the second thing is, what's the nature of the claim, right? So if someone claims, yeah, Australia exists. Yeah, I know islands exist. It's not preposterous that there's an island out there named Australia, right? That's reasonable. I don't have to go to Australia to verify that Australia exists. It's not unreasonable, but there's an island in the ocean somewhere. See what I'm saying? But when you start saying, I saw Bigfoot, that's what's called an extraordinary claim, right? So extraordinary claims, as Carl Sagan said, require extraordinary evidence. So, yeah, here's your extraordinary claim. Okay, now I need evidence for that. I don't necessarily need to do it myself, but it needs to be, I have to be able to like verify it in some way so that it isn't 100% trust. You know what I mean? Especially depending on if the question is like really important or really deep or existential, you don't want to rely let's put it this way. If you're going to heaven or hell, I don't think you want to rely on the words of a complete stranger on how you should behave, right? You know what I mean? That's putting all your chips into somebody else's basket.
Yeah, I know what you mean. It just only makes sense for convenience, but it doesn't necessarily mean it's true. It isn't true. You can still be lied to at the same time. Like his method of thinking just makes sense for convenience. That's it.
Yeah. Well, I mean, he's a special one. Let's put it that way.
I mean, it doesn't sound dumb, to be honest. Sounds smart.
Well, I'm just saying he's like, I don't know.
He debates you guys a lot.
You'd have to be here. Like he's been here a while, so we've had plenty of interactions with him.
Yeah, but
he tends to like make stuff up because he's probably used to like being the so-called smartest person in the room, and he can make shit up and get away with it, and nobody like knows better. But because most of the people here have been studying this a long time, we typically know the globe Earth model better than the globe Earthers. He tries to bullshit his way through stuff, basically fake it till he makes it. And then I'll put it like this, right? I can talk about a subject, right? And if I know the audience doesn't know anything about that particular subject, I can say whatever I want. They're too ignorant. They don't know if I'm lying or not. They don't know if I'm making stuff up or not. Right? If I start talking about, like he did, quantum mechanics, most people don't know about quantum mechanics. So he can say anything. And I can sit here and say, no, you're wrong. The wave function is not objective. And we'll argue about it. And I'm 100% right. And I can get citations and know I'm 100% right. But if someone's just watching, they're not going to know. And I'll tell you the position, to be honest, the position we're in, because we're flat earthers, we're automatically like wrong. Just automatically. Oh, you're a flat earther? That person's a globe earther? He can say any ridiculous thing. You're automatically wrong if any point is in contention. This is like one of their tactics that I hate to call it that, but it's a tactic that they do. They try to create the appearance of controversy, but who's the arbiter of like what's the truth? We just go to the scientific literature, and what do they say, right? What does experiments say? So the wave function is a probability amplitude. So if you do a bunch of measurements, right? Okay, they spin that I will get a certain result. He was just trying to say this probability of potentially making a measurement, which could be anything could be the result, but there's a probability they'll get more of one than in the other. He's saying the probability of a certain result is objectively real, which is idiotic on its face. And no scientist says that.
I mean, what's he saying that real, that there's a probability over any result or of a certain result? I'm not exactly sure.
Okay, so
I know a bit about the wave function. I've heard about it.
You know what the bell curve is, right?
Somewhat.
The bell curve and probability. So like
yeah,
samples form a bell curve, right? So if I shot some photons through an opening, through a little teeny slit, they're going to be spread out. Like some will be the most will be in the middle, directly in front of the slit. And as you get farther and farther away on the screen, less and less photons will get there. So there's less of a probability that it's going to travel at like a 45-degree angle and hit the edge. Most of the particles are going to end up in the middle. That's just the way it is, right? Like, how about this? So, like, if you closed your eyes and tried to throw a ball straight, right? You blindfold yourself and try to throw a ball. Most of the time, it's going to be straight, but sometimes you're going to miss bad to the left or miss bad to the right, right? But most of them are going to be kind of like in the middle. This is the bell curve. So when you do these, the wave function is just that. It's the probability that you're going to get some measurement results. But it itself is not physically real. It's just a description, a mathematical description of what you should expect when you do a measurement.
Okay.
And it's typically because these things are hard to measure. So when they when they measure like photons, they're measuring trillions of them. You know what I mean? And they can't measure like one individual photon. So they measure trillions of them, then it's say, okay, what is the highest probability of something happening? And it's called the wave function because it actually has a wave-like pattern.
Mm-hmm.
But it's not physically real. This is a typical thing. You know how people say light is a particle or a wave? No, it's a particle with wave-like behavior, which is a completely different thing. It acts as a wave, but it's not a wave. But that's all freaking. That's all like side shit. The point I was trying to make is this guy Gene. He's an anti-flat earther, and he's got the Dunning Kruger. Is the nicest way to put it. Anyway, back to pictures. Point is pictures aren't testable. The only thing you can test to some degree is if the picture is of something like someone says, yeah, I took this picture down by the beach, and you see a house in the picture, you can go to that beach and see if that house is still there, right? So that's one way you can test it, to see if what's in the image actually exists by going to the place the image was taken.
Mm-hmm.
So that's one way. So pictures of Earth, they show curving water. Back to curving water, right? Earth is a ball. It's curving everywhere. So they take pictures of Earth. They say, hey, the water's curving, right? The ocean's curve. So you go down to the ocean, right? And you measure the ocean and see if it's curving. That curve that's depicted in the image has to exist in reality, ultimately.
Yeah.
So let me tell you, like, one of the tests that have been done. Well, this was a series of 7 tests, yes. And the thing about this test is it's not just like a little bit off of the globe prediction. It's 2 orders of magnitude off. So the globe, so they took a laser 2.92 meters above the surface of water. This is done in the Netherlands, Lake IJssel, right? So they took the laser at that height. It's shown at 25 miles across the water. They actually had 3 targets on the other side, and they do what's called a horizontal pan. So you pan the laser just like left to right.
Yep.
Each target is the same. It's the same height above the water, but they're different distances, right? So one's at 9 miles, one's at 12 miles, one's at 25 miles. So each target should be lower than the one in front of it. So the 9-mile target should be higher up because of the curvature,
Yeah,
right?
the laser should be hidden at a certain
So
point
they
because of
shouldn't be like in a straight line. They should be getting lower and lower. So this test hit all 3 targets on a horizontal pan. In the 25-mile test, predicts that the laser 25 miles away, if you were at that spot, you should have to look up and the laser should be 425 feet over your head. But that's not what happened. They measured the laser at 4 feet off the water. So 4 feet versus 425 feet is a 2 order of magnitude difference. What the goal predicts versus what was measured in reality. It's not an insignificant difference. This isn't like, oh, it's off by a little bit. It's just a gigantic difference. Think about it like this. You go to the bank. You thought you had $100 and you got $1. It's a big difference, man.
Yeah, you're saying it doesn't the results don't match up with.
Yeah, it's not like you can't like you could say like, oh, the measurement wasn't precise enough. Yeah, you can do that to an extent, right? You might be off by an order of magnitude even, but being off 2 orders of magnitude, that's not really experimental error. Like sometimes you can read a measuring tape, and you measured 4 inches, but you read 5 inches, right? Or whatever instrument you were using wasn't calibrated correctly, or whatever. But you're not going to measure 4 feet off the water, like 4 feet off the water, when it's actually 400 feet off the water. You didn't just like read the measuring tape wrong.
By the way, I have a question.
In measuring, we have all the instruments have a precision tolerance. All measuring instruments, and we have today one of the most advanced and precise measuring instruments like linear encoders, optical linear encoders. They use a laser traveling across a strip, a band, which is like a ruler, and they have nanometer precision. So that means for 1 millimeter, you get a value of 1 million. There are 1 million nanometers in 1 millimeter. This linear encoder, this company is making 200-meter long linear encoders. And we can measure with this kind of precision a distance of 200 meters. In 200 meters, there should be more than 8 millimeters curvature drop. Actually, 7.8 millimeters is the arc curvature for 100 meters if the Earth was a ball. That means when you measure using this instrument, you will get a number of 7.8 million. It's a very big number. If you get 0, that means it's flat, it's straight. But if you get 7.8 million, then it means you have 7 millimeters arc curvature there. And guess what? They use these kind of linear encoders at Airbus in France, where they have these giant 3D printers, which they print large carbon fiber structures. Yeah, and this is not your desk 3D printer with plastic and stuff. This printer does a lot of stuff. It's laying carbon fibers, yeah, in specific patterns. And this carbon fiber is not your car ordinary carbon fiber. It's nothing like that. This is aerospace grade carbon fiber. It gives the structural resistance to the airplanes, the big airplanes that you see flying today. And these machines work with nanometer precision. They can increase at any time their precision to picometers. That means 1 millimeter, you split it into 1 trillion times.
Yeah, times 10 to the 9.
One atom of gold is 144.1 picometers. And this machine can measure that distance 1 picometer. It can move like that. So when they calibrate this machine, they put a linear encoder on the track, on the bottom, on the floor of the machine, and the linear encoder at the top, because this printing head, it's big. It's almost 5 meters tall. And when the machine starts moving, when it's moving 1 nanometer, yeah, at the bottom, it will move 1 nanometer also at the top. So the printing head is always perpendicular to the ground, and it is not allowed to be tilted, to tilt when it's moving. It has to always move perpendicular to the ground. So it's laying the carbon fiber correctly, and it's doing also weaving. It's creating special patterns with the carbon fiber so that it gives the necessary strength in the directions they want to have the strength for that structure.
I don't mean to cry on your parade here, but that machine you're talking about is very accurate. You're right. Everything you just said is 100% correct. But there's one problem here though that you're not thinking about, and that is that machine is you can't take it out over the water and test it and use it. You're stuck with using the lasers that we have access to that we can actually use. I mean, yeah, it might give correlation as to how accurate laser beams are, but that machine can't be used to detect curvature because you can't take it out of the building where you're using it. It's stationary. So I mean, I guess what it does in the end result is it does show that laser beams are extremely accurate, and they don't like warp or bend or whatever, or anything like that. But I've heard you say this many, many times, but when can we take this machine out and put it over the water and test for curvature?
Hold on, friend.
It's not necessary to put it over the water.
I know
Yeah.
Hold on, both of you.
What I'm saying is
Okay, hold on. Okay, this kind
Don't
of
talk
thing
to
that
me
he's
like that,
speaking
bro.
about.
I'm not like that.
This kind of thing that he's speaking about is analogous to something like the Jesse Kozlowski theodolite thing, where he has a theodolite over there and he tries to tell you that they're two differential plumb lines.
Yeah.
So the tolerances that this machine has is accurate way more than Jesse Kozlowski's eyeballs, and that's why it's valid.
Yes.
So it doesn't need to go out into the field to measure curvature. It's measuring differentials in the claim of a differential plumb line axis, essentially.
Yeah, correct.
So it's very valid in that regard.
I understand that. But do you think these Globers understand all this stuff? Really? Seriously? All I'm saying is, yeah, it is extremely accurate. We understand that. And you don't necessarily need to take it out over the water. But in order for these people they have to see it. We have to show them in real time, in real life, out over the water. We need to use a real observation. Sure, you can use analogous, sure, but that's not a direct measurement over the water. It's an analogous, it's an example to what can be done and how accurate things are. And so I just, I'm just trying to make that point that, to sit and go into this for all this time about this machine, it's never going to be used to be taken out.
That's great, and that's cool. But guess what? That's your personal opinion. And many people are going to be reacted to differently with different ideas and different topics. Some people believe the Jesse Kozlowski nonsense, and this machine disproves it. Not to mention, it disproves the idea of radial plumb lines to the center of the Earth. So it has its merits, and it's worth listening to.
I know it is.
This machine tells that two plumb bob tool lines, they are perfectly parallel. So if I hold a string with a weight hanging, and you are in America, and you hold in your hand also a string with a weight on the bottom, these two strings will be parallel. For me in Europe, with you in USA, they will be perfectly parallel.
In theory.
To each other, yeah.
Because that's not true either, because there are deflections of plumb lines out there in the real world. Okay, what all this proves is that the globe Earth plane, that gravity has a vector to the center of the Earth, is false.
Yeah.
Because keep in mind, when the Jesse Kozlowski presented his evidence that I believe Godric asked me about it, I looked at it, and all he did was essentially, take the arc of the Earth and the vectors of the plumb line heading to the center as if they would be in an ideal model and use that as his reference. But that doesn't exist in reality. And this machine proves that.
Yeah.
Not to mention many other examples.
Yeah. And, if you tilt this machine, it will have printing errors, precision. You will not have that precision grade required for making the parts you want to print. So it's very important that when this machine moved, it has linear bearings, tracks on the floor, and linear bearing tracks at the top, and also a linear encoder on the top and bottom. And when it's moving 1 nanometer, the bottom moves 1 nanometer forward, but also the top in the same time, and it will move 1 nanometer, not more or less. And that they have a margin of error that they give, 65 nanometers in a 200-meter long linear encoder. But you get that 65 nanometer margin of error when this encoder is running at its maximum speed. There is a speed limit you can use it. So yeah, if you move it like 200 meters in 2-3 seconds, then yeah, you will have errors in the measurement. It will give you plus minus 32 nanometers. But when it's moving at slow rate, like the feeds when the machine is working, it will travel forward 100 meters, it comes back, and then it travels again 100 meters within a precision of 1 nanometer. So and funny thing, they can also increase the precision grade to picometers. Like I read something about they
All right,
could
cool story.
add.
Let the kid respond.
Yeah, sure.
I don't know. Maybe he fell asleep.
Or he doesn't like mechatronics.
Yeah, that
and robots
has another problem too. The barycenter. So if you take the moon, if you include the moon and Earth, and you take both their gravities, everything should be falling to a spot that's 1,000 miles beneath the ground on a line between the moon and Earth. That's the thing with the globe, is that they it's cherry picking certain things. There is no globe model. There's a bunch of individual models, and each model is used to support one particular argument.
So they're operational rescue of observational data. So it's like, which rescue mission should we dispatch for this data?
Yeah, exactly. Especially the light. Oh,
Special forces.
shadows, parallel rays, eclipses, converging rays.
Hello?
Oh, I see too far. That's the curving
Hello.
rays.
Or flat earthers are dumb. That's our best one.
That's the
lately.
standby.
Yeah.
You don't
We have a
understand.
new guy.
You're interpreting it wrong. You didn't understand what you read.
Heliocentrism is only good for creating mindless slaves that question nothing, you know, and they believe everything they're told. If they sound the alarm and they speak on the speakers on the street, everybody go inside, they will all do. Yeah.
Oh, that kid last night, every time we brought up something, he was asking for verification, but none of the Globe claims needed any evidence whatsoever.
Yeah.
Every time he said something, where's the
Hello?
link for that? You got a citation, you got a source? But he'd make some claim about the Globe, and I'd go, okay, where's the evidence for that? And he had nothing.
Yeah. Hello. Who's this?
Was it the same guy that was like, we can't know anything, or is it a different guy?
It was the one last night, the gullible one. It could have been the same guy. Was it the same? Yeah, I think it was the same guy. I'm not sure because I didn't hear. You know how you DM me?
Yeah.
Yeah. So I think it was the same guy, but I didn't.
Yeah, it probably was.
It was for sure the same guy.
Yeah, man, we had him for a while on different topics, and every time he hit a wall, he said, "Well, we can't know anything for sure. I can't even know that he exists."
Oh yeah, exactly. That's the guy. That's the
Oh, living the cyber simulation.
We can't know anything except for the Earth's a globe. That's the only
Hello?
thing we do know.
Hello?
Yeah. That's the holy grail. Yeah. Hello, who is this? Welcome.
Hello, I have a question. What are
What
You cut out. You cut out, man. All we heard was what are, and that was it.
Yeah.
Maybe he was agreeing with us saying what R, because there is no R.
Outstanding, dude.
Oh, yeah.
Big R, small R.
Just type your question, dude. We'll answer it.
Don't be scarred. Hard.
What's up, Crit? How you doing?
Good, boss. How's it going?
Christmas is over, buddy.
I know. What should I change to?
I don't know. Easter's over too.
Should I just go back to just plain old crit?
Nah, I like Critspiracy. Maybe just drop the Santa.
Okay.
Change it to NASA. Same difference.
There we go. Just conspiracy.
Yeah. 8 inches per mile. Yahanan is a slope. So, yeah. It's 8 inches per mile squared.
I love when Flat Earth first came out, and everyone was doing like people that don't know anything about anything. They just thought it'd be fun to pick on Flat Earth, and they went on with the 8 inches per mile trying to debunk Flat Earth, and we were just like, "Bro, you're making a triangle. Like, what are you doing?"
Oh, yeah. Who is the guy? Oh man, I gotta put that in the pocket. The guy that said one level of water can be uphill from another. Like we were talking about the laser test, he said one level of the lake, one side of the lake could be higher, the water, than the other side of the lake.
Oh yeah, who was that, man?
Oh, slope earther.
Yeah, the slope earther, the downhill water skier.
I think if we just search slope earther in the chat, it'll give you the day and hour that we were talking to him.
I thought Xanax said that.
Yeah, hold on.
No, Zanuck believes that. He didn't say it in that manner.
Ah, okay.
Oh,
He
it's
tries to
that
make it sound more
different type of
smarter.
space crab, dude. He's still here. I think that's him.
Okay, yeah, so that's a good point. How the that device that Get was talking about is relevant to this discussion. So the concept is, right, if the Earth is truly a globe with gravity, obviously it's not going to the center of the Earth because of the distribution of mass under the substrate, right? So you have plumb lines going in all kinds of directions. So that means that down isn't down everywhere you go. Down is different. So you could be on a body of water where down here is different than down there, and therefore it's technically lower than you, but the water will flow uphill because the gravitational down is different.
Yeah.
So you'd
And a
have
ball.
in the ocean, check this out. In the ocean, you'd have flat spots. Like you'd have a curved spot, then all of a sudden a flat spot. And you'd have a curved spot, then a flat spot.
Oh, the ocean floor, yeah.
No, the
Also.
ocean water.
I see. Yeah. Yeah, that too.
So I told him, give us an example of this. Still waiting.
Well, that's what Zanuck was saying. That Zanuck, what a. Said if we found a flat, I said, what distance would it be to falsify the globe? And he said, well, you might be able to find a flat spot and then in the Indian Ocean. But then he immediately said, you can explain that away with geodetics. So he actually never gave a parameter that the globe could be falsified. Is the other person that was here still here? The one I was talking to before, Guy Jean, like fell on his sword defending, photos of strangers.
I haven't heard him. Not sure.
He's definitely a true believer, man. Guy Jean, true believer.
Yeah. I tell you what I like about linear encoders. The encoder is actually the tiny laser diode with a reader, and it is a couple of millimeters apart from the band strip, which is moving along. And this band strip is like a ruler with tiny lines drawn on it. And when the encoder is moving, the laser is reading all those lines because they are laser printed at every nanometer, just like a ruler. And they even look like when you look at the CD, they look like a rainbow, And in this one, they cannot invoke light refraction or anything.
Well, give them a chance. They probably would say it anyway because they don't know how it works.
Yeah. Show me a laser beam going in like 1 centimeter circles, spinning.
Yeah, but get follow what we were just saying. Okay, the excuse does not need to be refraction, because all they will say is, well, you found a flat spot on the globe Earth. Right?
I found a flat spot.
No, for real.
Yeah.
No, it's in all seriousness, that's their excuse.
Yeah, but
their claim will be, listen, this will be their claim. Yeah. Their claim will be that localized gravity is parallel in those two locations that it takes the measurements because of the substrata of the Earth. You'd be like, well, how do you know what the substrat is? Well, because of the parallel plumb bobs, right? And they'll just go in a circle,
Yeah,
and they'll be unfalsifiable.
yeah. Well, this company was saying that they made these 200-meter long linear encoders because Airbus requested them, and they said if anybody needs any longer dimensions, distances, they can manufacture it, but they will do it only if they have an order, you know. Yeah.
Oh yeah, if you order a 300-meter plane, then maybe they'll make one for you.
Yeah. 1 kilometer, whatever. It's just a band strip, you know. So
Now here's the silly thing about their claim, right? Oh, you found a flat spot on the globe because of differential gravity vectors. Well, why couldn't those differential gravity vectors exist on a flat Earth? You see?
yeah,
So they just can't get it right that no matter, like, most of their excuses are just circular reasoning and logical fallacies, you know?
true. Yeah, correct. We have to be blind and ignore every technological achievement, every scientifical known fact, you know.
Hello?
Hello.
Okay, I fixed my microphone. Oh, listen, guys, I'll be honest. Like when I was in when I'm not raised in America, so I don't know the. Hello.
You're roboting now.
One guy, because of my role, so Nazi, thinks that I'm Nazi.
What? It sounded like you said somebody died on your road. What?
Oh God.
Is there a prize for the one who proves the Earth is a globe? Will it
Yeah.
count if I walk 1 mile, then dig 8 inches, then I walk another mile, dig another 32 inches, and shape it into a globe?
No, there's no
How much
prize.
is the price? Because I have
There
to
is,
compare
listen,
the
there
price with how
is
much
no
of digging I
prize.
have to do.
Prize
There's
is
no prize, dude.
Oh
Look, the
man, then
premise of the
it's not
globe.
worth doing it.
You got it. You got it.
I'm not
prize
gonna
is
be
man.
digging the
I'm in
ground
the.
for free.
Prize is we are closing server, man, and speaking about food and finish
Hello.
the
No, that
Right.
yeah,
Anyway,
what food?
Sorry, dude.
whatever.
My microphone kept cutting out. Like, I'm on my phone right now because
I
my
hear you
PC
now.
is
So say fast.
yeah. Okay, yeah. My computer is just busted. Anyway, I wanted to ask, what exactly, like, how much? What is miles squared? Like, I don't get that.
A square mile is a surface area, and it's like 360
oh my
degrees
goodness.
around you.
Okay, so 1 mile. So 3 miles squared is 3 miles times 3 miles times 3 miles, right?
All right, listen, friend. Miles squared in relevance to the flat Earth has to do with 8 inches per mile squared, which is roughly the formula of the curve of the Earth in front of you on the z-axis.
Oh, I didn't hear you. I didn't understand what you said.
Yeah, you're coming in a little bit low body AI. Just leave and come back. That might fix it.
Like,
yeah, give him he'll be right back. He'll explain it. I can't really explain it, even though I understand it. It's just to me, it's just like a math thing, you know. And it's like the Earth is curving at a rate, and it's exponential. It gets exponential the further away you are. But yeah, as soon as he pops in, he'll explain the the math of it a little bit better.
So say you're looking at 10 miles, so you do 10 times 10 times 7.98 or just 8.
Hold on. 10 times what? What's 10 miles? Hold on. What could you say it one more time?
Say your number that you're looking for is at 10 miles. So you do 10 times 10 times 7.98, or you could just round it to 8 because, it's...
What's the deal? What's the deal with 7.98? What does that matter? What's 7.98?
That's the inches per mile squared that you need to add to your equation.
Inches.
Yeah, it's
why it's that
rounding it
is
up
due
is
to
the
the
easiest way. So do 8 inches per mile squared.
Yeah.
And that's based upon the Earth's circumference or whatever.
I don't know what miles squared is right now. That's the problem I'm having right now.
If you're 10 miles away from something, square the miles. So 10 miles squared would be 100.
So if you took off the squared part, it would just be a slope, a constant slope. But that's not what the globe claim is. A globe claims it's a sphere, not a constant slope.
No,
So that's why the
I don't
squared
care about like globe or flat. I'm not talking about that. I'm just thinking about.
Okay. Do you have a room in your house? Do you have a room?
Yeah.
Yeah.
No.
Now you have 4 walls, a floor, and a ceiling. Yeah.
Yes.
Do you know the length of your walls of your room?
The length. Oh yeah, I
Yeah.
can measure it, like around 3 meters, something like that.
Also, you don't know it. Well, yeah. Okay. Let's say you have a 3 by 3 meters room. Yeah. Then you multiply
That means
3
3
times
meters.
3. Yeah.
3 meters is its length.
And you have 9. If your room has the walls 3 meter length, yeah, your room surface will have the floor and the ceiling will have 9 square meters.
Wait, how would you know it 100% has that though? Just because my walls are 3 meters long.
No wall.
Based off of it being 3 by 3, it would have to be 3 by 3.
Isn't that like basic mass for a square, not a cube? Cube would be, 3, or if it was 10 by 10 by 10, if you want to get the, the cubic area.
So 3 meters squared would be 3 times 3, or 9. A mile squared would be the miles, number of miles squared, basically the number of miles times itself. And then you multiply that times.
There we go. Okay. That's what I assumed. That's what I said. So 3 squared will be 3 times 3. Or 9 squared will be 9 times 9, right?
Correct, though.
Correct.
So if something's 9 miles away from you, yes, you take 9 squared, 9 times 9, 81, and multiply that times 8 inches to get the dip down and away from the starting point, basically.
Okay, so if something is 1 mile squared, in front of me, that'll just be 1 mile. It wouldn't be like there's no point saying 1 mile
Yeah,
square. Just
it
1
will
mile.
be a square with the size of 1 mile. Its
Yeah. Okay.
sides
And is
will
it
have
like is
1
it
mile
360
long.
degrees or is it just forward?
In the forward direction. So in the forward direction, going in one direction forward, it would be
Okay.
1
It could be,
square
okay.
times 8 inches, or 8 inches of curvature for the first mile, approximately.
Okay, I get that. All right. So hold on. Now that we know that,
That formula, it's taken from the sphere. Do you understand that?
What?
That formula, it's taken from the sphere.
Well, we're not talking about. I'm not dealing with the dip right now. I just want to figure out the.
But that particular formula, 8 inch per mile squared, it's taken from the sphere. That's the point.
Yeah.
Okay. So if I want to get 56 miles squared, that would be 56 times 56, right?
Correct.
That's the amount of miles, right? So 56
Yeah.
miles squared would be 3,136 miles, right?
Uh-huh.
All right. Okay. So that would mean.
No, you misunderstood.
Now you
A
have
square with
area.
the sides of 56 miles is
In any direction.
when you say 56 square miles, you need the dimensions of that certain geometric shape. It's a triangle, it's a square, or it's a rectangle.
He's trying to use this as in for the globe calculator because this is what we were talking to him a little while. So talk to him in terms of like the globe. Because he's trying to
I'm
find
just
out how
trying
to use it. Yeah.
Then you have
Yeah.
to do it by the radius. Yeah.
56 squared would be 3,136, yes, and you multiply that times 8 inches. To simplify it even further, if you want it in terms of feet
why are we
instead of inches,
multiplying by 8 inches?
Because it's sphere.
that's the curvature rate
Oh,
that
that's a
would
dip.
that's
Oh,
the
that's a dip.
curvature rate.
Okay.
Basically, if you had a straight line at the top of the sphere, something would dip down and away from it. That straight line at the top of the sphere at a rate of 8 inches per mile squared. That's the dip rate, basically.
Okay, so 3,136 times 8, right?
Times 8 inches. You were using metric, so
That would
maybe
be the
you're
inch.
from the metric system, but in English, the English system with inches, it would
Yeah, I
be
know.
8
Yeah,
inches
I get
per
it.
square. Yeah.
Okay, so that'll be 25,000 inch drop after 56 miles. Am I right?
Correct. You'd multiply that times
Yeah.
8 inches, or you can simplify it even further because 8 inches out of 12 feet is 2/3 of a foot or 0.66. So if you want to do it in terms of feet, you can make it even simpler by just multiplying it times 2/3 or taking 2 out of 3 of that 3,000 number that you had before in terms of feet. So that's about 2,000 feet of drop away from the starting point, roughly. If you take 2/3 of that 3,000 number that
That's
you had
weird.
before in terms of feet. So it'd be 2,000 feet of expected drop away from the starting point, roughly.
Okay, I have a question. Why would they do themselves so dirty like this, though? Why do they have to tell us after 2 miles squared, there's a 32-inch drop in curvature? Why couldn't they add a bigger number? Why couldn't they just make the Earth a little like bigger? So it wouldn't be so easy to just look at it and say, "Hey, well."
I'll tell you why. Because if they made it bigger if they made the globe bigger, then that means everything they claim to have done would have to change, and it would prove that it's false. For example, they claim to have satellites that orbit the Earth, and to put these satellites in orbit or go to the moon, they have to know everything is built from the circumference of and the radius of the Earth. For example, day and night cycles would be way off because the sun, it has to traverse 15 degrees per hour for it to make that complete circuit around the globe, right? In a day. So if they change the size of the globe, they have to change everything in physics, everything that they believe. So it's a big conundrum. This is why they're stuck to what they claim it is.
Hmm. Yeah, it's weird.
And you
Okay.
still have a dip rate demanded by a bigger circle too. That would still need to be tested relative to some sort of starting point where you have the ball dipping down and away from that starting point anyway. You just be kicking the can down the road with a bigger ball, because now people would be testing the dip rate for that ball of that radius. So you're still going to have to test the dip relative to some sort of starting point with some sort of formula anyway.
Hmm. All right. So my next question, I guess, would be, I know why NASA would do it, right? Money, yeah, we get it, but like the employees, how do they get there? What are they doing? They're just like all typing on computer. Have you guys ever spoken to like people who work at NASA or whatever?
They're
I
probably
don't
just
think they
getting
care
paid.
too much. They have well-paid jobs, so I don't think they care any.
To be honest, we've had a person come in here. They claim to work at NASA, and I kind of believe them, and I kind of don't at the same time. I don't know. I don't know. That's for who to say what. But I'll tell you this: the person was very enthusiastic about the work he did there. He obviously he understands that NASA is very compartmentalized. Like he would say, yes, we're compartmentalized. Like I'm responsible for making these certain parts for these certain spacecrafts that supposedly have went up, right? But no one's really in the know of everything. It's not like everyone that works in NASA knows exactly what's going on in NASA. It's like everyone's doing individual little projects for a certain project, like the big project, right? And everyone is doing like little homework piece, side pieces for that same project. And for them, it's like, hey, I saw it on TV. I know I worked on the part, so they believe it, right? So that's kind of where they come from. If anything, it boosts their ego to know that they worked on something that they believe went up.
Hmm. So they're all doing this like little jobs that are supposed to be funding a bigger project that none of them really like. They all kind of agree on, but
It's think of it as the military. It's compartmentalized. Like a person that just went into the military has no idea what the general's discussing, or what they're planning to do. It's very similar like that. The way it works, like it's compartmentalized. Everyone's like in the little sections doing particular jobs for the particular project. And of course, it comes to a point where all those people have to do something that makes a complete project, but it's not like they're all working together in like one area and they're like all talking to each other, like, yeah, we did this, we did that. Everyone's kind of compartmentalized.
Okay.
It's very strict to get a job there. I have a cousin that actually works for Boeing, and he makes like certain parts of the space shuttles, like doors, or they'll make like a certain part for it, because they outsource. It's not like people at NASA; they're building it all there. They outsource it to all these other companies like Raytheon, Boeing, Skunkworks, Lockheed Martin. All of them get hired to do like a particular part of that project too. For example, my cousin, he told me like, oh yeah, I did it. I worked on this part for this Falcon. I think it was a Falcon rocket. I'm not sure if I remember which one it was, but he claimed he worked on a part of one of the recent rockets that went up not like about 2 years ago, right? And yeah, man, like he believes it went up there. He worked on it he works at Boeing, so they were responsible for like a door or something like that. So you have to understand that like this thing is like, it's crazy how like it's very easy to actually hide the whole thing because it's really outsourced. A lot of it is outsourced.
So can you hear me? I think you got disconnected. Hello?
Yes.
Yeah, we hear you.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So what you're saying is basically NASA is just this one big money laundering project that just money's coming and going out of, and it's not really. They're not actually doing anything. They're just kind of, it's like it reminds me of that
No,
meme with Patrick and the
we're
hammer
not
and
saying they are
stick on
not
his head.
doing anything. No, we're not saying they are not doing anything. They actually do something, and they do it very good. Scamming.
Well, yeah, basically that's what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, they are experts in it. So.
No, I mean,
If you were to start to look into NASA, if I were you, is I would look at all their ISS footage, like things they do. Just pay attention. Like they get like I don't know how much they get this year. I haven't checked. But I know in the last couple years they get like close to 50 to 60 million. You know, I think a day, right? And it's like 90.
Yeah,
I think,
NASA
and I
gets
think they get close
19.8 billion
to
annually.
19 billion a year. So if you look at it and like pretty much all the achievements that
No,
NASA
I
has
get
done
the
is
motive.
practically
I get the motive. I'm just wondering what they're
yeah,
doing
okay.
up there. Okay.
Yeah, well, I don't even think they're up there. I think most of the flat earthers would agree with that.
Well, no, yeah, you know what I mean. That's what I'm saying. I guess I'll be really curious to see what a NASA employee would have to say and regarding this with you guys, and yeah, that would be an interesting discussion, I think.
So I'll give you a channel. I have a friend. His name's Robert Bazzano. He actually started his YouTube channel on this topic, and what he would do is he would actually call. He would call the heads of like commissioner for NASA, and certain projects that they're working on, and he would literally just like ask them questions that would lead to like them pretty much stuttering to how like what they're claiming is happening can't be happening based on like physics or certain mathematical equations, and he would just get so deep into it to the point where if he called a place, they wouldn't take his call anymore. Like if they caught on to him, it was really strange. I'll show you his channel if you're interested. Like this guy literally has like 4 or 5 interviews with like the heads of NASA, like the top of the
No, I've
line
seen the
people that are
interviews
there.
with
It's
like
really
The
interesting.
the
manager of Hubble.
astronauts. Like, yeah, I've seen the interviews they did with the astronauts, and like I've seen that like they were abusing, they were literally threatening, and I was like, hold on. That's when it really got me thinking. It's like why? Why do they gotta hide this? What are they hiding? Why are they so angry? You know?
Well, if you
I posted it
manage
in the
to
live stream.
expose them, you are actually calling them criminals, you know, because
Hey, real
scamming
quick,
is a crime.
Jose, I posted it in
yeah,
the live stream.
yeah, I'm seeing that, so I'm trying to get to that before it gets washed down. So, if you look at the live stream voice text, Indio just posted something. It's the channel's called Planeta Veritas, and it's a phone call Q&A with NSA Deputy Program Manager of the Hubble Space Telescope. So listen to that interview. Like this is literally a guy that's questioning, like, you know, the authenticity of NASA, in other words, and he has a discussion with the program manager for Hubble, and it's eye opening how
Well, what's
much these
Hubble
guys
again?
that
I
claim
don't
to
know what that is.
telescope don't even
The
know
Hubble
what
Space Telescope.
The Hubble telescope. Oh, it's a telescope, and it's like in space supposedly, right?
Yeah. So
Okay.
one of the things he asked him is that if he's ever seen the Hubble telescope, and the guy says no. He's the deputy director of the Hubble program for 30 years, and he'd never seen the Hubble telescope.
So these guys don't know what's going on. They're like
He's in charge. The reason he talked to the deputy director because the regular director's position was vacant, meaning whoever it was quit and like they didn't fill the position yet. So this guy was, even though his title was deputy director, he was actually in charge of the entire program. So the thing about Hubble is that they said that they've gone up and repaired it. Okay, and he asked this guy if they have eyes on it, if he's seen it, and this guy said no, I haven't. Even though they supposedly went up and they did missions to repair it. So the thing about asking a NASA employee something, it's like, what is their job? Like, does this guy is he cleaning toilets at Houston? Like, what is he doing?
Yeah, what are they doing? Yeah, exactly. That's what I was wondering. What are they doing? They say they're making.
I'll tell you
they're
what
making doors.
I think what most people do there, they make so-called educational material and send it to schools and brainwash children.
Yeah, that's probably it. Because like it's everywhere, right? Like glow.
Well, when I was growing up, they used to every couple of weeks they'd wheel in a VCR tape and they would show us stuff NASA produced, right? Space stuff. documentaries or whatever. Because they're publicly funded, right? So they spend $41 million a day. They need the public to support them to get money. So
Advertising.
part of
Yeah,
that
it's
is
advertising. They get more money the more
yeah,
they do that.
yeah. But so you have to convince the public not to cut your budget, right? So you need to go tell the public, the kids, the parents, hey, support us. We're doing awesome stuff in space.
India, did you
And then they
ever
all want
watch
to be
that?
part of it, and then they make you have to have like really high IQ or something like credentials to be able to even step a foot in their office.
Oh yeah,
It's
you
so,
want
like,
to see
it's
some
really
high IQ?
glorified.
I'll
And then
show
you get there and you haven't even ever seen the Hubble telescope, and you're like the manager of the whole show.
Oh, you haven't seen nothing yet. Watch. I'm gonna post a video from an astronaut, and it's only like 30 seconds long. You gotta watch this.
Oh, like the
You wanna see-
abuse. Like I've seen the abuse videos. I've seen the threats. I saw them.
No. That's not what I'm talking about.
Oh, okay.
You'll see. You'll see.
I didn't get that. When I saw that, the kid said, "Pops, do you want to get the CIA to wax him?" That's the first time I even heard the word wax.
You're talking about
Astronauts Gone Wild.
Bro. Astronauts Gone Wild.
Yep.
So yeah, just watch this. Hold on, I'll play the audio too. So I'll play the audio. Everybody shut up for a minute.
Play it, India. Yeah.
Flat Earth Dawn Pictures.
What happens if you get a leak on that? Then you have a leak.
What?
You just have a leak. And what you would do is lose air. Yeah, you would probably seal the whole cupola off. And then there's probably a plan, I don't know off the top of my head, but there's probably a plan for replacing the mechanism. It might require space.
So what he's talking about is there's supposed to be this the cupola on the International Space Station. They got windows, but they have a shade that like drops down. They're supposed to be able to open and close that from the inside of the ISS. But the thing is, how do you maintain a seal, right? Because you got the vacuum space on the outside and pressure on the inside. So he's asking him how do you seal it? So he describes the O-ring and basically says, "Oh, it's just really good engineering." He can't tell him how they make it. So then he asks him, "What happens if you have a leak?"
There's this guy.
And he says, "Well, you have a leak."
Well, you have a leak. Yeah,
No, this isn't just some guy. He was the safety op. He was he supposedly went up to Hubble 3 times, and one time he was the safety officer. So the safety officer of the International Space Station doesn't know how to fix a leak on the International Space Station.
That's fishy. Hold on, but I have another question.
Just think about that for a second, Ben. Hold on. Think about that for a second. Like, think of the loss of life on the International Space Station if they did get a leak, like from one of those rings, and they don't even know how to fix it.
It's like literally the only thing you have to worry about is like getting sucked out through a little pinhole into outer space, right? And that guy doesn't even know how to fix their only problem. It's like, dude, you had one job. That's it. One job. You didn't do it.
I saw the spaceship that they went to the moon with. It's like that I could blow it with like my mouth away.
We call it the homeless
so
tweaker shelter.
That's what it looks like. I don't think that's legit. Like I'll be honest. But how about this guy? He's on YouTube, like I don't know, 24/7 live streaming his time on space, and then he like plays guitar in space. He drinks water in space. Like where
Flat
the heck
Earth
is he?
man, conspiracy music guru.
Are you talking about who's the
Alex?
He's talking about a really fake astronaut. What's his name?
Isn't it Chris?
Yeah, Chris.
Let me see. He's the one who drank water in space. Or like, hold on.
Yes, I'm pretty sure you're talking about Chris Hadfield.
Let me see. Chris. Yeah, let's see. How do astronauts drink space? What's his name again? Chris what?
Hadfield.
Chris Hadfield. Hadfield. Chris Hadfield. I believe that's how you
that's the guy I'm talking about. That's the guy I'm talking about. Yeah. Who's this guy then? What's he doing? Like 24/7.
He's singing the David Bowie in the space.
What?
he is singing the song of the David Bowie in the space on the live stream.
Yeah. So what is he's doing that right now? He's live right now.
No, not now. He did it that
Yeah. He did that, and then also he like ate food,
because
slept. I
that's
don't know, drank
very
water.
important to know that he's also a musician and that he can sing that song. And that song is, of course, major tone, blah blah blah. That's so
Hey,
hilarious.
guess when that song came out? When that song was released?
When?
69, huh? Something like that.
Right when Apollo, like a month before Apollo.
Oh my God.
Beautiful.
I thought it's a new song.
Man, it's
Like,
not only that. Did you see them all? Not only him. Did you see them? It's like a video spot. She is coming from up with saxophone and another one with another instrument. Three of them with three different
yeah.
instruments, but not David Bowie song. Some another shit. I don't know. I saw also that, man. But it's a Big Brother show. That what they had in National Space Station. Like a TV show. Like look what they are doing. Look what they have there. Santa Claus uniform. When was that fucking Super Bowl uniform? They even knew it who will win, I think. Tennis balls. What the fuck they have? Puppets. Everything there. Instruments, We need to take all that stuff to bring in the space.
Well, in all these decades of life that I watch NASA videos of astronauts or
Hello.
ISS or satellites and stuff, I never seen anything scientific shown, a video about a scientific experiment or stuff, which they show us, hey, look, this is what we discovered here, and we give it to mankind so it benefits whole mankind. No, nothing, zero.
You didn't listen very well because they are repeating almost all the time. We are doing science. We are doing science. We are
Yeah,
doing science. And that's
yeah,
it.
I give you that. I heard that, but I never seen anything
That you need to.
shown. You know,
Well,
I can see them showing to children how they play with bubbles of water and stuff, imaginary floating water made on computer with today's latest graphics and AI. Yeah.
you can do like
So
this.
Wait,
Look,
so you're saying that's
NASA.
fake?
yeah, those
The water? He's drinking
water
the water, bro.
balls floating in space, they are not real. They are CGI
Oh,
made
come on,
by
bro.
artificial intelligence. Yeah.
No, but he's literally floating in space. Like,
No, it's not.
okay, I don't know, man. That's what I'm seeing. I mean,
Those
he's
objects
grabbing the
that you
water. The
see
water's
there,
he's
those
drinking it. It's
objects,
going on his face.
yeah, it's not real water. It doesn't exist. That's just created by the computer and overimposed over the video. Yeah, and it looks like the actor is literally drinking that, but he doesn't.
I mean, like, do we have any proof of that? Like, can we?
Yeah, we have George Washington Senior passing the NASA and visiting, and there behind him you can see the guy, the blue screen, and you see how they are doing something with bubbles, behind the astronaut.
Yeah. I forgot the name of this graphics technique. It's a special effect.
Augmented reality.
Wait, I will post now.
Yeah, that's like Pokemon, but
Are you talking about a chroma key?
no, not chroma key or neither. It's when they film a person doing something, and then they virtually add objects in front of that person, and this person looks like it's handling those objects physically, but those objects are not actually there in his hands or in front of him. They are not physically there.
But I will pause. Get that
So
what you are
how when
saying.
he's like floating? Like what's that? Like when he's like literally floating and it's a long live stream, it's not like just a couple of seconds either. It's like a whole
That is
45
Yeah, I
augmented
know.
reality.
And
What you've
actually,
described, Ket, is augmented
yeah.
reality.
No, I know
No, it
that term,
is.
but it's not that.
It's the broad term for VR when you're augmenting layers. So there's virtual layers and real layers, and then they're augmenting all of that into a single stream.
Yes,
Okay.
Pokemon is an example of augmented reality, but you need a
That would be from
device
your view,
to
though.
see those objects which are around you. Virtually, they are around you, But
Yeah, the Pokemon
this
thing
is
is from
in
your
like
view.
cinema.
What Geppy gets talking about is the viewers, not the guy seeing the stuff in front of him, but us seeing the stuff in front of him, if you know what I mean. It's just chroma key green screen layering, isn't it?
All right. I mean, I don't know, like how I usually deal with things is like I get the whole space thing. Like we have mathematically proven that it's impossible for the Earth to be um a sphere. Okay, but him being in space, I don't know. Like
Mic check.
How you can have gas
You're
pressure
good.
without container?
Okay, so if we've mathematically eliminated the possibility of there being a round Earth, then the laws of nature, okay, physics, prohibit space from being a place that you can go to. The vacuum of space, anyways.
Yeah.
Now, all the bouncing and the flipping, I mean, if you get $63 million a day, do you think you could probably afford some pretty good special effects? Let's just think about that for a minute. Could you afford to do some stuff that maybe you don't have any idea about, like the average consumer doesn't know about? I bet
probably.
you could. Right. So
Probably, yeah.
if physics prohibits the vacuum of space being a place that you can visit and all this weightlessness and all that stuff, you don't have to worry about how it looks like it, they are floating. A lot of times they just sit there and bounce like they're in a harness. Sometimes it looks like they're in a vomit comet or a zero-G plane where they're flipping around and doing other stuff. There's a lot of different ways they could pull this off and make us think that they're in a second law of thermodynamics violation called the vacuum of space. Doesn't matter. It doesn't exist. It's all a farce. It's an impossibility.
Sense. So have you guys do you guys know Destiny, right? I think you guys know Destiny. You know what that is?
No, what is that?
Destiny. He's a very famous like Twitch streamer. You guys don't know Destiny?
No, I don't.
Nobody here knows who Destiny is? Okay. Well, he's a very famous Twitch streamer, and like he deals with. I don't like him personally because I mean I love him because I side for him, but I don't like him in the sense that he's very aggressively anti like he doesn't accept he's very like mainstream kind of believer, and then he like proves it or whatever, right? So he would probably say the earth is round, and I was just wondering, maybe someone here knew him, could talk about his arguments sometimes. I don't know.
No, but what arguments does he have?
I don't know. I actually haven't heard him talk about flat Earth, but I'm pretty sure he doesn't believe the Earth is flat.
Oh, I
Like
see.
I'm like 99% sure because he's very like liberal kind of uh, Earth is the media's not lying to us and all this kind of stuff. So that's why I would assume that.
Hmm.
Yeah. What do you think? I mean, no, never mind. That was a dumb question. I was gonna ask a dumb question.
So now that the globe
Oh,
has
yeah.
been taken away and the infinite vacuum of space, what do you think is there?
I don't know, man. Like I'm
Huh?
not done with the Bible yet, so I would assume the Earth is whatever the Bible says.
Your resort.
Well, the
I'm what?
Bible does appear to point to something flat. I would go with the biblical
Yeah.
cosmology myself, but there are people that go with other variations. Some people want to go with the biblical cosmology, some people want to go with something else.
Yeah, that's something I'm okay, but yeah, you can find science explaining.
Yeah, I think the Bible lines up with science. I believe that.
Yeah.
Although I'm not like I don't believe that the Bible is like perfect. I think that's dumb to assume that the Bible is perfect because
Yeah.
like we have the Septuagint, we have the Hebrew Masoretic text, and then we have different ages for children of Shem. Which one is it? Different results, like different depending on the Bible you're using. It could the age of the earth could be 7,000 years old, or it could be 6,000 years old, or if you don't even
Well,
depend on
okay, but
necessarily.
how do the stars, the sun and the moon stay there in the sky then?
Yeah, I was gonna ask that, like, because I haven't read all of it. So stars like Saturn, like someone told me Saturn is a star, right? But
Yeah,
it
a
doesn't have a
wandering
pattern like
star.
the other star.
Uh, all the stars, they orbit around Polaris above our heads. They spin around Polaris in a circle. The wandering
What's a
stars,
Polaris?
which are called
What's a
planets. Yeah.
Polaris?
Sorry.
What's a Polaris?
Polaris is the North Star. Yeah.
It's a what?
The
The
North
North
Star,
Star.
The North Star. What's that?
the star in the north that doesn't move. Supposedly,
Yeah.
navigators
I seen
sail
the
by it.
picture. I saw the picture. I know that. I know. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
And all the stars in the sky, they spin in a circle around that star above us. Now, the planets, the wandering stars, they are called planets now. And they do not spin in a circle in the sky. They have a elliptical
What's
rotation
elliptical?
in the sky. Well, they spin
Elliptical is
like
a
in
fat
oval
circle.
shape, not in a circle,
Oval. Okay.
Yeah.
So the rest are like circles. These few ones are like oval. They spin in an oval direction.
Yes.
Okay.
It means that the radius changes,
Mm-hmm. And these stars, what they don't. I don't know because we don't. Do they? Like, what's a star now? Like, it's like because I've seen these other like videos you guys post in these channels. A star is like not the. It's like just changing colors and what is that? What is that?
Yeah, they twinkle, and there is also the famous song "Twinkle, Twinkle, Little Star,"
I know
and
what
we
you
all
mean.
know
I
it
know what
from
you mean.
early childhood.
Yeah, you're
It
right.
wasn't.
Stars do twinkle.
We don't sing it just out of the blue. Mankind has observed that they twinkle.
Yeah, and do they change colors? Okay, but how come these stars, Saturn and stuff, do they change? Do they change colors or what?
Not like the other ones.
Huh. So they're
And
special.
my guess is this is personal speculation. You don't have to take it for a fact because I don't have any scientific demonstration. Just if you want to hear it, I tell you.
Yeah. Oh, I don't know.
My guess is that those lights are not even, they are just reflections in the sky. They are not even,
Yeah,
they
because
are not
like someone
there.
told me they disappear when you go in like when you go at a certain
No,
point in
it's
the sky.
like when you sit in front of a mirror, yeah, and someone behind you is waving a flashlight, yeah, you see the flashlight in the mirror, but
Yeah.
the flashlight is behind you. It's not where you
Yeah.
see it in front of your eyes in the mirror.
Yeah.
Yeah,
That's
so
true. Okay,
it
well,
could be such kind of phenomena. Quantum mechanics would allow it, you know, and can explain it. But of course, for that, I need to manipulate these forces and probably make them disappear from the sky. You know.
Okay, so I guess my question would be, what did like the Greeks or something like what do they think of these other things like what because I know like the Greeks were like very wise, right? They said a lot of wise stuff.
They were not wise. No, they were not wise, the Greeks. The Greeks were saying that they've learned what they know from the descendants of the Hyperboreans.
Of the what?
From the descendants of the Hyperborean people.
What is that?
You're confusing him.
Hyperborean.
No, he doesn't know
Yeah.
anything about all that. That's too advanced. No offense to the person that was
Yeah.
talking with Get. Wasn't trying to be rude.
No, I know nothing. I'm just a 19-year-old kid. I know nothing. I'm okay with that.
What? How did you come about the flat Earth topic?
I don't know for
I
that.
don't remember. Like, I actually don't remember how I got here, but I got here
Really?
somehow.
Come on. You know
Sorry.
that sounds bad. You do know that, right?
Wait, let me think. Hold on. This was like 3 days ago.
If you're just here do you want to troll? Because I hope
Oh
not.
no, he's not. He's not,
Okay.
Jenny.
Good.
He
Okay.
he
Thank you,
spoke with
Get.
Indio and AI. Yeah, he's a good guy.
Okay, cool. Thank you.
Yeah, I think
Yeah.
I got here. I think I got here. I got here when I just typed in Google flat. I think I was just curious. I typed in Google flat Earth and I realized nothing was coming up. I just realized that they were hiding everything,
Yeah.
right? So I was like, this is weird, right? Because I just kind of thought, well, why are they just showing why the flat? Like the first thing that comes up on Google when you type in flat Earth is the flat Earth has been debunked by like scientists. I'm like, okay, but why is it?
Oh, keep going. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, so I was like, why is this the first thing that shows up? For every other thing, like Islam, even though like I know Islam is from Al Shaitan, it's like you know, I absolutely detest it. I was a Muslim, right? Like all this stuff. How come when I type in Islam, it shows Islam is a religion, like gives a perfect description, right? But then when I type in flat earth, it's just slander. It's just slander. There was nothing. And I kept scrolling down and down and down and down and down and nothing. So I was like, okay, well I know there's somewhere I can get good information from, right? So I go to Reddit and I type in Reddit flat earth, and then when I did that, I came across a couple of YouTube videos, and that's where I saw the video of the guy being abusive, the astronaut being abusive. And then I was like, okay, let's get more information. So I typed in.
Are you talking about Astronauts Gone Wild? You saw that?
Yeah, that one.
Yeah.
And then
Art Sabrell, high five, bro. Yeah. Hey, keep going. I love what you're saying.
Yeah, and then I I went to discord.gg to find a Discord channel. I couldn't find anything until there was this other, like, there's this Discord where it's literally, it said, hey, like, there's this site on, like, I don't think it was Reddit or something, that said, if you want to join this, like, very famous, like, Discord channel of all flat earthers, like, it's here. Because every Discord channel I went into, there was, like, it was majority not flat earthers, right? So it's like, this is not even a flat earth Discord channel. I asked them, are you guys flat earthers? And, like, 5 people said no, 1 person said yeah. So okay, that's kind of weird. Right? So then, yeah, and then I just typed in discord.gg slash what was it?
Flat Earth?
Earth. Yeah,
you
there we go.
did
There, I
it.
just typed it in.
You did not. Just at random.
Yeah, like just like that.
That is awesome. Mission
And I was like, oh,
accomplished,
I got
everyone. We got one with our vanity link. Yay! I'm sure there's more out there, but I'm just saying that's cool, man. I appreciate you sharing. And if you got more, keep going, man. Keep going.
That's it. And then I got here, and then I started. You know, I came in with like, you know, I don't really. I'll be honest. I have a lot of respect for my Bible, right? But I don't really care what it says regarding some things. You know.
Wait.
I think that.
Okay. Yeah. I like to keep it simple. Okay. So I don't have the book open or anything right now, but in the very first few sentences of the creation story where he said there was night and day, and on the third day, he created the sun and the moon.
Yeah.
So isn't that like really like weird right off the bat? There was daylight before there was the sun.
No.
Hold
on. Let me go to the reference you're talking about. This was you said there was God. This was Genesis, obviously Genesis 1. So you want to know about creation? Go to Genesis.
Well, also, wouldn't you make the sun first? You know, if it was a globe, and then create the earth.
Right.
Hold on. Let me get my Bible. 1 second.
Yeah.
By the way, I use Septuagint. I don't know if you know what that is.
Okay,
You know what
just as
Septuagint is? I'll use both.
But I don't want to go too into the religion aspect. I really want to keep this flat Earth. Okay, so let's not.
I get it. No, I get it. I just want to know the answer to, right? Because
one more.
Hold on.
Can you repeat it? I'm sorry. I apologize.
No problem. Okay, so what are you referencing? Like what's
I'm
what's the verse you're
referencing the creation story.
creation story?
On
So
the
Genesis
third
1,
day.
right? So
yeah, on the third day he created the sun and the moon. On the third day, which means there was light, then day, light, then day, and then he created the sun.
Hold on. Let's read it. In the beginning, God made the heavens and the earth, but the earth was unseen and unprepared, and darkness was upon the deep, and the Spirit of God rushed upon the water. And God said, "Let light come into being," and light came into being. And God saw the light, and it was good. Now, I guess you could interpret this as here's the thing. It says, "In the beginning, God made the heavens and the earth." I don't know if this is a because right now he hasn't made the earth. Well, no, he did. By the first verse in Genesis, he already made the heavens and the earth. That would include the sky and the stars. That's right here. In the beginning, God made the heavens and the earth. And then it says,
"Oh, yeah." But God doesn't repeat himself, though, right? So he stated it. It was stated, well, inspired by God or whatever. So, but it was stated as separately for a reason.
Let's read the whole thing. In the beginning, here's the thing. It says right there that God made the heavens and the earth. In the beginning, God made the heavens and the earth, right? So right now, are we at the stage where the heavens and the earth are made? Right? So let's continue. But the earth was unseen and unprepared. Okay, so so now we know for sure, because now it's talking about the description of the earth when he first made it. And darkness was upon the deep, and the Spirit of God rushed upon the water, and God said, "Let light come into being." So now we have light. And light came into being. And God saw the light, and the light was good. And God made a separation between the light and the darkness. And God named the light day, and the darkness he named night. And there was evening, and there was morning, the first day. Okay. I don't see what's wrong here.
Keep going.
Okay, and God said, "Let a firmament come into being in the midst of the water, and let separation be in the midst of the water." So it happened, and God made the firmament, and God made a separation in the midst of the water that was under the firmament, and the midst of the water that was above the firmament. And
And then
God
the
named the
third
firmament
day.
between. Yeah, and God saw that it was good, and there was evening, and there was there was morning, the second day. And God said, "Let the water that is under the heavens be gathered to be gathered together into one assembly, and let the dryness appear." And so it happened, and the water under the heavens was brought together into the assembly, and the dryness appeared. Okay, so this is the formation of
What?
land and like sea. Okay,
Right.
and God named the dryness earth, and the assemblies of the water he named seas. Okay, that was right. And
Ah,
God saw that it was good, and God said, "Let the earth sprout fodder plants, sowing seed according to kind and according to likeness, and fruit-bearing tree and making fruit, whose seed
okay, hold
itself
on.
in the tree."
I apologize. I apologize for stopping you. You're
It's
using a
alright.
version I'm not really familiar with. So, what's
This
the
is the Septuagint.
okay?
I'd also like to
Yeah, it's
interject on some ideas about the sky and the stars. Have you guys seen sonoluminescence? I think is what it's called.
Solar luminescence. What is
Yeah,
Uh,
but
like? It's just like lights.
well,
No.
sonoluminescence, and you even brought up the fact that there's waters above. So, if you create like a pocket, I think like a certain vacuum to a certain degree, you actually create like light, or sorry, using sound. Sorry, excuse me. But I do believe it also creates a like a vacuum or some type of oscillation, and you create light inside of water. And I have an I wonder about that, but I'm also the earth. So the earth is basically magnetism and all of that. So we all have kind of like capacitance, elements that are drawing us, kind of like gravity, if you will, or whatever, towards the earth. So my idea is that what's above us is lighter elements, and then with
Yeah.
the whole
Can
Oh,
I correct you?
sonoluminescence. Huh?
guys. Okay, so I'm sorry for interrupting. Back to what I was referring to. It's been a while since I've read this, so my apologies, everybody. So the
That's okay,
exact
Jamie.
one I'm referring to is Genesis 1:16.
1:16. Let's
Yes.
see. 1:16. And God made the two big luminaries. The big luminary to have authority over the day, and a little luminary to have authority over the night and the stars.
Yes.
Oh yeah, God did make those.
So this is on which day would that be on that verse? What day
This
would
would
that
be
be?
this would be the first day. He's referring
No.
to what happened
No, 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 no,
because it
no,
didn't
no,
say
no,
and
no.
then God. Hold on. It doesn't say and then God made it. It says and God made the two big luminaries. It doesn't say that it was a thing that happened afterwards.
Well, every verse starts and God said and let there and the so I don't know what.
Let me read you what your text. What version are you using?
Okay, so this is going a little beyond what I wanted to unpack in
I mean, if there's
here.
a
So
contradiction,
it's
I
on
would love to
me.
know one. You know.
It's at well, no, no, no. It's on me that I didn't make my point very well. So, the point I was ultimately trying to get at was he created light, and then after that, he created the sun. Now we can pick apart a whole bunch of stuff and talk for a really long time, but that's ultimately what is said here. That first there was light and to separate from the darkness. And after
Yes,
that,
first was the light.
at some point, he created the luminaries, the sun and the moon.
So how do
So
you know? How
that's
do you know that
really
happened?
contradictory to the heliocentric theory, for one. I don't, in my opinion, I'm not trying to be unkind to anyone here, but I don't think any Christian should be following the heliocentric theory
Okay.
because of what is in the scriptures. There's over
Oh, is
200
that your point? I thought your
references.
point was there's a contradiction or something.
No, no, it wasn't a
Oh.
contradiction to the heliocentric theory. Yeah, but
Oh, I thought you were talking about. Okay, I thought you were talking about how I thought you were saying there's a contradiction in the Bible here. So I was trying to investigate
Oh
that.
no, there's over 200, well over 200 references in the Bible that point out a motionless, stationary plane.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah.
By the way, just so you know,
So
like I'm not like I do believe like there are ways to interpret this text to make it not seem as if there are some contradictions, but ultimately I don't believe personally, as a believing Christian and believing person as of our Lord and Savior Jesus, I don't think the Bible is perfect because we have different texts and they do say different things.
oh
And
yeah,
that's
what
just
you're yeah, what I have a problem with is what you're saying, transliteration. That's what I, because a transliteration where you don't have a similar word in a different language, well, the same word in a different language. And then you literally have to make up a word. So whoever writes these texts, they get to decide which word is chosen. There wasn't any committees back then. They just wrote it. So yeah, I do think that the Bible is one of the greatest books on the earth, but along with everything else, it's a man has had their hands in it way too much.
Of course. Nobody denies that for sure. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But the like facts, like like I look at these facts and I start questioning. I start thinking, okay, there's no way a text can be this good. Like we have literally a manuscript of the Bible. We right now, 2022, have a manuscript of the Bible that goes back to 15 years after the completion of the Bible in 95 AD. 15 years. Nothing like that exists ever in the ancient world. We have
That is a
nothing even
wonderful
remotely
point.
similar. We have
Well,
nothing
do
like
you
that.
know
Everything
do you
we have.
know how many books were tied together in at the Nicene Council?
The Nicene Council, yeah, they didn't really choose what
Do you know
Bibles.
how many books they tied together as the
Let's not get
Bible?
into too much
I don't
into
understand
that.
your question.
The Nicene Council took books and they put them together, and that's what we call today the Bible.
They were separate writings, that's what you're trying to
Yeah.
say, right? Mm-hmm.
Well,
So
yeah, I
do
mean,
you
your
know
Old
how
Testament,
many
Old Testament,
books?
New Testament.
How many books does have your Bible?
How many
I'm
books are in the
lagging.
Bible?
Hello.
Yeah,
Did he lag or did I lag?
66 or 73 or 80.
In the Nicene Creed. Okay, let me give you a little bit of history, right? So, the Christ.
No,
Oh,
I'm
let me
not
say this, right?
about giving me the history of the Nicene Council. I'm not I'm not asking about that. I'm asking only if you know how many books those priests they took and they put them together and they called that book the Bible.
I think I understand your point, and yes, I do. Yeah, I don't know. Like, I think it would be.
Oh, okay.
It would either. I don't know. I think maybe 66, right? 66 is the
No,
canon.
it was more than 200, approximately 200.
And then the
But
Catholics got
more.
a hold of it.
Yeah. And with
200 books.
with time, from then up to today, they are taking out.
Hey, Get. I think that I looked at a chart one time that said all the different books and stuff that are in Bibles for different regions and stuff. And if memory serves me correctly, I thought I remember Ethiopia having the greatest number of books in their Bible.
Yeah, true.
They have a lot of books. Yeah.
Yeah.
And Ethiopia is very similar to Romania. We also have Orthodox Christian religion, and in our synod we have about 73 or 76.
Yeah, it was up there.
Yeah, I know that.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I have a question. Is it just the Old Testament that's been like added and taken away, or is New
Oh,
Testament as well?
guys, come
Both
on.
of
We
them.
can't do religion too much in here. It's
Yeah,
supposed to
but
be
yeah,
better.
this is
I really want
I
to
know it.
know.
And Paula came in here too, man. But if you guys, you can talk about it, but as long as it's like directly related to flat Earth and it's not
yeah.
doctrine, we can do it.
Okay, hold
Okay.
on, bro. Let me add you. We'll talk later, okay? Because I'm actually interested in this.
Cool.
Yeah, sorry to be a party poop, guys, but them's the rules.
It's all right.
I know, Jenny. It's okay.
Mhm. And you know I like to talk about that
Yeah.
stuff too. So that's kind of difficult for me. But anyway, was he going to bring up a flat Earth passage in the Bible, or are we going to change topics here?
You guys can change topics. I'm all right.
Okay. All right, who we got in here to talk to? Paula popped in. Hey, Paula. Yeah, we got a little out of hand with the topic there for a little bit. I had to rein it in. You probably heard me just now. It's like, yeah, back in the day, like 3-4 years ago, when it was way smaller, we used to talk about that shit all the time.
What's the Betty Brioche, Jenny?
The what?
Your name, Betty Brioche.
I do not know what you're referring to.
Someone changed your nickname, Jenny.
Oh no, who's being a fool? What the fuck does that mean?
I don't know.
All right, well, I don't like it.
Brioche sounds like some cookie.
Oh, it's about bread because I'm a bread lady now. That's right.
Yeah.
Jenny, that's a croissant.
Okay. Okay, let me change something here. I'll change it to something like that. I don't know. I'll give it some more thought.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay, so
Jenny.
that's so funny. That took me a minute because, like, when I get out of work, I kind of like sometimes with the brain, you know. Oh well, and then everybody knows half the time I don't even like look at my phone when I talk. It's weird, kind of. I mean, it'd be one thing if I had a computer, maybe. Yeah.
How is love, Jenny?
Oh, I have a new dog.
Oh,
So
nice.
I've been living in this town for. So I've been living in this town for 2 years. So I don't know. I feel bad for anybody that comes across me and like wants to share time with me now. They're kind of too late because I got a dog now. So it's kind of like having a child.
Yeah.
He is spoiled, motherfucking rotten, for sure. Oh my god, he's so cute, dude. I have a SUV, right? So it's pretty wide, and so next to me, I put when I drive, I put this like cylinder-shaped pillow and then a blanket over it, and he sits right next to me without bothering me or nothing. He sits super still and he looks out the window, and it's oh my god, it's like I can't. It's like you're killing me, Smalls. You're killing me. My little tiny 7-pound long-haired Chihuahua.
Oh, nice.
I know he's beautiful, and he lets me give him a spa and all kinds of stuff. I
Keeps
wash
you
him and
busy.
dry him and brush him and scratch him and well, we're gonna be probably trying pretty soon. I'm gonna give him a pedicure myself because it's really sad. He's kind of a rescue dog actually. And so he wasn't really well taken care of. His coat was horrendous. And they were saying, oh, well, he gets mat behind his ears. And I wanted to scream at him, yeah, because you're supposed to fucking brush him. But anyway, they let his nails grow so long, he had to change the way he has his feet.
Walk.
Just a little bit.
Yeah.
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 So his hair across his paws, it was covering his paws. It was like about damn near an inch and a half.
Yeah.
It's like, what the fuck? Oh man, that's a whole
I
theory.
recommend
It was a whole.
when
Well,
you
sorry. Go ahead. Say it
when you
again.
cut his nails, I recommend you start cutting a little bit and then advance, but never cut
Oh, I got a
too
plan.
small. Yeah.
I got a plan. So, all right, first of all, we got to like shape up the hair like in between his paws and stuff. And he's already let me scratch my finger in between his
Yeah.
paws. So we got a spot where we sit outside and he can see, and it's like a little like valley. It's amazing here where I live. So anyway, we sit there and he can see all the fucking neighbors all around us. So his little head's always moving and he's sniffing and everything like that. And I can play with his feet and do whatever I want and he won't even notice. So I'm going to do it outside, I think. I'm telling you this. Oh, but he lets me blow dry him and everything. Brush his ears and the hair on his ears because he's a long
Yeah.
haired chihuahua. But he's just perfect. He's sent down from heaven just for me. Mm-hmm. Ain't that right? But yeah, when I'm at work, he's got this kennel. It's a pretty good size. Well, it's his size. I mean, it's not small like a car one, but I've got it sitting level with the windowsill, and he's got like doggy TV live. We've got all these trees and birds and squirrels and an occasional cat, but he's just got it made. Definitely. I wish I was him almost. But yeah, so he has to be by his little self for 4 hours in 4 hour segments because you already know I get an hour lunch. But anyway, that's enough about me. Who's in here that we can talk to? You guys? I'm not paying attention as usual.
I think they will jump in if they want to talk or ask.
All right, good. Okay. Oh, but yeah, how's love? Well, it's all about me. So I'm like 99% ready on singing some badass motherfucking karaoke. So some salt and pepper, none of your business. So yeah,
That's
it's a little
good.
bit Sesame Street compared to what they put out now. I do not care.
Kind of related to the whole place we live. Yeah, just bringing up kind of what I was saying earlier about the stars, and interested if anyone has any
Okay.
ideas on the sonoluminescence
I
and
love that.
or
Yeah, I want to correct you about the sonoluminescence. It is achieved by exposing tiny air bubbles in water to ultrasounds.
yes, yes, that's
And
what I was trying to say. Yeah,
because, yeah, it changes the pressure inside the water, so the volume of that little air bubble compresses and expands so rapidly that it will emit light.
right.
The
And we
reason
know
why
that.
Yeah.
Well, and then on the sound, we know that sound is, I mean, pretty much life. I don't know if anyone's done, everything sort of has, frequencies related. Everything's kind of, getting with
That
Nikola Tesla.
yes. I
that
was just
doesn't click
thinking that.
with me. That
Oh,
doesn't click with me.
oh,
No.
okay.
Well, so,
Life
and then,
life is in the blood, and life is breath.
right.
God blew life into
And,
Adam,
and, and breath,
like
is that
blowing
not
air.
frequency?
I think it's something different, separate.
No,
Okay, but
What do you
still
think?
going on
Get
about
me
it.
get.
Just
Think.
breathing.
What do you think it is? Get me get.
It's literally breathing.
But it's not the air.
Yeah.
But what is air, especially when you're breathing in and exhaling? I mean, is that not frequency? I mean, what is sound, right?
Vibration, yeah, vibration and frequency. Yeah, it is. It sure is.
Right. So then
Fluctuation.
if we go back to the sky, the way I see it, and this could be all just my opinion and what I've researched, but you have a layering of elements. You know, you have basically down at the earth, you have heavier, denser elements, and what I'm seeing is that above you have the lighter elements going up and up and up. And so I wonder if somehow sonoluminescence is in regards with what's causing the light above, and or could be reflection as well. I could see that as well.
Well, we can still find gold in the sand. It didn't sink deep down below.
Well, but you don't. I mean, the gold's not up in the sky necessarily. You know, not
Yeah,
as you
of
go
course.
up and up. You have lighter and lighter elements, and so I wonder if what's going on is basically as you get lighter and lighter, it's creating pockets within these elements and or congregation of these elements, and I wonder if somehow the frequency and or these pockets are creating some type of sonoluminescence, which gives the stars, you know, to shine.
Well, I don't know, but for example, plutonium, deuterium, and tritium, it's one and the same element. Helium, but at different energy states. And they say, yeah, protium is helium-1, deuterium like hydrogen-2 or helium-2, and tritium helium-3. And they like to say that that 3 means 3 atoms of this element. But I'm not convinced with that theory. It could relate to the energy levels of that element.
Yeah,
How much
and I'm just
energy
kind of
it has.
throwing out
Yeah.
different ideas on all of that, and the energy levels. Absolutely, I could see,
Yeah.
or that's kind of within the lines of what I'm saying. I'm just, I guess, more or less just pointing out or throwing out the idea of how these lighter elements are somehow doing something above that are then giving this light, you know.
Yeah. Yeah, the speculation about the stars, what they are. Even God challenges us to search and find out, so that we know.
Yeah,
But
and then
that's
you're
not.
talking about the waters above, right? Which I could also see waters being translated as something like, gases. Gases can be in a liquid state or whatever.
Yeah. Yes, but you see, not all elements are the same. Like vast majority of elements, they have all 4 states of existence: solid, liquid, gaseous, and plasma. Helium does not have the solid. We haven't achieved the solid state of helium, and it's most likely it's not even possible to achieve it. So, and we see that it behaves different than any other element. It's non-reactive. It's a lot of things, unlike many of other elements.
Also, I'm kind of curious as to solar cycles. Anyone look into any of the solar related stuff going on?
Are you talking about like solar minimum, solar maximum cycles?
Yeah,
Like
exactly.
those?
Yes. Yeah. Exactly.
Yeah, they're very interesting. Especially when I don't know. Like I've really never. I'm not be honest. With you, I haven't looked into it too much, but I know a little of it. Like I know obviously it went during a solar minimum, and the solar maximum is when we're expecting to have the most. It's pretty basic, but it gets a lot deeper on it. Like on the level of when you like look into it directly, it does get a little deep. Because I tried looking into it, and I was like, I'm really not into it no more. I kind of get the gist of it.
So I've also looked at, and I'll try to kind of connect these two in a second, but there's a map showing the record of earthquakes going back to I think like 1900 or something like that, about 100 years, and there are actual certain spots which don't actually have either like pretty much any earthquakes at all. I think somewhere over in India was one of them. I can't really remember a whole lot anywhere else, but I bring that up because India has a whole lot of old world buildings, absolutely just amazing stuff. And so I wonder. Yeah, and I wonder the connection, or sorry, the map also shows the population as well, weirdly enough. So it shows you can look at the earthquakes and you can look at population, and I don't know if this is just, could be nothing, but I overlaid, population and earthquakes, and the large portions of population. Oh, I think it was also China, areas of China, and so the large areas of population seem to coincide with less earthquakes, and I wonder if that somehow is related to the previous catastrophe cycles that the Earth has been through, and where people have come from. It seems to be linked, as far as I can tell.
So the solar minimum data kind of, in your mind, kind of corresponds to that, right? Kind of what you've been looking into. That's what you're saying, pretty much. It correlates.
Let's see. When you look at the solar cycles, the sun flares and stuff cause earthquakes, and it seems to also be related with the increased volcanic activity. So,
like I said, I know what a solar minimum is and a solar maximum. My question is now, like since you've looked into this further than I have you correlated like during when is the earthquake? Is it when we're on a maximum solar? Was this when during is solar maximum?
Yeah. So, now once again, it's just based upon my own research and may not be the truth, but what I see and what I think is kind of being hinted at is that we go into these minimums, and we've had 3. So the solar cycles are average of 11 years, and over a certain number of these cycles, it seems to be like 360 seems to be a major number. But regardless, and then I think there's larger kind of multiple cycles, grouping of them, if you will, and then smaller ones within it. But so I think what happens is we go through minimums, which we just had 3 that have been going down on the tick. You can see some graphs if you look up solar cycles. And so what I think happens is think about like a battery, okay? And you basically discharge your battery slowly over time. But then what I think is going to happen is a solar cycle is going to increase, and it's going to increase quite rapidly. And we may be going into it, or it may be the next one. And so now imagine if you charge a battery really quick, that battery can basically explode, if you will.
Right.
Right. And so lots of earthquakes, lots of volcanic activity. And if you ask me, the Tonga explosion that went off was a shot across the bow, because they've completely lied to us, the public, about it. They've created a new volcanic eruption, given it a new name, a new type. It basically released the same amount of ejecta as Krakatoa, I think is what it was, but it did it like instantly, whereas Krakatoa I think took like 12 or like 14 hours or something like that. And then not only that, it also reached the same height in they also measure it, it's called the Volcanic Explosive Index. they're telling the public that it was only like a 5 or there was only like a 5 or something, but the reality is that it was closer to like a 6, like a mid 6 to a 7. And the explosive index goes up by 100-fold, not like earthquakes, which is I think 1,000, but it goes up 100-fold. So 5 to a 6, 6 would be 100 times what a 5 was.
Man, that's really interesting, man. I actually, I'm gonna have to look into that because I'm telling you, when I was looking at the solar minimum, solar maximum, I was looking at it as more for like objects in space when we launch and stuff like that. Like what they claim. Obviously, I don't believe in that, but I'm just, when you try to debunk this, you got to go into their realm and see what they believe and all that. And I was looking into that, the solar minimum, solar maximum. This was like 5 years ago, so I'm like, I actually don't recall a lot of it. I'm gonna have to brush up on it again.
Yeah, and so I also have my own opinion or research is that they seem to be launching these global conflicts in relation to all of this, kind of like in the shadow of it, as the chaos builds and everything, the global conflict also seems to be aligning with that. This major earthquake goes off, and you can kind of add them up throughout history too. I think around World War II there were ones going off. I think it was actually in South America though, or something like that. And so, yeah, there seems to be a relation that they cause these global conflicts as the Earth is in a less stable state, if you will. And then we have, the whole thing over on the other side of the world going on right now, and that was just like weeks after the Tonga, or a month or something.
Yeah, really interesting stuff, man. I have a question for you. How long have you been flat Earth for, man?
I think somewhere around 2013, 2014.
Woo! You got me beat.
Yeah, but to be honest, you guys seem to have a lot more of the details. I kind of do more like general, like I try to paint the overarching picture. You guys got the fancy understanding of maths and all that stuff.
That's crazy, dude. Because all the flat earthers I've ever met, like they all woke up around the same time I did. Like I know that I only know of 2 besides you, 2 other flat earthers that were pre like 2012, 2014, 2013 maybe. But like I swear, like every person on here, we all like I think we were all on the same like freaking wavelength or something because majority of us woke up to it in 2015. Like the ones we've been here for like years.
Yeah. So if I kind of explain some of my background just really quick, what happened was, well, I'll try to make it brief. Just basically, I've been an outcast. Nobody's liked me, so I kind of just like, shut myself in, and I just did a bunch of research. And let's see. So when I was actually 3 or 4 years old, I was told that the world's a globe, okay? And like my initial thought is that was totally BS. Like I didn't feel the movement of the earth spinning, anything like that, but I just accepted it. And so then the whole the inconsistencies with the moon landing, but I just kind of was like, whatever, I'll keep researching it. And then I got into researching all these catastrophe cycles and things like that. Eventually, I got on to looking at actual raw data from satellites. This was actually the nail in the coffin, was the raw data from satellites. Okay, this is weird, okay, but hear me out. The Earth is a fixed size, right? So
Yeah.
the data from space is supposed to be this infinite thing. So the amount of data we should be getting from space should be just astronomical. It should just be like beyond a single person's comprehension. And then this raw data from satellites was literally something a child could scribble. And I was done at that point. I'm like, I'm done. A child can scribble this onto the screen. I think it was data showing the solar winds or something like that. Or not, no, sorry, it wasn't just solar winds. It was I think certain gravitational energies of the planets and bodies, because it had to do with planet X.
Well, think about this. Ever since sorry, bro.
ever since the 1860s, we've had, hot air balloons, right? So since the Civil War, we've had cameras and hot air balloons. What does that mean? Well, we had satellite imagery since the Civil War. Do you think technology has increased since then? Well, of course it has, right? But they're still using like hydrogen balloons and helium balloons, right? So the whole satellite thing, I'm not really understanding how, it's such a breakthrough, right? And they claim that they're orbiting planets. How do we know that? They tell us that like most satellites are
They tell
geocentric.
you
In other words, they stay where they were launched from.
they tell you that there's a lot of unused satellites and then some active satellites. I don't know, about 6,000 or 7,000, whatever. And then you have the NSA live streams, the ISS live streams. You never see any particles of trash floating around. You never see any satellites in the far
Space
distance.
debris.
And you wonder if, especially, wouldn't the ISS be in a very unsafe place if it would really be the case that there are satellites and trash revolving around this non-existing spherical Earth? Because once you have like a particle that is, as thin as a hair, and that thing would just crash into the ISS, it would be like a bullet hole, completely.
At 17 miles per hour, it will be like a laser beam shooting through you.
Right.
And it will take. Yeah, I want to say this. It will take. Not even Luke Skywalker will be able to drive between all those space garbage. Yeah.
I find it funny how in the Apollo 13 movie they said, only a thin layer, almost as thin as the aluminum wrap you have at home, is protecting us right now from the outer space of vacuum. It's just so ridiculous.
Yeah, the kitchen foil. Yeah.
Yeah.
No,
so
and then people, and then you make an observe. You do an experiment here on Earth where you put a pressurized can, Coca-Cola can, or any other pressurized system inside of a weaker vacuum that you make yourself, and what happens to the can? It just explodes. But yeah, we can have an ISS even having with a bullet hole inside. Have you seen that fake picture from the astronaut with that weird hole that they needed to fix? Yeah, but you can have a hole in ISS without anything exploding.
And going on the space station.
Vacuums don't suck. Don't forget that, right?
Yeah. And about the space station, a lot of the videos you can actually, people pointed out, like there seems to be bubbles. Like, and then you guys were talking earlier about, using CGI. So maybe they're underwater or in like some type of vacuum thing, and just altering the using CGI to alter it. And yeah, there's occasionally these bubbles you can see, and it's like, what?
Well, to be fair, NASA does own I think it's called like a buoyancy lab where they actually recreate like the ISS like in water, and they kind of simulate like how they would fix things outside on the ISS in this environment. So technically, who knows? For all we know, maybe that's where they film it.
Yeah, exactly my point. It could be there, and so yeah, it was about like 2013 that when because the 2012 thing came along, and all that, and I was real curious about that, getting into all this catastrophe stuff, and so then it was like shortly after that, nothing happens. 2012 goes by, and sorry, you're brain farting because I'm not doing too well myself. But and it was about 2013 that there was a bunch of stuff on the Planet X, and nothing happened, and I'm just like, all this stuff, there was a few astronomers that came out about it, and it was like nothing, and then that was just like the time where it all just came to, and it was like, okay, there's way too many inconsistencies. I'm jumping this ship and I'm looking for a better ship that's got way more consistencies. And the real flat earthers, you guys here, way better at arguing. Just, they know both the models way better than most of the globists. And it was just then I was just deep into it.
Yeah, that's actually a funny thing. Every time I come to the point of people who thought they could, defeat me and making me understand that I am following somehow a cult or that I'm misled or whatever by trying to show me that the globe is a real thing. Every time we come to the point of the conclusion that everything they showed me has been reproved by my arguments, and I show them things that they obviously can't explain. They just go either in a state of attacking you with bad words and so forth, or they just go in a state of I have this I need to go now and just disappear. Whoop. Once you go to that one point where you have the feeling, okay, maybe they got it now, maybe they're on the fence now, they're just out of here. Bye cognitive dissonance. Boop. Gone.
Yeah, and it was the, like you were saying, the attack. Most of these flat earthers, like the ones that have done lots of research and have gone over a lot of the points, they weren't on the attack, and all these globists were just attacking. And who was that other guy here that was talking? I forget. Sorry about that, but yeah, and Oh yeah, as he was doing the research and he was seeing that flat Earth was being attacked, and that kind of made him question. And so that was also what got me, is it's like these flat earthers are just genuine, humble, strong reasoning, and so way stronger reasoning than these globists. So my common sense told me that they were way more rational. They were, so I should look at it.
If you just look at the recent debate with Div and I forgot his real name, and with this not a Professor Dave guy, Dave and Dave, right?
Yeah, Professor Dave, yes.
How this very let's say, I think I can say it. I mean, maybe no. He was very. It was really unpleasant to watch, because it's just from an adult. You should not expect this kind of behavior, like how he constantly acted like a little kid. When kids don't get their what they want and they start being this. Yeah, and he acted like
hysterical. They become hysterical.
Yeah. Like, meh, what are you saying? I don't care. You are a faggot, like something like that.
And then he posts. He even says it, which is just the most ridiculous thing. He says, "Oh, I haven't done any research on flat Earth at all." Like, what? And you, some of these videos have like 4.8 million views and stuff. Like, well, the guy's clearly telling you he's ignorant as possible, and yet he's. I don't even have words for this, but like you said, just childish.
It's also funny in all these not Professor Dave videos. You always have this little curtain with this big sun, heliocentric sun behind him. Like, he makes it even obvious that he is a sun worshipper, and maybe just bought by some lodge nearby to make these stupid videos. I think it's just a tool, Like, I think he actually watched enough of Dave's videos to understand that there is actually threat, but he just needs to stick to the, he needs to stick to his paradigma or whatever the English term is.
Paradigm.
Yeah, he seems like absolute controlled opposition. He shows complete fallacies, use the wrong models and like everything else, and says, "Oh, flat earthers believe this," and it's like, no, we don't believe any of that. So your argument is just totally invalid and ridiculous, and like, just totally seems like controlled opposition.
It's funny how they can not stick to actually the Earth. It's interesting how always most of the debates of these people go into always talking about the things you see in the sky. It's always like, yeah, why this and that? It's never about just the pure fact that we do not observe any curvature rate is something that they don't really want to discuss most of the time.
Oh yeah. I mean, and it's been on here. I've been on here since yesterday. Yeah. I mean, I think the couple people. What was it? The giggle dude and the other one. I am cool. It basically you guys won the argument, and then it was immediately to, like you said, just talking about the sky. Oh, why are the things round in the
Well,
sky? And it's
let's
like,
load
yeah,
up
because that proves
every day.
everything.
Come on. Oh, I'm sorry. I am totally half my game. My bad. I'm so embarrassed.
How dare you, Eli? Yeah, why are things round in the sky? Yeah, it's such a ridiculous arguments. It's kind of fun though. It's like batting flies, really. They're or maybe like those dumb beetles that fly around that look like they act as if they're like on some really dumb flight plan, like written by Huey.
Yeah.
Maybe
You're talking about June bugs?
Well, there's some really bright colored ones. The June bugs I remember from in the Midwest were brown. They were just brown. I've never seen any of those types in California. Only those big, huge, really brightly colored.
The big green ones?
Yeah, those big weird ones. Yeah. I call them dumb beetles.
Yeah, I think those are June bugs.
Who's using a microwave?
How do they fly those?
They look brown at first.
Can't believe we got a microwave user in here.
Microwave use. No, that was the reverse driving.
It was here when I moved in, so it's a convection oven also. It's not bad.
Yeah, but if you guys are interested in the solar cycles and stuff, it's definitely something to look into because I think that there's a lot of religious or biblical stuff that's all just seems to be coinciding right now, and I think they're prepared for one of these next cycles to be quite bad and causing global conflict, and they've got depopulation agenda all in about. They're prospering more than like anything at this point in time. The money they're making is just absolutely ridiculous, and of course we're getting poorer and poorer. They want us to be ununited in our understanding of the earth while they get through all of this, and they will have all the knowledge, all the power, all the authority, and can control every aspect of what's going on.
That sounds a whole lot.
Did any of you heard that Putin tested the Satan 2 bomb like a couple of days ago?
I saw the headline, or saw something posted on YouTube. I didn't watch it though.
Yeah.
We actually got a guideline strike for talking about this topic, but there's that.
Oh,
yeah, so maybe just indirectly mention things or something,
Yeah.
There is no global conflict because there is no globe.
Yeah,
Sorry,
exactly.
sorry.
But I think you have a point there, Uncorruptible, about these cycles. I think they actually know. Sorry about the microwave again. That these cycles, I think they probably know about these cycles are happening. They probably know something's happening, and they cause these Hegelian little hiccups here and there. They cause the dialectic to go into effect in different areas. So who knows what they're doing?
And also the magnetic poles are shifting, and it's getting more and more rapid. In fact, was it 300 or it's like 200 and something miles a day it's moving. I believe at this current moment, or maybe it was like 150. I can't remember the exact number. I forgot.
You mean the magnetic center?
Yes. And so, yeah, honestly, I would look into, or just my idea on it is a lot of the people on these catastrophe cycles look at the sun and they're waiting for the quote kill shot from the sun, a really bad solar flare, and they call that the shot across the bow. But to me, it was actually the Tunga volcano going off. Just look at what the mainstream is trying to tell us, and look into how it relates to the actual volcanic effect index. And as far as I can tell from looking at it, I spent many hours. I'm not sure the exact amount, but nothing should tell you that it's a 5, or I believe is what they're telling us on the volcanic effect index, or explosive index. It's like a 6.5, or even closer to a 7. I mean, it reached like 180,000 feet, or I think at the center of it. I think they also lied about the SO2 that it released as well, which affects crops and things like that.
Which one are you talking about? Which eruption? Did I miss a new one?
Tunga?
No,
Tunga that happened like a couple months ago.
Okay. I didn't know.
What was that? Was it in March? I think that was in March, or was it February, something like that. I think it was like 15th. No, sorry, February. I think it was like February 14th or 15th. And yeah, I mean, I'm glad you even say that. Is yeah, they kind of just swept underneath the rug. Oh, it was just a volcanic effect of 5, which is pretty big, but not like that great. Like a 7 is real bad. 7s have caused like Europe to be darkened by like the sunlight by like 60%. And I think pretty much all across of Europe, and that, I mean, is major effect on crops. And but Tunga was out. What was it? The Pacific, and it's far enough away from everything. And then on the maps, you could see that the plume of it seemed to be about the size of Australia, but kind of thinned out as it dispersed. But I think they were saying, not sure in the number, but they were telling us a pretty low number for the amount of SO2 released. And I never got around to re-looking at other, scientific people actually doing the calculation for how much it actually released. But the SO2 can affect crops, growing either later into the season or just not growing as much, affects rains and all of that other stuff. And yeah, and all of it's coincides with sun and solar flares, and there were solar storms around the time as well, and there almost always is a solar storm or increase of solar activity, whether it's minor flares, minor releases of projecta around the time that earthquakes happen.
They probably took all the Mayan, observations and hid it from us. Well, they say they burned all that stuff. Yeah, that was a good move. I guess.
Oh yeah.
They're still burning our codexes. Now they're burning the ones that were supposedly from the fake moon landing. It's funny how through the centuries you can find out which groups of people are destroying information.
Right, and on that's actually another really up there on why I turned to flat Earth. Is it's like you can't convince me that this, this is more my opinion, but you can't convince me that we went up to space and we've got like a few photographs of Earth. No, we would have like billions of photographs of Earth. It would be like the most #1 photograph thing. And then you've got all of this money, but you've lost this information. There's no way I'm believing that. No way.
Listen, there would be 24-hour footage of real shit happening from space. pointed. You could have a 24-hour live stream of Earth's turning from these places they're saying they're going to. It would be in every freaking 7-Eleven. It would be on those little screens at your gas stations. It would be everywhere. People,
It
come
would be
on.
like 4th of July across America. Like, we would be able to see like the most brilliant light show, right?
Yeah, can you
That's
imagine?
4th of July.
Yeah.
The Terminator line goes from like New York, Maine, all the way
Right.
to California. It would be like a gift.
So why aren't they showing that, or like during like the New Year's, big New Year's things? That, well, maybe not. Yeah, the fireworks. That's better, more visible. Shooting the fireworks up there. Yeah, that should be viewable from where they're saying they're at. Why can't they point the cameras more than one direction? I don't get it. And what about all those chase satellites taking photos? They would have to have twice or 3 times the amount of satellites, because all the photos that are from chase satellites, apparently.
And then you've got just like random things like I think the word is planate. I think it was Latin. I'm not positive on that, but meaning plane. And it's like, wait, planet, planate. I mean, just
We'll just take a couple letters here, put an E here, and leave the E off at the end.
Yeah,
and we'll put the E off the end and take the A out.
I mean, no matter how you look at it, there's so many inconsistencies. There's so many things to be questioned, and then you get into the flat Earth, and it's like, what can you question? You simply ask a question, and you look up the answers, and here's the answers. Here's the laser test. Here's the calculation for curvature.
It's almost like if the Earth is a globe, there's a concerted effort to make us believe that it is, and then at the same time, there's an effort to make it unprovable. If it is a globe, because it's completely unprovable. But yet there's people trying to convince you that it's a globe, but it's completely unprovable. How would you prove it? Can anybody in the world show us? Because we've been asking. We're going
They
to need
say
more
it's
than
impossible
pictures.
to prove it from the ground. It will be unprovable from the ground.
And kind of on that,
Well, that's convenient.
they want us.
Where we at?
Yeah. Exactly.
Some recent arguments I've been having with people is the end of it was like, oh, well, where's the authorities, talking about it? And it's like they want us dependent upon the authorities doing all the thinking for us. Don't have an independent thought. Your common sense is something to completely disregard, and you need to look at the authorities and listen to whatever the authorities are telling you. Also related to, I think it was George Orwell, somewhere in there. I need to read that. I haven't gotten to it, but I've seen lots of stuff brought up about it. Is that thinking, the intelligent people are basically going to be outlawed. You having, intelligent things to say and bring up is just going to be, attacked and basically illegal. And I honestly think that we are either real close or we are there,
Hey, by the way, do you guys also find it quite funny or suspicious that every SpaceX flight or every SpaceX rocket start, every time when they launch that rocket and you really want to see how the Earth turns from being, horizontal into that ball that they then later show you, that every time when there's this transition, so to say, they just cut out and show you the thing from the ground, and then when they transition back to the camera that's supposed to be on a rocket, you suddenly have this huge curve showing you this. Yeah, it's just so obvious, it's so obvious how it's all fabricated. And why is there never a camera on the looking towards onto the top of the rocket?
I think I can answer that. So when you look up and any of the high altitude footage, there's not a whole lot up there. You probably can see the sun and the moon, but that's about it. So the way that it works is that light interacts with material. So if you're in like a near perfect vacuum or a partial vacuum, you can't really see the light until it hits something, right? Like your eye. So you can see the sun, but you can't see anything else. So think about like you got a laser, right? And you shine it, you don't actually see the laser unless you shine it in your eye. Or if you shine it on a surface and you see it bounce off of that surface. But if you get the room real smoky and cloudy, then you can see the laser light transit across the a room, right? So it has to
Yeah,
bounce off of something.
but
So
wouldn't
if you
it be
look up on a rocket, you're not going to see anything.
right? But wouldn't it be cool and actually pretty easy to make a time lapse footage where you see that thing going up into space and then docking onto the space station? You know, just a full time. I mean, they don't need. They can make up the show the footage later after they show their live stream, so to say. You know, they just do that as a secondary thing. I mean, it can't be that hard to just mount a camera on there that way later on make a time lapse out of it. You know what I mean? Like I get what you mean that it would be unnecessary to have a camera on top because once you go upwards you would just see blackness, right? But I mean, at least something, it's just always the same. Like if you compare the old NASA videos of rocket launches with SpaceX, it's just all the same joke every time. There's never anything significant. Literally, if the globe would be real, if it just can't be, from what we can observe without going upwards, but we would at least have some picture that is not computer generated. But literally everything that has to do with space or is any picture is always computer generated. There is nothing that is not, manipulated in a certain way. And it's just so funny, like literally they create these CGI images of other planets and so forth, and people like in some Facebook comments that I read are like, wow, look at that, wow, amazing, can't believe that. It's crazy. It's like you're living
Have you seen how colored Pluto got?
no, but I can imagine.
Wow, it's so colored now. It has all the colors.
Yeah, it's at this point it's just ridiculous. I'm very sorry for people who still follow this lie. I think once there was a Twitch streamer who's like following every SpaceX flight and streams it and is doing commentary or is commenting it. Yeah. It's just weird, it's like I don't know, it's just when you understand how the lie works, it's just absolutely funny to watch how people are reacting to something that is actually just complete science fiction,
Yeah.
I mean, in a certain way, it's sad, but also just, I mean, we're living in a time where information is freely available and everyone could do the research, but many people choose not to. They don't question anything, regardless of flat Earth or
The
any other
funny
topic.
thing is, you even have all the advanced technological instruments, all of them right in your pocket.
Yeah.
And they are not using them.
Right.
None of
I have
it.
some. Yeah, and I have something to add about that. So, I mean, I don't really want to use this, but I think it's the only way too. You look at IQ graph, and I believe what they're doing is they're using the general populace, which is average, right? General. And so they're using that basically against us. They're allowing the average person to have a say, but the average person isn't, you know, someone who's incredibly educated or has done, you know, incredible amounts of research, you know, and so when the average person is given a platform or can do things like voting or whatever, you know, then you've got these average people with voices, and there's more average people than there are intelligent people, you know.
Mhm.
And so the intelligent people get drowned out in this big ocean of average, if that makes sense.
Would you say that a person with a IQ of 160 is actually intelligent?
I think it depends on how you use your intelligence. I think really you can have a
Oh
high
no,
IQ, but you can stuck in into your own
no, I
little
agree with
character,
that,
you know.
but what I would say is you take all the people of average IQ versus all the people of much higher IQ, and who's really going to have a better understanding, if that makes sense, or who's going to be able to
Well,
solve a
I
deeper
would
equation.
say
I think it's not even that much about IQ. I think it's depends even harder on if you're ready to leave your ego behind you, right? Like opening yourself up for new information. That's the hardest part. I think you don't even need to be smart to understand certain things. It's just you being not so prideful about the knowledge you have gained and just, you know, revisiting it and saying, okay, maybe this and this book that I've put into the shelf of knowledge that I've gained over the years, I should get rid of, and you know, maybe put a new book in, you know. I think that's the
Yeah,
hardest part.
okay. Yeah, and I can agree with that. And on that, I mean, that would be a lesser percentage, wouldn't it, of the, you know, the general populace, the people who are actually, you know, thinking things more rational. So regardless if it's IQ or whatever, you know, that would still be more than likely a smaller portion of the populace, and they're going to get drowned out once again by the greater populace.
Yeah, I think
who's going
some people just don't care, you know. That's the thing. Like many people, especially in my age, I come across when I say, "Yeah, what about flat Earth? Have you ever looked into it?" And blah blah, so forth. You know the discussions. But they're like, what does it even matter at the end of the day? I don't care, you know. Like they don't really want to look into it, first of all. And by the way, second of all, just jumping here for a little bit, I just on Wikipedia, if you go on Wikipedia onto the spherical Earth Wikipedia site, whatever the entry there about spherical Earth, it says Earth is massive enough that the pull of gravity maintains its roughly spherical shape. Most of its deviation from spherical stems from the centrifugal force caused by rotation around its north-south axis. This force deforms the sphere into an oblate ellipsoid. So if the Earth is an oblate ellipsoid, why is all NASA footage of the so-called blue marble always a 360-degree
perfect
perfect circle?
circle. Yeah.
Like this is like like there's so many things where they just destroy themselves, and even if you come up with these things, people are just gonna be you know, look at this math equation that I just throw onto the table. You know, like,
But it's not
it's
just oblique, it's more chubbier in the south, like a pear shape.
yeah. Or if you type into Google, right? If you type into Google, how tall is let's say Jim Carrey? Okay, how tall is Jim Carrey?
Yeah.
1.88 meters. How far is the moon from Earth? Even though we know that's not true. 384,400 kilometers. So, or how high is the Eiffel Tower? It is 300 meters. Or how high is a Big Mac? A Big Mac
Yeah.
is what is high? A Big Mac the
10
total burger height is
centimeters.
2 inches. Yeah. So and now you
Yeah.
type in what is the curvature rate from Germany to USA? Nothing.
Uh-oh.
Or curvature, Germany to London, to England.
Oh no, you want to know highly specific details.
Yeah.
No.
Is the or type in is the Earth
Yeah.
is the Earth round? Is the
Yeah.
Earth round? And it says yes, the Earth is roughly a sphere. Okay, is the Earth
Why?
flat? Is Earth is the
Yeah.
Earth
Flat Earth Society is gonna show us.
okay? And you type in is the Earth flat? It says no. The Earth is roughly a sphere.
Yeah.
Okay, so all the desert footage is just fake, or if the Earth is just roughly a sphere, but it's not flat, it's roughly a sphere.
Yeah.
It's just hilarious. It's absolutely hilarious. And if anyone is listening to my voice and still believing in this utterly retarded heliocentric religion, come out of it. Literally, it's just so funny. Like, you can get everything from Google, the stupidest questions being answered, but the real matter
Most
of
relevant, yeah.
is just giving you a link to the Earth's curvature calculator. Like, oh man, it's really ridiculous.
Well, Google is self-aware.
Is it? Does it look in the mirror and think, I need to shave?
Or, by the way, or you type into Google, is the Earth a sphere? It says, even though our planet is a sphere, it's not a perfect sphere because of the force caused when Earth rotates. The north and south poles are slightly flat. The north and south poles are slightly flat. Earth's rotation, wobbly motion, and other forces are making the planet change shape very slowly, but it's still round. NASA.gov. Nice. Straight from NASA. Telling you some fairy tale. Yeah, on the bottom and on the top it's flat, but the wobbling motion, it's at the end of the day, it's just roughly round, roughly a sphere. But the images that we show you is a perfect sphere, but don't question that because NASA's always right.
Well, I see anti-flat earthers saying that looking at Polaris proves that the Earth is a globe. Now, how dumb is that?
I mean, just looking at the star constellations that perfectly line up with the what's the English term for the corridors and the pyramids? What do they call them?
Orion constellation?
Yeah, they line up perfectly with these
Orion constellations. Yeah, the belt of Orion.
Yeah, it aligns perfectly with these entrances in the pyramids of Egypt.
They have all these silly details, and like I think I've had conversations. People were like, "Oh, well, only the experts can understand it," and it's like, so, oh, I'm just talking to a layman, so you have no idea what you're talking about.
Yeah, it's just, I have no words anymore. I can't understand literally people who look at so much flat Earth information, but still at the end of the day they stick to their religion.
Well, actually, mankind more than 2,000 years ago was not as dumb as it is today.
Yes,
Um,
indeed.
People in those times, they had knowledge, and you couldn't say bullshit to them, like you living on a spinning ball or
Right.
stuff like that. Water
Yeah.
sticking to a ball, mountain attracting mountain, you know, and shaping themselves into a ball. No, they will not tolerate any such information of
Or gas,
heliocentrism.
or gas pressure right next to a vacuum.
Yeah, and that's because they had these books written in solid gold here in Europe. But thanks to the Roman Empire, they stole them in 105, 106. The Emperor Trajan um, conquered Dacia, and he stole 15,000 ton of gold. And that gold was actually solid gold tablets and all sort of gold artifacts, which were much older than the pyramids. They were in the keeping of the Dacians. They got them from their ancestors, you know. And this empire, which predates the Hellenistic empire, and the whole Hellenistic empire and those ancient Greek writers, they are actually writing about this Dacian empire that existed. And everybody from the world wanted to come to this land and learn from these priestly people because they had the knowledge, you know, they had the books of gold, solid gold, you know, and you were not learning from a man who wrote that stuff. They were saying that those tablets, the ancient Greeks, they were saying that those tablets were written by Vulcanos, the scribe of Zeus, you know, and yeah, ever since mankind does not have the necessary tool for establishing truth. Whenever a man wanted to check if a story is true or not, he was going and consulting these people and searching to these gold tablets.
and I'm glad you
But
bring
the
up.
Roman Empire stole it. They held it beneath the Vatican, and it's still today. The Vatican is still the most powerful entity in the world. When they actually conquered Dacia, only 14% of its territory they conquered, but they took 15,000 ton of gold. That's like in 700 years of Roman Empire conquering the world, they gathered in Saturn's temple only 5,000 tons of gold in 700 years. But in the year 105, 106, when they conquered this country, they took 3 times more. And that's when they invented the fiesta, a party which lasted 200 days in Rome. Nobody worked for 200 days, but they only celebrated and shared the wealth among themselves.
And on
So
this,
yeah.
I mean, think about where all the greatest philosophy, artwork, architecture, buildings come from, the past.
Yeah.
And I kind of recently did some thought occurred to me, the Middle Ages were actually Golden Age, and there's actually, I think, a movie, and they do subtly reference it, that it wasn't actually the Dark Age, it was actually the Golden Age. Most of our technology actually, the beginnings of it, cameras, pistons, you name it, that was then. Scalpels, doctors' tools, and all of that. That came from then.
Yeah. For example, just search ceramics, art of Cucuteni, and you will find that this is one of the oldest arts in the world. And when you compare it with the Yangshao art from China, you will see how astonishingly similar they are. They are one and the same art and culture. But these are the oldest clay pots found. So yeah.
Don't mean to brag or anything. I've actually been to the Vatican and been to Rome and seen the amazing architecture, and it is just absolutely beyond
Oh, you cut
words.
out.
Oh, I've been to the Vatican and I've been to Rome,
You've
the
been to the
Colosseum, and
Vatican?
yeah. And actually, what's more amazing than the Roman Colosseum is actually the fountains that are all around the streets, and they are just all the architecture from those eras is just beyond words. Especially when you're there in person seeing it, I mean, you can't explain the precision and how they achieved such just beautiful art. Yeah, there's just something about being in person, in some of these old world buildings, that when you're there, it's just something in your subconscious. It's just like, this is otherworldly. If that's the best word for it. I also look at, they talk about last 500 years of globe, but who built all this architecture that we aren't reproducing today, and what did they think that the Earth was? Get if you have anything else of that you were on about, I'd like to hear more. I'm always interested in that past history and all that.
Well, there is much about it, but I recommend reading the books. One book I will recommend is Prehistoric Dacia.
Is that poker card CJ?
I can write the title. One moment.
Oh.
Oh, that's just too funny that that GIF you posted, get me get. And, just another little interesting thing is they were holding a ball, like a soccer ball or something, on one of these videos, and I'm like, if there's no gravity or anything like that, how hard would it be to hold this ball in your hand without dropping it? And the guy somehow allows it to slip out, and just all these little things, just ridiculous.
Mic check, mic check. Can you hear me? Hello,
Yeah.
anyone?
Yeah, we hear you.
Thank you. Just got a new mic. Thank you. Any proof of a spinning basketball Earth in the vacuum of space theory? Okay, I'll take that as a no.
Wait, isn't it oblate ellipsoid, not a ball?
It's an oblate paroid.
Oh, Pero. I mean, your story changes sometimes, I guess.
Especially.
Well, sometimes it's pear-shaped, right?
You know, I think Neil deGrasse Tyson is trolling the Globers. You know, I think he's really a flat earther.
Yeah, I think that the Earth is a reptilian shapeshifter. That's why it has so many forms.
Yeah, apparently it was spinning, and as it was spinning, it got wider in the middle.
Right. Yeah.
So that's why it's oblate. Then it became a pear-shaped.
Yeah, what made it chubbier? Was that lunch?
McDonald's.
Gravity, motherfucker! Gravity!
Lunch on the seventh. Lunch on the seventh day caused it to be a paroid. Must have been a great
You can't
lunch.
make that up.
Where are the geodetics for this paroid? Because I haven't heard of that model yet. They better
Well,
start
there's
getting that
there's that WGS84.
Well, they need a WGS paroid.
So where are all the Globers? I mean, I thought there's at least one here, maybe trying to defend fairy tales.
Well, the thing is, they had 0 arguments left. You know, we've debunked every single point of the globe. You know, so they have nothing. Gravity can't be proven. Refraction, yeah, we accept refraction, but
was never proven. Was never proven. I mean, it can't be proven, but it was also never proven.
Yeah, correct. Never proven. Yeah, it was a theory.
It's a faith-based theory. Because when you type in Google, is gravity proven? It says most everyone in the scientific community believe gravitational waves exist. Believe. But no one has ever proved it. Oh, I wonder why. That's because the signals from gravitational waves are usually incredibly weak. When we move the gravitational wave, it's so weak, it is effectively zero, says Kamienowski. So, most of the scientific community just believes that gravitational waves exist. Nice. Nice.
Well, I mean, for the heliocentric model, they need gravity, right? They need this force.
Yeah, they need belief system.
Yeah, well, this invisible force, you know, they need that to hold everything together. You know, the sun is so powerful that it has to hold everything in place.
Wait a second. Wait a second.
Yeah.
The sun is so powerful that, quote, the gravitational wave is so weak it is effectively zero. That because the sun has such a great force of gravity, the waves are so weak it's effectively zero. That's why we can only believe that these waves exist. That makes sense, right? So there's incredibly strong gravity in the heliocentric model, but unfortunately the wave is so weak that it's effectively zero, so we can only agree on a belief system that gravitational waves exist, and so gravity.
Yeah, well, it's so strong that it can hold 70% of the Earth's water on the outside of the globe, but we can walk around. There's nothing holding us down. We can jump, we can walk. So how powerful is it?
No, I mean it's effectively zero, right? We have another one. Someone posted gravitational waves that surround us come from even farther out. Humanity does not have technology to detect them. NASA.gov. Yeah, who? I wonder. Who else would be so smart?
Well, if gravity can be proven, then there won't be any flat earthers, you know.
Oh man. It's just so funny.
Then again, all that money wasn't wasted. You know, NASA discovered, they invented Velcro.
Have you guys ever looked into Einstein's theory of what's the English term?
Bullshit. Theory of bullshit.
It's like literally like it could be straight out of a Superman movie. Or so. It's like completely retarded. I don't understand. Like this is what science is glorifying as someone smart. A guy who literally shows you how someone else is getting younger when he flies at a speed that no one can really recreate. And it's just like it's crazy. It's just utterly crazy. And they call us crazy for actually showing proof of something that you can physically redo. But they believe in so many theories that no one can ever prove because they're just in a spectrum of assumptions. Let's just assume your twin is flying at the speed of light. When he flies at the speed of light to the next planet while you're 26 years on this planet, you're gonna be much older because he's flying with the speed of light. So he's gonna it's just all retarded. It's completely retarded. It's just all assumptions. It's just all a religion. It's made up.
If gravity was real, right, the satellites wouldn't work because Einstein said if you can imagine the universe as a net and all the planets are balls, if you put a ball on top of a net, what happens? It sinks, right?
Yeah.
He was saying that's gravity. So these satellites wouldn't be able to leave the Earth system if you think about it.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. I think Einstein. I think even all the stories that Einstein came up, they just implemented it on. I think it was just also another actor in a fake history line, some guy that you can put there that applies with some great story, and we're just gonna push it up. Yeah, it's just I don't know. It's just retarded.
And check this out, right?
Yeah,
So they believe this Big Bang where all the energy and matter was in one spot. There's no way anything would be able to escape that gravity if it was real and they had this Big Bang.
And you know that famous picture of Einstein with his tongue sticking out?
Yeah.
There's a very, very interesting verse in the Bible about this. It says, "Whom are you mocking? At whom do you snarl and stick out your tongue? Are you not children of transgression, offspring of deceit?" Interesting, right? And you see also all these satanic superstars with their tongues out all the time. Who are they mocking, I wonder? Who are they mocking? Maybe the one
Watch
who created the space?
Watch the speeches by Einstein, dude. He's reading cue cards in all his speeches. Like he can't even talk.
Yeah,
He
he's an
doesn't
actor.
know what to say. He's literally reading off a paper in all his speeches, and he's supposed to be some fantastical genius. He can't even
Trust me.
remember a few words to say.
Trust me, I'm German, and from the way he talks, he sounds very stupid. Sorry to say that, and I mean, I'm not gonna assume that he's stupid, because I didn't know him personally, but he just sounds pretty. He sounds just like someone who's forced to play a role, so to say.
Well, that was the beginning of the theoretical physics, wasn't it? You know, they could postulate anything, assume
Right.
anything, and it became
Reality.
science. You know, actually pseudoscience.
Right. I think
It's like
science is
Stephen
just
Hawking. What the other guy was saying about Einstein reading cue cards. Stephen Hawking, you know, he never said a word in his life.
right.
And some people wrote the script and interpreted it through an AI program. You know?
Right. Literally, in all the videos that you watch about Einstein, you have really the feeling he doesn't even know what he's doing. It's a little bit like Biden. Like, what? Why am I even here? Yeah, I really think most of these idols, especially in the scientific community, are just made up puppets. Just actors, like actors. Like, I mean, what is Neil deGrasse Tyson today? It's just also another actor. That's why he can't debate anyone, because he would need a script.
Yeah, they're all actors. You know, they're put in place.
Right. Every time, I'm just listening to Einstein speaking German. It's literally,
Oh,
it's
that
just
gives
all
Stephen
fake.
Hawking's funeral.
This whole
Oh,
image
man.
created around this guy is just like it's just another generation, but it's the same thing as they did with you know Neil deGrasse Tyson and what's the other guy called here? Ships go over the curve, Mister. I forgot his name.
Bill Nye.
Bill Nye, right. It's just the same silly thing. Create
Bill
some
Nye.
weird guy with some interesting assets and put some nice story on it. Same as Newton, you know, a guy sitting under a tree and there holds an apple on his head and now gravity, poof, bang, bam. Great story. Let's tell it our kids and they gotta believe it.
Well, he was right in a way because gravitas means to have weight, right? So the apple had weight. After a few years, people took that and they completely turned it around. You know, the apple fell because it had weight. Simple logic.
Yeah.
You don't need anything more than that to explain it.
This guy just sent it in a link of some physics girl. It's official, we were wrong about the Big Bang. Oh, what? Really? Order came out of chaos? Yeah. I heard that again. I heard that quoting before, you know, that whole template of things. I wonder why you were wrong about the Big Bang. What's the next cool thing? I mean, don't even need to watch a video to be sure that there's just another city story being added to the city story. Oh, look at these fancy CGI pictures and the videos. It must be underlining how smart the person is. Oh, let me guess. She's wearing an orange what is it? What's the English word? An orange cap. Oh, I wonder why she's wearing an orange cap. Doesn't stand for 33.
Freemason.
Yeah, she's a Freemason. But by the way, I looked into a Masonic Master Bible that you can all download from the internet. And they also have depictions of a curved earth and stuff. Just shows that even if you're a master, it's just they deceive even their own their own people are also heavily deceived. I mean, if you look at this weird university of the master lodges in London, where they celebrated themselves, they also had up the globe and all that stuff. But the funny thing is, when they had like some actors on, reacting certain characters, Freemasonic characters. Some guy from a past century reacting someone else, and he said like they talked about astronauts, and then he said they are not. Then the other guy said astronauts. What is that? And then he says again they're not or something. So like they I think they insert certain, like for people who have the knowledge, they insert it in order for some other people maybe they can get the clues together. I think for Freemasonry the biggest threat was actually the Flat Earth movement, because they need to keep their most of their lodge brothers dumb, because they are dumb. I mean, they are deceived, and many of these Freemason believe in the Jews being a good thing, and the Earth being a heliocentric model and so forth. They're just. I think we have a big misassumption of knowledge. I'm pretty sure that just a few, especially the royal bloodlines and stuff, just a few really know the realm and so forth. Because otherwise they wouldn't push it so hard. Like you see these lodges where you have these pillars with a globe on it and stuff. They really try to keep that in that fake reality. Oh yeah, I'm pretty sure that 90 or let's say 95% of all Masons are just fed with lies. I mean, the whole construct is a lie, but that's another topic.
Well, I think one thing's for sure, like you have to be a Freemason to get in power. To be a president or prime minister, you have to be.
Yes, but you're nothing else than a puppet. Nothing more than a puppet for the royal bloodlines.
Yeah.
It's just a puppet. I mean,
Some people
at the end of the day, where it all comes down to, what many people don't understand is what the Bible says: we do not wrestle against flesh and blood, but principalities and powers, are rulers of darkness and so forth. Is that even if you're the highest degree or the most royal bloodline or whatever, you're just a slave to entities that you can't really see. And at the end of the day, you're just a slave to the kingdom of Satan, regardless what position you're in. I mean, listen to the Rothschild guy, man. Like, he sounds, I'm Mr. Rothschild. He sounds like a demonic voice, and I'm sorry for him. It's a poor soul that he's being used like that. I wouldn't want to be in that place, but it's just it just shows what we're really fighting against, things that are out of our normal visual spectrum. So yeah, that's why I also stopped pointing fingers just at human beings, because it goes way further than that. There's a reason why the 33 stands for the 33 angels that were cast out of heaven. And most of the knowledge, when we read the book of Enoch, most of the knowledge that we have through technology and stuff is given by these fallen entities. So no wonder why they started worshipping these Nephilim giants that came out of the perversion of the genetics that God implemented on this stationary realm. So yeah, just so many things. I think one of the craziest things is what I right now see. That Pride movement, this LGBT with their rainbow flag. Anyone seen that? Yeah. So in the Bible, it says that God established the rainbow as a sign for Him not wanting to flood the earth once again for the perversion and the disgusting things that happened and the genetics that got all perverted and so forth. He established the rainbow as a sign of remembrance, so to say. And what are these people now doing out of their pride? They're waving around a flag that stands for the destruction or the of the earth, where literally everyone had 1,000 years to turn away, and just one guy and his family literally survived it. So it's pretty crazy.
Well,
They're just
the rainbow was a sign, the sign from God after the flood.
Yeah, and now they're waving, why being prideful of this sin. They're waving.
Hold on. Somebody just laughed. Who was laughing?
I don't know.
Somebody's anti-God.
It's just
we have a Satanist. Yeah.
It's just crazy that it's just crazy how things repeat themselves in a certain way, and also how silly we are somehow. I mean, for example, if you look at that, have you seen that crazy demonic concert by this one rapper? I forgot, where he had this upside cross as his stage. What was his name? This weird rapper.
No idea.
He had like Travis Scott, thank you, yeah. So he had this upside down cross and this weird t-shirt with demons going through a portal or something. And then normal people going through a portal and then ending up with horns on the head or something like that. And come with me to the other side was the whole theme or whatever. And the crazy thing is, he said to all the people that were on his concert that they should stick up their middle finger towards the sky. So there you have it, like literally pointing his middle finger at God. It's crazy.
It's like the Tower of Babel, right?
The
Tower of Babel.
Yeah.
Yeah, they try to go up to heaven.
I mean, that's NASA, like with the rockets scraping the firmament.
Yeah, the phallic symbol penetrating the sky. Yeah.
Yeah, the penis. Yeah, rockets are nothing else than
the penis. Yeah, the penis penetrating the Venus.
I'm pretty sure. I mean, they always say the G in Freemasonry stands for geometry, but I think it stands for genital. I'm pretty sure. because so much is, for them is all this the phallus symbols and stuff, with all the penises erecting everywhere, and this whole space thingy where literally this rich guy after Virgin Galactic, that which looked like a womb, and then the guy who this Amazon guy who sent up this penis rocket. It's just so obvious at this point, and still. Even in the flat earth community, people just don't understand what the battle is really about. It's just about, they're just about attacking God and his creation, and it's the biblical God, it's like so obvious. I mean, there's a reason why people say they saw to the devil, right? And if there's a devil, then maybe get to know who that guy is, who was once in a garden, or who is a part of the Bible. But there's so much confusion, unfortunately, and it's hard to just get through this confusion with many people, also in the flat Earth community, because there's so much misinformation.
Also, you can't become a billionaire until they let you. The people in power, they select who will become a billionaire. You can't. Although there are like self-made billionaires, you need that permission, as it were.
Yeah. And another thing is, do you really know if they have even that money, or if it's just they just tell you some numbers? In the end of the day, they're just some actors, acting out.
Yeah, well, it's made in a computer now, isn't it? Money, it's fiat currency. They just create it on a computer.
Right. I mean, if a Nazi SS officer Werner von Braun writes a book about an alien going to Mars, then you can be pretty sure that most of these idols, I mean, for many people, these rich people are idols. I mean, look how many people see this fake actor Elon Musk as an idol. It's just all there to distract. It's distraction from distraction with distraction. Keep on distracting the people. And it's just obvious.
Yeah, this guy. It's a me, Mario. It's a Roberto. Hey, how are you, Mario? What I say? What is the shape of the Earth? Talk, Mario. Is it a globe? Can you prove it? It's a me, Mario. Talk, man.
No, I
Do you
can't.
think the Earth is a globe? Por favore.
Another thing I always thought about I had a lot of discussions with Christians who obviously do not understand certain Bible pages, let alone the first page of the Bible. And I'm not saying this out of pridefulness or something, even though it sounds like this. I'm just saying it's just obviously sometimes it's just out of ignorance, and because they really don't want to acknowledge the simplicity about the words. And they can't explain something like a firmament and so forth, so just also need to come up with some certain story. But what I find interesting is, are these people aware that all the people that, all the apostles and so forth, all these people that are going to be in heaven with them, back in the days knew that the earth was flat, and from the way they also, inspired by the Holy Spirit, have written down these things, that the earth is, firm and stable and has foundations and so forth. Do you really think you come up there and then say, that the earth is a ball, right? Like, that that was written there can't be true. We had NASA and stuff. Yeah, like that. Like, does any Christian who really believes this heliocentric religion thinks about this? Then on the other hand,
the globe really started with the heathen Greeks, didn't it? Somebody looked up at the skies and looked at the planets or the wandering stars, and look, they're round. So the Earth must be round.
But trust me, the Bible. The Bible is a 100% flat Earth book. 100%. 100%. It even says in Job 38:14 that the earth takes shape like clay under the sea. Its features stand out like those of garment. Okay, this is the New International Version. In the King James version, it is turned as clay to the sea and they stand as a garment. But in any way, it just says directly that it's flat. Like clay under a sea will not be a ball.
Yeah, well, the thing is, the globe is illogical. It's impossible. So
it is. It's impossible.
And God is not illogical.
Right. God is the truth. And the truth is from above. The truth is not of this world. That's why so many people are searching for truth in this world, but the only truth that is the truth that will lead you into all truth has come from above. And his kingdom is also not here. His kingdom is a kingdom that you cannot see. And
if you're intellectually honest, right, you would know that at ground level where we are, water flows downhill and then settles level. That's not open to debate or question. That's fact. So the simple water debunks the globe Earth. It can't work. It could never work on a globe.
I mean, you just need to put some water into a glass, and you see that it's. I mean, at this point, it's just literally, if someone denies that water always seeks level, I'm sorry, I'm literally just sorry for those people. They think they can laugh about us that we believe or we know. From my perspective, I always say I know that the Earth is flat. I don't even believe it. I don't need to because I know. They think they are in a position of actually, laughing or anything. But the funny thing is, we could be laughing all day because it's just so hilarious and stupid to believe. And essentially, the heliocentric model is a belief system. You can't not, if you have facts which do not exist that the Earth is a ball. Then it would not be a belief system, but because it is not factually proven, it is just based on belief and childhood doctrine and so forth.
Yeah, I mean, flat Earth has empirical proofs. We can prove that water doesn't curve around a ball, and measurements. They gave us the dimensions of the Earth. For example, they say the radius is 3959, and with geometry you can go and test it. You can test the distance that it should curve away from you, and the curvature is not there. So we can only come to one conclusion, and that is.
But look at the moon. It's a circle. It must be spherical. The Earth is round. I don't care about your measurements. The moon is a circle. Oh, and the sun. The sun. Yeah. The sun that it shines, and it is a circle. So the Earth must be a ball. And
we ask them to measure the ground, and they point up and say, "Look, I can see the moons of Jupiter."
Star Wars, don't destroy my Star Wars. If the Earth is flat, Star Wars is just boring.
Yeah, the force of gravity surrounds you and flows through you. It does. That's what the globe is.
You must let go of stupid young Padawan.
I mean, all we're asking for is just one empirical proof of the globe. Just one.
I mean, we all know the answer for the question, right? I mean, we're just asking out of making fun about it. Actually,
Well, it's really a hypothetical question, isn't it? I mean, we know
Right.
that the globe is not possible.
Right.
You know, it's not. Reality is that it's a level plane with topography. You know, and there are mountains, hills, valleys, oceans. You know, so it could never ever be a globe unless you're mentally retarded.
Yes. Or just very much misinformed.
Yeah, they don't understand simple concepts. You know, like they said, "Oh, how does sunset work on a flat Earth?" You know, they can't grasp the idea that the sun is much smaller than the Earth, and it's like a spotlight. You know, it's going across the Earth. So as it moves away, it just takes the light with it. You know, and you know the vanishing point where we are at ground level. There's the horizon, and beyond the vanishing point, we can't see anything because that's how our eyes work. You know, where it's
Right.
so the sun, as the sun moves away, it takes the light with it. It's simple as that, and they can't grasp that simple concept.
Right. Do you want to do me a favor? Can you maybe plug in and out your microphone one time?
All right, okay.
Yeah, because there's some scratch, like white noise or whatever it's called. Like, I think when you stick it in and out, it should be gone. Hopefully.
Oh my God, I'm looking up and I see a jet aircraft flying across the sky. And it seems like his engines are smoking. From one end of the sky to the other, they're smoking white smoke. I hope that they remember to change the oil, because white smoke is a pretty serious engine problem when it comes to cars. I don't know if it's anything like jets, but I hate to be breathing all that stuff in the morning or
Yeah,
touching it when I'm
airplanes
touching my
rule the
car.
globe.
Make sure that the airplane is not a moving orb. I mean, morphing orb. I mean, some things disguised as
Yeah,
airplanes.
I just see that he's smoking quite a bit. I think he might be down 2 engines at least.
Mm.
I hope he doesn't crash land. Either that or he's chemtrailing us. But I don't believe in conspiracy theories. That would be dumb. I mean, he
Right, that
breathes the
would be
same air we
dumb.
breathe. Yeah.
Imagine they would mix something into the jet fuel. That would be very silly. And I know, yes, there is the conspiracy of jet fuel not being existent or being less existent, but I personally have a lot of fun with aviation, and I have looked into many forums with, just people who work on A320s and stuff like that, Airbus, post private things like how they repair a fuel leak and so forth, and there is fuel in the wings. Otherwise, the wings would be unstable. If you had like wings just filled with air, that would be pretty much, yeah, that would be not good. There's just also
Yeah, I've been on
misinformation.
hundreds of flights, right? I've been on the airplane hundreds of times, and
Mhm.
when it's about to land, the wings they like extend, outward, and you can see through. There's nothing inside the wings, it's just mechanics,
Yeah, but
like gear, pulleys, and whatever, and absolutely no fuel is
But-
stored on the wings.
yeah, I looked into it deeply and I tried to, debunk it that there's literally, but I came across a lot of forums of just, engineers, like I don't know what the people called the maintenance people on the grounds that need to maintain the aircraft and stuff, where they just it's just a a forum where these type of people communicate with each other and load a picture of how they solved certain things with a. And I looked up and I saw that there was one guy who it was all in Russian, for example. I needed to translate it with Google Translate, but he had pictures in where you see, and videos in where you could see the fuel dropping out of the wing, and they had all the sand on the ground. And I also once talked to someone who all his life refueled airplanes. And I mean, you can go yourself to an airport, and there are some airports where you have these view things, and at certain days you really smell the kerosene. And when you look at planes landing, many planes, you see also this dark trail coming by. And they use fuel, definitely. It's just maybe it's not.
I have
the
theory.
right
I have a
amount,
theory
but
that they use the fuel, minimal amount of fuel, to start the engine. Talking of fuel, right? Let's go back to this flight. There's a flight from Perth, Australia, to London that is non-stop. Yeah. Imagine the amount of fuel that's required for that journey. Where would they store that?
I mean, you need to understand the most fuel that you actually consume is when you go on takeoff. And once it depends on the airplane, but let's say most airplanes have a cruise altitude of 35,000 to 39,000 or maximum 40,000 or 42,000 feet, which then the air is very thin and it doesn't really, you don't need a lot of kerosene to be burned. And you also need to understand the kerosene is being almost, when it is getting injected into the turbine, it's getting like sprayed. It's like a very, very thin spray. So you really, you consume about, let's say it depends on the airplane, but you consume less on cruise. That's why you also fly on these high altitudes, because when you're going into the descent path, which most of the time sometimes needs about 30-40 minutes, you will just glide almost down where the engines are almost at 0%. And that's why they also have these close schedules where the planes literally just stack up and need to go need to be at the right arrival times and so forth, because you just it's all about fuel saving. And like I said, I gladly can, let me find out where this forum is and you can go through it yourself. I don't think that these people that just privately message each other, doing these jobs where they need to repair the few things on an A320 and so forth, are just, making themselves something up, I mean, if I would be someone who's working every day with airplanes or fueling them up, and it would never smell like fuel, or I would never see a leak or whatever, it would be pretty weird. And I would definitely start asking questions. But on the other hand, why wouldn't they not put fuel in it? I mean, you can mix so much good stuff into the fuel, certain microparticles that you then can spray out into the air to, for example, manipulate the weather. If you have no fuel tanks, it's pretty hard to do that, right? Or at least say tanks that are not concepted or built to have fuel inside of them. But trust me, I spent a lot of time on this theory, but I came to the conclusion that because I looked through this forum and stuff, that also talking to some people, that it can't be a real thing. As nice as it sounds. I think I also once or lately seen a flat earth video or podcast or something where an ex-military guy talked, also quickly reminded people and said, yeah, the fuel hoax thing is is literally not real. They are combustion engines. But I don't remember what podcast that was in. But let me try to find a forum.
So the jet engine, it has a really big turbine, right? And they say that it's combustion. Well, where's the combustion chamber?
So you need to understand these huge, like when you look at older aircrafts, for example, like 727s, the old Boeings and stuff, they have these very narrow turbines, right? And also when you see takeoffs of these aircrafts, you see this black fume coming out. That's because, first of all, they used a lot of jet fuel, and second of all, they had almost no air surpassing the combustion chamber. Today, when you see these CFM engines or these from the A320neo, these very modern engines, they made it in a way that you have the you have this why can I not say this word anymore? You know what I mean?
Combustion chamber.
Combustion chamber, yeah. Where just a tiny amount, there's a certain tiny amount of air going in, which then with these fuses that spray in a very thin way, very thin way, kerosene within it, which gets ignited, then re-rotates the huge blade in front again, and actually, yes, indeed, it uses a lot of air that then surpasses on the outside to create more force. So yeah, and to be honest, it's a lot of air which creates the force, but you still need that little combustion chamber that then creates the even faster rotate motion in front for the huge blade. I wish I could send a picture in here that shows it easier. Because it's hard to explain it. That's why
once the plane takes off, it flies around the globe, right?
No. That's why it's called a plane. It's flying over the plane, right?
Only on TV and only in your head.
Right. But no, you really need to look into the progress of these very old engines where you have these narrow shells where almost no air can go around the combustion chamber, and you will also see all this black fume coming out because it's just burning a lot of jet fuel. And today you have just this very slight, almost invisible fume of jet fuel, but you can still see it in certain videos. But you have these huge fan blades that just let so much air surpass, and you know at some planes like the A320neo or the 737 Max, you can just see how much they maxed it already out. That you that you can take so much advantage of just using air going around the combustion chamber. But yeah.
So are you saying that a non-stop flight from Perth, Australia, to London is possible with jet fuel?
What aircraft are we talking about? First of all,
it's one of those Airbus A380.
I gotta say, when I just saw the guy who flew over my sky, just 10, 20 minutes ago, if they're losing that much fuel out the back end, that's not a very efficient ride, because I'm looking up now and that fuel is covering like a pretty large portion of the sky. So to think that they're, covering that much portion of the sky from Perth, Australia, all the way to England, I don't think there'd be enough material in the entire plane.
The thing is that the air is not only getting heated through the combustion chamber, but also through the rapid acceleration that happens through pushing air around the combustion chamber.
Yeah, but the combustion chamber would be so dangerous, right, on a plane, because If anything catches fire, then that's it. They're all dead.
No, you have that's why you have 3 fire extinguishers inside, or let's say not extinguishers inside the cockpit. You have specific panels, or I mean, every aircraft is different, which says fire extinguisher because you can extinguish potential engine fire. In some cases, it's too heavy. Then you have these videos where you see like the whole engine burn. But yeah, it's they definitely have for safety measurements. They have these fire extinguishers.
So by that logic, if there's a plane crash, then logically it should burn up on impact, right? There shouldn't be anything left over from the plane, like the fuselage or the main body of the plane.
Yeah.
But that's not what we see, though. We see remnants of the plane, fuselage, the body, wings. Nothing burns up on impact.
Right, because if the jet fuel can take out, steel and make it weak enough to collapse, I hate to always do this because it's a non sequitur, but I'm pointing out the contradictions. Like we see what it does to steel and concrete, right? The jet fuel just turns it into dust.
That's a lie. That's definitely a lie. But you need to understand. Look at.
Well, I'm being facetious. I'm not lying, brother. I'm being facetious.
No, I
point out the
understand. I
contradiction.
understand. But please look into how when you jet fuel is not easy to burn.
That's a conspiracy theory.
No, jet fuel is not easy to burn. Like if you can literally, there are experiments of people comparing jet fuel and then normal gas that you put in your car. Jet fuel needs to be actually like it does in a combustion chamber. It needs to be sprayed. It needs to be like thinned out, and then you can actually ignite it. So in a case of an airplane crash, where you sometimes see that there's no burnage on the wings and so forth, it's just the case because that the engine fuel itself doesn't burn that easy when it's in these large amounts. It just burns actually when you purize it in the form of spraying it. I think here's a video of someone showing that that engine fuel does not burn easily.
Yeah, that's what Larry was saying. If that's the case, then there's no way that an airplane will bring down.
9/11 is fake.
It
was a little nuclear bomb that made a hole underneath. It was the whole emergency system that they built before they built the 2 towers on top of it. I think even Donald Trump, this other puppet, talked about it in some telephone call that they had these emergency systems where they can make both towers collide. And
9/11 was an inside job.
Yes.
9/11 was an inside job. 9/11 was an inside job. Remember that, Alex Jones?
Yeah.
I think it was an inside-outside job. I think there were foreign elements of maybe another state or two in the Middle East that maybe have benefited from all these illegal wars over the past 20 years. I don't want to name any names, but I don't know who did it, but maybe it wasn't us alone.
In this video, you can see jet fuel versus diesel versus gasoline, and it literally he puts a very hot flame on top of it, and it just doesn't start burning. Like I said, because you need to spray it. It needs to be like in a combustion. When you spray it with a spray can, then you can ignite it. But when it's just in this dense form, it's actually almost very safe, even when you put fire onto it. And maybe I'm gonna get myself some jet fuel to recreate this experiment, just to make sure that this guy is not making up something in that video. Like he's just literally putting a 1,000.
Where will he get it? Where will he get the jet fuel though? You have to steal it. You have to go to the airport and steal it.
Where can I get get jet fuel? I don't know. I never questioned myself where I could get jet fuel, but I'm pretty sure that
It's not pure kerosene. It's a mixture, isn't it? Mixture of different liquids.
I bet it has electrolytes in it. That's something the body needs anyway.
Or you can use diesel and say that's jet fuel.
no. I mean, it's another jet fuel has this complete different. How's it called?
Properties,
Chemical.
yeah.
Yeah. It shouldn't be that hard to get jet fuel. I mean, but anyways, let me find this. I want to share with you this forum where you can see all this stuff with leaks and so forth. Yeah, I found it. Mr. Blue Sky. So I think this guy is an engineer for the A320, some Russian. I think it's not allowed in every country to just upload things of your work. But it's actually interesting. You learn to see how these fuel entry things that they can open up, how they actually how they can hold it in, you know, that it's not leaking. Oh, even a Boeing 737. Wing tank access panel fuel leak. As much as I love this theory of the fuel hoax, it's just there's just too much that also goes against it. As also as much as you know. Here A320 Neo with a fuel leak. Yeah, I finally found it. Yeah, this is the forum. So here you can get detailed insights of how they repair fuel leaks and so forth. Let's just get this specific one.
I'm sure you guys all know the question. Well, what happens if you got a leak? You know, he goes, well, then you got a leak.
Yeah. Then
Like,
you got a
what would
leak.
he say? Right. Wouldn't the correct answer be, well, then you go flat? Because isn't that what happens when you have a leak?
Well, you would just shut the whole cupola off, and then there would be some kind of, menu to what you should do next. And I don't know actually, because I'm just an actor talking some BS.
I'm an actor, not. Yeah, we all think about that video of like that really big container on the railroad tracks crushing like within a split second. You know, it's like, wouldn't that happen? Like if there was a leak, all the air would start spewing out, and it would just like maybe it wouldn't crush because Atmos is what crushed. Atmos pressure is what crushed. Okay, so maybe it wouldn't go flat. I was wrong.
Yeah, if only space was real.
Right.
Well, don't you believe in Elon? He says we're going to go live on Mars one day. I want some rusty potatoes, don't you guys?
Well, his car's already there, right? Yeah, his Tesla car is already there on Mars. Has it landed?
I think that's a conspiracy theory. I don't think that's true. It's in space, whatever that is.
Elon Musk, the savior of humanity.
In desperate need of deodorant to cover up the stench of muskiness. Musk.
You know, there are people out there who literally worship him. You know, they think he's God.
Yep.
Right, and he's going to bring them to heaven, right? Because he's going to save them from the earth. Because the earth is dying. We're killing it. And the climate is angry. And that's why it's always changing. Because the climate never changed before. And now that it's changing, it's our fault.
Yeah, they have to terraform Mars first, you know, before we can go there. So, how many years would that take?
I heard that a Japanese company was getting water from like Antarctica from like back in the day. I can't deny or verify this story, so take it with a grain of salt. And they were just like sending hot water back into the hole that they were digging and getting like, you know, the cleanest water like mankind has ever seen. And eventually they like got to a point where they discovered something down there. And then the United States like came in and like took over and like shut everything down. And that's why we're not allowed to go, because what if there was like, you know, buildings under that part of the earth, or under the snow, sorry, not under the earth, under the snow. And it's like very interesting to think about, what if like this place used to be under ice, like we see the glacier scarring, allegedly glacier scarring. I guess it could be mud flood scarring and we wouldn't know the difference, would we? But anyway, like what if the earth goes through like periods of, you know, ice ages in different regions and the population has to move and it's just like a reset, like over and over and over again. That's a big what if and a lot of speculation. I apologize for that.
No, it's true because there are written records of the River Thames being frozen over, and children skating on it. So it does go through cycles. The weather goes through cycles. If saber-toothed tigers and mammoth are real, then obviously the Earth goes through a cycle every few years. So maybe it goes through a warm period, then it just freezes up, as it were.
Yeah, I've done quite a bit of research into it. The solar cycles seem to play a big role in it, or at least have something to do with it.
Yeah, possible.
Yeah, and there's been lots of, everything from biblical to just texts, talking about these cycles, just do a little bit of research and it's definitely there. In fact, I think there's even enough information that, you can see it coming. And I think that's one of the things that they're trying to keep from us.
You're not saying the Rothschilds and the Rockefellers and all these groups, the councils. You don't think that they would keep information from us? You don't think they would lie by omission?
No,
Surely.
no, they'd never do that. No.
I have to play Glover sometimes. I apologize if I'm pissing anybody off.
Sometimes it's good to piss people off because then they'll think about what you just said. Rather than dismissing it, they would actually think about it. It'll click.
Yeah, if you piss them off in the right way. If you piss them off with like a logical fallacy, right? You do like a burden of proof reversal. You can't prove me wrong. Ha 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 ha. That's not going to be good. But if you actually, righteously piss them off because you're, asking, pertinent questions or telling the truth, or that's different, right? Yeah, it is good to piss them off that way.
Oh man, I'm trying to find this one post.
If it's a Russian forum, then don't worry about it. Nobody here speaks Russian.
Actually, this guy is very interesting. Has a lot of things documented, very, very in high detail about his works on airplanes. Like literally every post, like let's say, changing the beacon light switch. Then you open the link and he has like thousands of high resolution pictures and showing you every step. Like it's like in a forum. it's actually funny. It's almost like he's explaining it to you as if you have an A320 at home. Like that's what you do when your light doesn't work anymore. Yeah, thank you for explaining me how to refuel hydraulic fluids in an A320. I can do that myself now.
So you know how some people say that entropy has to do with like randomness, chaos, and QE disagrees, which I agree with QE. I think it was like one guy. I went back and searched QE's post, and where he cites a source rebutting that idea. And it was like one guy who's like responsible for that, train of thought that it's about randomness. And if it was about like randomness and chaos, then sometimes the heat would come out of the coffee cup and sometimes it would go back in. That would be random, right? But it's not random and it's not chaos, right? It's always the same way. High energy to low energy, high pressure to low pressure. And my son was like disagreeing with me on this. And I was like showing him that it's the same thing like every time. I kind of wonder if people are out there that just muddy the water on purpose like that, just so that they can get the promotion by the mainstream media or whatever, just so that people remain in the dark. And I kind of think this is what's going on everywhere. Like everywhere we go, there's like these dark magicians, mathematicians, lawyer that are word nerds, right? They're word magic, like assault rifle. What the fuck is that? An assault rifle? Like who's the rifle assaulting? Right? It's like what does that even mean? It's like this is word magic, right? To like create, like a train of thought in your mind. And it's like the words flat earther, that's another one. Like that's like an incredibly charged emotional word junction to put together. Because flat by itself, what, like a flat top, like a haircut, no problem. Flat, like what kind of flat? Like a salt flat? No problem. But once you say flat earth, what? You idiot? So I think that our language has been so weaponized and we've been so programmed that it's kind of hard for us to talk with one another, like the guy was saying earlier about 1984. That it's very difficult to even communicate with people without their programming pop up. And I think about, and I'm almost done, I know I'm hogging the mic. I think about like trying to talk to people about truth, like before 2015, before the whole flat earth thing. And I'll be talking to them about, this, that, whatever. And they'd be like, yeah, like on Family Guy. I get it. You're funny. And I'm like, what? Family Guy? No, I'm not even talking about Family Guy. And it's like everything out there is like so interweaved into the programming that people like really can't get out of it. Like they can't step out of it to have a serious conversation because they think I'm being funny talking about a Family Guy skit, but I'm like talking about real world stuff.
Well, yeah, look at it this way, Larry. I mean, if you're indoctrinated, if your mind is being controlled in a certain way, you don't want your paradigm to be destroyed. It's like learning to walk again. It's like you woke up from a coma, a long, deep coma, and you're learning everything from new. So they're in that comfort zone. They don't want to venture out of that comfort zone. If you know what I mean.
Yeah, I got you. So yeah, we do have to piss them off and shake them up. I wouldn't say cram it down their throat because then you start getting the negative bias. So I think the question this morning on precious metals, I don't remember it word for word, but it was like, how do you talk to people about truth, without triggering them? And I said, the Jesus parable about planting seeds, like you just plant seeds, but sometimes you have to, throw the seeds at with a slingshot or something.
Yeah, what do you do with people who don't get simple concepts? Water is level. Sunsets work on flat Earth. They say it only works on the globe, and when you explain it to them very slowly, they still don't get it. What do you do with people like that? They say things like angles to Polaris only works on the globe. Sextants only work on the globe. So they're so lost, they can't get it.
Well, I just realized who I was talking to. I've been talking to you for like 30 minutes. I realized I haven't heard your voice in a while, bro.
How you doing, Larry? Long time, man.
Man, can't complain, bro. It's still rolling. Every time I'm rolling, I'm making money. So we're surviving. You know how it goes. But yeah, you're absolutely right. How do you get through to people who not necessarily can't comprehend it, but they don't want to allow themselves to comprehend it? It's like they're willfully ignorant, like the good book says.
Yeah, it's like this person about a couple of weeks ago saying, like, there was a volcano eruption or some kind of explosion on the island of Tonga, and they're saying that that proves the globe Earth. The spread of the smoke or the wave, the ocean wave proves a globe Earth. I mean, how can you talk to a person like that? It's just the mind boggles.
So if you look at the links I posted, and you just you press left click and use translate to English, you can literally read every step of what happens when there's a fuel leak and what they do. And trust me, this is a forum that this is just for people, for other. I guess I don't even understand why he does this. But yeah, you can literally see how he replaces things. I can't imagine that these type of people would never notice, anything like there is no fuel in the plane or something like that.
Well, even if they notice, right? They when they start work, they have to sign non-disclosure agreements. They can't reveal the secrets of their trade, and if they do, they'll be sued and they'll never work again.
Yeah, but
Or
he
could be,
doesn't like these posts are very detailed. Like you can literally understand what he's doing if you translate it.
yeah, it's like saying my grandfather worked on rockets. He screwed things up with a screwdriver, and that proves the globe.
I understand what you mean, where you're coming from, but I really think that they're using fuel for the combustion engines. I mean, this is the best stuff that I could find, and there's so much more posts about fuel leaks and so forth. I'm gonna search out. I'm gonna post some more in a sec. I mean, this guy has hundreds of posts of maintaining aircrafts. Actually, very interesting. If I have the time, I should actually read through this.
Well, think about this. Don't they have to go up a jet? Don't they have to go up to that altitude? Like they don't fly them at like,
Yeah, they
like
have
20,000
because
feet.
they need to go as high as possible because if the air is thinner, you can save more fuel. And like I said, on the descent, once you're at a high altitude and you need to, let's say, descend onto an airport, if you have a lot of altitude to descend from, you don't actually need the engines at all because you almost are just in a glide. From the cruise altitude down to arrival or short final where you then land the plane. It's all about saving as much fuel as possible. I mean, if they don't need fuel, why would they have changed their engines to a way where you actually use more more air going around the combustion chamber instead of just keeping it, the same way as they always did with the first type of these engines, where you didn't have these big streams of air around the combustion chamber.
Yeah, I'm not really, educated enough to argue against you with the whole jet plane thing. I just think that the way that our technology is right now, we could probably put something up in the sky and it could probably stay up there for a while, just harnessing, the natural energy of the Earth. There's no such thing as free energy, but I think there is such thing as natural energy, like the sun, or maybe the EMF fields of the Earth. And I think this is pretty obvious to anyone. Now, whether or not, this is the crux, whether or not, we can harness it enough to actually put something up there and it stay up for 5 years, I don't know. But I did with balloons, right? So let's say you got a balloon and it's got a satellite attached to it. So the satellite goes up, and then, what goes up must come down. So eventually it starts coming back down. And let's say on there you have a dehumidifier, which sucks the water out of the atmos and puts it in a container. And let's say inside this container you have an electrodiode, and it's solar powered, so you start cracking the water and produce more hydrogen. Well, what happens? You go back up. You dump the water and you go back up, right? And then eventually you start coming back down again. Rinse and repeat. I mean, I think a system like that could last for about 5 years, and then it would have to come down and they might have to change the batteries. What do you think?
Yeah.
Larry, do you know about the Boeing X-37B? That can stay up for more than 2 years at a time.
I remember reading something about that before FE, 2012, 2015 era, that they were putting up planes that would stay up for, like a couple of years. I guess maybe it could be nuclear power or something. Maybe,
Yeah.
I don't know.
Well, once it's landed, they use the special protection, clothing, whatever, like they dress like an astronaut, they're completely covered when they approach the drone. So there was something fishy going on there, but they can't stay up for like 2 years at a time.
Well, I just know that, technology that we know about, they probably got like something that's like far more advanced, but I don't think it's advanced as the way that most people who are, looking at NASA and space, the normies, I don't think it's advanced maybe that way. I think it's maybe advanced in maybe like an older way. Like people say, how did they move those stones? Well, if you put enough hydrogen, in a balloon and you wrap enough balloons around that stone, you can move it with your hand, right?
Also, if you understand the EM field, like in depth, I think you can manipulate it to use machines that can hover. Like what you see, like the spaceships, like alien ships that people see. I think there are tech like that, that can manipulate the EM field and fly around without using, like conventional aircraft technology.
I think that they could make a ship a lot like the ones from the Avenger, like that really big ship that had the fan blades and Iron Man had to go unstick the blades. If that ship, instead of being made out of metal, was made out of like something like hemp or something, and it was tarred up to where you could put hydrogen in there, you could have like a hydrogen ship walk around on the hemp. The hemp is you're not going to poke a hole in hemp with your foot, right? So you could just walk around the ships, and the only reason you would need the blades is like if you needed like a redundant system, so you didn't crash. So you wouldn't really need the blades. You would just adjust the altitude. At different altitude, there's different jet streams, and you could move around like that for, I don't know, years on end probably. And when you read the ancient books in India, like the what is it, the Bhagavad Gita, the Mahabharata, like these old books, they talk about like cities in the sky, and like what is a city, right? It's like a municipal, right, a group of people, right, and there could be people like living on these things, and all you would have to do is just have like several compartments, and keep it equal, keep it level, right, so it doesn't topple over, and people could literally be living in the sky with some Baghdad batteries, some hemp, and some tar. I mean, think about it: anode and cathode, or a diode, or whatever, and I think that's doable. Like that's caveman doable. And I think batteries naturally build up a charge over time. So what would happen if you like took them up, like way up? Like the batteries would naturally charge. You could crack the water, you know, harness the hydrogen that comes out of one, disregard the oxygen, or maybe they would need the oxygen, in their little bubbles where the people walk around in. I don't know. I just think that it's incredibly doable.
It's like the ancient Egyptians. Some people say they had electricity. For like electroplating gold. That kind of thing. Like the Baghdad battery, they used these things to light for lighting as well. They found light bulbs in these these, what do you call it, queen's chambers or whatever, which they excavated. So some people are saying that they had electricity.
All right, so I'm kind of curious. How come there's no Globers in here going, "Nuh-uh, you can't do that"? The Hindenburg. Oh, the humanity. Like if the Hindenburg was like literally packed full of hydrogen, that shit wouldn't have been no slow burn. Like it looked like they were burning leaves. That shit would have went pop. Like it would have been like really big and sudden, right?
But it was just one accident, right? One explosion. So why would they retire that technology after just one tragedy? I mean, you would think, they'd carry on with researching better fuel.
Right.
That doesn't burn, and carry on the technology, the balloon technology.
Well, I think everybody was using this technology at one point. I think this would have been like a common mode of transportation. The balloon probably would have been like a community-owned balloon. Like, hey, I want to go do some commerce. We're getting awfully low on coffee beans. We can't grow coffee here in Texas, so we're going to go to Colombia. And you know what? They don't have a whole lot of oil, so we're going to bring them some oil. I don't know what Colombia has or don't have, but you get it.
Ask yourself this: if NASA can create inflatable balloons, why can we then not create an inflatable Hindenburg 2.0? Like if they can send up balloons that are uninflatable or almost inflatable, why can we not do that with a Zeppelin? What's the difference?
Because there was a movie they released called The Hindenburg,
Yeah.
And apparently, apparently
Yeah.
they passed laws worldwide because of this movie that was released. But I would ask anybody to do a little bit of research on HHO, Brown's gas, and what they do is they put the bubbles like in a glass of water with soap in it. So when the bubbles come to the surface, they put a little lighter up to it, and it's like pop. It's like a really loud pop, like a gunshot. And that's how hydrogen combusts. It's not like a slow burning fuel like diesel. It's like a really efficient, high powered fuel. So when people watch the Hindenburg, go up in flames, well, actually, it comes down in flames. I don't think that would explode like that. That doesn't look like it looked like somebody lit, like, I don't know how to explain it. Leaves on fire. It's just a slow burning thing, and it's just totally unbelievable.
Yep.
I think global flat earthers should be celebrating now because I think we won. There's no globers here defending their religion, so I think they all gave up. Because we've demolished the global earth arguments one by one, piece by piece, and I think they all just gave up and ran. Otherwise, they'd be in here like arguing, but absolutely no glober to be seen within a mile of us.
What should they argue about? I mean, coming up with the next fairy tale or what?
Yeah, well, something. If the Earth is a globe, the preponderance of evidence should be with them, not us.
Right. Problem is they have no evidence. They have none. There is no evidence.
When I first came into this arena, I really admired the Globers. They'd like parrot like physics books and textbooks and say these big words, and I think, bloody hell, I wonder what that means. And you go and research, and then you come up with an argument. For example, gravity. When you first hear it, it's something that's been proven. You can't debunk it. But once you research it, study it, it's easily proven. It's never ever been proven to be a thing. Gravity was just an assumption. Somebody made it up because they need that to work for the heliocentric model. So over time, you come to realize that that their arguments are complete bullshit.
Imagine a world where everyone lives on a stationary plane, but most of its population think it's spinning and wobbling and morphing into either an morphing into oblate ellipsoid or whatever other form they're coming up next week with.
Well, the reason people love the globe is because they love outer space. That's the only reason they want it to be a globe.
Star Wars. Just imagine if the Earth is not a spinning ball, then Star Wars would be pretty boring. So in order to defend their Star Wars, and all the other science fiction movies. They need to defend the biggest science fiction movies, ongoing movies.
Yeah, I mean, I also love Star Wars and Star Trek and fiction, but that doesn't mean the Earth is a globe. You don't have to be a glober to believe in fiction, science fiction. I mean, I used to love. Go.
No, I just said I'm just made a noise with.
Yeah, I used to love the Discovery Channel and the History Channel, and all the bullshit they
Yeah.
produced. They had
Me too.
NASA scientists. They had NASA scientists talking about moon and how they're going to colonize it, and there might be water at the North Pole of Mars. So
Man, I
you get into it and you start to believe them.
Yeah, I felt so enlightened when I watched a mainstream documentary about how aliens are going to maybe come a certain point and how they live on some other planets. Oh man, I felt like so enlightened for how far this other star is, and I don't know, man, it's crazy. It is crazy.
Aliens and us are not compatible because, we are born on this earth, and only we can survive here. And if they come, obviously they have to have some sort of protect. I'm not saying aliens are real, but the concept of them coming here, they have to have some sort of protective gear, and they have to shield themselves from our atmosphere plane, the germs, and all those kind of things. So when people talk of aliens, they're not really thinking straight. It's not possible for an alien to come here or for us to go there.
Right. That's just all a joke. Man, it's already so late. I think I need to go to sleep.
You're in Germany, right?
Yeah.
It's 4:00 or 3.
3:18.
Okay.
Yep.
I'm in London.
No, it's 2:19.
Yeah.
London has
How
a
does?
lot of Freemasonry stuff, right?
Yeah, it's all over. Actually, there's a lodge near me. I'm thinking of going there and asking them if I can produce a YouTube video. If they can talk to me.
you, you need to go there and you need to go. Oh man, I forgot what I wanted to say. 1 second, I will remember.
Yeah, when I was young, every Thursday night there used to be all sorts of people. They've, I think they were obviously higher up people dressed smartly with the Mac, Mac coats, raincoats.
Yeah.
They used to wear these Macs, and they all had a brown briefcase, and they used to go there every Thursday evening. So it must be like going to church on a Sunday. Their time was Thursday night.
Yeah, it is a religion, man. Even they always say they're not a religion, but they are.
I think the Freemasons are foot soldiers. They do all the dirty work for the people higher up.
Yeah, basically. But even the people higher up are also just foot soldiers doing the things for the powers that we can't really see with our own eyes.
I don't think people love space as much as they love the frontier, right? If people knew that there was so much land, like down south, like they'd be wanting to go there and check it out, like get away from the city, because a lot of people are what you call misanthropy, where they hate other people. Like the introverts don't like to be around other people. Like I'd rather live in the woods and eat bark than hang out with these assholes, you know? So I think what they did to us is they hijacked the frontier, space, the final frontier, right? These are the voyages of the assholes who are trying to get away from the other assholes. And guess what? They found more assholes. So I really think that that's what's going on. If people knew that we're not going to Mars, the only extra land out there is the land that we're not allowed to go visit.
Mm.
Actually,
anyways, guys, I just wanted to quickly say thank you for the conversations, and I wish you a good night, okay? And good day, or whatever it is.
Good night.
Gute Nacht. See you later.
Yeah, same, bro. Peace.
Peace.
Yeah, nice talking to you. No, Larry, I was just going to say there's film footage of an area where I think it's part of the expedition by Admiral Byrd, where they fly over this land, and it's got mountains and there's a lake, and it's not covered by ice, and he said it's as big as the United States. So past certain area of ice, there are land, with water available.
I think if we could get normies to understand this, like they would totally revolt against NASA and everything.
There's an old a British saying, like the 60s, 70s. For example, when a person comes into a secret, for example, let's say a factory worker said, "Oh, we're going to get a pay rise," and his colleague says, "How do you know?" And he'll reply, "Dickie Bird told me." So that's referring to Richard E. Byrd. So he made an impact. He was hailed as a hero in the United States. Like there were like ticker tape celebrations for him, and then all of a sudden, like he was completely erased from history. It's like he didn't exist, So there's something there, something to look into.
Yeah, when you say erased, literally erased. They put him in an insane asylum. He died in there. And I think that's how they got rid of dissenters back in the day. Lobotomies and insane asylums.
Did they do the same thing to General Patton after World War II before he got back to the United States? If something happened, like something fell on him, a truck or something fell on him and crushed him, and I think it almost killed him. I don't think it did, but it messed him up for life, and he was never the same man. And allegedly, I think like somehow the president had it done because when he got back to the United States, he was gonna run his mouth about all the bull crap that went on over in Germany and everywhere else during that war.
Yeah, isn't it strange that Eisenhower was made a president after that? Afterwards, they were they were on the same level, weren't they? Like as generals, Patton and Eisenhower.
Yeah, that's right. It was Eisenhower. You're right.
And he coined the term military-industrial complex. So I reckon he was pushed out. When his time was over, they didn't want him anymore. So they said thanks very much and goodbye.
Admiral Byrd would have been a cool guy to meet.
I'm surprised they didn't erase his TV interview. The Long Jeans TV interview where he talked about his expeditions,
Yeah, how did that ever make it on YouTube and on the internet? You're right. You'd think they would have got rid of that a long time ago.
Maybe it's kind of like the nose on 9/11 that popped out on the other side of the building. Like immediately they said something like, "Oh, that's not fit for TV," or "Oh, that's hard to watch."
CGI, bro. CGI. It's like saying gravity, motherfucker, gravity.
So is this the legendary multi Tom Tom in the voice chat?
Yo,
Mic
Dave, how
check.
you doing, brother?
Cheers, man. What's up?
Yeah, I'm good, man. It's about time to come on voice.
Yes, I've been chatting with you in the chat box for like 6 years. It's good to hear your voice.
Yeah, I've been a keyboard warrior all this time, so about time I talked.
You got the best English accent since crypto, so you're doing good. Since I got you on voice, I've always wanted to ask you, does multi Tom Tom mean anything, or you just made it up?
Well, actually, YouTube made it up for me. My initial, when you used to join YouTube, right? You have to type in the name, and I typed in Tom Tom, and it didn't accept it. Obviously, there must have been somebody else with that name. So then they recommend like a few names, like they give you 5 or 6 choices, and so multi Tom Toms sounded cool, so so I chose that.
Okay. I thought there must have been some kind of story behind that. But
No,
anyway.
I'm not that. I'm not that
We don't have any
intelligent.
heliocentric defenders on here right now.
Well, we were talking about all sorts of things, but unfortunately, there are no Globers. There are no brave Globers available. It's like they gave up. They just gave up and ran.
Yeah.
There's nothing to argue about anymore.
Well, they can't get past curvature, so what's the point, right? Anyway. Good to hear you. I'll let y'all can keep talking. Sorry to interrupt. That's why I say hi to you.
Cheers, Dave. The one and only Dave Hinkle, ladies and gentlemen.
Making me blush, Tom. I've just been around the conversation a long time. I haven't done anything really, but I still want to see the bendy water, you know?
Yep, so do I.
All right, y'all keep going. Don't let that air Dave strike again. I'm good at that.
Dave strikes again. No, bro. I was about to speak up. Dave, good to hear your voice too, bro. Hope you're doing well. Tom Tom, for anybody who doesn't know, Tom Tom is an OG from 2015. We used to have some great conversations back in the day. He used to be really vocal. Nowadays, he's a chat lurker, not a skank, a lurker. He lurks around the chat. But I'm pretty sure he's down for debating any Glober who comes. But I'm pretty sure he's down. And I would say that these Globers, they're getting a little more close to making it on the extinction list. I really don't know what the numbers are these days, but I've met a lot of flat earthers in the wild. And the street activists, too, I would like for them to speak up if there's any street activists, they could get an idea of like how many, they meet in a day during their activism that are just FEs in the wild.
That'd be me.
Well, they have no arguments left, have they?
Putting the globe away since 2015. I'm just your friendly neighborhood globe trash guy. Taking the globe out to the trash.
Mickey, are you Jose's brother?
No. In a kind of a way I am. He's my brother from another mother, but nah, he's not really my brother. We're just culturally the same.
Yeah.
Yeah, Oh, go ahead, Larry. You're a bit choppy there, Larry, but your connection's kind of choppy.
The satellite's gone over the curve, Larry. Texas is not applicable now. Not reachable.
Try again, Larry. Technical issues, I think.
Boost the GPS, Larry. Boost it to high. All the way up.
I always thought you were just a lurker, Tom. I never heard you on The Voice. Maybe I did long ago, but I don't remember.
Well, my first interaction on Voice was with Red's Rhetoric and his crew, and at that time, I was really poor. I didn't know much about the the argument, so they actually destroyed me with their fake ass math.
Yeah, dude. I could.
Yeah, go ahead.
No, I was gonna be like, I despise that they used to do that to my brother, and you put me in a room with all of them, I'll smoke every single one of those. They'd be charred by the time I'm done with every single one of them. Like I got a list, dude, and yeah, I've been going down through them. Every single one of those guys, none of them. I've created the you might have known the arena at the time. And yeah, we had some good debates in it. Well, maybe you might have known about it or not. I don't know if you were around the server what was it, like a year and a half ago, guys, when we had the arena? Me, QE, Indio, like all the guys who would come in there and just tear these Globers up. Like that's the height of like the big pushback. You had the big macho Globers that thought they were saying things, and it got pretty hyper in there, man. Tensions rose, and yeah.
Yeah, I remember people like Sly Arcane and those anti-flat earthers. They
Yeah.
Geostreber, a German guy.
FTFE, all them guys.
Yeah, actually, FTFE is quite new. It's only been around like 2-3 years.
Yeah, but he's an
But
obnoxious guy, so he thinks he's got a chip on his shoulder, thinking that he can just overtalk you in his own forum. I don't like that, so he needs to set foot in here. The last time he set foot in here, he wanted parameters. Like, well, you guys got to do this and that and this and that and this and that. And so we kind of catered to him a little bit just so they can be in here. And then, lo and behold, he didn't hold up his end of the bargain. And he started, going to insults and whatnot. And so, yeah, but
yeah,
yeah, go on, Tom.
What they do is like when they're live streaming, they have this like Skype open, and all these guys will be bombarding them with info, and like they Wikipedia certain things that he doesn't know. For example, he'll look at this his Skype and he'll answer if he doesn't know something. These
the
guys
cue
will help
card.
him. There's about yeah.
Yeah, they I know that's their old method, man. They would need help from their companions in order to stay in the fight.
That's what Brenda did. Sorry, go ahead.
No, you're fine, Larry. Back in the day, man, back when we were slugging it out with these guys, these anti-flat earthers, AI Ardent, man, held his own. There was like each one of us, man. There's some people don't remember. Like I remember everybody that's in here who stuck out for flat Earth and stood up for truth. It was a packed day. We had so many people that day. It was a huge debate, and everybody heard AI just roast this guy. I don't know the guy's name, AI. If you probably want to know what guy that was, but he hung him out to dry. This guy was, he was one of those anti-flat earthers that knew his stuff, and he didn't know what he was going to get into when he engaged with the debate with AI. I think, if I'm not mistaken, that debate was it was scheduled. It was a scheduled debate, and it was like a Friday night. I even dubbed it Friday Night Fights. I think it was a Friday Night Fights debate. Could be wrong, but AI and that guy went at for I'm gonna say it was about an hour and a half to 2 hours. I mean, it was a bloodbath. The guy thought he knew what he was talking about, and I think the topic was how it was the distance of. You guys were talking about. Do you remember AI? It was the how far you can see in the distance. I think he was. If you can recall that one debate of the one I'm thinking of, it was one of your
arena.
I would want to say that it is, but I don't know. It was maybe. Everybody was there, dude. Like all the anti-flat earthers were listening in. All the flat earthers. It was huge. It was I remember we packed it in that day. Maybe it was in another server. I don't know. I think it was here though. Anyway, you guys were talking about, how you can see in the distance, and you were talking about the resolving, the power of the resolving power of the eye, and you were clarifying some points that he didn't understand of how you could see, things look in the far distance. So you were really getting him on certain points because of your background. You were talking about your education and like how you knew this specific topic because of that. It related to what you guys were going through. And so you really took him to the ringer, and it was just like he was trying to everybody like on our side was just like, damn, dude, that I mean, he needs to just like stop already or say enough, you know, because you were just like laying into him, and that was it was golden moment, man. I was like, man, I was proud of you. Like at that time, I was like, dude, AI, man, that day was like it was awesome. I'm just reminiscing, man, because these moments, like sometimes if we don't recall them or we don't say them, like they get lost in time. Not that they need to be brought forward or anything. It's just remembering how we made an impact, you know, on the people that were listening, because ultimately truth was spoken that moment, that day, and nobody had anything to say against it. Like it was just, I think at the end of it, he, wait a minute, he was a YouTuber. That guy was. He was a YouTuber. I don't want to say he was a famous guy, but he was a YouTuber.
Are you
Is
thinking
that
of the
sounding?
planar walk?
Yeah, that's him. That's the debate I'm talking about. Planar Walker. Yep, that's it. That's the one. But see, that guy before, he was coming in there with his pistols cocked, dude. He knew he was gonna. He thought he had you, man. Like he was like, yeah, sure, I'll talk to him. Like I was like, oh boy, you know, because I already knew what he was in for. Like he didn't know what he was walking into. And I think he had his live stream, or he was live streaming it, so his viewers were watching as well. So because you know what I'm saying, like it was kind of big at the time. So we had our live stream and we had our viewers, so it was like it was a big spectacle, man. But I don't know.
I remember that, Miggy. It was a classic. I agree.
You remember that, Dave? We
Yeah.
was AI was.
I pretty much left Planer Walk speechless. He didn't know what to say. He really had no response to anything I was telling him. It was classic.
Yeah, it was classic, man. It was AI was a sight to see that day. You know, it was the, you know, it made a lasting imprint on all of us. And maybe I couldn't remember the certain details, but I do remember that you know, that how it went down. You know, the guy was being told how he didn't understand, because you know he wanted to make it sound like AI didn't know what he was saying, and then at the end of the day, you know, he really had nothing to say afterwards. He was speechless, and moreover, AI was just, you know, just kept coming at him with the truth, and yeah, it was like, man, somebody needs to somebody needs to throw him throw Planer a lifeline, man, get him out of there, because he's, yep, it was crazy. I don't know why I was thinking of that, but yeah, just something about AI was just, people don't talk about stuff like the stuff we've done in here, all the good we've done with the people that were listening, was we had a crowd, man. So I guess for the newer flat earthers that come in here and they don't recognize, they don't know what we've talked about, they don't see our history, and not that it's anything to be like, oh, look at me, but it's just we've been around the block, man. We've had our discussions with people that, you know.
Yeah, and the one good thing about that is that you realize that the globe side, like they brush all that under the rug and they try to reset with the new guys, like that never happened. You know, like all the demolishments, like all the claims that it was never geometric, or that it was geometric horizon, you know, all this stuff that they changed over the years. Like without that reminiscing and without it being recorded, like nobody would know that. Well, except if they were present.
Except if they were here, yeah. Just like Dave. Dave was here. But alas, we haven't found the peoples that come in here and talk about the globe. There isn't a soul to be found that could explain anything of the globe that would be anything close to demonstrable evidence. And that's it remains that way, you know. Our victories yet.
Oh man.
You know?
We had a funny little debate, quote unquote, last night. Me and Larry boy.
Oh, yeah?
man. Yeah, Giggler came in and he's like chatting up for a while, and he's like, "Oh, how about we do a 2-on-2 debate? Larry, you could pick who you want to pick as your guy, and I'll pick my buddy here because them two guys work at a company that does cartography of some nature, right?
Mm-hmm.
Now they themselves aren't involved. They're like, their testimony is we walk down the hallway and we see these dudes in fancy math on the wall. Therefore, it's a globe. But he was like, "Yeah, let's debate." So Larry was like, "Okay." So he started talking about something. The other guy said something. Then it was my turn, and about like less than 2 minutes, I basically just told them, because they were saying I saw the curve of the Earth, right, from a certain height or whatever. So to them, it's an experiential thing. And so I went them through, the optical phenomena. It's like, okay, you have this claim about optics, this claim about optics. You need direct measurement. You use the laser transit. You do the laser test. Then you come up with your refraction nonsense. And then the military tested that, and it's not true. Therefore your claim is done. And so then Giggler's like, "Oh, that's your teammate? I concede."
So he knew, yeah. Well, your reputation precedes you, man. I mean, that's what I'm saying. I don't know that we don't have that sense of recognition. Like I said, not that it matters, but like if they knew what was behind the thing, that the computer screen, the person behind it, it's not just a name that they see on a random Discord. This is somebody who's actually had, their fair share of discussions with the opposing side on this discussion. So I don't know. To me, it's like, bro, it's like, yeah, I don't know. I guess I'm feeling the sense of like, yeah, I'm proud of being in a server like with people that we've been through this for as long as we have, and we're still here. We take our time and we have our breaks and we come back and all that stuff. But for the most part, like the same solid group has been here, and there's never an instance of somebody who's like the original OGs going back to the globe, or somebody saying, "Oh man, I just I saw the evidence," and there was never been somebody who's speaking truth from our group and then just like rolls back into the globe. That doesn't happen. Somebody who stands up for truth will always remain standing up for truth no matter what.
I want to say that sorry to interrupt. A lot of people
Yeah.
think that refraction is a rebuttal, but it's
Mhm.
actually a concession, right? Because they used to say they had a geometric horizon, right? That was their edge, their Earth edge, right? They always ask us about our edge. We're not claiming an edge. You guys are the ones claiming an edge, right? Your geometric horizon. And then when we point out that it's all over the damn place and it doesn't actually match the math that you guys have claimed, then they say, "Oh, well, refraction." Well, refraction is a concession. If there's no geometric horizon, then we're only measuring the distance of the horizon based on the atmospheric conditions. That's not anything to do with the globe. So at that point, the globe is dead. No horizon. That's because of Earth curve. No geometric edge to their Earth. It's over. And at this point, we've just been kicking a dead horse for the past few years.
Well, man, I gotta say, with Soundly's Lake Pontchartrain image, you remember that thing that was haunting our Discord for a while? People would come up and they're like, "What about this thing?" And they would show Soundly's image, and people were like, I don't know if it had. Did that argument have any legs, AI, at any point in time? Soundly's Lake Pontchartrain image. Did it
was
have
a
any
curved
legs?
ridge.
It had rhetorical
What does that have to do with
legs.
Earth?
Well, yeah, but I mean, you had his group kind of like standing by it, be like, "Oh, flat earthers! Now we got this. Now what?" And it's like, I don't even think they even thought it through, because somebody who has enough time to like examine and then say, okay, let me go ahead, give me that image, let me check it out, let's see what we got. And you start asking questions. Where did you take it? What was the distance? Where do you see the distortion happening? What's the distance between the guy and the where the
Yeah, but
distortions? Like you get known distances, right? That stuff. Once that becomes a reality, then you can actually put some math to it. Okay, so you're saying within, I don't know, let's be generous here. 12 to 15 miles, and anywhere in between there. With that Lake Pontchartrain image, soundly, given to you guys. If let's just go with it, man. If you're saying that's Earth curvature, well, what you've done then, by extension, is give every single buddy like a measuring stick. Well, guys, guess what? We found it right here, the curve, 15 miles. Let's do this thing. Everybody, go to your local lake or whatever, place of ocean, wherever you want to go. Let's get this thing done, right? Let's go measure this thing because Soundly has found the curve, and it's within a parameter of like 15 miles or 12 to 15 miles. So if that's where the distortion happens, or if we can see the bulge of the Earth, then that's where it's going to happen everywhere. We don't have any qualms of it anymore. We got the standard. So he wasn't expecting the okay, now that it's in their hands, they're going to take it to that level. But he forgets that we're all in this thing together. So, the research begun, and it's like people were like, okay, this what you're saying, let's go check it out. Let's see if it pans out, man. If you're saying that, because it doesn't change, we're talking about physical Earth curvature, right? That's what it is. The bulge of the Earth, and coming in between us and obstructing our view from the thing behind it. So, all right, let's check it out. And of course, what would they say about that? And then they would use the R word, refraction. Well, sorry, but you can't move something like that. Doesn't move. So you either have obstruction of Earth curvature at a particular distance, measurement of the Earth curvature, or you don't. Can't have it both ways. Can't have a moving hill, moving front and back and doing all kinds of stuff to suit your needs. It's gonna have to be where it's at or it's not there. You know what I mean? Like tough cookies if you can't accept that, but that's how it is. Why is Platypus muted? Um. Anyway, yeah. So that's what we were dealing with at that time. So I just felt like it was kind of. I mean, not that we had like in this group, none of us really were challenged by that thing, but it was something that he was always like. Well, not him, but like the people that would see his image. And I think his image is still on the freaking internet, if I'm not mistaken. You look it up, and his his image is kind of like a little trophy. It's maybe gotten a lot of hits because of the fact that it's used as one of the evidence that people will prop up against the idea that the Earth is
But
flat.
it's a
So,
man-made object. It's a man-made object, though, bro. It's not the Earth that's curving.
yeah, I mean, there's a lot of fronts on that particular image where you could tear it apart, but I mean, I went just based on what was being shown there. I mean, and there's no rebuttal because you start asking for known distances, and the reason I was generous to give it that because there wasn't a distance measured, right? So we don't know from the point where he was to where that distortion was taking place in the image. It's basically like what you would say an educated guess would be like, because you look at the those wires that were going across. So those wires from where you saw the distortion happening was, you counted how many of those, you know what I mean? And you know how far apart they were from each other. And then, from where the distortion happened, that's where you gauged, uh, the distance. Just by that, just using that as a kind of like a reference, the already known distance to those pylons.
The other one that went along with that, if I remember, was power lines.
Hey, you coming in real low, brother? You might want to check that mic. Hey, Platypus, I muted you. I don't know why you were muted, but yeah.
I was saying the other one, I'm pretty sure it was at Lake Pontchartrain too, was the power lines, where they had a similar effect. But it wasn't long after where, you know, people just took some Legos or some bottles and just made the same effect just by
It's the
taking
same
the bottles
effect.
on a flat surface and curving the bottles instead of putting them absolutely straight.
They pitted against the same image, didn't they? It was a side by side, which was cool. I mean, we didn't need to destroy it on that level. It's just you could have just easily done that demonstration, and it would have just still took it out, you know. But yeah, I think it made some people think about things like within the flat Earth community. Like none of us that were here already, you know, knowing about the Earth being flat and in the argument was taken down by it. It was just a lot of people were the newer flat earthers like, hey man, Townley's got some, and he came up with. It wasn't just that image. He had a few other in his bag of tricks. He had another one with I think there was a causeway. I'm not sure. There was a one in between, like there was a narrow. It was under some bridges or something, and it looked like water was like had a hump in it, or I don't know what. There was an explanation that people were actually talking about. It was brackish water that was the reason why the temperature, and it had some other variables that people were mentioning.
Oh yeah, dude, for real. That part of the world, like in between like Florida, Louisiana, Southeast Texas, that is the most hot, humid, miserable, mosquito swamp. I mean, it's just, if you don't know, you don't know.
No, I lived in Texas, brother, and partial to that environment. We had I mean, Texas heat, you know, it's hot down there. But I don't know Florida's
The humidity
muggy.
though.
Yeah, no, it's not as. You know, they have more humidity. The humidity is probably thicker, in like Louisiana and all that stuff. So.
Well, when I moved from New England to Georgia to go to the military, I got off the plane for the first time down there. When I walked out of the airport, I could feel the air on me. So weird.
Wow, is that heavy?
Yeah, it's so humid and
yeah, it's. You literally, because I know there was some Texas summers, man, where, I mean, you would be pouring sweat. You go take a shower, you feel cool, and like another hour later, you'd be pouring sweat again. So
yeah, guys, Platypus posted some shit on the text channel. Can you explain it, please, Platypus?
People what? Oh, you can talk. Platypus can speak. You know you have the mic, right, Platypus?
There's a diagram. He said you need 3 sticks and an eyepiece with a decent zoom. Don't know what that means.
Oh, he's probably at work. He's usually when he's on his phone, he's at work. He's probably taking a break, like he usually does. Did I guess correctly, Platypus? You taking a break? Thing about Platypus, man, is that he takes longer breaks because he starts getting engaged here. And one of these days, his boss is going to catch on to him and probably get him in trouble because that one time he was taking too long. I don't know if he was in a discussion or whatnot, man, but he was like, I gotta go. And so he just like, he was already like almost shaving the dog's butt on that one. Oh, yeah, I would imagine. I would imagine, man. You're on company time, mister.
I haven't heard Platypus on here in ages.
Yeah, he's
He's been trying to research a killer argument, so he came back with that graphic of 3 sticks.
Of the what? What is he putting up? I didn't even see. 3 sticks
You
in the
know,
mud.
3 sticks. 3 sticks, you take a visual across the top of the 3, middle one higher on the globe. So they say.
Wow. Okay. I haven't seen it, or at least you haven't talked about it. But anyway. You must be catching me on a good day, Platypus. I'm not even. I don't care to know. Usually it irks me, but I don't know, for some reason. Most people that I've known for a while that are Globers. I remember Gummy Bear. Do you guys remember Gummy Bear? I haven't seen him in a while.
Well,
I think he's still
honestly,
around.
I mean, Platypus at his job at the NSA, he said my boss is aware of y'all. You know, so
Yeah, I'm sure he is.
Hey, the thing about Gummy Bear though is that he, within the first half an hour, actually went and tried to do some kind of practical test to see if angular resolution and optical limitations could make the bottom of something disappear. You know, it's something that most Globers won't do or attempt or try. And there's guys that's supposedly smart enough. We have it's like 3 or 4 years now. They still haven't done it.
Mm-hmm.
Scott Beach, cough, cough.
Oh, Beach.
good old Beach. Well, I posted
guy.
that video we had earlier that you were talking about when you were talking to Planner Walk, and I think he's on his own. I mean, I don't really think he gets into anti-Glober circles.
How did he get lured into this one? Maybe some people,
from
you
New
know
Zealand.
Maybe it was viewers that were watching his thing and said, "Hey, you can do a show with these guys." And I guess he was maybe told to. I don't think it was like one of those anti-flat earthers coercing him to do it. But
Right.
I don't know how it went down. But I don't think it was that way.
Well, he just made a couple of flat Earth videos, anti-flat Earth videos, and he was. And I think he's after he's got a little smack on the ass, but whenever he's not doing it much anymore. He went on Nathan's show a couple times, I think, and then he came in here, and that's where
Hey, oh, is that the video? Yeah, no, I haven't seen it, but what did you say?
That's when you talk to him. You and AI Overlord talk to him. That video.
Yeah, Planer Walk, but no, that's.
But he's been on Nathan's show too.
Yeah, it was a TKO, man. Technical knockout. He was just AI just cleaned up. I mean, yeah, it was.
But he's also made some anti-flat earther videos, kind of like the other.
Yeah.
And that's what led him to actually come in and talk.
But I think him most than others, man. He had weak sauce, man. He didn't really have anything. I wouldn't say he would be one of the ones that would be like the guys that stand up against flat Earth. He's just he was trying to throw his hat in the ring, kind of thing. He wasn't.
Welcome to it, man.
Yeah.
Wow, it feels
Come
like
on down. You're the next contestant.
feels like it feels like the old days here with Miggy on here and Helio.
Come on down. The next contestant on Flat Earth is right.
Helio's fairly sober on a Saturday night. How did that happen?
Yeah, I don't know. I mean,
I love you.
Not only that though, Sonny, you missed it, man. I was reminiscing with that Planer Walker debate that AI had. Well, I mean, we all had it. That's the time when we would go to other servers and debate. It was a bit of fun, man, that we had back in the day. But
you know what? Today, all day.
Wait a minute, he wasn't done. I
My
didn't
bad. My bad.
hear
I
you-
didn't mean to
you were
interrupt.
saying.
Oh, okay. No, man. I was just reminiscing because I think that I mean, Helio was there partial to some of them. I don't know. Did you host some of the? We went to a couple of servers. I know that for sure.
Yeah, we used to go to a couple.
We hosted some on the other servers, and we would
That's right.
debate them.
Yeah,
you remember
I
that?
remember that. Yeah, yeah. I was
No,
back
we've done it on
just
politics
listening.
server. We did it in what's the
Yeah,
chess?
politics is one.
Politics is
one,
the chess. What the hell? Is
the one that had a crown, kind of like logo. What was that?
Yeah, that's the chess one, but they lost that server somehow, and I'm still part of that
Not
server.
the chess one. That
I'm
doesn't
still
sound familiar, but
chess
I used
board,
to be.
I think that's what it was called. Hold on.
Oh yeah, it might have been. It might have been.
Yeah, it's called Temple Mount now. It's the same server. Yeah, we've talked to a few people in there. Had Hank was actually one of the hosts there, or one of the guests there when we did a.
There was something else. The round table. The round table.
The round
Yeah,
table.
round
That's
table.
the one I was thinking about, man.
What's the round
There's
Yeah.
another
Sorry,
server
I
we were
knew
at.
they had like a chess logo. I think that's why.
Yeah, that's the one. It was round table.
I'm looking at it right now, and I don't see. There's not.
No, round table is called Temple Mount now. It's the same server. It's called Temple Mount.
I'm gonna get rid of these.
I'll
I'm
send
gonna
it to you.
I'm gonna leave these servers that there's no activity on them. Like
Yeah.
I'll send you guys this Temple Mount link. That's the same server.
there is no activity on this server. Yep. Okie dokie. There we are.
Yeah, send it to me because I don't want to lose contact with those guys.
It's cool. Yeah, that's
I only have 2 servers that I'm in right now.
I'm gonna get rid of all this junk because
dude. I got so many servers I need to.
I mean, I like the idea of going to a Flat Earth Tartaria server. I don't know if any of you go on there, but like, there's no activity. I never see anybody. So anyway, not going to do it.
Now this server has only been the most consistent because what we built here. This I'm telling you, man. This is almost, and I dare I say, it's like sacred ground, man. It's like where truth is being spoken.
Exactly. And you know what? Like somebody, like people leaving and stuff happening there. I'm not going to let that happen to this place for me.
Yeah.
I'm never leaving. I'm never leaving this place.
Yeah.
Like I never want to leave till the very end.
Yeah.
I want to keep this thing on.
And so that one, this is gonna sound like a little bit globish, platypus. Until the one guy brings the evidence for the curvature of the Earth, the measurement, and we can actually all go do the test and repeat it, and then, then it's gonna be all right, guys. You know what? It's been a fun 7 years.
Like, listen. Wouldn't it even be? Listen, I would. My ears would be all perked up if I heard just a really good try of something that was repeated. Yeah. Like somebody went at it, trying to do that. If that's what they believe, they should be out there doing that. But we haven't seen one, not even one.
It's for me. Yeah, for me, it's all gravy because there isn't any. Like there will never be. But I'll be like, hey man, you hit me with your best shot. Like the song.
I know.
I'm gonna find you a genuine link there, Larry, to that Temple Mount server. That's where Shogun is, the guy you talked to on that debate.
Actually, I want to be honest with you guys. Like, it really became fun when I got in here. Like this is fun for me. This is a lot of fun, man, and it's all your guys' fault. But I don't enjoy almost anything mainstream at all now. All the mainstream, I'm like so disgusted with it. I try so hard. Let me please find something that I can enjoy, even just good enough to fall asleep to. I can't do it.
It's not happening.
Can't do it.
Wow, is that Winter Rain? What the heck? She's on this server. Yeah, she's always stayed in your chat, Celio. She's always
but I shut the chat off, so she's in here now. I mean, she's
listening. Right on.
Okay.
I saw that you shut it off. I saw that the other day.
Yeah, I shut the YouTube chat down because it's
all bots.
It's embarrassing. It's weirdos.
No,
we don't have.
They're all
we
bots.
don't have YouTube anymore.
No,
no,
not
the YouTube
chat.
Yeah, the live chat's down.
What are you live streaming then, or where? Are you live streaming?
Streaming the same thing. There's just no live chat.
Oh, the chat's down.
The
Oh,
chat.
I thought you meant
And-
the actual stream. The
No. I shut the chat off because
and
it's just,
Helio, yeah,
it's a-
and Helio. Like, I don't know if you're fully on board with this. Doesn't really matter, but 60% of all that traffic going through the live, it was bots the whole time. The whole time.
I don't. Well, the bot, the night bot, the ones with the wrenches, the night bot. I had that set up.
No, I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about all the traffic going through the internet. 60% of it are bots. Everything going through.
I
YouTube
disagree.
chat.
I've been doing it for a few years now. I know,
Yeah,
but
listen,
anyway.
I'm good
But
at
it's
spotting
just-
things. Listen, I'm good at spotting people who are interjecting things conversationally, which don't link up with each other. Disjointed statements.
Either way, it's not
That's
happening.
not a human. That's not a human trait.
So the links to this server are still in our live stream, so they can come in here and chat if they want.
Yeah, why don't they do that? Good idea. Hey, Platypus, good to see you back. Wow, can't believe you would come
yeah, I
back.
muted him, but it looked like he was server muted. Freaking.
Well, I mean, he said he's
freaking
working.
Platypus.
You know, I mean, it's just like I don't want my boss to know I'm talking.
Yeah.
Well, you shouldn't talk to us while you're working.
I was
anyway.
gonna say every now and again he rubs Helio just the wrong way. Like I don't know, platypus is platypus, but like Helio's like.
Well, but at the same time, if he's on the clock, why would he actually
I even
even try
told
to
him.
talk to us?
I told him too. I was like, dude, man, you're taking a break. Take your break. Enjoy your sandwich or whatever you're eating. But like, your boss is gonna get mad at you. He's like, he knows about you guys.
Funny people. Funny people.
His boss at the
Very
NSA.
But I welcome you to come on. I'll bludgeon you again with submarine technology. I worked on a submarine tender for 4 years, and I also built missile systems, torpedo systems.
Dude,
I didn't know that.
He's been at the North Pole. He told me.
Yeah,
but did you ever walk down a hallway and see some math on a chalkboard?
No, never saw that.
Yeah, lucky dog, getting away with that.
Did you ever see?
Anyways,
that?
yeah, that's cool. But
yeah, no proof of the globe though.
man,
There,
Jose, what's up, man? Jose's in the chat. Oh, he's in the text chat. All we need is QE to come in here, man. We're gonna have a good Saturday night. Saturday
you guys
night.
listening?
That's
you guys listening on YouTube? You could be in the chat too.
You could.
just join
Yeah,
the
come on
server.
in, man.
Click
Water's
on it.
fine. No sharks.
Yeah.
Yep, you can still click that link and come on in to the VC.
That's right.
I'll go easy on you guys. Promise.
Easy as pie. We're all feeling nice and comfortable here on the
Yeah.
Flat Earth server.
Unless you come in here with an attitude thinking that you got everything locked down, and then I'm gonna reveal to you the earth-shattering knockout punch that you don't want. But anyways, if you just want to come in here and talk about your beliefs, you're welcome to it. Believe away.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, isn't the world full of like globers? So why are we having shortages?
Yeah, that's true.
For real, huh?
Isn't that true? We forget that sometimes. We think, where did everybody go? They're
All right,
not
so
there
guys,
anymore.
Elijah's here, and now the party can start. DJ, go ahead and start the tunes. What's up, Elijah?
Right. What do you want to hear? Anybody got any? We don't have to. We got enough of us. We don't need to.
Oh no, I'm being facetious.
The DJ is in though.
Oh, man.
Welcome to Flat
go for
Earth.
it.
Snacks in the back.
Yeah, I was just thinking about snacks. I got a muffin right here.
There's someone named Exajustice God 01. VC verified. Howdy.
Can we start saying facts in the back? Because you know, we got all those extra rooms down there with all that information.
Yeah.
Larry, you got to hear that that freaking Hank Hill rap song. So funny every time. It's just funny. That's all.
Oh yeah, I listen to that stuff all the time. That one guy, I forget
Yeah.
I forget how it goes, or I'd sing it for you. But yeah,
Oh, you know it? The rap song? That rap song? It's funny.
there's a bunch of there's a few of them. There's different ones.
But you know what I was thinking? Like you could probably even make one for Flat Earth, like that has that same vibe. Anyway, it just spitballing there.
Hey, Larry, try this link. I'm about to post it. That should get you to that server. God dang it! No, that's not the one.
Lena Tomo is here. You never speak though, do you?
Be right back. No,
I don't think
Lena
I've ever heard
Tomo
Lena
pops
Tomo.
every once in a while. He's an Italian kid. And he does.
Oh, that's right. That's right. I forgot.
Hey,
That's not right. You forgot about the
who's
Italian
Exegesis?
guy.
Anybody know who Exegesis is? Exegesis God 01?
Yeah, yeah, that's what I said.
Who is it?
I don't know.
Oh. Exegesis, are you there? Anybody home? No?
Well, they came in unmuted, so I guess we could leave them that way.
I think Live had a question earlier. I saw it. Let me see. Oh yeah, he says 9:14 my time. How can you have a vacuum without containers? Question mark, question mark, question mark, question mark. This is for flat earthers. I'm a new flat earther. How can you have a vacuum without a container?
A vacuum or a pressure system, yeah.
I think that's what he meant.
Well, if you had $62 million a day of a budget, you could repeat the same shit over and over again with propaganda, television, cartoons, magazines, and all forms of mainstream media. And you could brainwash the masses, and that's how you could have it in their mind's eye.
That's right. When all your buddies are, the printers, the publishers, the writers, the editors, all your buddies.
We also have Chow Young Cat just joined us. Chow Young Cat, welcome to the chat.
Oh, Chow's in here?
Yeah, go ahead and mute your mic, Chow Young Cat.
Chow's a flat earther. I already know that. For a fact.
No, he don't have any roles, bro.
No, he doesn't because
no role. Yeah.
Dude, I know he's a.
You know that guy or girl?
Yeah, from the YouTube chat. Yeah, no, that's
oh,
yeah. Anyway,
cat
but
eyes.
you guys, check him in. Whatever. Chow. Yeah.
Chow Yun, can you speak? Hello, Chow Yun Cat. There must be a
I don't know if he might be brand new to Discord, but he's been in the YouTube chat for.
There might be a secret to the pronunciation of the name might be really specific. So if you don't get it right, then he's not going to answer.
Hey, you know a name that hasn't been around?
No,
I don't want to say it though, because it's like when you say Beetlejuice 3 times, it might appear. I'll say it once, but I haven't seen Kosho anywhere.
Oh, he's on the other server.
Okay, good.
No, but Chow Yun Cat has been in the YouTube chat for a long time, and other Flat Earth YouTube channels. I mean, definitely, if it's the same person, that's definitely a Flat Earth.
Yeah, you know what I find?
I've known his name for a long time too.
Yeah,
should give him VC verified then.
Good evening, everyone.
Good evening. Who's that?
Salam. Salalum.
Yeah, slalom. Yeah, it's a Portuguese.
AI. Hey, AI. I was gonna say something. The interesting thing I find about Globers, most of them are actually nice people to talk with until you start discussing Earth.
It all gets messy when the Earth curvature comes up, huh? Demonstrate to me the curvature of the Earth. Well, that's what I thought. Off you go.
Now the trick is, to stay calm and to stay calm through the conversation, even when it would normally get heated to the point of not being able to continue on in an effective way. So,
Yeah, I know what you mean.
or because pretty soon, like after a while, I will shut the door down. Like I'll shut the shit down. I think a lot of us are that way. We're just I get enough of it where I'm full of the bullshit and I'm not taking any more, and then I start reacting. So
it's all good.
Learning to temper ourselves is a worthy cause and character development.
I thought Elijah was there, but he took off. He's probably looking back on the Saturday night.
Yeah, Chanyan Cat wants to just listen. I've never heard the voice before, but been a part of the server or the YouTube chat for a long time. Wants to listen, maybe participate, but I know for a fact it's flat Earth, and so I think
as long as it's the same person.
I'm going to go ahead and get. It's the same person. I'm pretty sure. So I'm going to give him flat Earth roll, and I mean I shut off the YouTube chat. So what are these YouTube chatters supposed to do? Come in here, just like I said. So if they're listening, as long as you're listening to the chat and you post pertinent information in the live stream voice text, then you're allowed. If you start posting stuff that's not pertinent to the conversation and then just start spamming, then you're gonna get kicked pretty quick. But anyway. So yeah, I'm just letting them know that hey, you're allowed here. I recognize this person, been a part of the server or part of the YouTube chat and the discussion for a very long time. Definitely a flat earther.
Yeah, if there's someone like Multi Tom Tom, who doesn't speak up very much, or Chow Young Cat who doesn't speak at all, but they're like a well-known flat earther, I think they should automatically get the perms. Now, as the Globers go, they might have to, come in the voice chat, let us get to know them a little bit before they get perms. That's my opinion. I don't run shit here.
Well, I don't run shit here either, but I'm just telling you, this person is genuine FE. Just saying. So.
Okay, well, since there's a lovely vacuum, then I'll just start doing shit.
No, go for it. This is background stuff. So
I'll just start running shit.
Chow Young Cat, and if you try to talk to and get them to open their mic, it's not going to happen. But might sit around in here and just listen. Shit, but Morvis has been here for like 4 hours and hasn't said a goddamn word. So
I know. What's up, Morvis?
And he's a moderator. So anyway.
He's
sharp as a tack.
I remember some of these people from the YouTube chat from way back when, even ODD 24/7.
Freaking Morvis.
That's where I knew a lot of you people from. Like when I got to this server, I recognized quite a few of you from those other chats from those years back, from 2017. Anyway. I digress.
Anyway, continue the chat. I'm gonna hook Chow Young Cat with the flat earther roll and the link image of bed rolls. So that and if that fails, if I'm doing this wrong, somebody can correct me on it later. You can take the rolls away if
No, I don't
I'm pretty sure it's the same person that I see.
If they ever spoken, they were like not who they say they were. They wouldn't last long anyway. But
I mean, who's going to come up with that name?
That's a very unique name to have. I mean, who the heck would even try to troll that?
And you notice
I don't
platypus
know.
is a valued globe earther, and he's being quiet.
He's at work.
Yeah, he's
Oh,
working.
that's right. He's at work. Okay,
Yeah, he
sorry,
said
bro.
he might get in trouble with his boss if he talks to
Yeah,
him.
sorry, bro. Don't get in trouble, man.
That's all
He's
right.
got his earbuds in so that they don't hear the conversation he's having in there.
All right, so Chow, you're hooked up with everything now. You can post while you're listening here to if you're new to Discord. What we do, we have an associated room here, live stream voice text. If you can see that, that's what goes out on YouTube, on the YouTube channel that you've been watching. That's where you post that stuff. So if you post something, make it respectful and keep it on board with the conversation.
Keep it cool.
Keep it cool. Yeah.
All good. It's all good.
All the cool globe earthers listen to 24/7 Flat Earth.
And by the way, I'm glad you joined in here, Chillian Cat, because I've seen him in the freaking chat for.
Is he a flat Earth chat warrior over there, or what?
Yeah.
You got exegesis God 01, no detectable Earth spin. Is he another?
Recognize that
he
name.
verified. Are you there? We'll give you another chance. Exegesis.
Whatever happened to that role? You could take it away. Let's see. Yeah, you don't have it anymore.
Yes, is God 01. What a weird name. We got to know how you decided that name, man. Why would you come in the voice chat and not say anything? Hello?
You talking about Chillian Cat? How did you get that name?
No, exegesis.
Yeah, the
exegesis.
So,
I don't know. I'm sorry.
So the scripture says that you should wash your hands after you touch a dead body, right? And you say, "Oh, that's because back then
He
they knew
claims
about."
he claims
Sorry.
I'm sorry. No. I'm sorry. He claims to have no mic at the time. Exegesis. Yeah. God one. Whatever.
They stopped making those in 2022. I forgot.
Okay, I'll try again. So exegesis is when you interpret the scripture like a certain way. So you say, okay, maybe even back then, they knew not to touch dead bodies and then go eat dinner, right? So they knew, you're claiming, you're interpreting the scripture as if they knew the germ theory back then, or if, you're saying that Jesus is saying this is symbolic of my body and my blood. Do this in remembrance of me.
Yeah,
He's not. You're interpreting.
There's
It's like
no
a
end. Seems to be no end to all kinds of kooky ideas. No, you might want to know what kooky means. Just wacky ideas, and now look, I was prone to all those things. I probably used to believe some pretty wacky things when I thought there were solar systems, and I was reading freaking about time, space time, and freaking galaxies and nebula and stuff like that. So I guess
That's
I don't
basically the point
know
of the interpretation of the text. That's all it is.
what's that?
Exegesis, the text, is like interpreting the text. Saying what you think.
Like the Bible code is one of those. Yeah.
Well, exegesis is interpreting the text via what the text is explicitly stating. It's contrasted off of eisegesis, which is just pushing an interpretation onto the text or bringing a prior interpretation of the text that isn't necessarily warranted by the text itself. That's exegesis, reading the text for its own meaning, versus eisegesis, and imputing your own meaning onto the text. Basically.
Interesting. I wasn't even aware of any of that. I appreciate that.
He missed one. He said isogesis, which is wrong. It's eisegesis.
I don't know.
But isogesis is when you isolate a portion of a passage out of context and then interpret it in isolation. So there's three. But he was right. And I made up the word isogesis. How would he possibly?
As far as I remember, eisegesis was EISOGESIS, but I need to see it.
It's not an O, it's an E. It's E instead of an O.
Who's Matt Will East? Matt Will East. Welcome to the chat. Unmuted your mic, Matt Will East. Are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Hold on, you're roboting right now, but we do hear you.
Yeah, try again, bro. Like, see if you can. No, leave the chat and come back again, Matt, and then we'll mute you again.
It might be better.
No bueno right now.
Damn satellites.
Those stationary satellites on those poles.
You must be hooked up to Starlink.
What the hell are
Can we
those?
put the technology back in the day where they were talking to people on the moon? Not because it's easy, but because it's hard and it actually worked.
On a landline. Ha!
Yeah. How did they do that?
That's the only way you can dial the moon, right?
I still haven't seen any technology specifications on what kind of method of transmission that was. 238,000 minimal.
It was. Well, we know it was powered by the imagination. So
powered by the imagination.
Yeah.
If you're on the moon, how many watts do you need to like send a signal from the moon to here? Getting a signal to the moon, no problem, but getting the signal.
So Marconi must have been extremely powerful in his mind because he sent that 10,000-mile radio wave out and it freaking straightened Earth.
We got Matt Will East on the line. Matt Will East, are you there? Hello, Matt Will East.
Yeah, can you hear me? Hello, everyone.
Yes.
We got you now, man. What's up?
Just hanging out, listening to what's going on, learning about exegesis and eisegesis right now.
Cool. Hey, so what brought you to the server, man? Did you find it randomly? Did a friend tell you about it?
I guess what really brought me to the server is through the Nathan Oakley's channel, and everybody always talking about it. And I've had it for about a year or so, and only now am able to figure out how to use it.
All right, so you're brand new to Discord and all that good stuff, and and I usually open up by asking the most important question of the day. Where do you stand with the conversation of the shape of the Earth? Because obviously you were curious enough to see Nathan Oakley, so there must be some kind of curiosity as to what the conversation's about. So
still flat stationary.
Good answer. Yeah, well, no further questions, Your Honor. Well, no, that's cool, man. That you did you come into that on your own, or did Nathan Oakley help you get there, or like what videos, or I mean, what was the method by which you?
It was, I guess, late 2016, early 2017. I kind of finally looked at it and kind of thought to myself, first thing I got to look and see if geocentricity makes any sense, and after investigating that, just kind of, dug more and more into it. And I guess it was Bob from Globebusters years ago had mentioned the boys across the pond and Nathan Oakley and his crew. And, since that time, I really been trying to soak up as much as I can, reading up on it, different books, this and that, listening to you guys.
By the way, man, this is the you found this is the hub, dude. Like, if you wanted to actually be in the conversation and stay relevant, just stick to the people that are in here. There's a constant stream of anti-flat earthers, non-believers, and whatever you want to call them, that will stream in here and kind of talk about the topic. But you will get the most out of your understanding in here. And if there's something that you thought you knew about flat Earth, and maybe it's something you carry still today, like I don't know, I'll give you an example. Like you're always saying that we live with the ice ring that surrounds us, or some concept that you have in your mind that you think is a true concept. Yeah, you might find out that that will even get challenged. Because what we adhere to here is strictly the truth. We don't go by our ideas of what we think something could be. So that can help. There's a lot of new flat earthers that are coming into this that are just trying to do things their way, and they find out that if they're in a forum like this, that even they will get challenged. So we don't leave nothing up to chance for people to just kind of get into a debate or discussion, kind of half cocked, if so to speak. We want everybody to be equipped with the knowledge of like moving forward into the discussion. So that's it. That's basically the
Awesome.
rundown of that. So
Thanks for the. I feel real welcome. I appreciate it. I see Chow Young Cats in the server. What's up, Chow?
yeah, we've been trying to get him to talk, man. He hasn't spoke to us. So if he speaks to you, man, that's great. You know that guy?
Man, Chow actually. I came in contact with. I can't speak nothing but good things about him. He actually sent me some books and things, some information on. I guess Christianity, on the topic of Christianity, and it was a real nice gesture, man. Chow's he seems like a decent man.
He's all right. Oh, cool.
Hey, I
Yeah,
can
well,
vouch for Chow.
nice.
He's my buddy.
I know that
He
voice.
doesn't say much.
I feel like Level, you're gonna start
All
singing
right.
that song. Let me tell you about my best friend. He's a warm-hearted person who just kind of great all-around guy. But yeah, you guys were on the on Helio's live stream, right? And you guys came over here because the text is not working or it's down or something. But yeah, I don't know. I know Matt sounded like he knew Chow from there, right? Is that where you know Chow from?
I knew Chow through Paula. Level up.
Oh, you guys. Oh, well, okay. I thought maybe you guys met on the live stream chat.
Chow's always in my chat. He doesn't talk. He does YouTube. He'll get links for me all the time. He's a good guy. He just doesn't like to talk. It's okay.
It's okay. Yep.
We have several like that here too, like cut the shit. And hi, Elijah, you're back.
He's back.
Often neglect the people in the chat. I don't go in there much. I certainly don't have a lot of chat time on my hands while I'm at work, and I usually don't get on here much when I'm off. So shout out to all the chatters. I know you're always out there citing sources for me, backing me up on the live stream. I don't think you guys ever get enough props for that. So, shout out to all those chatters. People like YouTube, guys like that who've just been at it for years, just keeping it clean in the chat. Thanks, guys.
Yeah, right. All those wrenches everywhere.
Nice.
Yeah, I used to be a wrench on. What's that young guy's name out in Minnesota? Did a lot of activism. He was really I can't remember his name. Shoot. It's just too many of us now to keep track.
It was authentic intent.
Yes.
Authentic intent.
Authentic intent. Yeah.
Well,
Shout out.
I think there's something falling out that happened with that guy, wasn't there? Something.
Really?
Oh, I think so. Probably don't want to discuss it in the live stream, but yeah.
I don't even know.
Yeah, talk to one of the OGs. OGs might know. They'll hit you up on the DM.
If anyone's questioning why I shut down the live chat on YouTube, I think it should be obvious. It should be obvious.
Yeah, I think it is obvious. I don't think we are questioning.
But
why.
now we have the people, the real people back in here now.
That's better.
Yeah, it separated the wheat from the chaff. Helio is wonderful, and also the anti-flat earthers, especially the ones that were paid to be there. You people don't deserve a platform, let alone one provided by your enemy, us.
Yeah,
okay, so
exactly.
bye bye.
So yeah, so I welcome everybody that finds the link that enjoys our discussions. It's freaking awesome.
They should get funneled in here.
Yep.
Let them come in here, like those guys. I
All
hate
of it.
keyboard cowboys, man. They don't want to come in here.
Yeah, so all those
Just
people,
put in
Bendy
here.
Light,
Like, you wanna-
Bendy Light, all those people like that, right?
They
Glenn?
talk a big game in there, but they don't want to. When it comes down to it, they don't want to step up to the plate. You know.
Yeah.
Just I've been dealing with that shit for 3 years now. You know.
Yeah. Hey, glad that.
Go ahead.
There you go ahead, man. I interrupted.
No,
you
I'm just saying. I mean, you know, as far as the YouTube chat goes, I just like there was so much emotion and who's going to get a wrench, and I've taken away wrenches and just made it a free chat, you know, and all this kind of stuff.
Yeah, you took away my
tired
wrench.
of it. Yeah, it's just like, who gets a wrench? Who gets a wrench? It's like, who gives a shit who has?
Nobody cares. He lives. I'll take all of them away. How about that?
Yeah.
You like that? How you like me now?
I know. I had a wrench. I had a wrench for about 3 days, I think, a week maybe.
Yeah, but you're in here most of the
Yeah.
time. You're not even paying attention to the chat, so the chat shouldn't even exist because it's mostly dominated by the anti-fucking flat earthers, which doesn't really make any sense. So
I want those guys
turn
to
it
come
off.
in here. They need to step. There's some way I could just wish them in here. You know, like
You know, some of them can't come in here because they're only AI Globers. They're not real.
No. I mean,
it may be a thing, you know, but yeah, all they have to do is come in here, go to the check-in room, talk to us. And now, you know, I gave Chow the flat earth role because I already knew him. But for the most part, if you don't like the YouTube chat being shut down, it depends on if I know you from there. If you don't like to talk, which I know that Chow doesn't talk very much, and Paula just verified that. If I already know you, then I'm going to give you the flat earth role and the picture role, or image role, or whatever. Where you
I
can
think I used to have a guy who used to like follow me in the chat. I think his name was Captain Obvious or something like that. You guys remember a baller named Captain Obvious? Was that his name?
that name rings a bell.
Yeah, I remember that one.
Yeah, I used to always challenge him, like, come in here and get on the voice and say it to my face, you know, say it to my ear.
Yeah, those
I
idiots.
see you calling them out.
Those idiots don't actually, unless they actually open their freaking microphone and have the opportunity to talk to us, then they're just not worthy. You're not worthy.
For sure.
Oh. Anyway, so, but yeah, I mean, people, you know, if anyone from the YouTube chat that wants to come in here and listen, but you don't want to open your microphone, that's okay. Go ahead and join in, listen. You can still listen on YouTube, but you can also join the Discord and post in the live stream. We can tell whether you're listening to live stream or not. And to be honest, a lot of times I just listen, but I can post in the live stream voice text while I'm listening. I won't spam the whole freaking live stream voice text while you guys are talking when I'm not listening. It's just a really simple process. So if other people join and I recognize them from the chat and I know they're a flat earther, jump on in here into the Discord and we'll get you go. And you know what's funny? You're eventually not going to be able to help yourself. You're going to have to open your microphone and talk to us one day. Yep. So anyway, yeah. So yeah.
Yo, Helio, sing us a song, bro.
Who's that?
No, I'm not going to sing
I'm
right
asking
now.
Helio to sing a
I'm
song.
not going to sing right now.
Oh yeah, he was kicking back, right? He's got his slippers on. He's just, you know.
Yeah, I'm
hanging out.
chilling. I'm just checking shit out. But I actually can't believe that like freaking Multi Tom Tom came in today. Chow Young Cat, man, those guys from the YouTube chat, There's like I need to chat somewhere, and so
Well, yeah,
we're
this
in
is the
here
place,
now.
man.
And multi, I've talked to him. I talked to that dude like 4 years ago.
Yeah.
I've been, and
He
so
had me
is Hank.
blocked for a while.
Yeah.
I said
So,
something stupid, probably, and he was
Did-
like, "Well,
well, he
nope."
said some stupid shit too before. I mean, we've had some
We all have.
arguments. But no,
We've
yeah,
all said some really stupid shit in the YouTube chat, and
anyway.
now it's gone.
Yeah. So multi knows what's up. And it's all, and this platform, what we have, are what we have here, and is still developing, is a good platform for people to have conversations. And so, yeah.
Yeah, I agree. And if it's not still developing, we should be worried, because just like science, if the science is ever settled, that's when you should worry. That's when you should start performing science and start over. So, yeah.
Yeah, so I mean, things are going to change because there's no live YouTube chat anymore. But we still have people watching and clicking on the link to come in here and talk. So,
Well, I think the only thing we did was get rid of the YouTube chat trolls, and that's it. Because if I do the numbers right, there's 8 to 10 less people now in the YouTube chat consistently watching. They might have left one behind, just like that ant that scouts
I've
out.
seen up to 25 since I turned it off.
Okay, yeah. So what I'm saying is they're all coming over here or going other places. One place that the anti-flatties are probably going, I would say most of them, is some kind of like worthless, slimy echo chamber about not being able to prove that the Earth has curvature. But anyway, and then there's the guys and gals that hopefully come in and talk to us, trying to get that honest
Only
conversation.
place you can actually text. I mean, you can when you first click on that Discord link, then you're in the place, the source, right?
Yep. Then we're getting some superstars back in the game. Miggy's here.
Trying to
He's a
get this
superstar.
Saturday night moving, man. Like this been kind of slow. We haven't had anybody thus far. I thought
I was gonna say, Miggy, like all day today, we actually there was a lot of new Glovers joining that had never been here before, and Indio had some good conversations.
yeah, but usually those guys don't have a lot of meat on their bones, dude. Like it's really just
Who does? Unless you
let's
actually
see, what's his name? Really gave us a good time in here. Forget his name.
What was that
There's a
guy from
couple of
last night,
anti-flatters.
Giggly?
The Giggler.
The Giggler, yeah.
Oh yeah, Giggler. I thought he was supposed to come back. Somebody's trying to get him back.
Well, if he knows what's good for him, he will not.
Is he banned?
He was here last night.
No,
No,
I don't think he's banned. I didn't ban him. Anybody else ban him?
No.
Okay.
He was here last night.
Oh,
yeah,
okay.
I think he'll be back. I'm sorry. Well, yeah, I thought for the most part there were some good conversations, especially like early afternoon.
Mm.
Who just took a really healthy sip of their drink? Who was that? Right in the middle of Helio talking, someone goes.
It wasn't me. Do you want to hear me take a sip of this?
No, I
beer?
do not. I don't care. I was just wondering who did that because it was perfect timing.
I don't make my sips slurpy. I don't know.
Well, I do got an update on Giggler.
Okay.
Apparently, he's an ordained minister in the atheistic church of the Flying Spaghetti Monster. So now he can
What?
marry you.
Did he say that?
Yeah.
That's
Well,
great.
that's
Good for him.
that's right on the
It's called Pastafarian.
Yeah, so
There you go.
basically all you
Nice.
should do, you just pay some guy $50 and then you're legit. I mean, that's the credentials I guess.
I love it. That's great.
It's genius. We got to think of one. So what if you could become a Martian policeman in the Church of the Noodly Appendage, and we'll charge $250.
I can see I can see the dollars flying out of GE's pocket right now. Platypus is just like, dude, tell me where I can sign up. Got the money right here. I got your money right here.
They get you money ready.
I forget I forget what the online fucking church mill was, but I did get I did something like that so that I could officiate my best friend's wedding.
Well, that's not the thing that we're talking about. This is, well, maybe.
How does a man
Perhaps.
officiate a wedding? That's very curious. I want to hear.
What I want to know is this how did when did they pull God aside and say, hey bud, hey bro, I'm gonna marry some friends, can I get your blessing? And then God said, yeah. When did that happen? Never happened.
He used the word officiate, so I'm just curious why you said that. Platypus.
Right. There's a lot of officiation stuff. You can get one online, which is somehow
no. Hold on, I'm curious. Since he said it, I'm curious about what he has.
I'll shut up.
So,
Yeah.
What is this officiation of your best friend's wedding?
It just it not from a religious stance, but more from a legal stance. It just allows you to. I don't know what the word. I mean,
So
officiate is the official word.
All right, so you're on the legal side more than the religious side of the wedding.
It's like by the authority of the state of Texas, I now pronounce you man of life.
Yeah, exactly. In the eyes of the state of Michigan.
But you were the best man. You were the best man.
The state empowers him to do. No, he's the guy who actually gets them together.
Oh, you were the
He's
referee.
empowered by the state, so the state empowers him to officiate that.
There's
kind
a
of
word for it. That when you're not a priest, but you're doing it from like a legal stance, there's a word for it, but I can't remember what it is.
Really, really good friend.
Justice of the peace.
Just a stand-up individual. That's what I call him.
Justice of the peace.
No, well, not in this capacity, because it's just you get ordained online. You don't need to have that.
That's why I'm wondering. Why did you after everything we've talked about since you've been here and you haven't talked for a while, Platypus? Why would you bring that up as the first thing?
Well, because at 10:45 Eastern time, I actually went on my last break. So now I'm in my van and I can actually hit the microphone button without getting in trouble.
All right, cool. So tell us about when you officiated your best friend's wedding.
Did it in his parents' backyard because they lived on like 36 acres. They no longer own that house, but it was beautiful. And I told him, dude, you want me to? We were young. I was 19. He was 18. I was like, hey, who are you gonna get to marry, you guys? He's like, I don't know, because neither of us are religious. We were gonna go do it at the courthouse. I'm like, no. I can make this happen, and it did.
Well, tell us how you did it. Come on, man. I mean,
the website
we're waiting with
anymore.
bated breath. We're waiting for the story about how you officiated your best friend's wedding.
I cracked a bunch of jokes. It was like any other wedding that you would have ever been to. Like it's just a guy. I just stood there. We're here, gathered here today. I was a total dickhead. And I was in my sailor outfit because it was like the most formal thing I could think of.
Because you were in the military. You were in the Navy, right?
At the time, yeah.
Right, but were you like the officiator of the wedding? So, did you go through the process? Like you were standing before them and they, like, you may kiss the bride kind of shit? Is this?
Yep. My signature is on their marriage license.
All right. And so you were, how did that happen? Were you a reverend?
No.
All right. Well, how could you officiate their wedding if you weren't legally up, in charge of that?
I was in the state of Michigan. I was legally able to do it.
All right,
because
how did you get the
He went on a
license to do
website,
that?
paid some money to become licensed.
Yes.
Okay.
That's it.
That's what I'm getting at.
I gave an online church $50, and they sent me paperwork from the state of Michigan saying, "Here you go."
All right,
Now
so you and your best friend, decided, hey, you can officiate that wedding. You can't be the best man because you're the guy that's officiating.
Yo, Helio, why are you taking so long to understand
Because
this
I'm,
very
I'm,
simple
fucking,
thing.
I'm fucking with platypus.
Okay.
Dude.
Holy, I was
I was
worried.
about to say, I was like, hold up a second.
No, but I mean, he brought it up. I
So,
didn't have to bring it up.
for the record, I was not also the best man. We had to find a best man, and we decided that his 8-year-old Labrador Retriever Apollo was going
Oh
to
my
put on a bow
God.
tie and be the best
Are you
man.
fucking serious? Dog was the best man.
Yep, Apollo.
Oh
God
my
bless him.
God.
May he rest in peace. He was a good boy. He was a duck
Yo,
hunt
it's
dog.
supposed to be best man, not best friend.
Friend's best
You
man.
get it because the dog's the man's best.
You see what we have to deal with. Dog is the
That
best
sounds like
man.
a crazy wedding.
Yeah, it does. It sounds like an interesting wedding. But at the same time, if you love someone.
Oh, no. Mm-mm.
Yeah, I reckon platypus is bullshitting. It's a bullshit story, right?
No, it's absolutely not a bullshit story. It's one of the funniest things I've ever done in my life.
No, do you have
Still
video
talk
of
about it.
this? Can you share it?
Is 2008, man. We did not have a camcorder, and no, we did not.
So it didn't happen.
Did you go to Great Mistakes?
Great. What is that? One of the websites?
No, Great Lakes.
No,
The
no.
Great Lakes. You don't know what Great Mistakes is?
No.
Where'd you go to RTC?
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, I went to. Yes. Well, at
Great
the time that I went, Great Lake. Well, even still today, Great Lakes is the only one now. In the
Yeah,
Navy.
that's true. They shut this one down. It's a big old soccer field, and soccer moms and stuff go there.
Yep, they took Great Lakes. We were. My division was one of the inaugural divisions for the building, the barracks that they put us up in. They had just built like 7 of them.
Yeah,
So your best friend was one of your Navy buddies.
No, he did not get in the military.
It's always a friend of yours from prior to
Elementary
you
school.
joining the Navy. Okay, cool. And so you bought a certificate to be the reverend to officiate this wedding.
Reverend
Stop
Platypus.
saying
Reverend Platypus. Dude, we're gonna have to
now we
change
need
his name. I'm gonna change his name to Reverend Platypus.
I hereby anoint you, Reverend Platypus. Thank you very much, folks. You're a great sport, though, Platypus.
He's got
Yeah, I don't
thick skin. That's why we let Globers in here like this.
He does got thick skin, but when it comes to like his name, that's the only thing that's a deal breaker for him. He's like, just don't change my name. You can do whatever you want. Just leave my name alone.
He doesn't like it.
Which is exactly why Maggie said something out loud about it for everybody.
I'm just saying, like, I mean, it's all fun and games until you start changing that GE platypus. And
That might put a schism through the flat Earth community or something, you know.
I can still say, "Hey, Reverend Platypus." I can still say it.
Oh well, yeah, we could still keep saying that
I love it. You guys really
because
need to
I
make a video,
anointed
man.
him.
Well,
That's why.
Well, he was anointed by the state as an officiator over a wedding. You know, that's something, isn't it?
I don't know, but he came from Great Mistakes, and I came from the actual real Naval Training Center here in San Diego.
hey, it looks like, guys, I think, what's his name? Life might have some questions. Life, you can jump on the microphone, man. We're just cutting it up here, man. Go ahead and ask your questions. He's been asking some questions on Livestream voice text, by the way. Go ahead, man. You can have the floor. Ask your questions. Life, are you there? Oh, 11:30. Yeah, well, what is that, 30 minutes from now, or how long is that?
Change his name to Death. Because he gone.
Well, this was fun, guys. I had a 15-minute break to actually get on the mic and talk about anything you wanted, and Helio chewed the entire thing up with the time I officiated my best friend's wedding.
Dude, when you get off work, come in here and talk when you do have time. You've been here before. You know how this fucking works. Come on, man. You trying
Yeah,
to
you got anointed by the state, and we got annoyed by Helio.
Yeah.
Sorry.
All right, cool. Go back to work, bro. And don't be don't talk. This is weird. I don't talk to you guys when I'm at break it. You know, when I'm working. I don't talk to you guys on here. I got fucking break time to think about.
Helio,
I
how many-
listen,
how many
but
go-
I
hold
don't
on.
talk.
How many? I just want to know. I ain't gonna knock you for it. I
How
just
many
want to
drinks?
know this before I talk to you. How many deep are you tonight? I don't care how
You
many
lost
deep
count.
you are. I have to change the way that
What does that matter? I mean, everybody.
It's just a simple question, which requires a simple
let me
answer.
ask you another question since you're asking me a question. How
You got
many
like 30
deep
seconds.
does it take you to get where you think you might know something about me? About that.
I'm gonna guess.
Everybody. I mean, it's
to
no
answer the
secret
question,
that I
so
drink a lot. It's no
I'm gonna
secret
guess
that
four.
I drink a lot. You know, but who
No,
pays
just to give us an
attention?
idea of like, what to expect when you've had more. So how many deep are you now?
That still doesn't matter. It's still the same fucking question. It's not a secret. Everybody knows I
I
drink.
swear to you, when I was coming here on a regular basis, I could listen to Helio talk for 30 seconds and pinpoint exactly where he was in the nightly drinking process.
All
It
right,
had a
so am
rhythm
I
to it.
further than that now?
You're a little rusty then, platypus.
Oh yeah, I haven't been coming around very often.
Okay, well, you're here
Okay,
now.
now
Hey,
we're gonna stop
go do
talking
your fucking job, and we're gonna do our fucking job. You know.
Yep, I'll be listening though.
I've seen you several extra sheets to the wind too there, platypus. No worries about that.
Oh yeah, that was me and Tequila get along real nice like that when I get
I
in
don't
the mood.
think you do, but you can. I'll let you tell it. What happened was his boss is probably flashing him with a flashlight. Man, dude, get back in that.
Get your ass back to
in.
work,
What are
boy.
you doing in the?
What are you
back
doing for weed on the property? Put that joint out there.
It's kind of my guess. I mean, is it like I know I sound inebriated, and I am. That's not a thing necessarily. But I'm paying attention to the conversation. I'm following along. If I create a problem, some of you guys will let me know and say, "Hey, man, you're too drunk to be online," and
Yeah,
I'll shut
or
up.
Gemsy will just appear.
Yeah, yeah, that's true too. But yeah, I mean,
like the cop or what?
other than that, I mean, that's not an argument against anything that we're. And to be honest, that whole conversation about. But that's pretty cool. I mean, wouldn't it be cool if you could marry your best friend to his best friend, and just get a license online?
I say
That would
you
be
just
fucking
do
cool.
it
I mean,
anyway.
I think that was really cool.
I say just do it anyway. I anoint thee now, all of you. There you go. You have the authority.
But I mean,
Tell him Sonny said
Platypus
so.
pulls all kinds of shit out of the woodwork when he comes on here, man. It's
He
so
does,
funny.
man. He is one of the best obfuscators in the world.
Yeah.
Man, this art of
Like, I
obfuscation.
bought a license online to marry my best friend to his lover. To
Zen
person.
in the art of global
Hey.
obfuscation.
Who couldn't support that? Anyway. Yeah, he always comes up with some crazy nonsense.
I think all those guys over there read the same book, that Zen and how to obfuscate everything.
Yeah. And like, how do you derail a conversation? Right here, there it is. You missed it.
Yep. You do this one. For this one, what do you do when they say this? Oh, you do this one. Yeah, that's a refraction one.
Yeah, throw that in there, man. As soon as they start making some sense and they got you backed into the corner, just hit them with that refract. Just do it, right?
Yep. That's her global get out of jail free card.
Really?
It's like, let's ignore the shape of Earth.
Don't abuse your free cards.
Yeah, they use some pretty dirty tactics. Oh, they use what's just another one I've heard just recently. Let's agree to disagree. No, we're not going to agree to disagree.
Exactly.
It's not something. It's not. You can't just. It's like when people try to say, "With all due respect," like you can't just say whatever you want, man. If you're wrong, you're wrong. That's just the point.
That's
blank
right.
thing.
That's it.
Yeah,
If you
that doesn't work in here.
agree
Man,
to, let's agree
all
to disagree.
all disrespect, but all due respect means you actually have zero respect for me because of what you're about to say, and you think karmatically it takes away some of the burn.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh no, I gotta.
But you came in here to disagree with me about flat Earth.
Back to work.
And now,
No.
now you're going to say, let's just agree to disagree. Okay, well, then
Platypus,
go somewhere else and believe whatever you want to believe.
That's right.
My boss is on his break, so I can try to squeeze in like 12
All
minutes.
right,
No, I'm not. I'm still
shut
here,
up.
dude.
You got since I'm too drunk to talk. Everybody else talk.
On the with all due respect thing, there's a really good line that I like from Game of Thrones where Tyrion is saying something and he gets interrupted, and the dude says, my father told me that nothing anybody says before the word "but" really means anything.
Nope.
It's kind of like that.
On the flat Game of Thrones, yeah.
Yeah, it could be like, I just swam in banana cream pudding, but and then you could say anything.
I think Miggy has something to say to Platypus, possibly.
Oh, Platypus? He's on his break, man. We don't have time.
Don't have
we don't
time
have a
for all
time
that.
for the meeting with the Platypus community.
Hey, Platypus, how long until you're off work?
I'm working doubles right now because somebody's sick, so I don't get off work until 1:30.
Oh yeah,
1:30
he's
Eastern
railroaded.
Central.
Man.
And my happy ass is going straight to bed because I gotta be back there at fucking 9.
You and you,
That's
such
terrible.
a workaholic.
I'm sorry.
But anyway, like that's
what you get for being a good person and helping out the team.
Yeah.
It's overtime, man. I got fucking 68 hours this week.
It still helps out the team. Okay, why don't we just play
get as much
like you're being
money.
noble?
Go get as much money as you want. Go get all the money you need.
Yeah, let's get it all.
Get it all. See how much you take with you.
Hey,
See
that's a
what that
really
stuff-
easy thing. No, that's a really
See if all
easy
that money
thing to
buys you
say
happiness.
until it buys my kids food. I'll tell you that.
It was your fault for having kids, though.
That is helpful.
Can't disagree.
It was absolutely my fault.
Yep.
Yeah, you'd be on world pain. If
So now you every day.
You want to know something really funny? When my girlfriend got pregnant with my first, we had been fighting a lot, and I had a conversation with my mother, and I said, you know what? I think I'm going to have to sit her down and say that I don't think it's working. And I shit you not, I came home from work that night, and I told her on the phone, hey, we need to talk. And her response was, yeah, I know we do. And, I assumed she's just talking about the talk.
Wow, that's a trip.
We sat down at the table, and she's like, I think I need to go first.
I can relate to. I can relate to that. I can relate to that. That happened with me and my ex too, who had probably two people who would never really normally ever meet. And anyway, I won't go on too long, but yeah, we weren't getting along, and that's when she got pregnant twice.
Isn't that just how it goes?
Mm-hmm.
It is.
But at least those beautiful kids got a chance to live life too. So hey.
Yeah,
who am
and
I
a
to
piece
say?
of shit would call that Murphy's Law. Right? It's
And
like
they got a
it's like,
dad who's
oh
a
man,
flat
she got
earther.
pregnant when things weren't good. Yeah, that's how life works. Now you got to deal with it. Ready, go.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I love
That makes you a better man. Oh, for sure.
And that's coming from someone who firmly never wanted kids.
Right.
Never wanted them. And I learned everybody says that. They think that.
They think it until it happens, yeah.
Until it's thrust upon you.
Yeah, and nobody's prepared for that, right? Where's the manual for that?
There's not one person ever in
Oh my
history that's been quote unquote prepared to have a child. No one.
No one is. And definitely not the children either who were born to those parents. Goes both ways.
Yeah, whether you
Yeah.
wanted kids, whether
That
you
was the
wanted
first
kids
thing
or not, your body forced you to have them. You know, because you could have at any time stopped it from happening. You could have got a vasectomy right off the get.
That's true. So many ways that it's possible for that not to happen, actually.
Yeah,
Hey,
but there's so many
real
ways
quick.
for it to happen.
That's true.
Like
Well,
women just are nice and you like to hang around them, and
If it
they
wasn't
sound
for that,
nice. And
all those
then
possibilities.
it keeps going from there.
I will say something
Yes,
though.
just full of potential, isn't it?
I was pleasantly surprised at how easy it actually feels like to be a parent. Like I thought this shit was going to be way harder than it is. Like it's got its rough days, and you've always got things that you got to deal with your kids because just like you, nobody's perfect. Kids aren't
Well,
perfect.
yours aren't quite
But,
grown yet.
oh God, no! My oldest is 5. I've got a 5-year-old, a
Oh
3-year-old, and
wow,
a 1-year-old.
you're a whippersnapper. Gee
Yeah.
whiz.
Wait, you ready for the birthdays?
You
My
don't have
oldest. My oldest.
just generally.
My oldest came early, but his due date was September 11th.
Wow.
My second oldest was born on the 4th of July, and my youngest was born on St. Patty's Day.
Wow. Awesome.
I'm a July baby myself.
My sister was born on St. Patty's Day. And Tom Cruise was born on the 4th of July. Oh, that's just a movie. Never mind.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, but for those of you who don't know, platypus's one hope in life is to become gold on the server before he floats.
Hey, is that AI? Because I think you're
Yeah.
breaking up, buddy.
Can't hear you that well. Yeah, I got you up to 152.
I can hear him decently, but he was just breaking up right there.
Nah, he's all fucked up on my end too.
Yeah.
If he does AI, it's gonna shatter that glass ceiling for him, for the all Globers everywhere.
Wait, is it going to shatter the glass ceiling or is it going to shatter the glass firmament?
No,
It's going to
ceiling. I
shatter
don't
the
know.
glass ceiling if you don't shut your damn mouth. No, I'm just kidding.
But then again, it might be when we're talking like, I don't know, it was back in my day, Platypus wanted to get his goal, and it finally happened. It only took 45 years.
I did hear through the grapevine that one time somebody proposed it, but it was immediately shot down by everybody else.
Well, yeah, you were still kind of. It was the time of the arena.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that'll do.
So there was still kind of a back and forth of like, well, I don't know, he's still kind of a nuisance. He's been here a while, how things go.
I miss the arena, man. I miss having the gold would be nice, but I loved that blood red name.
The gladiator tag.
Fuck yeah.
Well,
I'm a lot better at one-on-ones than I am trying to talk to 5 people at once because I am not that smart.
It ran its course, but I don't think it's gonna see the light of day again. I don't know. It had its use case, man. We did what we did with it, and whatever came of that. The more anti-flat earthers like we used to have, we don't see that kind of action in here anymore. We get just the stragglers from the remnants of like some soundly video or soundly image come in here, or a Sexton
Professor
argument.
David Blaine's video or something.
Oh yeah, they have their little people that come in here that follow that stuff. Mostly it's just people just like, oh, can you tell me where the edge of the earth is? And I just like, it's not really worth it anymore.
That's what we're asking. Where's the edge?
Yeah. I mean, I'm going to give Platypus some props. He's good at rhetoric, but for the most part, bringing evidence. We don't. If you brought any evidence to us,
Well, yeah,
then we could find some. But yeah, hey, you're welcome
I
to have a
just need
conversation.
it.
that part.
I just need it to be a simple, straightforward answer, man. That's all
Yeah.
I'm looking for.
No curve.
Answer to what?
That's the answer. No curve. That's the answer.
There's no curvature of Earth.
No curvature anywhere. Never measured by anyone.
Well, now Zanuck was in here saying that there's a part of Earth that is flat.
Yeah, in the middle of the
If you
Indian
could-
Ocean. That's good.
If you can buy that.
He was in here yesterday, wasn't
A
Yeah,
couple
he-
days.
he? Yeah, a
Xanax
couple.
still
Oh,
comes in here?
it's late.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, we
Like,
let him
2 days
back
ago.
in every once in a while.
I don't
assuming-
mute them, dude. I unmute platypus. I'll mute everybody. Like that's what you got, you know. Bring
I
it.
don't think who's the. I don't think I've heard Kosho in here for a long time.
Oh, dude, I don't want to hear that guy. That guy
Hey,
is
do you know? Do you know why I've never muted, deafened, banned, or ignored anybody ever? Because Earth's not a globe, so I have nothing to be afraid of. Suck on that.
Exactly.
It's a good point.
Yeah, but see, Kosho, I don't know, Glad, if you've ever met Kosho. That's the one guy you would hard ban. You'd be pounding your keyboard on that ban button. Like,
I don't know. I might just take a lot of breaks and scream into my
Well, I mean,
pillow.
Dude,
He didn't know how to do it,
I've
man.
talked to Zanuck several times, and it's just like, why are you just making shit up?
It starts out okay, but it just goes to crescendo really, really fast.
It's
with
just
Zanuck.
like, bro, man, you're really freaking getting on everybody's nerves. The listeners don't need it.
But Kosho's like times 5 on that.
oh
isn't
no,
he?
that guy.
Yeah.
Screechy, doesn't he have like a really screechy voice and just really
It's irritating. Yeah, it is. At some point, you're just
denigrating attitude about everybody higher than thou. Like you're
hold it. Yeah,
you're just nobody.
Well, it's not even necessarily about his voice. It's about the bullshit that he just spews.
Yeah.
You know what? Hold on a second. Hold on. I'm gonna go digging through my DMs. I'm gonna see if I have some gold for you guys.
No, wait. No, I think maybe the one that you're going to pull up is the same one that he said. Have you ever heard of Joe Biden when he says things like you're like what? Like you don't know what he's saying? Kosho's done that. Like he's spit like a word salad mashed into like a hamburger word. Like it sounds like he's going to come up with something brilliant, but then it's just like a bunch of words put together, and it just sounds like what are you talking about, man? Like at the end of it,
It's like one of those. It's one of those. I don't know who has that DM, but everybody who knows what Miggy's talking about, search your DMs for when Kosho has gone nuts like that.
What's the name? What was the name of? I think there was a video, an audio clip of him doing that.
See, here's the thing.
For an audio clip. I don't. No. Let me make sure I said the right word. I'm digging through my Discord DMs from those two because both of them, it independent of one another on like different months, randomly friended me, and then the first thing that they ask me is, "Dude, how do you sit in here day after day after day? I don't know how you do it."
You talking about a Jim Pandas server?
No. I'm here on this server. I'm talking about
yeah.
Zanuck. I'm talking about Zanuck and Kosho.
Right.
Those you guys drive those two nuts, and they would reach out to me and be like, "Dude, I don't know how the fuck you stick around here for years."
Yeah, well, look, I think you're maybe a different class, platypus. You know what? Like we've all had run-ins with you as well, and that's okay. You're still here. Like
difference.
No,
I'll tell you the fucking difference is that you are an adult most of the time.
Yeah, that's true.
That's the difference.
See, and once they get really discombobulated in their arguments, they start making shit up that doesn't make any sense. And it should be obvious. It's obvious to us and probably you as well.
Mm-hmm.
And they just kind of float away in their own weirdness.
See, Multi Tom Tom knows what I'm talking about. Yeah, it's.
Hold on. Hear me out here. The difference that I see between myself and like those two in particular, I think those two are thoroughly convinced that if they say the right thing or make the right point, and this is not, I'm not saying this is a negative to you guys. It's just, this is the way it is. Those two are convinced that they can change minds. Whereas
Wow.
I am not here to change minds.
That's good.
So I don't sound like an
That's
asshole.
why we're on the same page. Nobody here's trying to change anybody's mind about flat Earth either.
For one thing, it's an impossible task. It's not even possible. No one has the ability to change someone's mind. You could sway somebody, but they're going to be the one that makes up their own mind based on whatever they do.
I don't shy away from trying to do that because I think it's impossible. I just don't do that because that's just not what I want to do. I don't know whether it is or isn't possible to change anybody's mind here. It's just not what I'm trying to do.
Yeah, that sounds like mind control.
Even if
We
you
already came through that. Go ahead, Matt.
Even if you could change someone's mind, someone else could change it back. So it's really useless.
Yeah, if you can have your mind changed that easily, then you can have it changed back.
Yeah,
so
it's like if you fall for the globe, you'll fall for anything.
Yeah, I mean, it's
including
like
gravity.
Well, I mean, those are the type of people that watch the news and believe that shit.
And yet, you guys cannot sell me on this flat Earth thing, man.
It's not about selling you, dude. You got to go out
That's
and
the whole
measure it.
thing. We just discussed that. We're not trying to sell you.
Go out
It's
and
not
physically
about
test the
selling.
Earth, or you're never gonna fucking understand.
Yeah, if you don't, then that's on you. That's it.
No. In my defense, you know how many times I get asked, are you a flat earther yet? Are you still a globe earther? Wait, I don't think I've ever said the opposite to a single flat earther ever. I don't think I've ever been like.
There's a reason for that.
Glad. Are you finally done with this flat Earth stuff, man? Like, come on.
Well, there's a reason for that. Deep down, you know we're right.
Platypus. I got something to say to you. Can you hear me? You've got to sell yourself on the. It's not that we've got to convince you. You've got to convince yourself.
Well, yeah,
Don't
you have to.
understand that?
Can't do it, man.
Yeah, he's right.
I gave it a fair shake.
No, you didn't. When did you measure the Earth for curvature?
Yeah, when did you go out and measure yourself over and over? Did you do multiple repeatable observations?
3 years ago, you gave yourself a fair shake.
Where's those repeatable, observable, testable, falsifiable, empirical evidence that you could go out and do observations over and over and over with known distances? Where's the Where are you globers that are out there doing this like flat earthers are?
Yeah,
why don't we see anything from the other side? We don't see anyone doing that, Platypus. Why?
Sonny, don't get on the subject of known distances with me. Come on.
Listen,
Well, not known distances.
Listen,
Hold on.
you're changing the subject. Why
You need to
don't
go out and
anybody
measure.
just do that?
Fuck a known distance. That's just a cool story.
It's
You
a red
need to go
herring.
get the distance.
No, hold on, Glad. It's a red herring because I'm saying, why aren't any Glovers doing this? That's the question I asked. You went to a red herring. So why aren't any Glovers doing this? Repeatable observations
Hey,
that
Sonny,
are
I found the clip.
that are proving their globe.
Because they can't.
I found the clip. Can you play it? If I put it in the live stream, voice text?
Yeah.
Alright.
Perfect. Gladly.
Here. Let me see.
So that's my question now.
Oh, Comic Gold. There, play that thing.
If it lets me play a straight MP3, hold on, let me check.
No, I know how to do it. You want me to do
You got
it?
it, Helio? Yeah, if you can.
Message link.
It's upsetting to see that. I forgot what I was going to say. I think someone's going to say something.
Now we're going to listen to something really quick. Hopefully it works.
Oh yeah, right. I was just going to say
It's
that.
working.
I remember I looked into this.
can't
I
listen
don't know,
to
2
people
years
who
ago,
talk like that.
whatever. Because everyone always. This is one of the things that is like kind of beneficial, but like coming into these arguments or whatever, because it's one of those things that
it's just.
I think I had like people have a general idea of how it works, but you don't really get into the nitty gritty and really see what misunderstandings you have about it until you're faced with this argument. But I remember when I was looking into it, almost every explanation that I saw was people saying, they started out saying that most people have a misconception about this. Even some explanations are wrong. And I was like, what? And then, and it's not intuitive at all. Like it's not something that you would just guess is happening. So, but yeah, totally, it completely makes sense. You just have to kind of know how all the things are working.
Okay, so it's as if he said nothing. Just then.
What was that? What?
No, there was nothing. Try to get his point out of that. You'll never do it, and you'll get very frustrated.
Just a bunch of connected words that don't mean anything. Now I take back my statement before that only bots could do that. So Kosho.
No, you know what was even funnier though? I think Helio was responding to Helio. I thought you thought Kosho was in here, man. You were responding to him. You're like, nah, man. Like, it wasn't even Kosho. It was the audio.
I already pushed
No,
play.
I was trying to play that clip.
I was already had my hand on the button. Are you in the
Yeah,
music box?
well, I just wasn't sure if you know how to play it. And you know.
I've only
And
been
so
doing
this
it
is
for like
this
a
is what
year.
I got from what Kosho just said. Poo Boo Flubbin, Tabber Slippy, Miffer Delomi Antiacker. Say.
It almost sounds like he could run for president, huh?
Yeah, pretty much. Next one, Kosho for president.
I got really hairy legs.
And the kids like to touch my.
Oh man!
All right. Sorry, I brought that up.
What's the dog face pony soldiers?
Come on, man.
Come on, man. I guess Platypus had to go back to work.
Dang it. He's slowly becoming my number one favorite Glober ever. Him and Matthew Learns, though. I think Matthew just annoys me more because I can hear in Platypus's voice that if presented with what it would be to him convincing stuff, compelling enough stuff, he might be able to admit the truth that the Earth is flat, stationary, and enclosed. However, Matthew Learns is a demon.
When Platypus first joined, I banned him like 3 times in a row.
And I'm not saying that because XO says it. I'm saying literally. I'm non-religious, and I know a demon when I see it. That's how bad it is.
How many times have you hard muted him though, Helio?
Probably at least as many times. But it's, it's just like it's almost pointless now. If he's going to come in here and say what he's going to say, he's just going to say it. And but he's figured out what we have going on here, and he knows what not to say and what to say. But he really doesn't have anything necessarily to bring to the table. I mean, Platypus, God bless you, but you don't really have anything to bring to the table, except for you got a certificate to marry your best friend to his wife.
Hey, Glatt, if you had to be stuck on an island with either XO or Matthew, which one would it be? Did you hear me, Glatt?
Probably AFK, Orion. No, it's way past my bedtime. Starting to yawn. Usually you don't go to sleep early, do you, Helio? You stay up late?
Depends on the night. Yeah, I mean, I was up really late last night, so yeah, I slept till like early afternoon. Just kind of depends. I go play it day by day. I have a 9 to 5 job, and sometimes I miss that job, and they get pissed off at me. But
They'll be all right.
they need me.
Yeah, of course.
But also, they still get pissed off, but they can't replace me. Which I feel bad for because we have a lot of work to do there. But anyway.
It almost sounds like you're like, but it's a them problem. So,
I mean, it's a small shop that I work in, and I'm so good at my job that trying to find someone to replace me for the pay that I get, it's
they probably try to threaten you. We're gonna fire you, man. We mean it. You're like, go ahead, dude. What are you
well,
gonna do?
but I don't take it like that. I actually really feel bad when I like stay up talking to you assholes all night, and that's not going to happen tomorrow because hey, it's Sunday.
It's Sunday, right?
Yeah. So, anyways, so yeah, I try. I do my best to be there when I'm supposed to be there, and when I'm there, I do a good fucking job. I can do some shit that nobody else can do except for one other guy in the shop, which is, it's like they need me. That's why I'm not fired yet.
Elijah's back in the server. What's up, Elijah? Oh, can't talk again? I would assume. You couldn't talk before, so. He's probably at a party right now. Can't talk right now, guys.
I can't talk. Dude, that would be fucking badass if he opened his like, no! He opened his microphone and he's like, oh, nigga, I'm dancing right now.
Hey, you guys, the earth is flat. Yeah.
Hey, were you here, Miggy, last night when that dude came in? Who brought him in here? I can't remember. But this guy with the he's a I don't want to call it beatbox because it's something else.
Yeah, no. If it's that beatbox, yeah, I was here for that.
Oh
Pretty
yeah,
cool,
yeah. That was freaking so badass.
That's really cool.
And I was like, "Nah, you had that recording." He's like, "No, I didn't." It was his name Sparky. I think it was Sparky. I think it was.
It was a friend of Chemtrails. That's all I do know.
Yeah, Chemtrail. Yeah, I think his name was Sparky. Bro, that was badass, bro. That dude.
Yeah, it wasn't too bad.
Jane, bro. It's like, no, that's a recorded thing. He's like, no, I can do it right now. And he did it. I was like, fuck yeah. All right, I saw somebody that didn't have a role, like while we were talking on here, but I don't see him in here anymore. No, it's Keith. Keith FX doesn't have a role. Keith FX and open his microphone. Hey, Keith FX. Can you open your microphone and talk to us? I just unmuted you. You can talk to us. You don't have to, but you might want to. I mean, how did you find your way here? It's not a. I'm gonna go to the Flatter server and just sit there and listen. Well, you've been listening for a while. Now, if you want to talk to some flat earthers, here we are. 20 more seconds, and I'm going to go ahead and mute you again. You might be taking a piss. I don't know.
You might want to give the guy Matt Will East at least a tag, because yeah, he's pretty cool.
Oh, Matt Will East. Oh shit! I missed that one.
Yep.
Did you unmute him?
Yeah, he knows Chow Young Cat.
Oh,
and
so Matt is Flat Earther?
and Paula. Yeah, for sure. But I'm not gonna say verify, but he claimed it, so I mean.
Yeah, man, I'm here. I don't know what
Yeah.
you're talking about. Some kind of label for me, but that's cool. Whatever.
Oh, no,
Whatever. Thanks
are
for having
are
me.
you brand new to Discord?
Yeah, I guess I consider myself brand new to Discord. I I've had it for about a year now, and I think this is only like the second call I've been on.
Cool. So, but you know Paula, Paula
yeah.
and Cheyenne Cat. Dude, if they
Yeah, well, acquaintances of them, sure.
sure, from different YouTube chats and stuff. Well, either way, how did you find the server? Did someone invite you?
I found it through YouTube, really. Kind of try to get my hands on as much flat Earth information as possible.
How long have you been looking into the topic?
Hey, real quick before Matt answers, I'm gonna go ahead and dip, guys. You guys have a good night. Good Saturday night.
Cool. Thanks, Miggy, for
Later.
hanging out
Next
tonight.
time.
Good to meet you.
Later, guys.
See you again, brother. See you. I think he's in Iowa. Shout out to Miggy in Iowa.
Later, Miggy. Good to see you in here, man. Right on. Sorry we didn't have action.
All right, Matt Will East.
Late 2016, early 2017, I was kind of introduced to the topic, and after really looking into geocentricity and finding out that it was valid, I started investigating the flat Earth claims. And come to find out, I'm living in a still flat, stationary, contained existence here. I don't know what it is, but that's where I find myself.
Cool, bud. Well, hey, welcome to the server. That's pretty spot on. What you said sounds honest. Sounds like you have been at it for quite some time. And I'm biased because I was sick of like aliens and underground bases and time travel and all that, all that dumb shit. And I was like, I need something new, just, some deeper, like an actual truth, because I can't verify any of this other stuff. However interesting. And so I saw an ad for the movie, The Purpose, or I don't know what it was, but the movie is about geocentrism. It's not necessarily about flat Earth, but it's about geocentrism. And then, from there I just started kind of looking into what that meant, and then the flat Earth came up, and I was like, oh yeah, these folks, what do they think? And it kind of fell down the stairs. The globe model fell down the stairs after that, and so anyway, similar story so far as I can tell, and that's cool. And I'm glad you made it to the server, my friend.
I appreciate it, fellas.
Have you been participating in different YouTube chats about flat Earth and stuff for a long time?
Oh yeah, really Nathan Oakley's channels. Really love their stuff, what they put out, and
yeah, I think I've seen
I'll
your
listen.
name before in some of those chats. So
Yeah, probably so.
I'm trying to think of the name of that film. Glad couldn't freaking remember it.
You talking about the principle?
The principle, yes. The one. What do you think about that one?
I really liked it. What's Sungenis? Sungenis, he's definitely a geocentrist. I mean, it's unfortunate that.
Did you see that debate between Robert Sungenis and Rob Skiba?
Yes, I did.
You did? It
I
was pretty good, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was, man. It was. He's just. I mean, geocentricity is like a hop, skip, and a jump away from, a flat Earth. I don't understand why he's got to hold on to that ball.
I don't either. And Robertson Genesis is a Catholic too, so it's. And I was raised as Catholic, so I know both sides of everything.
You know, it's funny. Kid, like I remember in 6th grade when the heliocentricity was going to be introduced to us, and the little angry. I grew up in New Orleans, and so the little angry Catholic lady at the, she's teaching the class, and she's like proclaiming, we're not even going to talk about the other option, and of course all the kids in the class had no idea what she's talking about. We're going to learn the heliocentricity, and that's going to be the end of it. And it was always in the back of my mind. And then it wasn't until, I don't know, late 2016, early 2017, like with the Flat Earth clues, that I decided, okay, maybe it's time that I look into it.
Bro, it kind of sounds like the same way for me. I mean, because I was raised as a Catholic, and so it's not being raised as a Catholic didn't prove creationism. It's a logical conclusion. It always has been for me. So it's not like any teachings about Catholicism or the Bible proved that the earth is, it is a creation. That came naturally to me. Now, religion was a way to focus the idea of creation, but for me, that was just like, I was raised in Catholicism and then moved into, after I graduated school, I wasn't required. Well, I mean, hey, the idea of Catholicism versus Protestantism, and the gun that's pointed to everyone's head about this. I've never considered that to necessarily be a thing because, hey, we all know that creation is a creation. Religion is for the religionists. The intellectuals, if they focused in intellectuality, whatever, they focus on what they've learned. Doesn't matter if you thought you were an atheist or if you thought you're a freaking antagonist to atheism or religion or whatever. All of this comes together to the pure idea. It's like, hey, we all live on Earth, right?
Yeah, I get it, man. I mean, I'm a creationist, a young Earth creationist myself. I was a creationist before all of this, and then it's funny, taking it back to my wife. She had an easier time, like realizing the plane that we live on, than she did any of the other stuff, man. Like even talking to her about the commandments, the 10 Commandments and things. There was a time she thought I was nuts, talking about these things. And it was funny to me. We start talking about a few things about the nature of our existence here. And she took to it quick.
Really? So what was she doing before that? I mean, I don't know. It's weird. I mean, I was already into conspiracy kind of shit before I came across the the flat Earth stuff, but I was following many different ideologies and mostly Christian stuff, and I came across an interview with Edward Hendry, where he'd written a book called "The Greatest Lie on Earth." Have you come across that book?
Yeah, I'm familiar with it. I can't quite recall everything from the book, but I know the title.
Oh no, sure. I didn't read the whole thing either, but the logical consistency is more the important thing. It's like, is the Earth a globe or flat? Right. That's what we're here for. No.
Actually, I do. I know what book you're talking about. I have that book. I love that book.
Yeah, I do too. It has some really good information. When I first heard, I was already following David Weiss for a while, and he started talking about flat Earth, and I ignored him for a long time. And then I was listening to another podcast, and I heard Tex Mars interviewing Edward Hendry about this book that he just wrote, and I was like, well, maybe I should take a look. And here I am 5 years later. I have a freaking YouTube channel talking about flat Earth. So anyway. It's like, what is Earth? What is Earth? That's the question. What is Earth? Earth is the creation of the Creator. It's for us. It's for us. It doesn't have a shape. It doesn't have a shape necessarily. It's a realm that we live in. In my opinion, you can disagree with me on that, but certainly doesn't have a shape, and it certainly isn't a ball spinning 93 mil or 300. What's the number? Glad.
What are you talking about? The radius or the rotation, orbit?
Well, I know the radius. I mean, just like it's supposed to be about this. Due to gravity, it's the third rock from the sun, 93 million miles away from the sun, all that kind of shit.
Yeah.
So
Listen,
dumb.
we got a new guy, Life. He's trying to talk.
All right, cool.
Yo, can you hear me?
Yep.
Yeah.
Oh, thank you. So I'm like new to this flat Earth. Like I'm a flat earther. I'm like a noob. So I'm trying to really learn from like the old flat earthers that's been in this flat Earth.
Well, here's the thing.
realm.
It doesn't matter how long anybody's been researching anything. The Earth measures flat.
Really?
Isn't that crazy? Yeah. Just all you got to do is
Go with what?
go
With
try to
our
find.
eyes?
No, that's not a measurement. See, what you got to do is you with equipment now, you have to get an A to B, get line of sight from A to B over a long distance. And with the globe, especially as small as they say it is, we should be able to see almost immediate drop over distance, i.e. curvature drop, at any point. But, especially, it should be right out there. Between 1.5 and 2 miles, we should be able to see that shit dip, and it's not happening.
I think that. Why does everyone say Earth is so big, and now you're saying it's small?
25,000 mile circumference is not very big, especially if you want to. Listen, if their radius value and circumference value are correct, or give or take 100 miles even, then we need to be seeing. Hold on, we need to be seeing curvature very close to us. Let alone the distances that the horizon keeps moving to the higher we go.
Yeah, but what if the whole radius of the Earth is wrong? Like, what if the Earth's bigger? What's the point of these measurements?
Then why do they say it's a globe if they can't tell us how it's a globe. If you
How do we
haven't
prove
seen
them
the whole
wrong?
thing, how do you know you've measured it to be a globe?
Yeah, that's the thing. But with us flat earthers, when we're proving them wrong, like we can't prove them totally wrong. We don't know the full
No,
measurement of
wrong,
the earth.
wrong.
We can't because we
Wrong,
don't know
wrong.
how big the earth
Incorrect.
is.
Incorrect. The earth cannot be bigger. They cannot change their
It can't. Are
story.
you saying it can't be
It
bigger
is. That's
than
what
what?
I'm saying. It is what it
All right.
is. Because everything is based on that. Gravity of the earth is based on that. All the distance to the fairy tale planets are based on it. Everything is based on the radius of the earth. So it cannot be different. Do you understand?
Yeah, I know that, man. I know that, but like
Okay.
for us flat earthers, we're measuring with their radius and all their
No,
systems.
no. We're
Like who made
utilizing what
these?
Let him
we.
finish. Please let him finish.
But who made
Go
these?
ahead, Lex.
Who made these devices? Wasn't it the globe earthers? Like why are we
Humans.
using?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Globe.
but
So they presuppose everything. When they make their machines and their things, everything's based under the presupposition that we live on a ball of those dimensions.
Yep. Yep.
Okay, so
That's it. When they go up on the witness stand, they have to defend that story. They can't shapeshift. This is not a rubber ruler. It is what it is. Circumference, radius, they live and die by it. Right? So once you refute that, the game's over. Follow?
what about space?
What about space?
They don't
Is it-
exist.
So how does it not exist? Like so
The
what's
vacuum
beyond?
of space does not exist. It's a second law of thermodynamics violation on its face.
Okay, but what if there's a container like
There can't be
that's
a
keeping
container.
this vacuum exist?
Not in their
How?
fairy tale model. They can't.
Well, if we can create a
Holy
vacuum.
fucking shit! I'll just mute you. Shut the fuck up. What if? 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 Fuck off.
The cards comes tumbling down when the radius changes.
I'm not playing your what if pretender clown game, right? I already told you the answer. There's no what ifs. Got it? Do you understand? Thank you.
Yo. I know. I'm just saying. This is speculations for me. I'm not saying I stand by this. It's speculation. All right.
We don't do speculations.
You don't do speculations.
No.
So you just believe the Earth is just a
I don't
stationary
believe
plane. That's
anything.
it.
I do not believe anything. No.
You don't believe nothing, huh? So how do you know this?
How do I know what?
That the Earth is a stationary plane.
Yes. Okay. Number one. It's a plane. We'll do the plane first. Let me ask you 3 questions. They're yes or no. They're closed-ended questions. Are you ready?
Yeah. Shoot me.
Number 1, are sextants used by mariners to successfully navigate using the relationship between the Earth's surface and celestial objects?
Are you talking about like rocket ships to the moon or something?
No. Are sextants used by mariners to successfully navigate using the relationship between Earth's surface and celestial objects? That's sun, moon, and stars.
Are you talking to Earth, to the space or something, or are you talking only on Earth?
Oh my God.
'Cause I don't understand.
Celestial objects. The Earth, moon, or I'm sorry, the stars, moon, and sun.
I think so.
Yep, they do. The correct answer is yes. You got that right. Number 2.
Yes.
Are sextants used to obtain elevation angles from their position to those aforementioned celestial objects?
No, that's impossible.
Yeah, no, it's not. That's how it's done. You're ignorant. Number 3, can you obtain an elevation angle from a curved adjacent or curved baseline? You're going to overtalk me. You're going to go on mute real fast. I'm not dealing with your ignorance, son. Go find out what an elevation angle is. And then the next question after you figure that out is, can you obtain an elevation angle from a curved adjacent? The answer is no. The Earth's flat. End of story. Stationary. Do you know Well, once I kill the globe, it's all over anyway. This is just dancing on your grave. Do you know we have an inertial reference frame, moon and star rotation? Did you know that?
No.
You didn't know that. Have you ever seen it?
No, I haven't never seen it.
All right, hold on 1 second. This will all be, it's actually all over anyway. Give me 1 moment, please. It's a larger type of file, but it'll load. You just have to give
Bro,
me.
like, can you explain this? Like, I don't understand.
I'm not
it all.
explaining anything. I'm going to show you.
Yeah, but
Give me
I need
25
reasonable.
seconds. Give me 25 seconds. It's downloading right now. Why don't you sing a dirge?
You're really passionate about this.
A dirge
I'm not really
for the globe.
passionate. You ask me if I have beliefs. I don't have beliefs. You ask me, how do I know? Well, I showed you one. I could show you about 20 of them, but for the lack of time.
So those 3 questions you
To be fair, I don't think this kid knows what a sextant is.
Yeah, I figured that. But at least he can figure this one out.
That's what I'm saying. Explain it. Like, I don't understand what you're saying. Like, in layman terms, can you explain
I
it?
just did explain it. Yeah, in layman terms.
Oh, God.
Oh, God. So a feigned exasperation, huh? Watch your spinning space monkey go up in flames right
Bro,
about
I'm
5,
not
4, 3, 2, 1. It's up. 57 minutes after the hour. I want you to hit play. It's 18 seconds. I think 25. 18 seconds.
I'll play in the red stock or red light. Hold on, bro.
So this is taken from a drone in the inertial reference frame.
Okay, but what if this is CGI?
What if it's okay? I'm done. Sorry.
I'm just saying. Like,
Let's see where you're at. You're fucking done. I'm tired of your bullshit. Go back. I'll tell you what you do. You go to a preschool, right? And then you put these arguments out in front of them. When they stop laughing, then you can consider coming back in here, right? And like talking to adults. Until then, just fuck off. You're a pretender clown, numpty dipshit.
That video footage was taken by a member here, and that's direct images. So,
Yep. So we can move on. Next.
Bone? Love your work, QE.
Thank you.
Daily reminder, the Nile flows up north.
denial flows up north. Yeah, if you look at the text, it's like something that was a ridiculous statement.
That's what Zanuck was trying to say. Zanuck the other day was
like,
the river
no, it
goes
just
up.
follows the contour wherever the river starts. You know, it doesn't flow north or south. It just follows the contour of Earth. What the
No, Zanuck was saying it goes uphill.
God.
It was explaining how.
It goes for every fucking river on Earth.
Ridiculous.
Notice I didn't go into the Coriolis effect with him, right?
It wasn't necessary.
Yeah. You think?
Well, the Nile defies gravity.
Who told you that?
Gravity.
Well, it defies it.
Yeah, what's
It's
gravity?
a concept.
It's kind of one of those things.
It's something a bird doesn't listen to.
Comes back to what globe?
Earth is flat. Earth is flat. Earth is flat.
You can't say that. That's against the world agenda.
A dirge for the globe. Da, 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 da. Da, da, da. Is that the Volga boatman?
You guys ever notice that NASA's logo has a serpent's tongue in it? Just letting you know.
Seen some images that present it that way. I'm not sure if that was their purpose, but anyway.
Everything's intentional with a Christian doctrine. Of course, they would try to destroy the concept of God. They defy God.
Yeah, I mean, through symbology, of course. I mean, it really can have effect on the mind and spirit, even when you're presented with that stuff. Yes, certainly. As far as the serpent tongue, the NASA logo, yeah, I mean, it could be something, but I can't confirm that that's what their purpose was in the NASA.
And not to mention that the UN's logo is a flat Earth.
There's several others.
Did you just come from 2015 or something?
What do you mean?
We all did, Huey.
A timeline is a concept.
Hey, John. A lot of people are brand new to the topic, and they're finding some of this stuff. So be patient with a lot of it.
I'm sorry for their losses,
dude. I mean, well, actually, that means we're having some victories. It's like a lot of people that are new to this topic, especially younger people. They're coming across with our information, and so give them a break, bro.
Give them a break. Maybe they ought to shut up for about 2 years, catch up, and then start speaking.
Okay, well, that's cool. I think a lot of them do. They actually, I think a lot of times they'll listen for a while and then come in and talk. So I think a lot of them are doing that.
Now, in this case, we have somebody that probably should just chill out for the next couple of years and catch up.
Either way.
It would be helpful for them to find out what our argument actually is, for real, before they jump in with both feet. I don't know. I'm just saying.
I mean, talking about, the snake's tongue NASA photo, OMG.
Where's my friend?
Yeah, we're all well aware of those imageries and those ideas. This is nothing new. We'd like to stick to the verifiable and the evidence either way.
Yeah.
All is verifiable with a Christian worldview.
Yeah, it has nothing to do with the server. We're not a Christian server.
That's kind of a very subjective statement as well.
A Christian worldview requires a flat Earth doctrine.
That's very true, but that's not going to help out when you're in a room full of atheists.
Yeah, I'm not going to let you do that either. So,
yeah,
what do you think?
Flat. We stick with that here. So it's flat. It measures flat. If there's any refutation of that, then bring it on. We're happy to see. We've been waiting here a long time for someone to do anything on the other side, on the global side of this, like we talked about earlier.
Real quick about that. Hopefully this will be open shut. Kind of show you the size of it here. Earth measuring flat and Christianity are mutually exclusive. Thanks.
That's true.
But God's creation is automatically part of it.
What did I just say? Did I just say continue to talk about God's creation, or?
I was just saying that the Christian worldview requires both of these talking points.
That's a great opinion. Why don't we stick to talking about how the Earth measures flat? No, Sonny, don't let him do it. Don't let him drag you down this hole.
I'm not dragging anybody.
Yes, you are. Now listen.
Well, my apologies then.
Did somebody already go through the 3 questions with this guy?
I have
no. Okay. I'm going to see how quick we can get through these. All right. Living the dream. I got 3 questions. They're yes or no questions. Very simple, very easy. It'll give everybody a baseline as to kind of where you're at. If you just answer honestly, that's all we need. Okay?
Go ahead.
Great. First question. Do you know of any time in history when anyone directly measured the curvature of the Earth? When, where, how did they do it? And who was it?
Off that, I do not know. My apologies.
Super. No, don't apologize. That was an honest answer. That was the only answer that you should not have to apologize for. Question number 2. Do you know of any time in history when anyone directly physically detected the rotation of the Earth?
I do not, but I think the Greeks were onto some. No, I'm not going to be ignorant on that.
Okay, but you heard some stories, and so anyway, like me, you don't know either, right? When they detected that rotation, because I certainly don't either. Okay, so yes and yes for. I'm sorry, no and no for those first 2 questions, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, third and last question. You're doing great. This one's it can be tricky, but if you just think about like a pop can, can a pop can that's all closed up and sealed up, can it have pressure without the can around it? So can you have gas pressure without the necessary antecedent of walls upon which the gas can press? Can you have gas pressure without a container?
Can you repeat that again for me?
Sorry, yeah. See, I messed it up. Can you okay, so the first question that you should have rattling around is, can there exist gas pressure without a container for the pressure?
Give me a second on that.
Okay.
Real quick.
A pumped up bike tire has pressure inside, or a pop can that hasn't been opened yet, right? That's got air and gas pressure inside. It's pressurized until you right?
Well, technically, there is no need for a container for pressure to exist, right?
And why is that?
No, gas pressure, not pressure. Get it right. Be hyper specific. We're talking about gas pressure.
Gas pressure, right. So can we have gas pressure without that container? And you're saying yes?
I'm leaning towards that.
Okay. You either know or you don't. And here's the thing.
I don't really know, but...
Okay. That's great. I don't know is perfect. And I'm going to give it to the room here after I say it. Just one more thing. The word pressure has the word press in it as its base word. The word pressure comes from the word press. So something has to be able to physically press against something else for there to be any measurable pressure at all. Does that make sense?
Yeah, that's cool. I'm like here to learn. Like that's
Yeah, totally. Okay, so thank you for being honest. That was wonderful, and I appreciate that. So, y'all, take it away.
Are you breathing right now?
Yes.
Guys, can I just interrupt for a second? There is a dude called TTOP1. He wants to come over and talk, but he says he needs to be verified. I don't know what is going on with him.
Don't you think that a lot of the ways we address the different talks are for teaching and learning, for new people to come in, it's not to pigeonhole somebody into a different weird argument. Not that, that's not what was happening, but I mean, it's like we get floods of people in here all the time that are just like, hey, I'm a flat earther, or no, I'm a globe, which that's like, that's really kind of a dichotomy. Oh, well, globe flat, and we have a lot of arguments. And when someone has some questions, yeah, that was good, Blackflow. Kind of say, I mean, these are the questions you should ask yourself, and how you move forward once you understand there cannot be what they told us it was. Hearing. We have some tech issues sometimes.
Ariel or somebody else. I don't know what's wrong with this dude. I don't know if you guys are checking him, but he came over me to. Oh, okay. Somebody's checking him. Okay.
Hey,
Sorry to interrupt.
welcome back to the convo. I remember talking to you last night.
Hey, Ariel. Thank you. Pretty good.
Yeah, it's kind of a little break in the conversation. It was good stuff. Blackflow was talking to a new guy here. Good stuff. Who's Jeff Jarrett?
I have no idea. That's a good question.
He's got BC Verified, Bible study.
I was in another room because some people came and talked to me, and then this guy came over to me and says, "Talk with the group. I need to go there and talk to them and stuff like that." I said, "Okay, hold on a second." So that's why I came over just to say this. But
Cool.
did anyone find the curvature anyway? By the way,
Hey,
I'm kind of curious.
Slarmy, are you on a phone or a PC?
I'm on the PC.
Can you do me a favor? Go to your settings in your Discord app and see if you can turn your input sensitivity down a little bit. You sound a little distorted.
Oh, okay. I'm gonna check it out. Sometimes it happens. I don't know why, but okay. I'm
No,
gonna
it's
check
cool. Yeah, it's cool.
Okay.
Dude, when I listen to myself back on here, I sound pretty loud sometimes, but I just don't want you to sound distorted. If you're going to say something, if you're going to speak on here, you want to be heard, right? So
Right. Yeah. Yeah, but because I'm in Linux and
or you can even something else you could do. I don't know if you're using headphone mic or.
I'm actually I'm using headphones, but
Yeah,
from some reason.
Maybe you could just back your microphone away from your mouth a little bit.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, just
So
check your settings because it sounds a little distorted.
Okay. Yeah. I will.
Life says, "Why do some flat earthers here behave like Mr. Batman?" Oh.
I don't get it, Mr. Batman.
I'm Batman. Hey, life. I guess you just don't get it, man.
Yes.
I'm Batman.
Elliot, tell me It is better right now.
Yeah, it's better. Turn the volume up a little bit more.
Okay.
Just a tad. Just a tad.
And what about now? Is it better?
It sounds lower now.
Okay.
Hey, turn it the other way.
Yeah. Too much, or is it too much?
Just a tad more.
Okay. 25.
Are you on input sensitivity
I don't know. I have no idea.
or mic volume? Because what the input sensitivity thing, it's kind of it's a compressor. It's a noise gate
Right.
/ compressor thing. So
I'm here on the settings of the microphone. I'm taking the microphone settings away from it. I mean, the volume away. I'm taking away. So
Yeah, it's real low again.
yeah,
it's
let me
very
check.
low
Let me
right
check
now.
mine to make sure that we're talking about the same thing. Say like at the top when you go into Discord settings on PC, you have input volume, and then
Yeah,
you
but in
also
Linux, but that's the problem. In Linux, it's different, and so
Okay, now you sound good.
it's better. Okay.
Yeah.
you
Okay.
sound great now. Good.
Okay.
Good,
Cool.
good.
I turn off the volume of the microphone. Okay. Good.
Yeah, you were distorting before, so yeah, you sound great now.
Okay. Cool. Okay. Great.
What kind of microphone are you using?
I'm sorry?
What kind of microphone are you using?
I'm using Sony headphones for the cell phone.
Right.
Sounds pretty clear, man.
Okay, good. Just again, I don't know how to explain this. It's
Odie,
computer
no
stuff.
baloney.
Well, you are listening to me now, nice and clear. That's better.
You are listening to me say words now.
Oh boy, there we go again.
I like your accent.
Oh, thank you.
We cut up a lot here on on slow.
What kind of language do you want me to speak today?
Oh, I like the English.
The
That's the only
English?
one I know.
It's the
Okay.
only one that's required here in this room. If you try to speak another language, you're just gonna get muted.
You're gonna screw up.
Yeah, you're gonna hit the wall if you speak another language.
I get it. I will try, compadre.
Maybe they'll make English the official language of the one world order.
No.
Compadre is Spanish, and I know that's not true.
Yeah, it's compadre. I like that word, by the way. It's kind of
I do
funny.
too. It is awesome, isn't it? Compadre.
Yeah,
I like it.
Mi compadre. Yeah.
exactly.
Comrade.
I know a little bit of Spanish, just enough to freaking buy a beer, basically.
Yep.
Cerveza, por favor.
Yeah, una cerveza, por favor.
Una cerveza.
Dos cerveza. You know.
Yeah.
Basically what. And
I like the Corona beer.
Gracias.
I rarely drink beer, but when I do, it's a Corona with a lime.
Corona.
Say una corona. I don't even. How do you say lime in Spanish? Lime. Lima. Yeah.
Well,
They're going to serve it with the lime anyway. So.
Yeah.
Lemon.
Yeah, limon. To be more precise. Well, in Spanish, I don't know how they say lemon, but it's very similar to Portuguese, so it should be limon as well.
Are you a flat earther, my friend?
Limon. Yes, I am.
How did you come to that conclusion?
When I went to Norway, basically.
Norway.
Yeah. When I saw the sun and the moon next to me at midnight, at the same time, I was kind of it's impossible.
Doesn't that happen on a ball Earth?
No, it can be, you know. So basically, when I went there, I realized, okay, I've been. This is another big lie.
A huge lie.
Oh yeah, a huge, very, very huge.
Just
lie.
like centuries old giant lie.
Indeed, yeah. Because I knew about 9/11. How can I say? I knew a lot of stuff, but about the flat Earth was kind
Right,
of new
you're
to me.
awake,
And
so you're awake, so you started like waking up to stuff, how things really work.
exactly, yeah. So getting more stuff to the puzzle was kind of oh boy, I have to go think again. And
It's just like this thing called the truth out there, and we just want the truth about everything.
exactly, yeah. So it's kind of hilarious in a way, but it's very sad in another way. And then
Exactly, like NASA, it's hilarious in one way and so criminal and serious in another way.
yeah, because you listen to them and it's kind of okay. These guys are funny, but then you realize, damn, these guys are screwing you around with us.
They're taking $63 million from us every day.
Exactly.
For
Yeah.
CGI pictures and cartoons and fakery.
And worse than that, it's like they telling us they are lying to us, and we still like, oh beautiful, oh nice it is,
Yeah, people they love outer space and going to new worlds and all this garbage. No one's going anywhere, and it's a closed system, and they're
Exactly.
That's why that's why everything from NASA is fake, because it has to be, because they can't leave and go to outer space. So once they figured that out, they just figured out how to scam everybody. Like, we'll just go to Hollywood and make a moon landing film, and we'll just show it to them and make it like it's real, and they'll just suck it up. And they did.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and so it's kind of hilarious in one way, and
They got a budget of yesterday, 23.
You're breaking up.
yeah, Matt, you are breaking up too much.
No, I was just mentioning. I heard they had a budget approved yesterday for 23 billion.
Oh my God, this is so criminal. They're so fake. I mean, their spacewalks are filmed in a swimming pool. The ISS is a set with green screens and harnesses. You name it. The moon, the Mars rover is filmed on an island off of called Devon Island. I think it's part of Canada, and it's the most remote. The most uninhabited island left in the world. And they just film these things rolling around on a desert, and then they just put a red tint on it and call it Mars. And you could just literally hold up the picture of the regular desert next to the Mars picture, and you see the same mountains behind it and the same rocks in front of it and everything.
If one of you wants to go to the toilet, NASA has a new toilet for.
Here, it's like this. When people go, why would they lie? Like, okay, first of all, is it possible for them to lie? Okay. Yes. And what's to convince us that they're not taking pictures of just the Earth and then putting a filter on it? What's to say they're not doing that? You know what I'm saying? Just as much as us, what's to say they are doing that? What's to say they're not?
What's to say they're not?
Yeah.
Well,
you
want to reply to him?
It's unfalsified. My point is, it's unfalsified. You can't falsify any of it.
Oh, you can't go and check to see if
Correct. That's the problem. Yep,
Yeah.
that's the problem. Everyone's going to believe it and accept it because they either can't or won't or both. Go do that shit themselves. Find out. Figure it out. Touch it. Feel it. Smell it. You feel me?
Hey, we can't take a spaceship anywhere, of course.
What the hell's a spaceship?
You know, I mean, really, a spaceship.
The hell is that shit?
You saw that? You saw that LEM? Probably seen pictures
Hell yeah.
of that thing they said landed on the moon, right?
Lunar something module. Well,
Yeah.
why is it half of the word lemon?
I mean, that
Fucking-
thing is a damn joke, dude. It's just cardboard and crepe paper and foil and duct
You
tape
know, I'm
and-
trying to put myself in the position of a glober that would have that picture presented. And, like, what would I say? I'd probably say something like, is that real? Is that a real picture of the lunar lander? And the flat earther would be like, yep, that's an official one. And then I'd be like, bullshit. So I'd look it up and I'd find those photos, the official NASA photos that are the same thing as this crackhead shelter that they say landed on the fucking and took off from the fucking moon. Shit.
Yeah, the
You know?
takeoff is hilarious.
And then, hold on. And then I'd be like, wait a second. That is curtain rods and paper mache and construction paper from a third grade classroom. Yes, it is.
It looks
So how
like
the
it was
fuck?
built by third graders.
How the fuck did that do anything in space or on Earth? It's absolutely ridiculous.
It's so ridiculous. It's almost like they were trying to. It's almost like they were trying to tell the smart people, "Hey, look, this is so fucking fake." I mean, why wouldn't they make something that looked really sharp?
Correct.
You know?
The reason that they're sloppy about it is two reasons. One, they know they can get away with it. Most people are stupid as fuck. And two, they want to troll us truthers. They want to be like, look at these fucking guys. They're just smart enough to know what's going on, but they can't convince anybody that they're getting fucked. So look at this shit. We're gonna put a lizard tongue on the NASA thing, and they're gonna freak out about that, even though it doesn't mean a fucking thing. Yeah, they're gonna go nuts over all this dumb.
Trolling us the whole time.
They're gonna get into the bog, man, about nothing. All you gotta do is show me that drop over distance curvature measurements, or fuck off. Thanks.
And guess what? They trained the whole rest of the public. As soon as someone comes along and says something like, you know, we didn't go to the moon or whatever thing sounds crazy.
Conspiracy.
All the rest of the peoples, they chastise you and label you and think you ought to be a kook and reject
I
you.
know. They do it because of the 1967 CIA.
They do it because ignorance is bliss.
Like all the way since then, that's just followed through. So now you make.
What would you rather do? Toe the line and be able to kick back in your easy chair every night and not have any fucking responsibilities, or would you like to work a few times to actually know something about where you live?
I call it naked. I call it naked ignorance.
People just want to stay in their cocoon of comfort, and they don't want to, you know, bring in new ugly information about reality.
You're absolutely right. The last line in that new Matrix movie is, people crave the comfort of certainty. The 3 C's. I love it. They crave the
we do like
comfort of certainty. If somebody else has figured it out for certain, that's our favorite thing to hear, because we don't have to do a fucking thing. We don't have to lift a finger to learn that information
That's
or even
like
verify it.
That's like the heliocentric models and all that. We were told that people much smarter than us, geniuses, you know, a long time ago, figured all this stuff out, and it's all checked out, and we all agree. So
right, and thank God, because you don't have to try to figure it out now, right? And they're like, oh yeah, thank God. Well, just tell me what to believe. Yeah. Please.
Yeah, just tell me, okay, I see the chart. I'm ready for the test.
You mean all I have to do is fill out these couple pieces of paper of shit you tell me to remember? Oh boy, that's it.
Yeah.
Bring it.
Yeah, the object is to regurgitate stuff they told you, and then you're smart.
Oh boy, yeah, it's a circus sideshow.
Yeah, we live in a clown world now. Clown world has just appeared, just ragingly, you know, like Idiocracy, and it's amazing.
It is amazing. I agree. Yep.
All by
I'll be right back.
design.
That makes me think of that Tool song. Hope this fucking home. Call LA.
Enema. The only way to fix it is to flush it all away. Any fucking time. Any fucking day. Yeah, I got it. All right, I'll be right back.
We got a rock and roller.
Yeah, I'm gonna post that video. Tool Enema.
I like this picture that Trace just put it of NASA, the Vallon Belt. We have an issue on the Valent belt. Yeah. So we still have an issue with the Valent belt, but how they did get to the moon.
Yeah,
back in the days.
that picture that he put on there. I love that guy because he just like exposes the fact that they never really went to the moon because they never really went through the dangerous radiation belts. He
Yeah.
talks
How
about.
could they be, how could they be writing that stuff with a straight face at that point?
I know
don't
he's just like, we're scientists are working on how to get a man, through a man's craft through the
We'll be able to.
dangerous radiation.
We'll be able to overcome these serious challenges to go.
Yeah, maybe in the
anywhere
future sometime. Nobody
orbit.
goes, hey, dude, you already did it 6 times. You went to the moon and back 6 times. That's 12. trips.
Shit, bro. We forgot to write that in.
12 trips. Dude, they pulled that
Roll
moon.
with it. Roll with
pulled
it.
that
People
moon
are
hoax
freaked out
off.
already.
And then they went ahead and did it 5 more times, dude.
Yeah, someone didn't tell him about the effectiveness of gold foil and not knowing about a thing.
That's right.
If you don't know about the radiation belts, they don't hurt you.
And what I like about that statement, it was so technical, wasn't it?
What do you mean?
That's not saying like, I don't think they even knew about it yet.
Oh, that guy, yeah. Alan Bean.
Right.
What a liar.
Yeah, it was there. We didn't know.
Went
Yeah.
right straight out through it because we didn't know about it. Didn't
Yeah.
affect it at
And
all.
so that's why we got through it, because we didn't know.
Yeah. They fucking knew. The Russians knew. Everybody knew.
Everybody knew about the Van Halen. Shit was way before the.
So are they gonna try to like say that it's like with the quantum eraser experiment and how some people think, oh, if I'm not looking at it, it doesn't exist. So they might stretch that interpretation.
Yeah, that's where he went. That kind of a thought.
I think that's what the
we didn't know about it, so yeah, it didn't hurt us a bit.
That's what the Glovers are doing. And they're saying
So
every
the
time
particles didn't know.
they're saying
So they
every
just
time
passed through anyway.
every time you're not looking, Earth's globe.
He's
As soon as you
basically
look at
just
flat
admitted.
again.
Dude just basically admitted that fuck, we didn't go to the moon for real. I just made some bullshit up like that.
Yeah, the other guy was like, "Sure, I'll put my hand on the Bible and swear to God," because he's a freaking atheist or a pure Satanist or something.
Oh, I know. Neil Armstrong was all scared to do that, man. He's like,
yeah,
He fucking punched
that's
the dude
probably
in the face.
That's probably a
Yeah.
fake. Knowing you, that's probably a fake Bible. As
What a
if
weird
that's
thing to
why he
say.
doesn't want to do it.
When confronted with that, something as simple as that, okay, like you would just see somebody, oh, sure, of course we went.
Of course you do. You slap both hands on there and go, hell yes, I went to the moon. What are you, crazy?
For you.
Yeah, he was going to give
That
him
was a pretty sharp
$5,000.
reply by Neil, though.
Yep.
$5
he was
grand
definitely-
cash for doing it too.
He was triggered.
Dude, we got to. That makes me think. I need to I need to make a GIF of him punching Bart Sabrell.
Yeah, but look, remember how distraught he looked when in that press conference right after?
Oh my God, that all 3 of them were
He
like.
looked the worst though. Actually, he looked the worst of all of them.
All of them did, but yeah.
He looked white. He looked white.
Neil Armstrong was kind of the spokesman and the leader of the thing, and I could tell he was a person that didn't want
They
to
look
lie like
broken.
that.
They look broken. Like they got.
They realized you have to lie about this for the rest of your life.
Mm-hmm.
Never fucking tell anybody the truth. Do you understand?
Yeah, and they got rid of Buzz Aldrin's mom.
Did she commit suicide or something?
I don't know the details.
That's why Buzz Aldrin he broke down when he looked at the face of an innocent little girl, and he couldn't lie one more time. And he said, "Well, we never went there."
I wonder who got that take. Who filmed that? That's curious. Anyway,
look at those 3 guys, man.
Yeah,
you think they
Neil's
just went
in the
to
middle.
the moon?
Neil's in the middle. He looks like disgusted.
So
There, look at him
obvious.
before. Look at him before.
If you went to the damn moon and back, you would be like high-fiving everybody. Fuck yeah.
Yep, exactly.
Be like a rock star. They treated them like rock stars, and that probably just like, they threw them ticker tape parades. They were, the bee's knees. You know what I mean? They were,
Yeah,
on the
we are.
cover of every magazine. It's just like start the series of lies forever now.
I mean, like what I come across quite a bit in my own mind is like they must have known that we would see this at some point. Could they really think that they could just pull this off forever?
I know they didn't imagine the internet in the future where we're taking those pictures and putting them through
But see, DARPA started the internet. It's a military project from the very beginning anyway, so that doesn't make sense either. They're the ones that created it.
What doesn't make sense?
That like the same people that created NASA created the internet. DARPA is a yeah, DARPA is a
DARPA, yeah, they're the
ones that created the whole thing. They started it.
Oh, the internet?
The internet is a DARPA project, yes.
Yeah, it's a web. We're all in the web now.
Yeah, it's a wicked little web, isn't it?
I'm addicted to it. You got to admit.
Well, at least at some, like at least this level, we have an exchange that we're able to still put across. Like, Tie Top just dipped. There's someone named Zach here. Hey Dan, you're gonna have to mute yourself when you're not speaking. You're echoing back.
Yeah. I've been hearing an echo for like 15
all right,
minutes.
I got you. Sorry about that.
But if it could be causing that because you're not using headphones, that just a recommendation if you want to talk about it.
No, he's just leaving the mic open. However, he's doing that. He's leaving it open.
I'll just talk and then shut it right off.
All right, cool.
That's what I do.
Either way, I'm trying
Keeps
to
it
find
clean.
this gift that I have of of Buzz Aldrin and that little girl. And it's like, because we didn't go there, and that's how it happened.
Drace just posted it.
Oh, did he? He probably freaking stole it from me when I created it.
Why has nobody been to the moon in such a long time?
Oh, no, I have a gift. But anyway, yeah, same thing.
That's not an 8-year-old's question. That's my question. I want to know, but I think I know. Because we didn't go there.
There it is. We didn't.
That's the way it happened. And
We didn't go there. That's the way it happened.
it's nice to know why it didn't happen. So in the future, if we want to keep doing
Yeah, then he starts just trying to fix what he just said.
Why we stopped.
In the past, we wanted to keep it going.
Yeah, he didn't fix anything. He just reiterated that, like, we need to know why it stopped. Like, if we want to continue doing this, because he still believes that they want to go there, and there's some reason for why they stopped. He just doesn't know.
You think an insider like that don't know everything's fake?
No, I think they're all compartmentalized.
Yeah, probably.
Even especially someone high profile, you have them under control. You have them.
Still
believing
hearing the
story.
echo. If you're not talking, go ahead and mute yourself. I'm hearing the echo. Sorry, Joyce, to interrupt. But...
Yeah, it was kind of hard, but it's okay.
All right, cool. Go ahead, brother. Nobody talk now because they're scared of
the echo.
He yelled at me.
Oh shoot! It echoed again.
echo.
Anyways, it's getting late for me.
There's another tape of Buzz on. I don't know what American show is that he also said that they didn't went to the moon. I was
What?
trying to.
Another one? I want to
Yes.
see that.
Oh yeah, I
Okay.
want to see that.
Okay, I'm gonna try to find it. I think it's the one from. I don't know. I don't remember his name, but it's very famous. It's
He just slipped and
American.
said, "No, he didn't go to the moon."
No moon landing on the Conan show. Oh.
Yeah, that's the corner show. Yeah, it's that one.
What?
Oh, this is getting good.
I'm gonna try to find the video. Hold on a second. I'll
Yeah,
be
he
right
doesn't
back.
say that exactly, but I can play it.
Yeah, he doesn't say that exactly, but he said that it was a picture motion or something like it.
Yeah.
Hold on a second.
Yeah, he when
It's
Conan
called
tells him
masterfully speaking.
when Conan
He
tells him
basically-
that they watched them land on the moon, he says no, he didn't. He watched
You
an
watched an
animation.
animation.
I remember my
Exactly,
parents
yeah,
waking
yeah,
me up, and
that's
we went down and we watched you guys land on the moon,
No,
which
you
was
didn't. No, you didn't.
what?
There you
Because there wasn't any television. There wasn't anybody taking a picture. You watched animation.
Oh my god!
That's
All right.
it. You watch an animation. That's it.
Oh man, he's breaking his non-disclosure agreement.
Mm-hmm.
I got this one for you guys.
I wonder when he snapped.
He doesn't want to face God.
Yeah,
lying
none
every
of
day
them
of his
do.
life.
None of them do. Because they're responsible for all the children being taught this nonsense. You know what? There's a millstone waiting for them to be tied around their neck.
They must feel it in their gut.
Yeah, I think they know it's going to happen. So they're just like, I don't know what kind of demon, speaking of demons, could continue to behave that way, knowing that there's consequences like that.
It doesn't get real till you're getting real old.
I'm getting old and I'm paying the consequences.
I love that. We'll be back for you, cameraman. I mean, yeah. How did they?
I made that meme. I made that gif.
How did they retrieve? How did they retrieve that film that took that picture?
I know. Oh, they
Well,
transmitted it back. They must have left the modem in a rotary phone there.
Well, according to Buzz Aldrin, that's an animation. That's
right. We should listen to Buzz.
It's an animation.
It is an animation.
He goes, "We saw you land on the moon on TV." He goes, "No, you didn't."
Yeah,
No,
according to him, there was no cameraman. They didn't.
They didn't
do
go.
this. It was animation.
Thanks, Buzz. Yeah, it's an animation. It looks like one. That was an
Looks like
early
Flash
CGI
Gordon from
See, what was
1920.
happening, in case anyone doesn't know, I mean, if you guys are listening, what was happening, the lunar orbiter was traveling around the moon. They were waiting for these guys to come back. And what was the guy's name that was still in the orbiter?
What did they use to connect back up with that supposed?
Oh, you'll never see that shit.
How could they ever link back up with 1969 technology?
With this little fucking coffee can.
With that?
Yeah, I mean, it's a total joke, dude.
It's so
Yeah,
stupid.
But if we imagine the conception of gravity, how is it escaping the gravity well?
Yeah.
There's only 1/6 gravity on the moon.
Look, there's no exhaust even coming out of that thing.
That thing is supposed to dock with something going like 7,000 miles an hour. They
The
claim.
thing is elevating. Like, you don't see. Okay, wait a minute. When it's early on, I guess you do see a little blasting. Shoot, that's an Arizona desert if I ever saw it.
I could practically see the wire pulling it up.
Yeah, look at those hills. It's just
Yeah, look at those hills. They're just like
bunch of shit
movies.
blowing around below it. How does that happen on the moon?
That's genuine footage from
Look
the
at that
moon.
black. Look at that black screen behind there. It's just a.
I know. You can even see the artifacts of it with that light, how it's layered.
Wait, who's going to pick up the camera?
Yeah, don't worry about that, man. Don't worry about that.
You can tell it's real.
It's just an
because it looks so
animation.
fake.
It's like there's no dust, and then they get pretty high, then there's a ton of dust. Look at that
There was a
dust
little bit of
cloud.
dust. If you look carefully at the very beginning, there's some blowing around, so that doesn't look. So what? Looks just like it would happen on Earth if you had a little air
That
blast.
lunar lander looks kind of different than the one that they
It
have.
does, doesn't it? It looks like it's got a pipe along the top. What the hell is that? Like this L is laying on it or something. L shape. Look at that L-shaped pipe. What the hell is that? What is that?
There's
The
also
lunar
people.
the lunar module didn't look anything like that.
Yeah, that's right.
There's also people
Nothing
who.
like that. That looks like a golden deal.
Well, I mean, I can't say which one. I mean, because they did have several moon landings. What
Yeah, I don't remember any of them that look like that, bro.
I know it's freaking weird, isn't it?
How do you
They
produce
also have-
thrust?
It's their first drone.
There also have been people who have ran the original footage or the one we got from NASA through all sorts of filters, and once it reaches the top of its height, there's actually a shadow that appears on the black background, which is pretty funny.
I think I might have seen it at the very end.
And we shall go to
I
the
see it.
moon,
I look
do
like
the other thing, not because they're easy, but because they are hard.
It's hard. Got that Boston shit going on.
Hey, President, what about Maryland then? She was easy.
Oh, what you got?
I like how he says there's no TV.
So that night we did that night I did the thing that was easy.
Sloan posted something about the
And so did
Russian
Robert.
moon. Wait.
Yeah, the Russian.
Sloan
moon
just
landing.
posted something about the Russian. Did they ever claim to land on the moon? I mean, just that freaking original image.
They told me not to take the open limousine in Dallas.
Remember a couple of years ago when the Chinese, was it Chinese or no? It was Israelis claimed to put freaking what's that?
Let me check it out. The video.
It starts with a T. Something about some life form that was on their moon lander. Freaking starts
And
with
the Chinese space footage is faker than NASA's. It's really crazy.
I mean, look at what Slalom just posted about Russia's.
It's hilarious. I mean, if it look closer, it's so hilarious.
I'm sitting here watching this thing take off over and over and over.
I'm trying to find out where is the Israeli moon landing.
Yeah, they had the God dang it! It's on the tip of my tongue. The starts with a TR. It's not troglodytes because that's another word. But
okay, there it is. I found it. Check it
it's
out.
like
that India becomes the latest nation to land on the moon.
Yeah.
Guys just clinging all over it.
It's a classic.
Like, get me the fuck out of here.
It's too many. We are too much people, so we need to prove it. Okay, there is the Israeli.
No, it was a couple of years ago that Israel attempted this kind of thing, but it crash landed on the moon. Oh, this is it. Okay, cool.
I'll show it right now.
Yeah, I'm watching the Israel one.
Is it pretty funny too?
Yeah, it is. It is.
Every time you talk about somebody faking going to the moon, it's funny.
I know the whole concept is hilarious.
Guys, there's a dude who wants to be a moot Tapo.
Oh, wait. Did they really?
Super fake.
Did they really claim it crashed?
Yeah, they're trying to act like it's real news.
Yes.
Do you think this is real? I mean, are you under the impression that any of these moon ideas and like going to the moon is real, that's
None of it is real.
Yeah, it doesn't have. They have
Mars, you
these
name it.
audiences like people are.
Look at this thing. It's
Your
so
Mars
damn fake.
landing and your moon landings and shit. None of it's real. Stop believing the delusion and illusion. It's not real. Doesn't happen. God damn it! Look at this Sky News shit. I'm playing it on the live stream, and dude, nobody else posts until this video's done. It's such bullshit.
Let me find
That
another
Israeli
one.
spacecraft crash lands on the moon. Yeah, that's what I was talking about. And then they were talking about it's not the troubadours. I don't know I can't remember the trilobites. But no, trilobites is something, and there's something that begins with a TR that like, hey, it doesn't matter. These fucking idiots will believe almost anything about space weirdness.
Dark side. Where is the dark side of the moon?
It's like potato bugs or some weird shit.
Are you talking about space, man?
Space's mama.
Space is your mama. I love that, man. I might use that.
Yeah, I mean, it's just like
Your mama's so fat, she like.
all right.
could pick up
How
all
plausible is space?
well,
And we often talk about this, right?
It goes against the second law of thermodynamics, so it's completely impossible. So I think there's like plausibility is 0.
Yeah. So, it's fine. You could. Well, it's sort of plausible. Either it is or it's not.
No, it's not plausible, dude. Where's QE? QE.
No,
Check
dude, you don't have to cue him up because we already know this dumb shit is not plausible. So anyway, but people will make up shit. It doesn't matter what country it comes from. Whether they claim they're orbiting, freaking something they launched from their country around the moon and all this kind of shit. Not plausible. It's not plausible. There's no reason for you to believe their fake footage because it's impossible for them to do it. Now, why they faked it? That's the question.
I believe it's a scam that all these countries are playing on their people. Just like they reel in like billions of dollars for some fake project, and they give them CGI, and those billions are going somewhere.
Okay, CBS News on the dark side of the moon by China, moon landing. It just posted the video.
No, sure. Oh, they pulled the same fucking scam on us in the U.S.
Yeah.
We got to watch this China land spacecraft on
that lander, that Chinese lander
so
thing.
fucking
It's so
dumb.
ridiculous. Oh my god, that's
You
like
gotta watch it. It's so
I watched
dumb.
that like a year ago. I was like, get the fuck out of here.
It's just screaming fakery,
I laughed so hard. I was like, oh fuck, no. They ain't selling.
Hey,
It was
to be honest,
so bad.
all right,
Dude,
that
I
is
heard
100% dumb. The American moon landing is 70% dumb. Everybody that believes it is 100% dumb.
I heard it was so bad that like American news, most of the major news stations wouldn't even show it. They're like, oh, we can't show that. Come on.
How about